Introduction of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe, author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, Sunny Memories of Foreign Lands, etc. Published in 1855 in Boston, Massachusetts. Introduction. Mr. G. B. Emerson, in his late report to the Legislature of Massachusetts on the trees and shrubs of that state, thus describes the May flower. Often from beneath the edge of a snowbank are seen rising the fragrant, pearly white or rose-colored flowers of this earliest harbinger of spring. It abounds in the edges of the woods about Plymouth, as elsewhere, and must have been the first flower to salute the storm-beaten crew of the Mayflower on the conclusion of their first terrible winter. Their descendants have thence piously derived the name, although its bloom is often past before the coming in of May. No flower could be more appropriately selected as an emblem token of the descendants of the Puritans. Though so fragrant and graceful, it is invariably the product of the hardest and most rocky soils, and seems to draw its ethereal beauty of color and wealth of perfume rather from the air than from the slight hold which its rootlets take of the earth. It may often be found in fullest beauty matting a granite lodge, with scarcely any perceptible soil for its support. What better emblem of that faith and hope and piety by which our fathers were supported in dreary and barren enterprises, and which drew their life and fragrance from heaven more than earth? The Mayflower was, therefore, many years since selected by the author as the title of a series of New England sketches. That work has comparatively a limited circulation and is now entirely out of print. Its articles are republished in the present volume with other miscellaneous writings, which have from time to time appeared in different periodicals. They have been written in all moods, from the gayest to the gravest. They are connected, in many cases, with the memory of friends and scenes most dear. There are those now scattered through the world who will remember the social literary parties of Cincinnati, for whose genial meetings many of these articles were prepared. With most affectionate remembrances, the author dedicates the book to the yet surviving members of the Semicolon. Andover, April 1855. End of introduction.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 1, Uncle Lot, Part 1. And so I am to write a story, but of what and where? Shall it be radiant with the sky of Italy, or eloquent with the beau ideal of Greece? Shall it breathe odor and languor from the Orient, or chivalry from the Occident, or gaiety from France, or vigor from England? No, no. These are all too old, too romance-like, too obviously picturesque for me. No, let me turn to my own land, my own New England, the land of bright fires and strong hearts, the land of deeds and not of words, the land of fruits and not of flowers, the land often spoken against, yet always respected, the latchet of whose shoes the nations of the earth are not worthy to unloose. Now, from this very heroic apostrophe, you may suppose that I have something very heroic to tell. By no means. It is merely a little introductory breeze of patriotism, such as occasionally brushes over every mind, bearing on its wings the remembrance of all we ever loved or cherished in the land of our early years. And if it should seem to be rhodomontade to any people in other parts of the earth, let them only imagine it to be said about old Kentuck, old England, or any other corner of the world in which they happen to be born, and they will find it quite rational. But as touching our story, it is time to begin. Did you ever see the little village of Newbury in New England? I dare say you never did, for it was just one of those out-of-the-way places where nobody ever came unless they came on purpose. A green little hollow, wedged like a bird's nest between half a dozen high hills that kept off the wind and kept out foreigners, so that the little place was as straightly sui generis as if there were not another in the world. The inhabitants were all of that respectable old steadfast family who make it a point to be born, bred, married, die, and be buried all in the self-same spot. There were just so many houses and just so many people lived in them, and nobody ever seemed to be sick or to die either, at least while I was there. The natives grew old till they could not grow any older, and then they stood still and lasted from generation to generation. There was, too, an unchangeability about all the externals of Newbury. Here was a red house, and there was a brown house, and across the way was a yellow house, and there was a straggling rail fence or a tribe of mullen stalks between. The minister lived here, and Squire Moses lived there, and Deacon Hart lived under the hill, and Messieurs Nadab and Abihu Peters lived by the crossroad, and the old Widder Smith lived by the meeting-house, and Ebenezer Camp kept a shoemaker's shop on one side, and Patience Mosley kept a milliner's shop in front. And there was old Comfort Scran, who kept store for the whole town, and sold axe-heads, brass thimbles, licorice ball, fancy handkerchiefs, and everything else you can think of. Here, too, was the general post office, where you might see letters marvelously folded, directed wrong side upward, stamped with a thimble, and superscribed to some of the Dollies or Pollys or Peters or Moseses, aforenamed or not named. For the rest, as to manners, morals, arts, and sciences, the people in Newbury always went to their parties at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and came home before dark, always stopped all work the minute the sun was down on Saturday night, always went to meeting on Sunday, had a schoolhouse with all the ordinary inconveniences, were in neighborly charity with each other, read their Bibles, feared their God, and were content with such things as they had, the best philosophy after all. Such was the place into which Master James Benton made an irruption in the year 1800, and no matter what. Now this James is to be our hero, and he is just the hero for a sensation. At least so you would have thought if you had been in Newbury the week after his arrival. Master James was one of those whole-hearted, energetic Yankees who rise in the world as naturally as cork does in water. He possessed a great share of that characteristic national trait, so happily denominated cuteness, which signifies an ability to do everything without trying, and to know everything without learning, and to make more use of one's ignorance than other people do of their knowledge. This quality in James was mingled with an elasticity of animal spirits, a buoyant cheerfulness of mind, which, though found in the New England character, perhaps as often as anywhere else, is not ordinarily regarded as one of its distinguishing traits. As to the personal appearance of our hero, we have not much to say of it, not half so much as the girls in Newbury found it necessary to remark the first Sabbath that he shone out in the meeting-house. There was a saucy frankness of countenance, a knowing roguery of eye, a joviality and prankishness of demeanour that was wonderfully captivating, especially to the ladies. It is true that Master James had an uncommonly comfortable opinion of himself, a full faith that there was nothing in creation that he could not learn and could not do, and this faith was maintained with an abounding and triumphant joyfulness that fairly carried your sympathies along with him, and made you feel quite as much delighted with his qualifications and prospects as he felt himself. There are two kinds of self-sufficiency. One is amusing, and the other is provoking. His was the amusing kind. It seemed in truth to be only the buoyancy and overflow of a vivacious mind, delighted with everything delightful in himself or others. He was always ready to magnify his own praise, but quite as ready to exalt his neighbour, if the channel of discourse ran that way. His own perfections being more completely within his knowledge, he rejoiced in them more constantly. But if those of any one else came within the same range, he was quite as much astonished and edified as if they had been his own. Master James, at the time of his transit to the town of Newbury, was only 18 years of age, so that it was difficult to say which predominated in him most, the boy or the man. The belief that he could, and the determination that he would, be something in the world, had caused him to abandon his home, and with all his worldly effects tied in a blue cotton pocket-handkerchief, to proceed to seek his fortune in Newbury. And never did stranger in Yankee Village rise to promotion with more unparalleled rapidity, or boast a greater plurality of employment. He figured as schoolmaster all the week, and as chorister on Sundays, and taught singing and reading in the evenings, besides studying Latin and Greek with the minister, nobody knew when, thus fitting for college, while he seemed to be doing everything else in the world besides. James understood every art and craft of popularity, and made himself mightily at home in all the chimney corners of the region round about, knew the geography of everybody's cider barrel and apple bin, helping himself and every one else therefrom with all bountifulness, rejoicing in the good things of this life, devouring the old ladies' doughnuts and pumpkin pies with most flattering appetite, and appearing equally to relish everybody and thing that came in his way. The degree and versatility of his acquirements were truly wonderful. He knew all about arithmetic and history, and all about catching squirrels and planting corn, made poetry and hoe handles with equal celerity, wound yarn and took out grease spots for old ladies, and made nosegays and knickknacks for young ones, caught trout Saturday afternoons, and discussed doctrines on Sundays with equal adroitness and effect. In short, Mr. James moved on through the place victorious, happy, and glorious, welcomed and privileged by everybody in every place, and when he had told his last ghost story, and fairly flourished himself out of doors at the close of a long winter's evening, you might see the hard face of the good man of the house still phosphorescent with his departing radiance, and hear him exclaim in a paroxysm of admiration, "That Jems's talk really did beat all, that he was sartainly most a miraculous creature." It was wonderfully contrary to the buoyant activity of Master James's mind to keep a school. He had, moreover, so much of the boy and the rogue in his composition that he could not be strict with the iniquities of the curly pates under his charge, and when he saw how determinately every little heart was boiling over with mischief and motion, he felt in his soul more disposed to join in and help them to a frolic than to lay justice to the line, as was meet. This would have made a sad case, had it not been that the activity of the master's mind communicated itself to his charge, just as the reaction of one brisk little spring will fill a manufactory with motion, so that there was more of an impulse towards study in the golden, good-natured day of James Benton than in the time of all that went before or came after him. But when school was out, James's spirits foamed over as naturally as a tumbler of soda water, and he could jump over benches and burst out of doors with as much rapture as the veriest little elf in his company. Then you might have seen him stepping homeward with a most felicitous expression of countenance, occasionally reaching his hand through the fence for a bunch of currants, or over it after a flower, or bursting into some backyard to help an old lady empty her wash-tub, or stopping to pay his devoirs to aunt this or mistress that, for James well knew the importance of the powers that be, and always kept the sunny side of the old ladies. We shall not answer for James's general flirtations, which were sundry and manifold, for he had just the kindly heart that fell in love with everything in feminine shape that came in his way, and if he had not been blessed with an equal facility in falling out again, we do not know whatever would have become of him. But at length he came into an abiding captivity, and it is quite time that he should, for having devoted thus much space to the illustration of our hero, it is fit we should do something in behalf of our heroine, and therefore we must beg the reader's attention while we draw a diagram or two that will assist him in gaining a right idea of her. Do you see yonder brown house, with its broad roof sloping almost to the ground on one side, and a great unsupported sun-bonnet of a piazza shooting out over the front door? You must often have noticed it. You have seen its tall well sweep, relieved against the clear evening sky, or observed the feather beds and bolsters lounging out of its chamber windows on a still summer morning. You recollect its gate that swung with a chain and a great stone, its pantry window latticed with little brown slabs, and looking out upon a forest of bean-poles. You remember the zephyrs that used to play among its pea-brush and shake the long tassels of its corn-patch, and how vainly any zephyr might essay to perform similar flirtations with the considerate cabbages that were solemnly vegetating near by. Then there was the whole neighborhood of purple-leaved beets and feathery parsnips. There were the billows of gooseberry bushes rolled up by the fence, interspersed with rows of quince trees, and far off in one corner was one little patch, penuriously devoted to ornament, which flamed with marigolds, poppies, snappers, and 4 o'clocks. Then there was a little box by itself with one rose geranium in it, which seemed to look around the garden as much like a stranger as a French dancing-master in a Yankee meeting-house. That is the dwelling of Uncle Lot Griswold. Uncle Lot, as he was commonly called, had a character that a painter would sketch for its lights and contrasts rather than its symmetry. He was a chestnut burr, abounding with briars without and with substantial goodness within. He had the strong-grained practical sense, the calculating worldly wisdom of his class of people in New England. He had, too, a kindly heart, but all the strata of his character were crossed by a vein of surly petulance, that, halfway between joke and earnest, colored everything that he said and did. If you asked a favor of Uncle Lot, he generally kept you arguing half an hour to prove that you really needed it, and to tell you that he could not all the while be troubled with helping one body or another, all which time you might observe him regularly making his preparations to grant your request, and see by an odd glimmer of his eye that he was preparing to let you hear the conclusion of the whole matter, which was, Well, I guess I'll go on the hall. I suppose I must, at least. So off he would go and work while the day lasted, and then wind up with a farewell exhortation not to be a-callin' on your neighbors when you could get along without. If any of Uncle Lot's neighbors were in any trouble, he was always at hand to tell them that they shouldn't ha' done so, that it was strange they couldn't had more sense, and then to close his exhortations by laboring more diligently than any to bring them out of their difficulties, groaning in spirit meanwhile that folks would make people so much trouble. "Uncle Lot, Father wants to know if you will lend him your hoe today," says a little boy, making his way across a cornfield. "Why don't your father use his own hoe? Ours is broke." "Broke? How came it broke?" "I broke it yesterday trying to hit a squirrel." "What business had you to be hitting squirrels with a hoe? Say?" "But father wants to borrow yours." "Why don't you have that mended? It's a great pester to have everybody usin' a body's things." "Well, I can borrow one somewhere else, I suppose," says the suppliant. After the boy has stumbled across the plowed ground and is fairly over the fence, Uncle Lot calls, "Hallo there, you little rascal! What are you going off without the hoe for?" "I didn't know as you meant to lend it." "I didn't say I wouldn't, did I? Here, come and take it. Stay, I'll bring it. And do tell your father not to be a-letting you hunt squirrels with his hoes next time." Uncle Lot's household consisted of Aunt Sally, his wife, and an only son and daughter. The former, at the time our story begins, was at a neighboring literary institution. Aunt Sally was precisely as clever, as easy to be entreated, and kindly in externals, as her helpmate was the reverse. She was one of those respectable, pleasant old ladies whom you might often have met on the way to church on a Sunday, equipped with a great fan and a psalm book, and carrying some dried orange peel or a stalk of fennel to give to the children if they were sleepy in meeting. She was as cheerful and domestic as the tea-kettle that sung by her kitchen fire, and slipped along among Uncle Lot's angles and peculiarities as if there never was anything the matter in the world, and the same mantle of sunshine seemed to have fallen on Miss Grace, her only daughter. Pretty in her person and pleasant in her ways, endowed with native self-possession and address, lively and chatty, having a mind and a will of her own, yet good-humored withal, Miss Grace was a universal favorite. It would have puzzled the city lady to understand how Grace, who never was out of Newbury in her life, knew the way to speak and act and behave on all occasions, exactly as if she had been taught how. She was just one of those wild flowers which you may sometimes see waving its little head in the woods, and looking so civilized and garden-like that you wonder if it really did come up and grow there by nature. She was an adept in all household concerns, and there was something amazingly pretty in her energetic way of bustling about and putting things to rights. Like most Yankee damsels, she had a longing after the tree of knowledge, and having exhausted the literary fountains of a district school, she fell to reading whatsoever came in her way. True, she had but little to read, but what she perused she had her own thoughts upon, so that a person of information in talking with her would feel a constant wondering pleasure to find that she had so much more to say of this, that, and the other thing than he expected. Uncle Lot, like everyone else, felt the magical brightness of his daughter, and was delighted with her praises, as might be discerned by his often finding occasion to remark that he didn't see why the boys need to be all the time a-comin' to see Grace, for she was nothin' so extraornary after all. About all matters and things at home she generally had her own way, while Uncle Lot would scold and give up with a regular good grace that was quite creditable. "Father," says Grace, "I want to have a party next week. You shan't go to having your parties, Grace. I always have to eat bits and ends a fortnight after you have one, and I won't have it so. And so Uncle Lot walked out, and Aunt Sally and Miss Grace proceeded to make the cake and pies for the party. When Uncle Lot came home, he saw a long array of pies and rows of cakes on the kitchen table. Grace, 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 I say, what is all this here flummery for? Why, it is to eat, father, said Grace, with a good-natured look of consciousness. Uncle Lot tried his best to look sour, but his visage began to wax comical as he looked at his married daughter, so he said nothing, but quietly sat down to his dinner. Father, said Grace after dinner, we shall want 2 more candlesticks next week. Why, can't you have your party with what you've got? No, father, we want 2 more. I can't afford it, Grace. There's no sort of use on't, and you shan't have any. Oh, father, now do, said Grace. I won't neither, said Uncle Lot, as he sallied out of the house and took the road to Comfort Scran's store. In half an hour he returned again, and fumbling in his pocket and drawing forth a candlestick, levelled it at Grace. There's your candlestick. But, father, I said I wanted 2. Why can't you make 1 do? No, I can't. I must have 2. Well, then, there's t'other, and here's a fol-de-rol for you to tie round your neck. So saying, he bolted for the door and took himself off with all speed. It was much after this fashion that matters commonly went on in the Brown house. But, having tarried long on the way, we must proceed with the main story. James thought Miss Grace was a glorious girl, and as to what Miss Grace thought of Master James, perhaps it would not have been developed had she not been called to stand on the defensive for him with Uncle Lot. For from the time that the whole village of Newbury began to be wholly given unto the praise of Master James, Uncle Lot set his face as a flint against him, from the laudable fear of following the multitude. He therefore made conscience of stoutly gainsaying everything that was said in his behalf, which, as James was in high favor with Aunt Sally, he had frequent opportunities to do. So when Miss Grace perceived that Uncle Lot did not like our hero as much as he ought to do, she, of course, was bound to like him well enough to make up for it. Certain it is that they were remarkably happy in finding opportunities of being acquainted, that James waited on her as a matter of course from singing school, that he volunteered making a new box for her geranium on an improved plan, and above all that he was remarkably particular in his attentions to Aunt Sally, a stroke of policy which showed that James had a natural genius for this sort of matters. Even when emerging from the meeting-house in full glory with flute and psalm-book under his arm, he would stop to ask her how she did, and if it was cold weather he would carry her foot-stove all the way home from meeting, discoursing upon the sermon and other serious matters, as Aunt Sally observed, in the pleasantest, prettiest way that ever ye see. This flute was one of the crying sins of James in the eyes of Uncle Lot. James was particularly fond of it because he had learned to play on it by intuition, and on the decease of the old pitch-pipe, which was slain by a fall from the gallery, he took the liberty to introduce the flute in its place. For this and other sins, and for the good reasons above named, Uncle Lot's countenance was not towards James, neither could he be moved to himward by any manner of means. To all Aunt Sally's good words and kind speeches he had only to say that he didn't like him, that he hated to see him a-manifesting and glorifying there in the front gallery Sundays, and a-acting everywhere as if he was master of all. He didn't like it, and he wouldn't. But our hero was no whit cast down or discomfited by the malcontent aspect of Uncle Lot. On the contrary, when report was made to him of divers of his hard speeches, he only shrugged his shoulders with a very satisfied air, and remarked that he knew a thing or two for all that. "Why, James," said his companion and chief counsellor, "do you think Grace likes you?" "I don't know," said our hero, with a comfortable appearance of certainty. "But you can't get her, James, if Uncle Lot is cross about it." "Fudge! I can make Uncle Lot like me if I have a mind to try." "Well, then, Jim, you'll have to give up that flute of yours, I tell you now." "Fa, sol, la! I can make him like me, and my flute too." "Why, how will you do it?" "Oh, I'll work it," said our hero. "Well, Jim, I tell you now, you don't know Uncle Lot if you say so, for he is just the settest critter in his way that ever you saw." "I do know Uncle Lot, though, better than most folks. He is no more cross than I am, and as to his being set, you have nothing to do but make him think he is in his own way when he is in yours. That is all." "Well," said the other, "but you see I don't believe it." "And I'll bet you a gray squirrel that I'll go there this very evening and get him to like me and my flute both," said James. Accordingly, the late sunshine of that afternoon shone full on the yellow buttons of James as he proceeded to the place of conflict. It was a bright, beautiful evening. A thunderstorm had just cleared away, and the silver clouds lay rolled up in masses around the setting sun. The raindrops were sparkling and winking to each other over the ends of the leaves, and all the bluebirds and robins, breaking forth into song, made the little green valley as merry as a musical box. James's soul was always overflowing with that kind of poetry which consists in feeling unspeakably happy. And it is not to be wondered at, considering where he was going, that he should feel in a double ecstasy on the present occasion. He stepped gaily along, occasionally springing over a fence to the right to see whether the rain had swollen the trout brook, or to the left to notice the ripening of Mr. Somebody's watermelons, for James always had an eye on all his neighbors' matters as well as his own. In this way he proceeded till he arrived at the picket fence that marked the commencement of Uncle Lot's ground. Here he stopped to consider. Just then 4 or 5 sheep walked up, and began also to consider a loose picket, which was hanging just ready to drop off, and James began to look at the sheep. "Well, mister," said he, as he observed the leader judiciously drawing himself through the gap, "in with you, just what I wanted." And having waited a moment to ascertain that all the company were likely to follow, he ran with all haste towards the house, and swinging open the gate, pressed all breathless to the door. "Uncle Lot, there are 4 or 5 sheep in your garden." Uncle Lot dropped his whetstone and scythe. "I'll drive them out," said our hero, and with that he ran down the garden alley and made a furious descent on the enemy, bestirring himself, as Bunyan says, lustily and with good courage, till every sheep had skipped out much quicker than it skipped in; and then, springing over the fence, he seized a great stone and nailed on the picket so effectually that no sheep could possibly encourage the hope of getting in again. This was all the work of a minute, and he was back again, but so exceedingly out of breath that it was necessary for him to stop a moment and rest himself. Uncle Lot looked ungraciously satisfied. "What under the canopy set you to scampering so?" said he. "I could a driv out them critters myself." "If you are at all particular about driving them out yourself, I can let them in again," said James. Uncle Lot looked at him with an odd sort of twinkle in the corner of his eye. "'Spose I must ask you to walk in," said he. "Much obliged," said James, "but I am in a great hurry." So saying, he started in very businesslike fashion towards the gate. "You'd better just stop a minute." "Can't stay a minute. I don't see what possesses you to be all the while in sich a hurry. A body would think you had all creation on your shoulders." "Just my situation, Uncle Lot," said James, swinging open the gate. "Well, at any rate, have a drink of cider, can't ye?" said Uncle Lot, who was now quite engaged to have his own way in the case. James found it convenient to accept this invitation, and Uncle Lot was twice as good-natured as if he had stayed in the first of the matter. Once fairly forced into the premises, James thought fit to forget his long walk and excess of business, especially as about that moment Aunt Sally and Miss Grace returned from an afternoon call. You may be sure that the last thing these respectable ladies looked for was to find Uncle Lot and Master James tete-a-tete over a pitcher of cider. And when, as they entered, our hero looked up with something of a mischievous air, Miss Grace in particular was so puzzled that it took her at least a quarter of an hour to untie her bonnet strings. But James stayed and acted the agreeable to perfection. First, he must needs go down into the garden to look at Uncle Lot's wonderful cabbages, and then he promenaded all around the corn patch, stopping every few moments and looking up with an appearance of great gratification, as if he had never seen such corn in his life. And then he examined Uncle Lot's favorite apple tree with an expression of wonderful interest. "I never," he broke forth, having stationed himself against the fence opposite to it, "what kind of an apple tree is that?" "It's a bellflower, or somethin' another," said Uncle Lot. "Why, where did you get it? I never saw such apples," said our hero, with his eyes still fixed on the tree. Uncle Lot pulled up a stalk or two of weeds and threw them over the fence, just to show that he did not care anything about the matter, and then he came up and stood by James. "Nothing so remarkable as I know on," said he. Just then Grace came to say that supper was ready. Once seated at table, it was astonishing to see the perfect and smiling assurance with which our hero continued his addresses to Uncle Lot. It sometimes goes a great way towards making people like us to take it for granted that they do already. And upon this principle James proceeded. He talked, laughed, told stories, and joked with the most fearless assurance, occasionally seconding his words by looking Uncle Lot in the face with a countenance so full of good-will as would have melted any snowdrift of prejudices in the world. James also had one natural accomplishment, more courtier-like than all the diplomacy in Europe, and that was the gift of feeling a real interest for anybody in 5 minutes, so that if he began to please in jest, he generally ended in earnest. With great simplicity of mind, he had a natural tact for seeing into others, and watched their motions with the same delight with which a child gazes at the wheels and springs of a watch to see what it will do. The rough exterior and latent kindness of Uncle Lot were quite a spirit-stirring study, and when tea was over, as he and Grace happened to be standing together in the front door, he broke forth, "I do really like your father, Grace." "Do you?" said Grace. "Yes, I do. He has something in him, and I like him all the better for having to fish it out." "Well, I hope you will make him like you," said Grace unconsciously, and then she stopped and looked a little ashamed. James was too well bred to see this, or look as if Grace meant any more than she said, a kind of breeding not always attendant on more fashionable polish, so he only answered, "I think I shall, Grace, though I doubt whether I can get him to own it." "He is the kindest man that ever was," said Grace, "and he always acts as if he was ashamed of it." James turned a little away and looked at the bright evening sky, which was glowing like a calm golden sea, and over it was the silver new moon with one little star to hold the candle for her. He shook some bright drops off from a rose bush near by, and watched to see them shine as they fell, while Grace stood very quietly waiting for him to speak again. "Grace," said he, at last, "I am going to college this fall." "So you told me yesterday," said Grace. James stooped down over Grace's geranium and began to busy himself with pulling off all the dead leaves, remarking in the meanwhile, "And if I do get him to like me, Grace, will you like me too?" "I like you now very well," said Grace. "Come, Grace, you know what I mean," said James, looking steadfastly at the top of the apple tree. "Well, I wish, then, you would understand what I mean, without my saying any more about it," said Grace. "Oh, to be sure I will," said our hero, looking up with a very intelligent air. "And so, as Aunt Sally would say, the matter Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 1, Uncle Lot, Part 2. Now shall we narrate how our hero, as he saw Uncle Lot approaching the door, had the impudence to take out his flute and put the parts together, arranging and adjusting the stops with great composure. "Uncle Lot," said he, looking up, "this is the best flute that ever I saw." "I hate them tooting critters," said Uncle Lot snappishly. "I declare, I wonder how you can," said James, "for I do think they exceed—" So saying, he put the flute to his mouth and ran up and down a long flourish. "There, what do you think of that?" said he, looking in Uncle Lot's face with much delight. Uncle Lot turned and marched into the house, but soon faced to the right about and came out again, for James was fingering Yankee Doodle, that appropriate national air for the descendants of the Puritans. Uncle Lot's patriotism began to bestir itself, and now, if it had been anything, as he said, but that "ar flute," as it was, he looked more than once at James's fingers. "How under the sun could you learn to do that?" said he. "Oh, it's easy enough," said James, proceeding with another tune, and having played it through, he stopped a moment to examine the joints of his flute, and in the meantime addressed Uncle Lot. "You can't think how grand this is for pitching tunes. I always pitch the tunes on Sunday with it." "Yes, but I don't think it's a right and fit instrument for the Lord's house," said Uncle Lot. "Why not?" "It is only a kind of a long pitch pipe, you see," said James, "and seeing the old one is broken, and this will answer, I don't see why it is not better than nothing." "Why, yes, it may be better than nothing," said Uncle Lot, "but, as I always tell Grace and my wife, it ain't the right kind of instrument, after all. It ain't solemn." "Solemn?" said James. "That is according as you work it. See here, now." So saying, he struck up Old Hundred, and proceeded through it with great perseverance. "There, now," said he. "Well, well, I don't know but it is," said Uncle Lot; "but, as I said at first, I don't like the look of it in meetin'." "But yet you really think it is better than nothing," said James, "for you see I couldn't pitch my tunes without it." "Maybe 'tis," said Uncle Lot, "but that isn't sayin' much." This, however, was enough for Master James, who soon after departed with his flute in his pocket and Grace's last words in his heart, soliloquizing as he shut the gate, "There now, I hope Aunt Sally won't go to praising me, for just so sure as she does, I shall have it all to do over again." James was right in his apprehension. Uncle Lot could be privately converted, but not brought to open confession. And when the next morning Aunt Sally remarked, in the kindness of her heart, "Well, I always knew you would come to like James," Uncle Lot only responded, "Who said I did like him?" "But I'm sure you seemed to like him last night." "Why, I couldn't turn him out o' doors, could I? I don't think nothin' of him but what I always did." But it was to be remarked that Uncle Lot contented himself at this time with the mere general avowal, without running it into particulars, as was formerly his wont. It was evident that the ice had begun to melt, but it might have been a long time in dissolving, had not collateral incidents assisted. It so happened that about this time George Griswold, the only son before referred to, returned to his native village after having completed his theological studies at a neighboring institution. It is interesting to mark the gradual development of mind and heart from the time that the white-headed, bashful boy quits the country village for college to the period when he returns, a formed and matured man, to notice how gradually the rust of early prejudices begins to cleave from him, how his opinions, like his handwriting, pass from the cramped and limited forms of a country school into that confirmed and characteristic style which is to mark the man for life. In George this change was remarkably striking. He was endowed by nature with uncommon acuteness of feeling and fondness for reflection, qualities as likely as any to render a child backward and uninteresting in early life. When he left Newbury for college, he was a taciturn and apparently phlegmatic boy, only evincing sensibility by blushing, and looking particularly stupefied whenever anybody spoke to him. Vacation after vacation passed, and he returned more and more an altered being, and he who once shrunk from the eye of the deacon, and was ready to sink if he met the minister, now moved about among the dignitaries of the place with all the composure of a superior being. It was only to be regretted that while the mind improved, the physical energies declined, and that every visit to his home found him paler, thinner, and less prepared in body for the sacred profession to which he had devoted himself. But now he was returned a minister, a real minister, with a right to stand in the pulpit and preach, and what a joy and glory to Aunt Sally and to Uncle Lot, if he were not ashamed to own it. The first Sunday after he came, it was known far and near that George Griswold was to preach, and never was a more ready and expectant audience. As the time for reading the first psalm approached, you might see the white-headed men turning their faces attentively towards the pulpit, the anxious and expectant old women with their little black bonnets bent forward to see him rise. There were the children looking because everybody else looked. There was Uncle Lot in the front pew, his face considerately adjusted. There was Aunt Sally, seeming as pleased as a mother could seem, and Miss Grace, lifting her sweet face to her brother like a flower to the sun. There was our friend James in the front gallery, his joyous countenance a little touched with sobriety and expectation. In short, a more embarrassingly attentive audience never greeted the first effort of a young minister. Under these circumstances, there was something touching in the fervent self-forgetfulness which characterized the first exercises of the morning, something which moved everyone in the house. The devout poetry of his prayer, rich with the orientalism of Scripture and eloquent with the expression of strong yet chastened emotion, breathed over his audience like music, hushing everyone to silence and beguiling everyone to feeling. In the sermon there was the strong intellectual nerve, the constant occurrence of argument and statement, which distinguishes our New England discourse, but it was touched with life by the intense, yet half-subdued feeling with which he seemed to utter it. Like the rays of the sun, it enlightened and melted at the same moment. The strong peculiarities of New England doctrine, involving as they do all the hidden machinery of mind, all the mystery of its divine relations and future progression, and all the tremendous uncertainties of its eternal good or ill, seemed to have dwelt in his mind, to have burned in his thoughts, to have wrestled with his powers, and they gave to his manner the fervency almost of another world, while the exceeding paleness of his countenance and a tremulousness of voice that seemed to spring from bodily weakness touched the strong workings of his mind with a pathetic interest, as if the being so early absorbed in another world could not be long for this. When the services were over, the congregation dispersed with the air of people who had felt rather than heard, and all the criticism that followed was similar to that of old Deacon Hart, an upright, shrewd man who, as he lingered a moment at the church door, turned and gazed with unwonted feeling at the young preacher. "He's a blessed creature," said he, the tears actually making their way to his eyes. "I ain't been so near heaven this many a day. He's a blessed creature of the Lord. That's my mind about him." As for our friend James, he was at first sobered, then deeply moved, and at last wholly absorbed by the discourse, and it was only when meeting was over that he began to think where he really was. With all his versatile activity, James had a greater depth of mental capacity than he was himself aware of, and he began to feel a sort of electric affinity for the mind that had touched him in a way so new, and when he saw the mild minister standing at the foot of the pulpit stairs, he made directly towards him. "I do want to hear more from you," said he, with a face full of earnestness. "May I walk home with you?" "It is a long and warm walk," said George, smiling. "Oh, I don't care for that, if it does not trouble you," said James, and leave being gained, you might have seen them slowly passing along under the trees, James pouring forth all the floods of inquiry which the sudden impulse of his mind had brought out, and supplying his guide with more questions and problems for solution than he could have gone through with in a month. "I cannot answer all your questions now," said he, as they stopped at Uncle Lot's gate. "Well, then, when will you?" said James eagerly. "Let me come home with you to-night." The minister smiled assent, and James departed so full of new thoughts that he passed Grace without even seeing her. From that time a friendship commenced between the two, which was a beautiful illustration of the affinities of opposites. It was like a friendship between morning and evening, all freshness and sunshine on one side, and all gentleness and peace on the other. The young minister, worn by long-continued ill health, by the fervency of his own feelings and the gravity of his own reasonings, found pleasure in the healthful buoyancy of a youthful, unexhausted mind, while James felt himself sobered and made better by the moonlight tranquillity of his friend. It is one mark of a superior mind to understand and be influenced by the superiority of others, and this was the case with James. The ascendancy which his new friend acquired over him was unlimited, and did more in a month towards consolidating and developing his character than all the 4 years' course of a college. Our religious habits are likely always to retain the impression of the first seal which stamped them, and in this case it was a peculiarly happy one. The calmness, the settled purpose, the mild devotion of his friend formed a just alloy to the energetic and reckless buoyancy of James's character, and awakened in him a set of feelings without which the most vigorous mind must be incomplete. The effect of the ministrations of the young pastor in awakening attention to the subjects of his calling in the village was marked, and of a kind which brought pleasure to his own heart. But like all other excitement, it tends to exhaustion, and it was not long before he sensibly felt the decline of the powers of life. To the best regulated mind there is something bitter in the relinquishment of projects for which we have been long and laboriously preparing, and there is something far more bitter in crossing the long-cherished expectations of friends. All this George felt. He could not bear to look on his mother, hanging on his words and following his steps with eyes of almost childish delight, on his singular father, whose whole earthly ambition was bound up in his success, and think how soon the candle of their old age must be put out. When he returned from a successful effort, it was painful to see the old man so evidently delighted and so anxious to conceal his triumph, as he would seat himself in his chair and begin with, "George, that 'ar doctrine is rather of a puzzler, but you seem to think you've got the run on't. I should really like to know what business you have to think you know better than other folks about it." And though he would cavil most courageously at all George's explanations, yet you might perceive through all that he was inly uplifted to hear how his boy could talk. If George was engaged in argument with anyone else, he would sit by with his head bowed down, looking out from under his shaggy eyebrows with a shamefaced satisfaction very unusual with him. Expressions of affection from the naturally gentle are not half so touching as those which are forced out from the hard, favored, and severe, and George was affected even to pain by the evident pride and regard of his father. "He never said so much to anybody before," thought he, "and what will he do if I die?" In such thoughts as these, Grace found her brother engaged one still autumn morning as he stood leaning against the garden fence. "What are you solemnizing here for this bright day, brother George?" said she, as she bounded down the alley. The young man turned and looked on her happy face with a sort of twilight smile. "How happy you are, Grace," said he. "To be sure I am, and you ought to be too, because you are better." "I am happy, Grace. That is, I hope I shall be." "You are sick. I know you are," said Grace. "You look worn out. Oh, I wish your heart could spring once, as mine does." "I am not well, dear Grace, and I fear I never shall be," said he, turning away and fixing his eyes on the fading trees opposite. "Oh, George, dear George, don't say that. You'll break all our hearts," said Grace, with tears in her own eyes. "Yes, but it is true, sister. I do not feel it on my own account so much as— However," he added, "it will all be the same in heaven." It was but a week after this that a violent cold hastened the progress of debility into a confirmed malady. He sunk very fast. Aunt Sally, with the self-deceit of a fond and cheerful heart, thought every day that he would be better, and Uncle Lot resisted conviction with all the obstinate pertinacity of his character, while the sick man felt that he had not the heart to undeceive them. James was now at the house every day, exhausting all his energy and invention in the case of his friend, and any one who had seen him in his hours of recklessness and glee could scarcely recognize him as the being whose step was so careful, whose eye so watchful, whose voice and touch were so gentle as he moved around the sick-bed. But the same quickness which makes a mind buoyant in gladness often makes it gentlest and most sympathetic in sorrow. It was now nearly morning. In the sick room George had been restless and feverish all night, but towards day he fell into a slight slumber, and James sat by his side, almost holding his breath, lest he should waken him. It was yet dusk, but the sky was brightening with a solemn glow, and the stars were beginning to disappear, all save the bright and morning one, which, standing alone in the east, looked tenderly through the casement. like the eye of our Heavenly Father watching over us when all earthly friendships are fading. George awoke with a placid expression of countenance, and fixing his eyes on the brightening sky, murmured faintly, "The sweet immortal morning sheds its blushes round the spheres." A moment after, a shade passed over his face. He pressed his fingers over his eyes, and the tears dropped silently on his pillow. "George, dear George," said James, bending over him. "It's my friends, it's my father, my mother," said he faintly. "Jesus Christ will watch over them," said James soothingly. "Oh, yes, I know he will, for he loved his own which were in the world. He loved them unto the end. But I am dying, and before I have done any good." "Oh, do not say so," said James. Think what you have done, if only for me." "God bless you for it. God will bless you for it. It will follow you to heaven. It will bring me there. Yes, I will do as you have taught me. I will give my life, my soul, my whole strength to it. And then you will not have lived in vain." George smiled and looked upward. His face was as that of an angel. And James, in his warmth, continued, "It is not I alone who can say this. We all bless you. Every one in this place blesses you. You will be had in everlasting remembrance by some hearts here, I know." "Bless God," said George. "We do," said James. "I bless him that I ever knew you. We all bless him, and we love you, and shall forever." The glow that had kindled over the pale face of the invalid again faded as he said, "But, James, I ought to tell my father and mother. I ought to, and how can I?" At that moment the door opened, and Uncle Lot made his appearance. He seemed struck with the paleness of George's face, and coming to the side of the bed, he felt his pulse, and laid his hand anxiously on his forehead, and clearing his voice several times, inquired if he didn't feel a little better. "No, father," said George. Then taking his hand, he looked anxiously in his face, and seemed to hesitate a moment. "Father," he began, "you know that we ought to submit to God." There was something in his expression at this moment which flashed the truth into the old man's mind. He dropped his son's hand with an exclamation of agony, and turning quickly, left the room. "Father, father," said Grace, trying to rouse him as he stood with his arms folded by the kitchen window. "Get away, child," said he roughly. "Father, mother says breakfast is ready." "I don't want any breakfast," said he, turning short about. "Sally, what are you fixing in that air porringer?" "Oh, it's only a little tea for George. 'Twill comfort him up and make him feel better, poor fellow." "You won't make him feel better. He's gone," said Uncle Lot hoarsely. "Oh, dear heart, no," said Aunt Sally. "Be still a-contradicting me. I won't be contradicted all the time by nobody. The short of the case is that George is going to die just as we've got him ready to be a minister and all, and I wish to pity I was in my grave myself. And so," said Uncle Lot as he plunged out of the door and shut it after him. It is well for man that there is one being who sees the suffering heart as it is, and not as it manifests itself through the repellences of outward infirmity, and who perhaps feels more for the stern and wayward than for those whose gentler feelings win for them human sympathy. With all his singularities, there was in the heart of Uncle Lot a depth of religious sincerity. But there are few characters where religion does anything more than struggle with natural defect, and modify what would else be far worse. In this hour of trial, all the native obstinacy and pertinacity of the old man's character rose, and while he felt the necessity of submission, it seemed impossible to submit, and thus reproaching himself, struggling in vain to repress the murmurs of nature, repulsing from him all external sympathy, his mind was tempest-tossed and not comforted. It was on the still afternoon of the following Sabbath that he was sent for in haste to the chamber of his son. He entered and saw that the hour was come. The family were all there. Grace and James side by side bent over the dying one, and his mother sat afar off with her face hid in her apron, that she might not see the death of the child. The aged minister was there, and the Bible lay open before him. The father walked to the side of the bed. He stood still and gazed on the face, now brightening with life and immortality. The son lifted up his eyes. He saw his father, smiled, and put out his hand. "I am glad you are come," said he. "Oh, George, to the pity, don't smile on me so. I know what is coming. I have tried, and I can't have it so." And his frame shook, and he sobbed audibly. The room was still as death. There was none that seemed able to comfort him. At last the son repeated in a sweet but interrupted voice those words of man's best friend: "Let not your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions." "Yes, but I can't help being troubled. I suppose the Lord's will must be done, but it'll kill me." "Oh, Father, don't break my heart," said the son, much agitated. "I shall see you again in heaven, and you shall see me again, and then your heart shall rejoice, and your joy no man taketh from you." "I never shall get to heaven if I feel as I do now," said the old man. "I cannot have it so." The mild face of the sufferer was overcast. "I wish he saw all that I do," said he in a low voice. Then, looking towards the minister, he articulated, "Pray for us." They knelt in prayer. It was soothing, as real prayer always must be. And when they rose, every one seemed more calm. But the sufferer was exhausted. His countenance changed. He looked on his friends. There was a faint whisper, "Peace I leave with you," and he was in heaven. We need not dwell on what followed. The seed sown by the righteous often blossoms over their grave, and so was it with this good man. The words of peace which he spoke unto his friends while he was yet with them came into remembrance after he was gone, and though he was laid in the grave with many tears, yet it was with softened and submissive hearts. "The Lord bless him," said Uncle Lot, as he and James were standing last of all over the grave. "I believe my heart is gone to heaven with him, and I think the Lord really did know what was best after all." Our friend James seemed now to become the support of the family, and the bereaved old man unconsciously began to transfer to him the affections that had been left vacant. "James," said he to him one day, "I suppose you know that you are about the same to me as a son." "I hope so," said James kindly. Well, you'll go to college next week, and none o' your keeping school to get along. I've got enough to bring you safe out. That is, if you'll be careful and stiddy." James knew the heart too well to refuse a favor in which the poor old man's mind was comforting itself. He had the self-command to abstain from any extraordinary expressions of gratitude, but took it kindly as a matter of course. "Dear Grace," said he to her the last evening before he left home, "I am changed. We both are altered since we first knew each other, and now I am going to be gone a long time. But I am sure—" He stopped to arrange his thoughts. "Yes, you may be sure of all those things that you wish to say and cannot," said Grace. "Thank you," said James. Then, looking thoughtfully, he added, "God help me, I believe I have mind enough to be what I mean to, but whatever I am or have shall be given to God and my fellow men. And then, Grace, your brother in heaven will rejoice over me." "I believe he does now," said Grace. "God bless you, James. I don't know what would have become of us if you had not been here." "Yes, you will live to be like him, and to do even more good," she added, her face brightening as she spoke, till James thought she really must be right. It was 5 years after this that James was spoken of as an eloquent and successful minister in the state of C, and was settled in one of its most thriving villages. Late one autumn evening, a tall, bony, hard-favored man was observed making his way into the outskirts of the place. "Hullo there," he called to a man over the other side of a fence. "What town is this here?" "It's Farmington, sir." "Well, I want to know if you know anything of a boy of mine that lives here." "A boy of yours? Who?" "Why, I've got a boy here that's livin' on the town, and I thought I'd just look him up." "I don't know any boy that is living on the town. What's his name?" "Why," said the old man, pushing his hat off from his forehead, "I believe they call him James Benton." "James Benton? Why, that is our minister's name." "Oh, wall, I believe he is the minister, come to think on't. He's a boy of mine, though. Where does he live?" "In that white house that you see set back from the road there, with all those trees round it." At this instant a tall, manly-looking person approached from behind. Have we not seen that face before? It is a touch graver than of old, and its lines have a more thoughtful significance, but all the vivacity of James Benton sparkles in that quick smile as his eye falls on the old man. "I thought you could not keep away from us long," said he, with the prompt cheerfulness of his boyhood, and laying hold of both of Uncle Lot's hard hands. They approach the gate, a bright face glances past the window, and in a moment Grace is at the door. "Father, dear father!" "You'd better make believe be so glad," said Uncle Lot, his eyes glistening as he spoke. "Come, come, father, I have authority in these days," said Grace, drawing him towards the house, "so no disrespectful speeches. Away with your hat and coat, and sit down in this great chair." "So, ho, Miss Grace," said Uncle Lot, "you are at your old tricks, ordering round as usual. Well, if I must, I must." So down he sat. "Father," said Grace, as he was leaving them after a few days' stay, "it's Thanksgiving Day next month, and you and mother must come and stay with us." Accordingly, the following month found Aunt Sally and Uncle Lot by the minister's fireside, delighted witnesses of the Thanksgiving presents which a willing people were pouring in. And the next day they had once more the pleasure of seeing a son of theirs in the sacred desk, and hearing a sermon that everybody said was the best that he ever preached, and it is to be remarked that this was the standing commentary on all James's discourses, so that it was evident he was going on unto perfection. "There's a great deal that's worth having in this 'ere life, after all," said Uncle Lot, as he sat by the coals of the bright evening fire of that day. "That is, if we'd only take it when the Lord lays it in our way." "Yes," said James, "and let us only take it as we should, and this life will be Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 2, Love versus Law, Part 1. How many kinds of beauty there are! How many even in the human form! There are the bloom and motion of childhood, the freshness and ripe perfection of youth, the dignity of manhood, the softness of woman, all different, yet each in its kind perfect. But there is none so peculiar, none that bears more the image of the heavenly than the beauty of Christian old age. It is like the loveliness of those calm autumn days when the heats of summer are past, when the harvest is gathered into the garner, and the sun shines over the placid fields and fading woods, which stand waiting for their last change. It is a beauty more strictly moral, more belonging to the soul than that of any other period of life. Poetic fiction always paints the old man as a Christian, nor is there any period where the virtues of Christianity seem to find a more harmonious development. The aged man who has outlived the hurry of passion, who has withstood the urgency of temptation, who has concentrated the religious impulses of youth into habits of obedience and love, who, having served his generation by the will of God, now leans in helplessness on him whom once he served, is perhaps one of the most faultless representations of the beauty of holiness that this world affords. Thoughts something like these arose in my mind as I slowly turned my footsteps from the graveyard of my native village where I had been wandering after years of absence. It was a lovely spot, a soft slope of ground close by a little stream that ran sparkling through the cedars and junipers beyond it, while on the other side arose a green hill with the white village laid like a necklace of pearls upon its bosom. There is no feature of the landscape more picturesque and peculiar than that of the graveyard, that city of the silent, as it is beautifully expressed by the Orientals. Standing amid the bloom and rejoicing of nature, its white stones glittering in the sun, a memorial of decay, a link between the living and the dead. As I moved slowly from mound to mound and read the inscriptions which purported that many a money-saving man and many a busy, anxious housewife and many a prattling, half-blossomed child had done with care or mirth, I was struck with a plain slab bearing the inscription, "To the memory of Deacon Enos Dudley, who died in his 100th year." My eye was caught by this inscription, for in other years I had well known the person it recorded. At this instant his mild and venerable form arose before me, as erst it used to rise from the deacon's seat, a straight, close slip just below the pulpit. I recollect his quiet and lowly coming into meeting precisely 10 minutes before the time every Sunday, his tall form a little stooping, his best suit of butternut-colored Sunday clothes with long flaps and wide cuffs, on one of which 2 pins were always to be seen stuck in with the most reverent precision. When seated, the top of the pew came just to his chin, so that his silvery, placid head rose above it like the moon above the horizon. His head was one that might have been sketched for a St. John, bald at the top and around the temples adorned with a soft flow of bright, fine hair, that down his shoulders reverently spread, as hoary frost with spangles doth attire the naked branches of an oak half dead. He was then of great age, and every line of his patient face seemed to say, "And now, Lord, what wait I for?" Yet still, year after year, was he to be seen in the same place with the same dutiful punctuality. The services he offered to his God were all given with the exactness of an ancient Israelite. No words could have persuaded him of the propriety of meditating when the choir was singing, or of sitting down, even through infirmity, before the close of the longest prayer that ever was offered. A mighty contrast was he to his fellow officer, Deacon Abrams, a tight little tripping, well-to-do man, who used to sit beside him with his hair brushed straight up like a little blaze, his coat buttoned up trig and close, his psalm-book in hand, and his quick grey eyes turned first on one side of the broad aisle, and then on the other, and then up into the gallery, like a man who came to church on business, and felt responsible for everything that was going on in the house. A great hindrance was the business talent of this good little man to the enjoyments of us youngsters, who perched along in a row on a low seat in front of the pulpit, attempted occasionally to diversify the long hour of sermon by sundry small exercises of our own, such as making our handkerchiefs into rabbits, or exhibiting in a sly way the apples and gingerbread we had brought for a Sunday dinner, or pulling the ears of some discreet meeting-going dog, who now and then would soberly pit-a-pat through the broad aisle. But woe be to us during our contraband sports if we saw Deacon Abrams's sleek head dodging up from behind the top of the deacon's seat. Instantly all the apples, gingerbread, and handkerchiefs vanished, and we all sat with our hands folded, looking as demure as if we understood every word of the sermon, and more too. There was a great contrast between these two deacons in their services and prayers, when, as was often the case, the absence of the pastor devolved on them the burden of conducting the duties of the sanctuary. That God was great and good, and that we all were sinners, were truths that seemed to have melted into the heart of Deacon Enos, so that his very soul and spirit were bowed down with them. With Deacon Abrams it was an undisputed fact, which he had settled long ago, and concerning which he felt that there could be no reasonable doubt, and his bustling way of dealing with the matter seemed to say that he knew that, and a great many things besides. Deacon Enos was known far and near as a very proverb for peacefulness of demeanor, and unbounded charitableness in covering and excusing the faults of others. As long as there was any doubt in a case of alleged evil-doing, Deacon Enos guessed the man did not mean any harm after all. And when transgression became too barefaced for this excuse, he always guessed it wa'n't best to say much about it. Nobody could tell what they might be left to. Some incidents in his life will show more clearly these traits. A certain shrewd landholder by the name of Jones, who was not well reported of in the matter of honesty, sold to Deacon Enos a valuable lot of land and received the money for it, but under various pretenses deferred giving the deed. Soon after he died, and to the deacon's amazement, the deed was nowhere to be found, while this very lot of land was left by will to one of his daughters. The deacon said it was very extraordinary. He always knew that Seth Jones was considerably sharp about money, but he did not think he would do such a right up-and-down wicked thing. So the old man repaired to Squire Abel to state the case and see if there was any redress. "I kinder hate to tell of it," said he, "but, Squire Abel, you know Mr. Jones was what he was, even if he is dead and gone." This was the nearest approach the old gentleman could make to specifying a heavy charge against the dead. On being told that the case admitted of no redress, Deacon Enos comforted himself with half soliloquizing, "Well, at any rate, the land has gone to those two girls. Poor lone critters. I hope it will do them some good. There's Silence, we won't say much about her, but Sukey is a nice, pretty girl." And so the old man departed, leaving it as his opinion that, since the matter could not be mended, it was just as well not to say anything about it. Now the two girls here mentioned, to wit Silence and Sukey, were the eldest and the youngest of a numerous family, the offspring of 3 wives of Seth Jones, of whom these 2 were the sole survivors. The elder, Silence, was a tall, strong, black-eyed, hard-featured woman, verging upon 40, with a good, loud, resolute voice, and what the Irishman would call a dacent notion of using it. Why she was called Silence was a standing problem to the neighborhood, for she had more faculty and inclination for making a noise than any person in the whole township. Miss Silence was one of those persons who have no disposition to yield any of their own rights. She marched up to all controverted matters, faced down all opposition, held her way lustily and with good courage, making men, women, and children turn out for her as they would for a male stage. So evident was her innate determination to be free and independent that, though she was the daughter of a rich man and well-portioned, only one swain was ever heard of who ventured to solicit her hand in marriage, and he was sent off with the assurance that if he ever showed his face about the house again, she would set the dogs on him. But Susan Jones was as different from her sister as the little graceful convolvulus from the great rough stick that supports it. At the time of which we speak, she was just 18, a modest, slender, blushing girl, as timid and shrinking as her sister was bold and hardy. Indeed, the education of poor Susan had cost Miss Silence much painstaking and trouble, and after all, she said, the girl would make a fool of herself. She never could teach her to be up and down with people, as she was. When the report came to Miss Silence's ears that Deacon Enos considered himself as aggrieved by her father's will, she held forth upon the subject with great strength of courage and of lungs. Deacon Enos might be in better business than in trying to cheat orphans out of their rights. She hoped he would go to law about it and see what good he would get by it. A pretty church member and deacon, to be sure, getting up such a story about her poor father dead and gone. "But silence," said Susan. "Deacon Enos is a good man. I do not think he means to injure any one. There must be some mistake about it." "Susan, you are a little fool, as I have always told you," replied Silence. "You would be cheated out of your eye teeth if you had not me to take care of you." But subsequent events brought the affairs of these two damsels in closer connection with those of Deacon Enos, as we shall proceed to show. It happened that the next-door neighbor of Deacon Enos was a certain old farmer, whose crabbedness of demeanor had procured for him the name of Uncle Jaw. This agreeable surname accorded very well with the general characteristics both of the person and manner of its possessor. He was tall and hard-favored, with an expression of countenance much resembling a north-east rain-storm, a drizzling, settled sulkiness that seemed to defy all prospect of clearing off, and to take comfort in its own disagreeableness. His voice seemed to have taken lessons of his face, in such admirable keeping was its sawing, deliberate growl, with the pleasing physiognomy before indicated. By nature he was endowed with one of those active, acute, hair-splitting minds which can raise 40 questions for dispute on any point of the compass, and had he been an educated man, he might have proved as clever a metaphysician as ever threw dust in the eyes of succeeding generations. But being deprived of these advantages, he nevertheless exerted himself to quite as useful a purpose in puzzling and mystifying whomsoever came in his way. But his activity particularly exercised itself in the line of the law, as it was his meat and drink and daily meditation either to find something to go to law about, or to go law about something he had found. There was always some question about an old rail fence that used to run a leetle more to the left hand, or that was built up a leetle more to the right hand, and so cut off a strip of his medderland, or else there was some outrage of Peter Somebody's turkeys getting into his mowing, or Squire Moses's geese were to be shut up in the town pound, or something equally important kept him busy from year's end to year's end. Now, as a matter of private amusement, this might have answered very well, but then Uncle Jaw was not satisfied to fight his own battles, but must needs go from house to house, narrating the whole length and breadth of the case, with all the says-he's and says-I's, and the I-telled hims and he-telled me's, which do either accompany or flow therefrom. Moreover, he had such a marvelous facility of finding out matters to quarrel about, and of letting everyone else know where they, too, could muster a quarrel, that he generally succeeded in keeping the whole neighborhood by the ears. And as good Deacon Enos assumed the office of peacemaker for the village, Uncle Jaw's efficiency rendered it no sinecure. The deacon always followed the steps of Uncle Jaw, smoothing, hushing up, and putting matters aright with an assiduity that was truly wonderful. Uncle Jaw himself had a great respect for the good man, and in common with all the neighborhood sought unto him for counsel, though like other seekers of advice he appropriated only so much as seemed good in his own eyes. Still he took a kind of pleasure in dropping in of an evening to Deacon Enos's fire, to recount the various matters which he had taken or was to take in hand, at one time to narrate how he had been over the mill dam, telling old Granny Clark that she could get the law of Seth's gran about that pasture lot, or else how he had told 'Ziah Bacon's widow that she had a right to shut up Bill Scranton's pig every time she caught him in front of her house. But the grand matter of matters, and the one that took up the most of Uncle Jaw's spare time, lay in a dispute between him and Squire Jones, the father of Susan and Silence, for it so happened that his lands and those of Uncle Jaw were contiguous. Now the matter of dispute was on this wise. On Squire Jones's land there was a mill, which mill Uncle Jaw averred was always a-flooding his medder land. As Uncle Jaw's medder land was by nature half bog and bulrushes, and therefore liable to be found in a wet condition, there was always a happy obscurity as to where the water came from, and whether there was at any time more there than belonged to his share. So when all other subject matters of dispute failed, Uncle Jaw recreated himself with getting up a lawsuit about his medder land. And one of these cases was in pendency when, by the death of the squire, the estate was left to Susan and Silence, his daughters. When, therefore, the report reached him that Deacon Enos had been cheated out of his dues, Uncle Jaw prepared forthwith to go and compare notes. Therefore, one evening, as Deacon Enos was sitting quietly by the fire, musing and reading with his big Bible open before him, he heard the premonitory symptoms of a visitation from Uncle Jaw on his door scraper, and soon the man made his appearance. After seating himself directly in front of the fire, with his elbows on his knees and his hands spread out over the coals, he looked up in Deacon Enos's mild face with his little inquisitive gray eyes, and remarked, by way of opening the subject, "Well, Deacon, old Squire Jones is gone at last. I wonder how much good all his land will do him now." "Yes," replied Deacon Enos, "it just shows how all these things are not worth striving after. We brought nothing into the world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out." "Why, yes," replied Uncle Jaw, "that's all very right, Deacon, but it was strange how that old Squire Jones did hang on to things. Now that mill of his, that was always soaking off water into these medders of mine, I took and telled Squire Jones just how it was pretty nigh 20 times, and yet he would keep it just so. And now he's dead and gone, there is that old gal Silence is full as bad, and makes more noise, and she and Suke have got the land, but you see, I mean to work it yet." Here Uncle Jaw paused to see whether he had produced any sympathetic excitement in Deacon Enos, but the old man sat, without the least emotion, quietly contemplating the top of the long kitchen shovel. Uncle Jaw fidgeted in his chair and changed his mode of attack for one more direct. "I heard 'em tell, Deacon Enos, that the squire served you something of an unhandy sort of trick about that 'ere lot of land." Still Deacon Enos made no reply, but Uncle Jaw's perseverance was not so to be put off, and he recommenced. "Squire Abel, you see, he telled me how the matter was, and he said he did not see as it could be mended, but I took and telled him. 'Squire Abel,' says I, 'I'd bet pretty nigh most anything, if Deacon Enos would tell the matter to me, that I could find a hole for him to creep out at, for,' says I, 'I've seen daylight through more twistical cases than that afore now.'" Still Deacon Enos remained mute, and Uncle Jaw, after waiting a while, recommenced with, "But raally, Deacon, I should like to hear the particulars." "I've made up my mind not to say anything more about that business," said Deacon Enos, in a tone which, though mild, was so exceedingly definite that Uncle Jaw felt that the case was hopeless in that quarter. He therefore betook himself to the statement of his own grievances. "Why, you see, Deacon," he began, at the same time taking the tongs and picking up all the little brands and disposing them in the middle of the fire, "you see, 2 days arter the funeral, for I didn't raally like to go any sooner, I stepped up to hash over the matter with old Silence, for as to Sukey, she ha'n't no more to do with such things than our white kitten. Now, you see, Squire Jones, just afore he died, he took away an old rail fence of his'n that lay between his land and mine, and began to build a new stone wall, and when I come to measure, I found he had took and put a'most the whole width of the stone wall on to my land, when there ought not to have been more than half of it come there. Now, you see, I could not say a word to Squire Jones, because just before I found it out, he took and died. And so I thought I'd speak to old Silence and see if she meant to do anything about it, 'cause I knew pretty well she wouldn't, and I tell you, if she didn't put it on to me, we had a regular pitched battle. The old gal, I thought she would 'a screamed herself to death. I don't know but she would, but just then poor Sukey came in, and looked so frightened and scary. Sukey is a pretty gal, and looks so trembling and delicate that it's kinder a shame to plague her, and so I took and come away for that time." Here Uncle Jaw perceived a brightening in the face of the good deacon, and felt exceedingly comforted that at last he was about to interest him in his story. But all this while the deacon had been in a profound meditation concerning the ways and means of putting a stop to a quarrel that had been his torment from time immemorial, and just at this moment a plan had struck his mind which our story will proceed to unfold. The mode of settling differences which had occurred to the good man was one which has been considered a specific in reconciling contending sovereigns and states from early antiquity, and the deacon hoped it might have a pacifying influence even in so unpromising a case as that of Miss Silence and Uncle Jaw. In former days Deacon Enos had kept the district school for several successive winters, and among his scholars was the gentle Susan Jones, then a plump, rosy little girl with blue eyes, curly hair, and the sweetest disposition in the world. There was also little Joseph Adams, the only son of Uncle Jaw, a fine, healthy, robust boy, who used to spell the longest words, make the best snowballs and poplar whistles, and read the loudest and fastest in the Columbian Orator of any boy at school. Little Joe inherited all his father's sharpness with a double share of good humor, so that, though he was forever effervescing in the way of one funny trick or another, he was a universal favorite, not only with the deacon, but with the whole school. Master Joseph always took little Susan Jones under his especial protection, drew her to school on his sled, helped her out with all the long sums in her arithmetic, saw to it that nobody pillaged her dinner-basket or knocked down her bonnet, and resolutely whipped or snowballed any other boy who attempted the same gallantries. Years passed on, and Uncle Jaw had sent his son to college. He sent him because, as he said, he had a right to send him, just as good a right as Squire Abel or Deacon Abrams to send their boys, and so he would send him. It was the remembrance of his old favorite Joseph and his little pet Susan that came across the mind of Deacon Enos, and which seemed to open a gleam of light in regard to the future. So when Uncle Jaw had finished his prelection, the deacon, after some meditation, came out with, "Rally, they say that your son is going to have the valedictory in college." Though somewhat startled at the abrupt transition, Uncle Jaw found the suggestion too flattering to his pride to be dropped. So, with a countenance grimly expressive of his satisfaction, he replied, "Why, yes, I don't see no reason why a poor man's son ha'n't as much right as anyone to be at the top if he can get there." "Just so," replied Deacon Enos. "He was always the boy for larning, and for nothing else," continued Uncle Jaw. "Put him to farming, couldn't make nothing of him. If I set him to hoeing corn or hilling potatoes, I'd always find him stopping to chase hop-toads or off after chip-squirrels. But set him down to a book, and there he was. That boy larnt reading the quickest of any boy that ever I saw. It wasn't a month after he began his ABs before he could read in the Fox and the Brambles, and in a month more he could clatter off his chapter in the Testament as fast as any of them. And you see, in college, it's just so. He has riz right up to be first." "And he is coming home week after next," said the deacon meditatively. The next morning, as Deacon Enos was eating his breakfast, he quietly remarked to his wife, "Sally, I believe it was week after next you were meaning to have your quilting." "Why, I never told you so. What alive makes you think that, Deacon Dudley?" "I thought that was your calculation," said the good man quietly. "Why, no, to be sure, I can have it, and may be it's the best of any time. If we can get Black Dinah to come and help about the cakes and pies, I guess we will, finally. I think it's likely Chapter 2, Part 2 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 2, Love versus Law, Part 2. And now let us pass over all the intermediate pounding and grinding and chopping which for the next week foretold approaching festivity in the kitchen of the deacon. Let us forbear to provoke the appetite of a hungry reader by setting in order before him the minced pies, the cranberry tarts, the pumpkin pies, the doughnuts, the cookies, and other sweet cakes of every description that sprang into being at the magic touch of Black Dinah, the village priestess, on all these solemnities. Suffice it to say that the day had arrived, and the auspicious quilt was spread. The invitation had not failed to include the Misses Silence and Susan Jones. Nay, the good deacon had pressed gallantry into the matter so far as to be the bearer of the message himself, for which he was duly rewarded by a broadside from Miss Silence, giving him what she termed a piece of her mind in the matter of the rights of widows and orphans, to all which the good old man listened with great benignity from the beginning to the end, and replied with, "Well, well, Miss Silence, I expect you will think better of this before long. There had best not be any hard words about it." So saying, he took up his hat and walked off, while Miss Silence, who felt extremely relieved by having blown off steam, declared that it was of no more use to hector old Deacon Enos than to fire a gun at a bag of cotton wool. For all that, though, she shouldn't go to the quilting, nor more should Susan. "But, sister, why not?" said the little maiden. "I think I shall go." And Susan said this in a tone so mildly positive that Silence was amazed. "What upon 'arth ails you, Susan?" said she, opening her eyes with astonishment. "Haven't you any more spirit than to go to Deacon Enos's when he is doing all he can to ruin us?" "I like Deacon Enos," replied Susan. "He was always kind to me when I was a little girl, and I'm not going to believe that he is a bad man now." When a young lady states that she is not going to believe a thing, good judges of human nature generally give up the case. But Miss Silence, to whom the language of opposition and argument was entirely new, could scarcely give her ears credit for veracity in the case. She therefore repeated over exactly what she said before, only in a much louder tone of voice, and with much more vehement forms of asseveration, a mode of reasoning which, if not strictly logical, has at least the sanction of very respectable authorities among the enlightened and learned. "Silence," replied Susan, when the storm had spent itself. "If it did not look like being angry with Deacon Enos, I would stay away to oblige you. But it would seem to every one to be taking sides in a quarrel, and I never did and never will have any part or lot in such things." "Then you'll just be trod and trampled on all your days, Susan," replied Silence. "But, however, if you choose to make a fool of yourself, I don't." And so saying, she flounced out of the room in great wrath. It so happened, however, that Miss Silence was one of those who have so little economy in disposing of a fit of anger that it was all used up before the time of execution arrived. It followed of consequence that, having unburdened her mind freely both to Deacon Enos and to Susan, she began to feel very much more comfortable and good-natured, and consequent upon that came divers reflections upon the many gossiping opportunities and comforts of a quilting. And then the intrusive little reflection, what if she should go after all, what harm would be done? And then the inquiry whether it was not her duty to go and look after Susan, poor child, who had no mother to watch over her. In short, before the time of preparation arrived, Miss Silence had fully worked herself up to the magnanimous determination of going to the quilting. Accordingly, the next day, while Susan was standing before her mirror, braiding up her pretty hair, she was startled by the apparition of Miss Silence coming into the room as stiff as a changeable silk and a high horn comb could make her, and grimly determined was her look. "Well, Susan," said she, "if you will go to the quilting this afternoon, I think it is my duty to go and see to you." What would people do if this convenient shelter of duty did not afford them a retreat in cases when they are disposed to change their minds? Susan suppressed the arch smile that, in spite of herself, laughed out at the corners of her eyes, and told her sister that she was much obliged to her for her care. So off they went together. Silence, in the meantime, held forth largely on the importance of standing up for one's rights and not letting one's self be trampled on. The afternoon passed on. The elderly ladies quilted and talked scandal, and the younger ones discussed the merits of the various beaux who were expected to give vivacity to the evening entertainment. Among these, the newly arrived Joseph Adams, just from college, with all his literary honors thick about him, became a prominent subject of conversation. It was duly canvassed whether the young gentleman might be called handsome, and the affirmative was carried by a large majority, although there were some variations and exceptions, one of the party declaring his whiskers to be in too high a state of cultivation, another maintaining that they were in the exact line of beauty, while a third vigorously disputed the point whether he wore whiskers at all. It was allowed by all, however, that he had been a great beau in the town where he had passed his college days. It was also inquired into whether he were matrimonially engaged, and the negative being understood, they diverted themselves with predicting to one another the capture of such a prize, each prophecy being received with such disclaimers as, "Come now, do be still, hush your nonsense," and the like. At length the long-wished-for hour arrived, and one by one the lords of the creation began to make their appearance, and one of the last was this much-admired youth. "That is Joe Adams, that is he," was the busy whisper, as a tall, well-looking young man came into the room, with the easy air of one who had seen several things before, and was not to be abashed by the combined blaze of all the village beauties. In truth, our friend Joseph had made the most of his residence in inn, paying his court no less to the Graces than the Muses. His fine person, his frank, manly air, his ready conversation, and his faculty of universal adaptation had made his society much coveted among the beau monde of inn, and though the place was small, he had become familiar with much good society. We hardly know whether we may venture to tell our fair readers the whole truth in regard to our hero. We will merely hint in the gentlest manner in the world that Mr. Joseph Adams, being undeniably first in the classics and first in the drawing-room, having been gravely commended in his class by his venerable president, and gaily flattered in the drawing-room by the elegant Miss This and Miss That, was rather inclining to the opinion that he was an uncommonly fine fellow, and even had the assurance to think that, under present circumstances, he could please without making any great effort, a thing which, however true it were in point of fact, is obviously improper to be thought of by a young man. Be that as it may, he moved about from one to another, shaking hands with all the old ladies, and listening with the greatest affability to the various comments on his growth and personal appearance, his points of resemblance to his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother, which are always detected by the superior acumen of elderly females. Among the younger ones he at once, and with full frankness, recognized old schoolmates and partners in various whortleberry, chestnut, and strawberry excursions, and thus called out an abundant flow of conversation. Nevertheless, his eye wandered occasionally around the room, as if in search of something not there. What could it be? It kindled, however, with an expression of sudden brightness as he perceived the tall and spare figure of Miss Silence, whether owing to the personal fascinations of that lady or to other causes, we leave the reader to determine. Miss Silence had predetermined never to speak a word again to Uncle Jaw or any of his race, but she was taken by surprise at the frank extended hand and friendly "How do you do?" It was not in woman to resist so cordial an address from a handsome young man, and Miss Silence gave her hand and replied with a graciousness that amazed herself. At this moment also certain soft blue eyes peeped forth from a corner, just to see if he looked as he used to. Yes, there he was, the same dark, mirthful eyes that used to peer on her from behind the corners of the spelling-book at the district school, and Susan Jones gave a deep sigh to those times, and then wondered why she happened to think of such nonsense. "How is your sister, little Miss Susan?" said Joseph. "Why, she is here. Have you not seen her?" said Silence. "There she is, in that corner." Joseph looked, but could scarcely recognize her. There stood a tall, slender, blooming girl that might have been selected as a specimen of that union of perfect health with delicate fairness so characteristic of the young New England beauty. She was engaged in telling some merry story to a knot of young girls, and the rich color that, like a bright spirit, constantly went and came in her cheeks, the dimples quick and varying as those of a little brook, the clear, mild eye, the clustering curls, and above all the happy, rejoicing smile, and the transparent frankness and simplicity of expression which beamed like sunshine about her, all formed a combination of charms that took our hero quite by surprise. And when Silence, who had a remarkable degree of directness in all her dealings, called out, "Here, Susan, is Joe Adams inquiring after you," our practised young gentleman felt himself color to the roots of his hair, and for a moment he could scarce recollect that first rudiment of manners, to make his bow like a good boy. Susan colored also, but perceiving the confusion of our hero, her countenance assumed an expression of mischievous drollery, which, helped on by the titter of her companions, added not a little to his confusion. "Dence take it," thought he, "what's the matter with me?" And calling up his courage, he dashed into the formidable circle of fair ones, and began chattering with one and another, calling by name with or without introduction, remembering things that never happened with a freedom that was perfectly fascinating. "Really, how handsome he has grown," thought Susan, and she colored deeply when once or twice the dark eyes of our hero made the same observation with regard to herself, in that quick, intelligible dialect which eyes alone can speak. And when the little party dispersed, as they did very punctually at 9 o'clock, our hero requested of Miss Silence the honor of attending her home, an evidence of discriminating taste, which materially raised him in the estimation of that lady. It was true, to be sure, that Susan walked on the other side of him, her little white hand just within his arm, and there was something in that light touch that puzzled him unaccountably, as might be inferred from the frequency with which Miss Silence was obliged to bring up the ends of conversation with "What did you say?" "What were you going to say?" and other persevering forms of inquiry with which a regular trained matter-of-fact talker will hunt down a poor fellow mortal who is in danger of sinking into a comfortable reverie. When they parted at the gate, however, Silence gave our hero a hearty invitation to come and see them any time, which he mentally regarded as more to the point than anything else that had been said. As Joseph soberly retraced his way homeward, his thoughts, by some unaccountable association, began to revert to such topics as the loneliness of man by himself, the need of kindred spirits, the solaces of sympathy, and other like matters. That night Joseph dreamed of trotting along with his dinner-basket to the old brown schoolhouse, and vainly endeavoring to overtake Susan Jones, whom he saw with her little pasteboard sun-bonnet a few yards in front of him. Then he was teetering with her on a long board, her bright little face glancing up and down, while every curl around it seemed to be living with delight. And then he was snowballing Tom Williams for knocking down Susan's doll's house, or he sat by her on a bench, helping her out with a long sum in arithmetic, but with the mischievous fatality of dreams, the more he ciphered and expounded, the longer and more hopeless grew the sum. And he awoke in the morning shawing at his ill luck, after having done a sum over half a dozen times, while Susan seemed to be looking on with the same air of arch drollery that he saw on her face the evening before. "Joseph," said Uncle Jaw the next morning at breakfast, "I suppose Squire Jones's daughters were not at the quilting?" "Yes, sir, they were," said our hero. "They were both there." "Why, you don't say so!" "They certainly were," persisted the son. "Well, I thought the old gal had too much spunk for that. You see, there is a quarrel between the deacon and them gals." "Indeed," said Joseph, "I thought the deacon never quarreled with anybody." "But you see old Silence there, she will quarrel with him. Railly, that creature is a tough one." And Uncle Jaw leaned back in his chair and contemplated the quarrelsome propensities of Miss Silence with the satisfaction of a kindred spirit. "But I'll fix her yet," he continued. "I see how to work it." "Indeed, father, I did not know that you had anything to do with their affairs." "Hain't I? I should like to know if I hain't," replied Uncle Jaw triumphantly. "Now, see here, Joseph, you see I mean you shall be a lawyer. I'm pretty considerable of a lawyer myself, that is, for one not college larnt, and I'll tell you how it is." And thereupon Uncle Jaw launched forth into the case of the medder land and the mill, and concluded with, "Now, Joseph, this here is a kinder whetstone for you to hone up your wits on." In pursuance, therefore, of this plan of sharpening his wits in the manner aforesaid, our hero, after breakfast, went like a dutiful son directly towards Squire Jones's, doubtless for the purpose of taking ocular survey of the meadow land, mill, and stone wall, but by some unaccountable mistake lost his way, and found himself standing before the door of Squire Jones's house. The old squire had been among the aristocracy of the village, and his house had been the ultimate standard of comparison in all matters of style and garniture. Their big front room, instead of being strewn with lumps of sand, duly streaked over twice a week, was resplendent with a carpet of red, yellow, and black stripes, while a towering pair of long-legged brass andirons, scoured to a silvery white, gave an air of magnificence to the chimney, which was materially increased by the tall, brass-headed shovel and tongs, which, like a decorous starched married couple, stood bolt upright in their places on either side. The sanctity of the place was still further maintained by keeping the window shutters always closed, admitting only so much light as could come in by a round hole at the top of the shutter, and it was only on occasions of extraordinary magnificence that the room was thrown open to profane eyes. Our hero was surprised, therefore, to find both the doors and windows of this apartment open, and symptoms evident of its being in daily occupation. The furniture still retained its massive, clumsy stiffness, but there were various tokens that lighter fingers had been at work there since the notable days of good Dame Jones. There was a vase of flowers on the table, 2 or 3 books of poetry, and a little fairy work-basket, from which peeped forth the edges of some worked ruffling. There was a small writing-desk, and, last not least, in a lady's collection, an album, with leaves of every color of the rainbow, containing inscriptions in sundry strong masculine hands, to Susan, indicating that other people had had their eyes open, as well as Mr. Joseph Adams. "So," said he to himself, "this quiet little beauty has had admirers, after all." And consequent upon this came another question, which was none of his concern, to be sure, whether the little lady were or were not engaged. And from these speculations he was aroused by a light footstep, and anon the neat form of Susan made its appearance. "Good morning, Miss Jones," said he, bowing. Now there is something very comical in the feeling when little boys and girls, who have always known each other as plain Susan or Joseph, first meet as Mr. or Miss So-and-so. Each one feels half disposed, half afraid to return to the old familiar form, and awkwardly fettered by the recollection that they are no longer children. Both parties had felt this the evening before when they met in company, but now that they were alone together, the feeling became still stronger, and when Susan had requested Mr. Adams to take a chair, and Mr. Adams had inquired after Miss Susan's health, there ensued a pause, which, the longer it continued, seemed the more difficult to break, and during which Susan's pretty face slowly assumed an expression of the ludicrous, till she was as near laughing as propriety would admit, and Mr. Adams, having looked out at the window, and up at the mantelpiece, and down at the carpet, at last looked at Susan. Their eyes met. The effect was electrical. They both smiled, and then laughed outright, after which the whole difficulty of conversation vanished. "Susan," said Joseph, "do you remember the old schoolhouse?" "I thought that was what you were thinking of," said Susan, "but really you have grown and altered so that I could hardly believe my eyes last night." "Nor I mine," said Joseph, with a glance that gave a very complimentary turn to the expression. Our readers may imagine that after this the conversation proceeded to grow increasingly confidential and interesting, that from the account of early life each proceeded to let the other know something of intervening history, in the course of which each discovered a number of new and admirable traits in the other, such things being matters of very common occurrence. In the course of the conversation, Joseph discovered that it was necessary that Susan should have 2 or 3 books then in his possession, and as promptitude is a great matter in such cases, he promised to bring them tomorrow. For some time our young friends pursued their acquaintance without a distinct consciousness of anything except that it was a very pleasant thing to be together. During the long, still afternoons they rambled among the fading woods, now illuminated with the radiance of the dying year, and sentimentalized and quoted poetry. And almost every evening Joseph found some errand to bring him to the house, a book for Miss Susan, or a bundle of roots and herbs for Miss Silence, or some remarkably fine yarn for her to knit, attentions which retained our hero in the good graces of the latter lady, and gained him the credit of being a young man that knew how to behave himself. As Susan was a leading member in the village choir, our hero was directly attacked with a violent passion for sacred music, which brought him punctually to the singing school, where the young people came together to sing anthems and fuguing tunes, and to eat apples and chestnuts. It cannot be supposed that all these things passed unnoticed by those wakeful eyes that are ever upon the motions of such bright particular stars, and, as is usual in such cases, many things were known to a certainty which were not yet known to the parties themselves. The young belles and beaux whispered and tittered, and passed the original jokes and witticisms common in such cases, while the old ladies soberly took the matter in hand when they went out with their knitting to make afternoon visits, considering how much money Uncle Jaw had, how much his son would have, and what altogether would come to, and whether Joseph would be a smart man, and Susan a good housekeeper, with all the ifs, ands, and buts of married life. But the most fearful wonders and prognostics crowded around the point what Uncle Jaw would have to say to the matter. His lawsuit with the sisters being well understood, as there was every reason it should be, it was surmised what 2 such vigorous belligerents as himself and Miss Silence would say to the prospect of a matrimonial conjunction. It was also reported that Deacon Enos Dudley had a claim to the land which constituted the finest part of Susan's portion, the loss of which would render the consent of Uncle Jaw still more doubtful. But all this, while Miss Silence knew nothing of the matter, for her habit of considering and treating Susan as a child seemed to gain strength with time, Susan was always to be seen to and watched and instructed and taught. And Miss Silence could not conceive that one who could not even make pickles without her to oversee could think of such a matter as setting up housekeeping on her own account. To be sure, she began to observe an extraordinary change in her sister. remarked that lately Susan seemed to be getting sort of crazy-headed, that she seemed not to have any faculty for anything, that she had made gingerbread twice and forgot the ginger one time and put in mustard the other, that she shook the salt cellar out in the tablecloth and let the cat into the pantry half a dozen times, and that when scolded for these sins of omission or commission, she had a fit of crying and did a little worse than before. Silence was of opinion that Susan was getting to be weakly and narvy, and actually concocted an unmerciful pitcher of wormwood and boneset, which she said was to keep off the shaking weakness that was coming over her. In vain poor Susan protested that she was well enough. Miss Silence knew better, and one evening she entertained Mr. Joseph Adams with a long statement of the case in all its bearings, and ended with demanding his opinion, as a candid listener, whether the wormwood and boneset sentence should not be executed. Poor Susan had that very afternoon parted from a knot of young friends who had teased her most unmercifully on the score of attentions received, till she began to think the very leaves and stones were so many eyes to pry into her secret feelings, and then to have the whole case set in order before the very person, too, whom she most dreaded. Certainly he would think she was acting like a fool. Perhaps he did not mean anything more than friendship after all, and she would not for the world have him suppose that she cared a copper more for him than for any other friend, or that she was in love of all things. So she sat very busy with her knitting work, scarcely knowing what she was about, till Silence called out, "Why, Susan, what a piece of work you are making of that stocking heel! What in the world are you doing to it?" Susan dropped her knitting, and making some pettish answer, escaped out of the room. "Now, did you ever?" said Silence, laying down the seam she had been cross-stitching. "What is the matter with her, Mr. Adams?" "Miss Susan is certainly indisposed," replied our hero gravely. "I must get her to take your advice, Miss Silence." Our hero followed Susan to the front door, where she stood looking out at the moon, and begged to know what distressed her. Of course it was nothing, the young lady's usual complaint when in low spirits, and to show that she was perfectly easy, she began an unsparing attack on a white rose-bush near by. "Susan," said Joseph, laying his hands on hers, and in a tone that made her start. She shook back her curls and looked up to him with such an innocent, confiding face. Ah, my good reader, you may go on with this part of the story for yourself. We are principled against unveiling the sacred mysteries, the thoughts that breathe and words that burn, in such little moonlight interviews as these. You may fancy all that followed, and we can only assure all who are doubtful that under judicious management cases of this kind may be disposed of without wormwood or boneset. Our hero and heroine were called to sublunary realities by the voice of Miss Silence, who came into the passage to see what upon earth they were doing. That lady was satisfied by the representations of so friendly and learned a young man as Joseph that nothing immediately alarming was to be apprehended in the case of Susan, and she retired. From that evening Susan stepped about with a heart many pounds lighter than before. "I'll tell you what, Joseph," said Uncle Jaw, "I'll tell you what now. I hear 'em tell that you've took and courted that 'ere Susan Jones. Now I just want to know if it's true." There was an explicitness about this mode of inquiry that took our hero quite by surprise, so that he could only reply, "Why, sir, supposing I had, would there be any objection to it in your mind?" "Don't talk to me," said Uncle Jaw. "I just want to know if it's true." Our hero puts his hands in his pockets, walked to the window, and whistled. "'Cause if you have," said Uncle Jaw, "you may just uncourt as fast as you can, for Squire Jones's daughter won't get a single cent of my money, I can tell you that." "Why, father, Susan Jones is not to blame for anything that her father did, and I'm sure she is a pretty girl enough." I don't care if she is pretty. What's that to me? I've got you through college, Joseph, and a hard time I've had of it, a delvin' and slavin', and here you come, and the very first thing you do, you must take and court that 'ere Squire Jones's daughter, who was always putting himself up above me. Besides, I mean to have the law on that estate yet, and Deacon Dudley, he will have the law too, and it will cut off the best piece of land the girl has. And when you get married, I mean you shall have something. It's just a trick of them gals at me, but I guess I'll come up with 'em yet. I'm just a-going down to have a regular hash with old Silence to let her know she can't come round me that way." "Silence," said Susan, drawing her head into the window and looking apprehensive, "there's Mr. Adams coming here." "What, Joe Adams? Well, and what if he is?" "No, no, sister, but it is his father. It is Uncle Jaw." "Well, s'pose 'tis, child. What scares you? S'pose I'm afraid of him? If he wants more than I gave him last time, I'll put it on." So saying, Miss Silence took her knitting work and marched down into the sitting-room and sat herself bolt upright in an attitude of defiance, while poor Susan, feeling her heart beat unaccountably fast, glided out of the room. "Well, good morning, Miss Silence," said Uncle Jaw, after having scraped his feet on the scraper and scrubbed them on the mat nearly 10 minutes in silent deliberation. "Morning, sir," said Silence, abbreviating the good. Uncle Jaw helped himself to a chair directly in front of the enemy, dropped his hat on the floor, and surveyed Miss Silence with a dogged air of satisfaction, like one who is sitting down to a regular comfortable quarrel and means to make the most of it. Miss Silence tossed her head Chapter 2, Part 3 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 2, Love versus Law, Part 3. "So, Miss Silence," said Uncle Jaw deliberately, "you don't think you'll do anything about that 'ere matter?" "What matter?" said Silence, with an intonation resembling that of a roasted chestnut when it bursts from the fire. "I really thought, Miss Silence, in that 'ere talk I had with you about Squire Jones's cheatin' about that 'ere—" "Mr. Adams," said Silence, "I tell you to begin with, I'm not a-going to be sauced in this 'ere way by you. You hain't got common decency, nor common sense, nor common anything else, to talk so to me about my father. I won't bear it, I tell you." "Why, Miss Jones," said Uncle Jaw, "how you talk! Well, to be sure, Squire Jones is dead and gone, and it's as well not to call it cheatin', as I was tellin' Deacon Enos when he was talking about that 'ere lot. That 'ere lot, you know, that he sold the deacon and never let him have the deed on't." "That's a lie," said Silence, starting on her feet. "That's an up and down black lie. I tell you that now before you say another word." "Miss Silence, rally, you seem to be getting touchy," said Uncle Jaw. "Well, to be sure, if the deacon can let that pass, other folks can, and maybe the deacon will, because Squire Jones was a church member, and the deacon is mazin' tender about bringing out anything against professors. But rally now, Miss Silence, I didn't think you and Susan were going to work it so cunning in this here way." "I don't know what you mean, and what's more, I don't care," said Silence, resuming her work, and calling back the bolt upright dignity with which she began. There was a pause of some moments, during which the features of Silence worked with suppressed rage, which was contemplated by Uncle Jaw with undisguised satisfaction. "You see, I s'pose I shouldn't 'a' minded your Susan setting out to court up my Joe, if it hadn't 'a' been for them things." "Courting your son, Mr. Adams, I should like to know what you mean by that. I'm sure nobody wants your son, though he's a civil likely fellow enough, yet with such an old dragon for a father, I'll warrant he won't get anybody to court him, nor be courted by him neither." "Rally, Miss Silence, you ain't hardly civil now." "Civil! I should like to know who could be civil. You know now as well as I do that you are saying all this out of clear, sheer ugliness, and that's what you keep a-doing all round the neighbourhood." "Miss Silence," said Uncle Jaw, "I don't want no hard words with you. It's pretty much known round the neighbourhood that your Susan thinks she'll get my Joe, and I s'pose you was thinking that perhaps it would be the best way of settling up matters. But you see now, I took and telled my son I raly didn't see as I could afford it. I took and telled him that young folks must have something considerable to start with, and that if Susan lost that 'ere piece of ground, as is likely she will, it would be cutting off quite too much of a piece. So you see I don't want you to take no encouragement about that." "Well, I think this is pretty well," exclaimed Silence, provoked beyond measure or endurance. "You old torment, think I don't know what you're at. I and Susan courting your son! I wonder if you ain't ashamed of yourself now. I should like to know what I or she have done now to get that notion into your head." "I didn't s'pose you 'spected to get him yourself," said Uncle Jaw, "for I guess by this time you've pretty much gin up trying, hain't ye? But Susan does, I'm pretty sure." "Here, Susan, Susan, you come down," called Miss Silence in great wrath, throwing open the chamber door. "Mr. Adams wants to speak with you." Susan, fluttering and agitated, slowly descended into the room, where she stopped and looked hesitatingly, first at Uncle Jaw and then at her sister, who, without ceremony, proposed the subject matter of the interview as follows: "Now, Susan, here's this man pretends to say that you've been a-courting and snaring to get his son, and I just want you to tell him that you hain't never had no thought of him, and that you won't have neither." This considerate way of announcing the subject had the effect of bringing the burning color into Susan's face, as she stood like a convicted culprit with her eyes bent on the floor. Uncle Jaw, savage as he was always moved by female loveliness, as wild beasts are said to be mysteriously swayed by music, and looked on the beautiful downcast face with more softening than Miss Silence, who, provoked that Susan did not immediately respond to the question, seized her by the arm and eagerly reiterated, "Susan, why don't you speak, child?" Gathering desperate courage, Susan shook off the hand of Silence and straightened herself up with as much dignity as some little flower lifts up its head when it has been bent down by raindrops. "Silence," she said, "I never would have come down if I had thought it was to hear such things as this. Mr. Adams, all I have to say to you is, that your son has sought me, and not I your son. If you wish to know any more, he can tell you better than I." "Well, I vow, she is a pretty gal," said Uncle Jaw, as Susan shut the door. This exclamation was involuntary. Then, recollecting himself, he picked up his hat, and saying, "Well, I guess I may as well get along hum," he began to depart. But turning round before he shut the door, he said, "Miss Silence, if you should conclude to do anything about that 'ere fence, just send word over and let me know." Silence, without deigning any reply, marched up into Susan's little chamber, where our heroine was treating resolution to a good fit of crying. "Susan, I did not think you had been such a fool," said the lady. "I do want to know now if you've raly been thinking of getting married, and to that Joe Adams of all folks." Poor Susan! Such an interlude in all her pretty, romantic little dreams about kindred feelings and 100 other delightful ideas that flutter like singing birds through the fairyland of first love. Such an interlude! To be called on by gruff human voices to give up all the cherished secrets that she had trembled to whisper even to herself. She felt as if love itself had been defiled by the coarse, rough hands that had been meddling with it. So to her sister's soothing address Susan made no answer, only to cry and sob still more bitterly than before. Miss Silence, if she had a great stout heart, had no less a kind one, and seeing Susan take the matter so bitterly to heart, she began gradually to subside. "Susan, you poor little fool, you," said she, at the same time giving her a hearty slap, as expressive of earnest sympathy, "I really do feel for you. That good-for-nothing fellow has been cheating you, I do believe." "Oh, don't talk any more about it, for mercy's sake," said Susan. "I am sick of the whole of it." "That's you, Susan. Glad to hear you say so. I'll stand up for you, Susan. If I catch Joe Adams coming here again with his palavering face, I'll let him know." "No, no, don't, for mercy's sake. Say anything to Mr. Adams. Don't." "Well, child, don't claw hold of a body so. Well, at any rate, I'll just let Joe Adams know that we hain't nothing more to say to him." "But I don't wish to say that. That is, I don't know. Indeed, Sister Silence, don't say anything about it." "Why not? You ain't such a natural, now, as to want to marry him, after all, hey?" "I don't know what I want, nor what I don't want. Only, Silence, do now, if you love me, do promise not to say anything at all to Mr. Adams. Don't." "Well, then, I won't," said Silence. "But, Susan, if you railly was in love all this while, why hain't you been and told me? Don't you know that I'm as much as a mother to you, and you ought to have told me in the beginning?" "I don't know, Silence. I couldn't. I don't want to talk about it." "Well, Susan, you ain't a bit like me," said Silence, a remark evincing great discrimination, certainly, and with which the conversation terminated. That very evening our friend Joseph walked down towards the dwelling of the sisters, not without some anxiety for the result, for he knew by his father's satisfied appearance that war had been declared. He walked into the family room and found nobody there but Miss Silence, who was sitting grim as an Egyptian sphinx, stitching very vigorously on a meal bag, in which interesting employment she thought proper to be so much engaged as not to remark the entrance of our hero. To Joseph's accustomed "Good evening, Miss Silence," she replied merely by looking up with a cold nod, and went on with her sewing. It appeared that she had determined on a literal version of her promise not to say anything to Mr. Adams. Our hero, as we have before stated, was familiar with the crooks and turns of the female mind, and mentally resolved to put a bold face on the matter, and give Miss Silence no encouragement in her attempt to make him feel himself unwelcome. It was rather a frosty autumnal evening, and the fire on the hearth was decaying. Mr. Joseph bustled about most energetically, throwing down the tongs and shovel and bellows, while he pulled the fire to pieces, raked out ashes and brands, and then in a twinkling was at the wood-pile, from whence he selected a massive backlog and forestick with accompaniments, which were soon roaring and crackling in the chimney. "There now, that does look something like comfort," said our hero, and drawing forward the big rocking-chair, he seated himself in it and rubbed his hands with an air of great complacency. Miss Silence looked not up, but stitched so much the faster, so that one might distinctly hear the crack of the needle and the whistle of the thread all over the apartment. "Have you a headache to-night, Miss Silence?" "No." was the gruff answer. "Are you in a hurry about those bags?" said he, glancing at a pile of unmade ones which lay by her side. No reply. "Hang it all," said our hero to himself, "I'll make her speak." Miss Silence's needle, book, and brown thread lay on a chair beside her. Our friend helped himself to a needle and thread, and taking one of the bags, planted himself bolt upright opposite to Miss Silence, and pinning his work to his knee, commenced stitching at a rate fully equal to her own. Miss Silence looked up and fidgeted, but went on with her work faster than before. But the faster she worked, the faster and steadier worked our hero, all in marvelous silence. There began to be an odd twitching about the muscles of Miss Silence's face. Our hero took no notice, having pursed his features into an expression of unexampled gravity, which only grew more intense as he perceived, by certain uneasy movements, that the adversary was beginning to waver. As they were sitting, stitching away, their needles whizzing at each other like a couple of locomotives engaged in conversation, Susan opened the door. The poor child had been crying for the greater part of her spare time during the day, and was in no very merry humour, but the moment that her astonished eyes comprehended the scene, she burst into a fit of almost inextinguishable merriment, while Silence laid down her needle and looked half amused and half angry. Our hero, however, continued his business with inflexible perseverance, unpinning his work and moving the seam along and going on with increased velocity. Poor Miss Silence was at length vanquished, and joined in the loud laugh which seemed to convulse her sister, whereupon our hero unpinned his work, and, folding it up, looked up at her with all the assurance of impudence triumphant, and remarked to Susan, "Your sister had such a pile of these pillow-cases to make that she was quite discouraged, and engaged me to do half a dozen of them. When I first came in, she was so busy she could not even speak to me." "Well, if you ain't the beater for impudence," said Miss Silence. "The beater for industry, so I thought," rejoined our hero. Susan, who had been in a highly tragical state of mind all day, and who was meditating on nothing less sublime than an eternal separation from her lover, which she had imagined with all the affecting attendance and consequence, was entirely revolutionized by the unexpected turn thus given to her ideas, while our hero pursued the opportunity he had made for himself, and exerted his powers of entertainment to the utmost, till Miss Silence, declaring that if she had been washing all day, she should not have been more tired than she was with laughing, took up her candle, and good-naturedly left our young people to settle matters between themselves. There was a grave pause of some length when she had departed, which was broken by our hero, who, seating himself by Susan, inquired very seriously if his father had made proposals of marriage to Miss Silence that morning. "No, you provoking creature," said Susan, at the same time laughing at the absurdity of the idea. "Well, now, don't draw on your long face again, Susan," said Joseph. "You have been trying to lengthen it down all the evening, if I would have let you. Seriously, now, I know that something painful passed between my father and you this morning, but I shall not inquire what it was. I only tell you frankly that he has expressed his disapprobation of our engagement, forbidden me to go on with it, and consequently I release you from all engagements and obligations to me, even before you ask it," said Susan. "You are extremely accommodating," replied Joseph, "but I cannot promise to be as obliging in giving up certain promises made to me, unless indeed the feelings that dictated them should have changed." "Oh, no, no, indeed," said Susan earnestly. "You know it is not that. But if your father objects to me—" "If my father objects to you, he is welcome not to marry you," said Joseph. "Now, Joseph, do be serious," said Susan. Well, then, seriously, Susan, I know my obligations to my father, and in all that relates to his comfort I will ever be dutiful and submissive, for I have no college boy pride on the subject of submission. But in a matter so individually my own as the choice of a wife, in a matter that will most likely affect my happiness years and years after he has ceased to be, I hold that I have a right to consult my own inclinations, and by your leave, my dear little lady, I shall take that liberty. But then, if your father is made angry, you know what sort of a man he is, and how could I stand in the way of all your prospects? Why, my dear Susan, do you think I count myself dependent upon my father, like the heir of an English estate who has nothing to do but sit still and wait for money to come to him? No, I have energy and education to start with, and if I cannot take care of myself and you too, then cast me off and welcome. And as Joseph spoke, his fine face glowed with a conscious power which unfettered youth never feels so fully as in America. He paused a moment and resumed, "Nevertheless, Susan, I respect my father. Whatever others may say of him, I shall never forget that I owe to his hard earnings the education that enables me to do or be anything, and I shall not wantonly or rudely cross him. I do not despair of gaining his consent. My father has a great partiality for pretty girls, and if his love of contradiction is not kept awake by open argument, I will trust to time and you to bring him round. But whatever comes, rest assured, my dearest one, I have chosen for life and cannot change." The conversation after this took a turn which may readily be imagined by all who have been in the same situation, and will therefore need no further illustration. "Well, Deacon Rowley, I don't know what to think now. There's my Joe. He's took and been a-courting that 'ere Susan," said Uncle Jaw. This was the introduction to one of Uncle Jaw's periodical visits to Deacon Enos, who was sitting with his usual air of mild abstraction, looking into the coals of a bright November fire, while his busy helpmate was industriously rattling her knitting needles by his side. A close observer might have suspected that this was no news to the good deacon, who had given a good deal of good advice in private to Master Joseph of late. But he only relaxed his features into a quiet smile, and ejaculated, "I want to know." "Yes, and Rowley, deacon, that 'ere gal is a rale pretty un. I was a-telling my folks that our new minister's wife was a fool to her." "And so your son is going to marry her?" said the good lady. "I knew that long ago." "Well, no, not so fast. Ye see, there's two to that bargain yet. You see, Joe, he never said a word to me, but took and courted the gal out of his own head. And when I come to know, says I, Joe, says I, that 'ere gal won't do for me, and I took and telled him then about that 'ere old fence, and all about that old mill, and them medders of mine, and I telled him, too, about that 'ere lot of Susan's, and I should like to know now, deacon, how that lot business is a-going to turn out." "Judge Smith and Squire Moseley say that my claim to it will stand," said the deacon. "They do?" said Uncle Jaw, with much satisfaction. "S'pose then you'll sue, won't you?" "I don't know," replied the deacon meditatively. Uncle Jaw was thoroughly amazed that any one should have doubts about entering suit for a fine piece of land, when sure of obtaining it was a problem quite beyond his powers of solving. "You say your son has courted the girl," said the deacon, after a long pause. "That strip of land is the best part of Susan's share. I paid down $500 on the nail for it. I've got papers here that Judge Smith and Squire Moseley say will stand good in any court of law." Uncle Jaw pricked up his ears and was all attention, eyeing with eager looks the packet. But to his disappointment the deacon deliberately laid it into his desk, shut and locked it, and resumed his seat. "Now, railly," said Uncle Jaw, "I should like to know the particulars." "Well, well," said the deacon, "the lawyers will be at my house to-morrow evening, and if you have any concern about it, you may as well come along." Uncle Jaw wondered all the way home at what he could have done to get himself into the confidence of the old deacon, who, he rejoiced to think, was a-going to take and go to law like other folks. The next day there was an appearance of some bustle and preparation about the deacon's house. The best room was opened and aired, an oven full of cake was baked, and our friend Joseph, with a face full of business, was seen passing to and fro, in and out of the house, from various closetings with the deacon. The deacon's lady bustled about the house with an air of wonderful mystery, and even gave her directions about eggs and raisins in a whisper, lest they should possibly let out some eventful secret. The afternoon of that day Joseph appeared at the house of the sisters, stating that there was to be company at the deacon's that evening, and he was sent to invite them. "Why, what's got into the deacon's folks lately," said Silence, "to have company so often? Joe Adams, this 'ere is some cut-up of yours. Come, what are you up to now?" "Come, come, dress yourselves and get ready," said Joseph, and stepping up to Susan as she was following Silence out of the room, he whispered something into her ear, at which she stopped short and colored violently. "Why, Joseph, what do you mean?" "It is so," said he. "No, no, Joseph, no, I can't, indeed I can't." "But you can, Susan." "Oh, Joseph, don't." "Oh, Susan, do." "Why, how strange, Joseph." "Come, come, my dear, you keep me waiting. If you have any objections on the score of propriety, we will talk about them to-morrow." And our hero looked so saucy and so resolute that there was no disputing further. So after a little more lingering and blushing on Susan's part, and a few kisses and persuasions on the part of the suitor, Miss Susan seemed to be brought to a state of resignation. At a table in the middle of Uncle Enos's north front room were seated the two lawyers, whose legal opinion was that evening to be fully made up. The younger of these, Squire Moseley, was a rosy, portly, laughing little bachelor, who boasted that he had offered himself in rotation to every pretty girl within 20 miles round, and among others to Susan Jones, notwithstanding which he still remained a bachelor, with a fair prospect of being an old one. But none of these things disturbed the boundless flow of good nature and complacency with which he seemed at all times full to overflowing. On the present occasion he appeared to be particularly in his element, as if he had some law business in hand remarkably suited to his turn of mind, for on finishing the inspection of the papers he started up, slapped his graver brother on the back, made 2 or 3 flourishes round the room, and then, seizing the old deacon's hand, shook it violently, exclaiming, "All's right, deacon, all's right. Go it, hurrah!" When Uncle Jaw entered, the deacon, without preface, handed him a chair and the papers, saying, "These papers are what you wanted to see. I just wish you would read them over." Uncle Jaw read them deliberately over. "Didn't I tell ye so, deacon? The case is as clear as a bell. Now you will go to law, won't you? Look here, Mr. Adams. Now you have seen these papers and heard what's to be said. I'll make you an offer. Let your son marry Susan Jones, and I'll burn these papers and say no more about it, and there won't be a girl in the parish with a finer portion." Uncle Jaw opened his eyes with amazement, and looked at the old man, his mouth gradually expanding wider and wider, as if he hoped in time to swallow the idea. "Well, now, I swan!" at length he ejaculated. "I mean just as I say," said the deacon. "Why, that's the same as giving the gal $500 out of your own pocket, and she ain't no relation, neither." "I know it," said the deacon, "but I have said I will do it." "What upon arth for?" said Uncle Jaw. "To make Peace, said the deacon, and to let you know that when I say it is better to give up one's rights than to quarrel, I mean so. I am an old man. My children are dead. His voice faltered. My treasures are laid up in heaven. If I can make the children happy, why, I will. When I thought I had lost the land, I made up my mind to lose it, and so I can now. Uncle Jaw looked fixedly on the old deacon and said, Well, deacon, I believe you. I vow if you hain't got something ahead in t'other world, I'd like to know who has. That's all. So if Joe has no objections, and I rather guess he won't have, the short of the matter is, said the squire, we'll have a wedding. So come on. And with that he threw open the parlor door, where stood Susan and Joseph in a recess by the window, while Silence and the Reverend Mr. Bissell were drawn up by the fire, and the deacon's lady was sweeping up the hearth, as she had been doing ever since the party arrived. Instantly Joseph took the hand of Susan and led her to the middle of the room. The merry squire seized the hand of Miss Silence and placed her as bridesmaid, and before any one knew what they were about, the ceremony was in actual progress, and the minister, having been previously instructed, made the two one with extraordinary celerity. What, said Uncle Jaw. Joseph, deacon. Fair bargain, sir, said the squire. Hand over your papers, deacon. The deacon handed them, and the squire, having read them aloud, proceeded with much ceremony to throw them into the fire, after which, in a mock solemn oration, he gave a statement of the whole affair, and concluded with a grave exhortation to the new couple on the duties of wedlock, which unbent the risibles even of the minister himself. Uncle Jaw looked at his pretty daughter-in-law, who stood half smiling, half blushing, receiving the congratulations of the party, and then at Miss Silence, who appeared full as much taken by surprise as himself. Well, Miss Silence, these 'ere young folks have come round us slick enough, said he. I don't see but we must shake hands upon it. And the warlike powers shook hands accordingly, which was a signal for general merriment. As the company were dispersing, Miss Silence laid hold of the good deacon, and by main strength dragged him aside. Deacon, said she, I take back all that e'er I said about you, every word on't. Don't say any more about it, Miss Silence, said the good man. It's gone by, and let it go. Joseph, said his father the next morning, as he was sitting at breakfast with Joseph and Susan, I calculate I shall feel kinder proud of this 'ere gal, and I'll tell you what, I'll just give you that nice little delicate Stanton place that I took on Stanton's mortgage. It's a nice little place, with green blinds and flowers and all them things, just right for Susan. And accordingly, many happy years flew over the heads of the young couple in the Stanton place. Long after the hoary hairs of their kind benefactor, the deacon, were laid with reverence in the dust. Uncle Jaw was so far wrought upon by the magnanimity of the good old man as to be very materially changed for the better. Instead of quarreling in real earnest all around the neighborhood, he confined himself merely to battling the opposite side of every question with his son, which, as the latter was somewhat of a logician, afforded a pretty good field for the exercise of his powers. And he was heard to declare at the funeral of the old deacon that, after all, a man got as much, and may be more, to go along as the deacon did, than to be all the time fisting and jawing. Though I tell you what it is, said he afterwards, 'tain't every one that has the
Chapter 3 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 3. The Tea Rose. There it stood in its little green vase, on a light ebony stand in the window of the drawing-room. The rich satin curtains with their costly fringes swept down on either side of it, and around it glittered every rare and fanciful trifle which wealth can offer to luxury. And yet that simple rose was the fairest of them all. So pure it looked, its white leaves just touched with that delicious creamy tint peculiar to its kind, its cup so full, so perfect, its head bending as if it were sinking and melting away in its own richness. Oh, when did ever man make anything to equal the living, perfect flower? But the sunlight that streamed through the window revealed something fairer than the rose. Reclined on an ottoman in a deep recess and intently engaged with a book, rested what seemed the counterpart of that so lovely flower. That cheek so pale, that fair forehead so spiritual, that countenance so full of high thought, those long downcast lashes, and the expression of the beautiful mouth, sorrowful yet subdued and sweet, it seemed like the picture of a dream. "Florence, Florence," echoed a merry and musical voice in a sweet, impatient tone. "Turn your head, reader, and you will see a light and sparkling maiden, the very model of some little wilful elf, born of mischief and motion, with a dancing eye, a foot that scarcely seems to touch the carpet, and a smile so multiplied with dimples that it seems like 1,000 smiles at once." "Come, Florence, I say," said the little sprite, "put down that wise, good, and excellent volume, and descend from your cloud, and talk with a poor little mortal." The fair apparition, thus adjured, obeyed, and looking up, revealed just such eyes as you expected to see beneath such lids, eyes deep, pathetic, and rich as a strain of sad music. "I say, cousin," said the bright lady, "I have been thinking what you are to do with your pet rose when you go to New York, as to our consternation you are determined to do. You know it would be a sad pity to leave it with such a scatterbrain as I am. I do love flowers, that is a fact. That is, I like a regular bouquet, cut off and tied up, to carry to a party. But as to all this tending and fussing, which is needful to keep them growing, I have no gifts in that line." "Make yourself easy as to that, Kate," said Florence with a smile. "I have no intention of calling upon your talents. I have an asylum in view for my favorite." "Oh, then you know just what I was going to say. Mrs. Marshall, I presume, has been speaking to you. She was here yesterday, and I was quite pathetic upon this subject, telling her the loss your favorite would sustain, and so forth. And she said how delighted she would be to have it in her greenhouse. It is in such a fine state now, so full of buds. I told her I knew you would like to give it to her. You are so fond of Mrs. Marshall, you know." "Now, Kate, I am sorry, but I have otherwise engaged it." "Whom can it be to? You have so few intimates here."
"Oh, it is only one of my odd fancies."
"But do tell me, Florence."
"Well, cousin, you know the little pale girl to whom we give sewing?"
"What, little Mary Stevens? How absurd! Florence, this is just another of your motherly, old maidish ways, dressing dolls for poor children, making bonnets and knitting socks for all the little dirty babies in the region round about. I do believe you have made more calls in those 2 vile, ill-smelling alleys back of our house than ever you have in Chestnut Street, though you know everybody is half dying to see you. And now, to crown all, you must give this choice little bijou to a seamstress girl, when one of your most intimate friends in your own class would value it so highly. What in the world can people in their circumstances want of flowers?" "Just the same as I do," replied Florence calmly. "Have you not noticed that the little girl never comes here without looking wistfully at the opening buds? And don't you remember, the other morning she asked me so prettily if I would let her mother come and see it, she was so fond of flowers." "But, Florence, only think of this rare flower standing on a table with ham, eggs, cheese, and flour, and stifled in that close little room where Mrs. Stevens and her daughter manage to wash, iron, cook, and nobody knows what besides." "Well, Kate, and if I were obliged to live in one coarse room, and wash, and iron, and cook, as you say, if I had to spend every moment of my time in toil, with no prospect from my window but a brick wall and a dirty lane, such a flower as this would be untold enjoyment for me." "Pshaw, Florence, all sentiment. Poor people have no time to be sentimental. Besides, I don't believe it will grow with them. It is a greenhouse flower, and used to delicate living."
"Oh, as to that, a flower never inquires whether its owner is rich or poor. And Mrs. Stevens, whatever else she has not, has sunshine of as good quality as this that streams through our window. The beautiful things that God makes are his gift to all alike. You will see that my fair Rose will be as well and cheerful in Mrs. Stevens' room as in ours."
"Well, after all, how odd! When one gives to poor people, one wants to give them something useful, a bushel of potatoes, a ham, and such things."
"Why, certainly, potatoes and ham must be supplied, but having ministered to the first and most craving wants, why not add any other little pleasures or gratifications we may have it in our power to bestow? I know there are many of the poor who have fine feeling and a keen sense of the beautiful, which rusts out and dies because they are too hard-pressed to procure it any gratification. Poor Mrs. Stevens, for example. I know she would enjoy birds and flowers and music as much as I do. I have seen her eye light up as she looked on these things in our drawing-room, and yet not one beautiful thing can she command. From necessity, her room, her clothing, all she has, must be coarse and plain. You should have seen the almost rapture she and Mary felt when I offered them my rose."
"Dear me, all this may be true, but I never thought of it before. I never thought that these hard-working people had any ideas of taste."
"Then why do you see the geranium or rose so carefully nursed in the old cracked teapot in the poorest room, or the morning-glory planted in a box and twined about the window? Do not these show that the human heart yearns for the beautiful in all ranks of life? You remember, Kate, how our washerwoman sat up a whole night after a hard day's work to make her first baby a pretty dress to be baptized in?"
"Yes, and I remember how I laughed at you for making such a tasteful little cap for it."
"Well, Katie, I think the look of perfect delight with which the poor mother regarded her baby in its new dress and cap was something quite worth creating. I do believe she could not have felt more grateful if I had sent her a barrel of flour."
"Well, I never thought before of giving anything to the poor but what they really needed, and I have always been willing to do that when I could, without going far out of my way."
"Well, cousin, if our Heavenly Father gave to us after this mode, we should have only coarse, shapeless piles of provisions lying about the world, instead of all this beautiful variety of trees and fruits and flowers."
"Well, well, cousin, I suppose you are right. But have mercy on my poor head. It is too small to hold so many new ideas all at once, so go on your own way. and the little lady began practicing a waltzing step before the glass with great satisfaction. It was a very small room, lighted by only one window. There was no carpet on the floor. There was a clean but coarsely covered bed in one corner, a cupboard with a few dishes and plates in the other, a chest of drawers, and before the window stood a small cherry stand, quite new, and indeed it was the only article in the room that seemed so. A pale, sickly-looking woman of about 40 was leaning back in her rocking-chair, her eyes closed and her lips compressed as if in pain. She rocked backward and forward a few minutes, pressed her hand hard upon her eyes, and then languidly resumed her fine stitching, on which she had been busy since morning. The door opened, and a slender little girl of about 12 years of age entered, her large blue eyes dilated and radiant with delight as she bore in the vase with the rose-tree in it. "Oh, see, mother, see! Here is one in full bloom, and 2 more half out, and ever so many more pretty buds peeping out of the green leaves." The poor woman's face brightened as she looked, first on the rose and then on her sickly child, on whose face she had not seen so bright a color for months. "God bless her!" she exclaimed unconsciously. "Miss Florence, yes, I knew you would feel so, mother. Does it not make your head feel better to see such a beautiful flower? Now, will you not look so longingly at the flowers in the market? For we have a rose that is handsomer than any of them. Why, it seems to me it is worth as much to us as our whole garden used to be. Only see how many buds there are. Just count them, and only smell the flower. Now, where shall we set it up?" And Mary skipped about, placing her flower first in one position and then in another, and walking off to see the effect, till her mother gently reminded her that the rose-tree could not preserve its beauty without sunlight. "Oh, yes, truly," said Mary. "Well, then, it must stand here on our new stand. How glad I am that we have such a handsome new stand for it. It will look so much better." And Mrs. Stevens laid down her work and folded a piece of newspaper on which the treasure was duly deposited. "There," said Mary, watching the arrangement eagerly. "That will do. No, for it does not show both the opening buds. A little farther around. A little more. There, that is right." And then Mary walked around to view the rose in various positions, after which she urged her mother to go with her to the outside and see how it looked from there. "How kind it was in Miss Florence to think of giving this to us," said Mary. "Though she had done so much for us and given us so many things, yet this seems the best of all, because it seems as if she thought of us and knew just how we felt, and so few do that, you know, mother." What a bright afternoon that little gift made in that little room! How much faster Mary's fingers flew in the livelong day as she sat sewing by her mother, and Mrs. Stevens, in the happiness of her child, almost forgot that she had a headache, and thought, as she sipped her evening cup of tea, that she felt stronger than she had done for some time. That rose, its sweet influence died not with the first day. Through all the long, cold winter, the watching, tending, cherishing that flower awakened 1,000 pleasant trains of thought that beguiled the sameness and weariness of their life. Every day the fair, growing thing put forth some fresh beauty, a leaf, a bud, a new shoot, and constantly awakened fresh enjoyment in its possessors. As it stood in the window, the passer-by would sometimes stop and gaze, attracted by its beauty, and then proud and happy was Mary, nor did even the serious and careworn widow notice with indifference this tribute to the beauty of their favorite. But little did Florence think, when she bestowed the gift, that there twined about it an invisible thread that reached far and brightly into the web of her destiny. One cold afternoon in early spring, a tall and graceful gentleman called at the lowly room to pay for the making of some linen by the inmates. He was a stranger and wayfarer, recommended through the charity of some of Mrs. Stephen's patrons. As he turned to go, his eye rested admiringly on the rose-tree, and he stopped to gaze at it. "How beautiful," said he. "Yes," said little Mary, "and it was given to us by a lady as sweet and beautiful as that is." "Ah," said the stranger, turning upon her a pair of bright dark eyes, pleased and rather struck by the communication. "And how came she to give it to you, my little girl?" "Oh, because we are poor, and mother is sick, and we never can have anything pretty. We used to have a garden once, and we loved flowers so much, and Miss Florence found it out, and so she gave us this." "Florence?" echoed the stranger. "Yes, Miss Florence Lestrange, a beautiful lady. They say she was from foreign parts, but she speaks English just like other ladies, only sweeter." "Is she here now? Is she in this city?" said the gentleman eagerly. "No, she left some months ago," said the widow, noticing the shade of disappointment on his face. "But," said she, "you can find all about her at her aunt's, Mrs. Carlyle's. Number 10, Street. A short time after, Florence received a letter in a handwriting that made her tremble. During the many early years of her life spent in France, she had well learned to know that writing, had loved as a woman like her loves only once. But there had been obstacles of parents and friends, long separation, long suspense, till after anxious years she had believed the ocean had closed over that hand and heart, and it was this that had touched with such pensive sorrow the lines in her lovely face. But this letter told her that he was living, that he had traced her, even as a hidden streamlet may be traced, by the freshness, the verdure of heart, which her deeds of kindness had left wherever she had passed. Thus much said, our Chapter 7 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 4. Trials of a Housekeeper. I have a detail of very homely grievances to present, but such as they are, many a heart will feel them to be heavy. The Trials of a Housekeeper. "Pooh," says one of the lords of creation, taking his cigar out of his mouth and twirling it between his two first fingers. "What a fuss these women do make of this simple matter of managing a family. I can't see for the life as there is anything so extraordinary to be done in this matter of housekeeping. Only 3 meals a day to be got and cleared off, and it really seems to take up the whole of their mind from morning till night. I could keep house without so much of a flurry, I know." Now, prithee, good brother, listen to my story, and see how much you know about it. I came to this enlightened West about a year since, and was duly established in a comfortable country residence within 1.5 miles of the city, and there commenced the enjoyment of domestic felicity. I had been married about 3 months, and had been previously in love in the most approved romantic way, with all the proprieties of moonlight walks, serenades, sentimental billets doux, and everlasting attachment. After having been allowed, as I said, about 3 months to get over this sort of thing, and to prepare for realities, I was located for life, as aforesaid. My family consisted of myself and husband, a female friend as a visitor, and 2 brothers of my good man who were engaged with him in business. I pass over the 2 or 3 first days spent in that process of hammering boxes, breaking crockery, knocking things down and picking them up again, which is commonly called getting to housekeeping. As usual, carpets were sewed and stretched, laid down and then taken up to be sewed over. Things were formed and reformed, transformed and conformed, till at last a settled order began to appear. But now came up the great point of all. During our confusion we had cooked and eaten our meals in a very miscellaneous and pastoral manner, eating now from the top of a barrel, and now from a fireboard laid on 2 chairs, and drinking some from teacups, and some from saucers, and some from tumblers, and some from a pitcher big enough to be drowned in, and sleeping, some on sofas, and some on straggling beds, and mattresses thrown down here and there wherever there was room. All these pleasant barbarities were now at an end. The house was in order, the dishes put up in their places, 3 regular meals were to be administered in one day, all in an orderly, civilized form. Beds were to be made, rooms swept and dusted, dishes washed, knives scoured, and all the etc. to be attended to. Now for getting help, as Mrs. Trollope says, and where and how were we to get it? We knew very few persons in the city, and how were we to accomplish the matter? At length the house of employment was mentioned, and my husband was dispatched thither regularly every day for a week, while I, in the meantime, was very nearly dispatched by the abundance of work at home. At length, one evening, as I was sitting completely exhausted, thinking of resorting to the last feminine expedient for supporting life, viz., a good fit of crying, my husband made his appearance with a most triumphant air at the door. "There, Margaret, I have got you a couple at last, cook and chambermaid." So saying, he flourished open the door, and gave to my view the picture of a little, dry, snuffy-looking old woman, and a great staring Dutch girl in a green bonnet with red ribbons, with wide mouth open, and hands and feet that would have made a Greek sculptor open his mouth too. I addressed forthwith a few words of encouragement to each of this cultivated-looking couple, and proceeded to ask their names, and forthwith the old woman began to snuffle and to wipe her face with what was left of an old silk pocket-handkerchief, preparatory to speaking, while the young lady opened her mouth wider and looked around with a frightened air, as if meditating an escape. After some preliminaries, however, I found out that my old woman was Mrs. Tibbins, and my Hebby's name was Cotterin, also that she knew much more Dutch than English, and not any too much of either. The old lady was the cook. I ventured a few inquiries. "Has she ever cooked?" "Yes, ma'am, sartin. She had lived at 2 or 3 places in the city." "I suspect, my dear," said my husband confidently, "that she is an experienced cook, and so your troubles are over," and he went to reading his newspaper. I said no more, but determined to wait till morning. The breakfast, to be sure, did not do much honor to the talents of my official, but it was the first time, and the place was new to her. After breakfast was cleared away, I proceeded to give directions for dinner. It was merely a plain joint of meat, I said, to be roasted in the tin oven. The experienced cook looked at me with a stare of entire vacuity. "The tin oven," I repeated, "stands there," pointing to it. She walked up to it and touched it with such an appearance of suspicion as if it had been an electrical battery, and then looked round at me with a look of such helpless ignorance that my soul was moved. "I never seen one of dem tings before," said she. "Never saw a tin oven?" I exclaimed. "I thought you said you had cooked in 2 or 3 families." "They does not have such things in them, though," rejoined my old lady. Nothing was to be done, of course, but to instruct her in the philosophy of the case, and having split the joint and given numberless directions, I walked off to my room to superintend the operations of Cotterin, to whom I had committed the making of my bed and the sweeping of my room, it never having come into my head that there could be a wrong way of making a bed, and to this day it is a marvel to me how any one could arrange pillows and quilts to make such a nondescript appearance as mine now presented. One glance showed me that Catherine also was just caught, and that I had as much to do in her department as in that of my old lady. Just then the doorbell rang. "Oh, there is the doorbell," I exclaimed. "Run, Catherine, and show them into the parlor." Catherine started to run as directed, and then stopped, and stood looking round on all the doors and on me with a woefully puzzled air. "The street door," said I, pointing toward the entry. Catherine blundered into the entry and stood gazing with a look of stupid wonder at the bell ringing without hands, while I went to the door and let in the company before she could be fairly made to understand the connection between the ringing and the phenomenon of admission. As dinner-time approached, I sent word into my kitchen to have it set on, but recollecting the state of the heads of department there, I soon followed my own orders. I found the tin oven standing out in the middle of the kitchen, and my cook seated à la Turque in front of it, contemplating the roast meat with full as puzzled an air as in the morning. I once more explained the mystery of taking it off, and assisted her to get it onto a platter, though somewhat cooled by having been so long set out for inspection. I was standing holding the spit in my hands when Catherine, who had heard the doorbell ring and was determined this time to be in season, ran into the hall, and soon returning, opened the kitchen door and politely ushered in 3 or 4 fashionable-looking ladies, exclaiming, "Here she is!" As these were strangers from the city who had come to make their first call, this introduction was far from proving an eligible one. The look of thunderstruck astonishment with which I greeted their first appearance, as I stood brandishing the spit, and the terrified snuffling and staring of poor Mrs. Tibbins, who again had recourse to her old pocket-handkerchief, almost entirely vanquished their gravity, and it was evident that they were on the point of a broad laugh. So, recovering my self-possession, I apologized and led the way to the parlor. Let these few incidents be a specimen of the 4 mortal weeks that I spent with these helps, during which time I did almost as much work, with twice as much anxiety, as when there was nobody there, and yet everything went wrong besides. The young gentlemen complained of the patches of starch grimed to their collars, and the streaks of black coal ironed into their dickies, while one week every pocket-handkerchief in the house was starched so stiff you might as well have carried an earthen plate in your pocket. The tumblers looked muddy, the plates were never washed clean or wiped dry unless I attended to each one, and as to eating and drinking, we experienced a variety that we had not before considered possible. At length the old woman vanished from the stage, and was succeeded by a knowing, active, capable damsel, with a temper like a steel trap, who remained with me just 1 week, and then went off in a fit of spite. To her succeeded a rosy, good-natured, merry lass, who broke the crockery, burned the dinner, tore the clothes in ironing, and knocked down everything that stood in her way about the house, without at all discomposing herself about the matter. One night she took the stopper from a barrel of molasses and came singing off upstairs, while the molasses ran soberly out into the cellar bottom all night, till by morning it was in a state of universal emancipation. Having done this, and also dispatched an entire set of tea-things by letting the waiter fall, she one day made her disappearance. Then, for a wonder, there fell to my lot a tidy, efficient, trained English girl, pretty and genteel and neat, and knowing how to do everything, and with the sweetest temper in the world. Now, said I to myself, I shall rest from my labors. Everything about the house began to go right, and looked as clean and genteel as Mary's own pretty self. But, alas, this period of repose was interrupted by the vision of a clever, trim-looking young man, who for some weeks could be heard scraping his boots at the kitchen door every Sunday night, and at last Miss Mary, with some smiling and blushing, gave me to understand that she must leave in 2 weeks. "Why, Mary," said I, feeling a little mischievous, "don't you like the place?" "Oh, yes, ma'am." "Then why do you look after another?" "I am not going to another place." "What, Mary, are you going to learn a trade?" "No, ma'am." "Why, then, what do you mean to do?" "I expect to keep house myself, ma'am," she said, laughing and blushing. "Oh ho," said I, "that is it." And so in 2 weeks I lost the best little girl in the world. Peace to her memory. After this came an interregnum, which put me in mind of the chapter in Chronicles that I used to read with great delight when a child, where Baasha and Elah and Tibni and Zimri and Omri, one after the other, came on to the throne of Israel, all in the compass of a half-dozen verses. We had one old woman who stayed a week and went away with the misery in her tooth, one young woman who ran away and got married, one cook who came at night and went off before light in the morning, one very clever girl who stayed a month and then went away because her mother was sick, another who stayed 6 weeks and was taken with the fever herself, and during all this time who can speak the damage and destruction wrought in the domestic paraphernalia by passing through these multiplied hands. What shall we do? Shall we give up houses, have no furniture to take care of, keep merely a bag of meal, a porridge pot, and a pudding stick, and sit in our tent
Chapter 5 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 5, Little Edward. Were any of you born in New England in the good old catechizing, church-going, school-going, orderly times? If so, you may have seen my Uncle Abel, the most perpendicular, rectangular, upright, downright, good man that ever labored 6 days and rested on the 7th. You remember his hard, weather-beaten countenance, where every line seemed drawn with a pen of iron and the point of a diamond. His considerate grey eyes, that moved over objects as if it were not best to be in a hurry about seeing, the circumspect opening and shutting of the mouth, his down-sitting and uprising, all performed with conviction aforethought. In short, the whole ordering of his life and conversation, which was according to the tenor of the military order, to the right about face, forward, march. Now, if you supposed from all this triangularism of exterior that this good man had nothing kindly within, you were much mistaken. You often find the greenest grass under a snowdrift, and though my uncle's mind was not exactly of the flower-garden kind, still there was an abundance of wholesome and kindly vegetation there. It is true he seldom laughed and never joked himself, but no man had a more serious and weighty conviction of what a good joke was in another. And when some exceeding witticism was dispensed in his presence, you might see Uncle Abel's face slowly relax into an expression of solemn satisfaction, and he would look at the author with a sort of quiet wonder, as if it was past his comprehension how such a thing could ever come into a man's head. Uncle Abel, too, had some relish for the fine arts, in proof of which I might adduce the pleasure with which he gazed at the plates in his family Bible, the likeness whereof is neither in heaven, nor on earth, nor under the earth. And he was also such an eminent musician that he could go through the singing book at one sitting without the least fatigue, beating time like a windmill all the way. He had, too, a liberal hand, though his liberality was all by the rule of 3. He did by his neighbor exactly as he would be done by. He loved some things in this world very sincerely. He loved his God much, but he honored and feared him more. He was exact with others. He was more exact with himself, and he expected his God to be more exact still. Everything in Uncle Abel's house was in the same time, place, manner, and form from year's end to year's end. There was old Master Bose, a dog after my uncle's own heart, who always walked as if he was studying the multiplication table. There was the old clock, forever ticking in the kitchen corner, with a picture on its face of the sun, forever setting behind a perpendicular row of poplar trees. There was the never-failing supply of red peppers and onions hanging over the chimney. There, too, were the yearly hollyhocks and morning-glories blooming about the windows. There was the best room, with its sanded floor, the cupboard in one corner with its glass doors, the evergreen asparagus bushes in the chimney, and there was the stand with the Bible and almanac on it in another corner. There, too, was Aunt Betsy, who never looked any older because she always looked as old as she could, who always dried her catnip and wormwood the last of September and began to clean house the 1st of May. In short, this was the land of continuance. Old Time never took it into his head to practice either addition or subtraction or multiplication on its sum total. This Aunt Betsy aforenamed was the neatest and most efficient piece of human machinery that ever operated in 40 places at once. She was always everywhere, predominating over and seeing to everything, and though my uncle had been twice married, Aunt Betsy's rule and authority had never been broken. She reigned over his wives when living, and reigned after them when dead, and so seemed likely to reign on to the end of the chapter. But my uncle's latest wife left Aunt Betsy a much less tractable subject than ever before had fallen to her lot. Little Edward was the child of my uncle's old age, and a brighter, merrier little blossom never grew on the verge of an avalanche. He had been committed to the nursing of his grandmamma till he had arrived at the age of indiscretion, and then my old uncle's heart so yearned for him that he was sent for home. His introduction into the family excited a terrible sensation. Never was there such a condemner of dignities, such a violator of high places and sanctities as this very Master Edward. It was all in vain to try to teach him decorum. He was the most outrageously merry elf that ever shook a head of curls, and it was all the same to him whether it was Sabbath day or any other day. He laughed and frolicked with everybody and everything that came in his way, not even excepting his solemn old father, and when you saw him, with his fair arms around the old man's neck, and his bright blue eyes and blooming cheek peering out beside the bleak face of Uncle Abel, you might fancy you saw spring caressing winter. Uncle Abel's metaphysics were sorely puzzled by this sparkling, dancing compound of spirit and matter, nor could he devise any method of bringing it into any reasonable shape, for he did mischief with an energy and perseverance that was truly astonishing. Once he scoured the floor with Aunt Betsy's very Scotch snuff. Once he washed up the hearth with Uncle Abel's most immaculate clothes-brush, and once he was found trying to make Bose wear his father's spectacles. In short, there was no use, except the right one, to which he did not put everything that came in his way. But Uncle Abel was most of all puzzled to know what to do with him on the Sabbath, for on that day Master Edward seemed to exert himself to be particularly diligent and entertaining. Edward must not play Sunday," his father would call out, and then Edward would hold up his curly head and look as grave as the catechism, but in 3 minutes you would see Pussy scampering through the best room with Edward at her heels, to the entire discomposure of all devotion in Aunt Betsy and all others in authority. At length my uncle came to the conclusion that it wasn't in nature to teach him any better, and that he could no more keep Sunday than the brook down in the lot. My poor uncle, he did not know what was the matter with his heart, but certain it was he lost all faculty of scolding when little Edward was in the case, and he would rub his spectacles a quarter of an hour longer than common when Aunt Betsy was detailing his witticisms and clever doings. In process of time our hero had compassed his 3rd year, and arrived at the dignity of going to school. He went illustriously through the spelling book, and then attacked the catechism, went from man's chief end to the requirens and forbiddens in a fortnight, and at last came home inordinately merry to tell his father that he had got to Amen. After this he made a regular business of saying over the whole every Sunday evening, standing with his hands folded in front and his checked apron folded down, occasionally glancing round to see if pussy gave proper attention, and being of a practically benevolent turn of mind, he made several commendable efforts to teach Bose the catechism, in which he succeeded as well as might be expected. In short, without further detail, Master Edward bade fair to become a literary wonder. But alas for poor little Edward! His merry dance was soon over. A day came when he sickened. Aunt Betsy tried her whole herbarium, but in vain. He grew rapidly worse and worse. His father sickened in heart, but said nothing. He only stayed by his bedside day and night, trying all means to save with affecting pertinacity. "Can't you think of anything more, doctor?" said he to the physician, when all had been tried in vain. "Nothing," answered the physician. A momentary convulsion passed over my uncle's face. "The will of the Lord be done," said he, almost with a groan of anguish. Just at that moment a ray of the setting sun pierced the checked curtains, and gleamed like an angel's smile across the face of the little sufferer. He woke from troubled sleep. "Oh, dear, I am so sick!" he gasped feebly. His father raised him in his arms. He breathed easier, and looked up with a grateful smile. Just then his old playmate, the cat, crossed the room. "There goes pussy," said he. "Oh, dear, I shall never play any more." At that moment a deadly change passed over his face. He looked up in his father's face with an imploring expression, and put out his hand as if for help. There was one moment of agony, and then the sweet features all settled into a smile of peace, and mortality was swallowed up of life. My uncle laid him down, and looked one moment at his beautiful face. It was too much for his principles, too much for his consistency, and he lifted up his voice and wept. The next morning was the Sabbath, the funeral day, and it rose with breath all incense and with cheek all bloom. Uncle Abel was as calm and collected as ever, but in his face there was a sorrow-stricken appearance touching to behold. I remember him at family prayers, as he bent over the great Bible and began the psalm, "Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations." Apparently he was touched by the melancholy splendor of the poetry, for after reading a few verses he stopped. There was a dead silence, interrupted only by the tick of the clock. He cleared his voice repeatedly and tried to go on, but in vain. He closed the book and kneeled down to prayer. The energy of sorrow broke through his usual formal reverence, and his language flowed forth with a deep and sorrowful pathos which I shall never forget. The God so much reverenced, so much feared, seemed to draw near to him as a friend and comforter, his refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble. My uncle rose, and I saw him walk to the room of the departed one. He uncovered the face. It was set with the seal of death, but oh, how surpassingly lovely! The brilliancy of life was gone, but that pure, transparent face was touched with a mysterious, triumphant brightness, which seemed like the dawning of heaven. My uncle looked long and earnestly. He felt the beauty of what he gazed on. His heart was softened, but he had no words for his feelings. He left the room unconsciously and stood in the front door. The morning was bright, the bells were ringing for church, the birds were singing merrily, and the pet squirrel of little Edward was frolicking about the door. My uncle watched him as he ran first up one tree and then down and up another and then over the fence, whisking his brush and chattering just as if nothing was the matter. With a deep sigh, Uncle Abel broke forth, "How happy that creature is! Well, the Lord's will be done." That day the dust was committed to dust, amid the lamentations of all who had known little Edward. Years have passed since then, and all that is mortal of my uncle has long since been gathered to his fathers. But his just and upright spirit has entered the glorious liberty of the sons of God. Yes, the good man may have had opinions which the philosophical scorn, weaknesses at which the thoughtless smile, but death shall change him into all that is enlightened, wise, and refined, for he shall awake Chapter 6 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings of Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 6, Aunt Mary. Since sketching character is the mode, I too take up my pencil, not to make you laugh, though peradventure it may be, to get you to sleep. I am now a tolerably old gentleman, an old bachelor moreover, and what is more to the point, an unpretending and sober-minded one. Lest, however, any of the ladies should take exceptions against me in the very outset, I will merely remark en passant that a man can sometimes become an old bachelor because he has too much heart, as well as too little. Years ago, before any of my readers were born, I was a little good-for-naught of a boy, of precisely that unlucky kind who are always in everybody's way and always in mischief. I had to watch over my uprearing, a father and mother, and a whole army of older brothers and sisters. My relatives bore a very great resemblance to other human beings, neither good angels nor the opposite class, but, as mathematicians say, in the mean proportion. As I have before insinuated, I was a sort of family scapegrace among them, and one on whose head all the domestic trespasses were regularly visited, either by real, actual desert or by imputation. For this order of things there was, I confess, a very solid and serious foundation in the constitution of my mind. Whether I was born under some cross-eyed planet, or whether I was fairy smitten in my cradle, certain it is that I was, from the dawn of existence, a sort of Murad the unlucky, an out of time, out of place, out of form sort of a boy, with whom nothing prospered. Who always left open doors in cold weather? It was Henry. Who was sure to upset his coffee-cup at breakfast, or to knock over his tumbler at dinner, or to prostrate salt-cellar, pepper-box, and mustard-pot, if he only happened to move his arm? Why, Henry. Who was plate-breaker general for the family? It was Henry. Who tangled mamma's silks and cottons, and tore up the last newspaper for papa, or threw down old Phoebe's clothes horse, with all her clean ironing thereupon. Why, Henry. Now all this was no malice prepense in me, for I solemnly believed that I was the best-natured boy in the world. But something was the matter with the attraction of cohesion, or the attraction of gravitation, with the general dispensation of matter around me, that let me do what I would, things would fall down and break, or be torn and damaged, if I only came near them, and my unluckiness in any matter seemed in exact proportion to my carefulness. If anybody in the room with me had a headache, or any kind of nervous irritability, which made it particularly necessary for others to be quiet, and if I was in an especial desire unto the same, I was sure, while stepping around on tiptoe, to fall headlong over a chair, which would give an introductory push to the shovel, which would fall upon the tongs, which would animate the poker, and all together would set in action 2 or 3 sticks of wood, and down they would come together, with just that hearty, sociable sort of racket, which showed that they were disposed to make as much of the opportunity as possible. In the same manner, everything that came into my hand, or was at all connected with me, was sure to lose by it. If I rejoiced in a clean apron in the morning, I was sure to make a full-length prostration thereupon on my way to school, and come home nothing better, but rather worse. If I was sent on an errand, I was sure either to lose my money in going, or my purchases in returning. And on these occasions my mother would often comfort me with the reflection that it was well that my ears were fastened to my head, or I should lose them too. Of course I was a fair mark for the exhortatory powers, not only of my parents, but of all my aunts, uncles, and cousins, to the 3rd and 4th generation, who ceased not to reprove, rebuke, and exhort with all long-suffering and doctrine. All this would have been very well if nature had not gifted me with a very unnecessary and uncomfortable capacity of feeling, which, like a refined ear for music, is undesirable, because in this world one meets with discord 99 times where it meets with harmony once. Much, therefore, as I furnished occasion to be scolded at, I never became used to scolding, so that I was just as much galled by it the 41st time as the first. There was no such thing as philosophy in me. I had just that unreasonable heart which is not conformed unto the nature of things, neither indeed can be. I was timid and shrinking and proud. I was nothing to any one around me but an awkward, unlucky boy, nothing to my parents but one of half a dozen children, whose faces were to be washed and stockings mended on Saturday afternoon. If I was very sick, I had medicine and the doctor. If I was a little sick, I was exhorted unto patience, and if I was sick at heart, I was left to prescribe for myself. Now, all this was very well. What should a child need but meat and drink and room to play, and a school to teach him reading and writing, and somebody to take care of him when sick? Certainly nothing. But the feelings of grown-up children exist in the mind of little ones oftener than is supposed. And I had, even at this early day, the same keen sense of all that touched the heart wrong, the same longing for something which should touch it aright, the same discontent with latent matter-of-course affection, and the same craving for sympathy which has been the unprofitable fashion of this world in all ages. And no human being possessing such constitutionals has a better chance of being made unhappy by them than the backward, uninteresting, wrong-doing child. We can all sympathize to some extent with men and women, but how few can go back to the sympathies of childhood, can understand the desolate insignificance of not being one of the grown-up people, of being sent to bed to be out of the way in the evening, and to school to be out of the way in the morning, of manifold similar grievances and distresses which the child has no elocution to set forth, and the grown person no imagination to conceive. When I was 7 years old, I was told one morning with considerable domestic acclamation that Aunt Mary was coming to make us a visit. And so when the carriage that brought her stopped at our door, I pulled off my dirty apron and ran in among the crowd of brothers and sisters to see what was coming. I shall not describe her first appearance, for as I think of her, I begin to grow somewhat sentimental, in spite of my spectacles, and might perhaps talk a little nonsense. Perhaps every man, whether married or unmarried, who has lived to the age of 50 or thereabouts, has seen some woman who in his mind is the woman, in distinction from all others. She may not have been a relative, she may not have been a wife, she may simply have shone on him from afar. She may be remembered in the distance of years as a star that is set, as music that is hushed, as beauty and loveliness faded forever, but remembered she is with interest, with fervor, with enthusiasm, with all that heart can feel and more than words can tell. To me there has been but one such, and that is she whom I describe. Was she beautiful, you ask? I also will ask you one question. If an angel from heaven should dwell in human form and animate any human face, would not that face be lovely? It might not be beautiful, but would it not be lovely? She was not beautiful except after this fashion. How well I remember her, as she used sometimes to sit thinking, with her head resting on her hand, her face mild and placid, with a quiet October sunshine in her blue eyes and an ever-present smile over her whole countenance. I remember the sudden sweetness of look when any one spoke to her, the prompt attention, the quick comprehension of things before you uttered them, the obliging readiness to leave for you whatever she was doing. To those who mistake occasional pensiveness for melancholy, it might seem strange to say that my Aunt Mary was always happy. Yet she was so. Her spirits never rose to buoyancy and never sunk to despondency. I know that it is an article in the sentimental confession of faith that such a character cannot be interesting. For this impression there is some ground. The placidity of a medium commonplace mind is uninteresting, but the placidity of a strong and well-governed one borders on the sublime. Mutability of emotion characterizes inferior orders of being, but he who combines all interest, all excitement, all perfection is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And if there be anything sublime in the idea of an almighty mind, in perfect peace itself, and therefore at leisure to bestow all its energies on the wants of others, there is at least a reflection of the same sublimity in the character of that human being who has so quieted and governed the world within that nothing is left to absorb sympathy or distract attention from those around. Such a woman was my Aunt Mary. Her placidity was not so much the result of temperament as of choice. She had every susceptibility of suffering incident to the noblest and most delicate construction of mind, but they had been so directed that instead of concentrating thought on self, they had prepared her to understand and feel for others. She was, beyond all things else, a sympathetic person, and her character, like the green in a landscape, was less remarkable for what it was in itself than for its perfect and beautiful harmony with all the coloring and shading around it. Other women have had talents, others have been good, but no woman that ever I knew possessed goodness and talent in union, with such an intuitive perception of feelings and such a faculty of instantaneous adaptation to them. The most troublesome thing in this world is to be condemned to the society of a person who can never understand anything you say, unless you say the whole of it, making your commas and periods as you go along. And the most desirable thing in the world is to live with a person who saves you all the trouble of talking, by knowing just what you mean before you begin to speak. Something of this kind of talent I began to feel, to my great relief, when Aunt Mary came into the family. I remember the very first evening, as she sat by the hearth, surrounded by all the family. Her eye glanced on me with an expression that let me know she saw me. And when the clock struck 8 and my mother proclaimed that it was my bedtime, my countenance fell as I moved sorrowfully from the back of her rocking-chair, and thought how many beautiful stories Aunt Mary would tell after I was gone to bed. She turned towards me with such a look of real understanding, such an evident insight into the case, that I went into banishment with a lighter heart than ever I did before. How very contrary is the obstinate estimate of the heart to the rational estimate of worldly wisdom! Are there not some who can remember when one word, one look, or even the withholding of a word, has drawn their heart more to a person than all the substantial favours in the world? By ordinary acceptation, substantial kindness respects the necessaries of animal existence, while those wants which are peculiar to mind, and will exist with it for ever, by equally correct classification, are designated as sentimental ones, the supply of which, though it will excite more gratitude in fact, ought not to in theory. Before Aunt Mary had lived with us a month, I loved her beyond anybody in the world, and a utilitarian would have been amused in ciphering out the amount of favours which produced this result. It was a look, a word, a smile. It was that she seemed pleased with my new kite, that she rejoiced with me when I learned to spin a top, that she alone seemed to estimate my proficiency in playing ball and marbles, that she never looked at all vexed when I upset her work-box upon the floor, that she received all my awkward gallantry and maladroit helpfulness as if it had been in the best taste in the world, that when she was sick she insisted on letting me wait on her, though I made my customary havoc among the pitchers and tumblers of her room, and displayed through my zeal to please a more than ordinary share of insufficiency for the station. She also was the only person that ever I conversed with, and I used to wonder how anybody who could talk all about matters and things with grown-up persons could talk so sensibly about marbles and hoops and skates and all sorts of little boy matters. And I will say by the by that the same sort of speculation has often occurred to the minds of older people in connection with her. She knew the value of varied information in making a woman, not a pedant, but a sympathetic, companionable being, and such she was to almost every class of mind. She had, too, the faculty of drawing others up to her level in conversation, so that I would often find myself going on in most profound style while talking with her, and would wonder when I was through whether I was really a little boy still. When she had enlightened us many months, the time came for her to take leave, and she besought my mother to give me to her for company. All the family wondered what she could find to like in Henry, but if she did like me, it was no matter, and so was the case disposed of. From that time I lived with her, and there are some persons who can make the word live signify much more than it commonly does, and she wrought on my character all those miracles which benevolent genius can work. She quieted my heart, directed my feelings, unfolded my mind, and educated me, not harshly or by force, but as the blessed sunshine educates the flower, into full and perfect life. And when all that was mortal of her died to this world, her words and deeds of unutterable love shed a
Chapter 7 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 7. Frankness. There is one kind of frankness which is the result of perfect unsuspiciousness, and which requires a measure of ignorance of the world and of life. This kind appeals to our generosity and tenderness. There is another, which is the frankness of a strong but pure mind, acquainted with life, clear in its discrimination and upright in its intention, yet above disguise or concealment. This kind excites respect. The first seems to proceed simply from impulse, the second from impulse and reflection united. The first proceeds in a measure from ignorance, the second from knowledge. The first is born from an undoubting confidence in others, the second from a virtuous and well-grounded reliance on oneself. Now, if you suppose that this is the beginning of a sermon or of a 4th of July oration, you are very much mistaken, though I must confess it hath rather an uncertain sound. I merely prefaced it to a little sketch of character, which you may look at if you please, though I am not sure you will like it. It was said of Alice H. that she had the mind of a man, the heart of a woman, and the face of an angel, a combination that all my readers will think peculiarly happy. There never was a woman who was so unlike the mass of society in her modes of thinking and acting, yet so generally popular. But the most remarkable thing about her was her proud superiority to all disguise in thought, word, and deed. She pleased you, for she spoke out 100 things that you would conceal, and spoke them with a dignified assurance that made you wonder that you had ever hesitated to say them yourself. Nor did this unreserve appear like the weakness of one who could not conceal, or like a determination to make war on the forms of society. It was rather a calm, well-guided integrity, regulated by a just sense of propriety, knowing when to be silent, but speaking the truth when it spoke at all. Her extraordinary frankness often beguiled superficial observers into supposing themselves fully acquainted with her long before they were so, as the beautiful transparency of some lakes is said to deceive the eye as to their depth. Yet the longer you knew her, the more variety and compass of character appeared through the same transparent medium. But you may just visit Miss Alice for half an hour tonight and judge for yourselves. You may walk into this little parlor. There sits Miss Alice on the sofa, sewing a pair of lace sleeves into a satin dress, in which peculiarly angelic employment she may persevere till we have finished another sketch. Do you see that pretty little lady, with sparkling eyes, elastic form, and beautiful hand and foot, sitting opposite to her? She is a belle. The character is written in her face. It sparkles from the eye. It dimples in her smile. It pervades the whole woman. But there, Alice has risen and is gone to the mirror, and is arranging the finest auburn hair in the world in the most tasteful manner. The little lady watches every motion, as comically as a kitten watches a pin-ball. "It is all in vain to deny it, Alice. You are really anxious to look pretty this evening," said she. "I certainly am," said Alice quietly. "Aye, and you hope you shall please Mr. A. and Mr. B.," said the little accusing angel. "Certainly I do," said Alice, as she twisted her fingers in a beautiful curl. "Well, I would not tell of it, Alice, if I did." "Then you should not ask me," said Alice. "I declare, Alice." "And what do you declare?" I never saw such a girl as you are." "Very likely," said Alice, stooping to pick up a pin. "Well, for my part," said the little lady, "I never would take any pains to make anybody like me, particularly a gentleman." "I would," said Alice, "if they would not like me without." "Why, Alice, I should not think you were so fond of admiration." "I like to be admired very much," said Alice, returning to the sofa, "and I suppose everybody else does." "I don't care about admiration," said the little lady. "I would be as well satisfied that people shouldn't like me as that they should." "Then, cousin, I think it's a pity we all like you so well," said Alice, with a good-humored smile. If Miss Alice had penetration, she never made a severe use of it. "But really, cousin," said the little lady, "I should not think such a girl as you would think anything about dress or admiration and all that." "I don't know what sort of girl you think I am," said Alice, "but for my own part I only pretend to be a common human being, and am not ashamed of common human feelings. If God has made us so that we love admiration, why should we not honestly say so? I love it, you love it, everybody loves it, and why should not everybody say it?" "Why, yes," said the little lady, "I suppose everybody has a general love for admiration. I'm willing to acknowledge that I have, but—" "But you have no love for it in particular," said Alice. "I suppose you mean to say that is just the way the matter is commonly disposed of. Everybody is willing to acknowledge a general wish for the good opinion of others, but half the world are ashamed to own it when it comes to a particular case. Now, I have made up my mind that if it is correct in general, it is correct in particular, and I mean to own it both ways." "But somehow it seems mean," said the little lady. "It is mean to live for it, to be selfishly engrossed in it, but not mean to enjoy it when it comes, or even to seek it, if we neglect no higher interest in doing so. All that God made us to feel is dignified and pure, unless we pervert it." "But, Alice, I never heard any person speak out so frankly as you do." "Almost all that is innocent and natural may be spoken out, and as for that which is not innocent and natural, it ought not even to be thought." "But can everything be spoken that may be thought?" said the lady. "No, we have an instinct which teaches us to be silent sometimes, but if we speak at all, let it be in simplicity and sincerity." "Now, for instance, Alice," said the lady, "it is very innocent and natural, as you say, to think this, that, and the other nice thing of yourself, especially when everybody is telling you of it. Now, would you speak the truth if anyone asked you on this point?" "If it were a person who had a right to ask, and if it were a proper time and place, I would," said Alice. "Well, then," said the bright lady, "I ask you, Alice, in this very proper time and place, do you think that you are handsome?" "Now, I suppose you expect me to make a curtsy to every chair in the room before I answer," said Alice, "but dispensing with that ceremony, I will tell you fairly. I think I am." "Do you think that you are good?" "Not entirely," said Alice. "Well, but don't you think you are better than most people?" "As far as I can tell, I think I am better than some people, but really, cousin, I don't trust my own judgment in this matter," said Alice. "Well, Alice, one more question. Do you think James Martyrs likes you or me best?" "I do not know," said Alice. "I did not ask you what you knew, but what you thought," said the lady. "You must have some thought about it." "Well, then, I think he likes me best," said Alice. Just then the door opened, and in walked the identical James Martyrs. Alice blushed, looked a little comical, and went on with her sewing, while the little lady began. "Really, Mr. James, I wish you had come a minute sooner to hear Alice's confessions." "What has she confessed?" "Why, that she is handsomer and better than most folks." "That's nothing to be ashamed of," said James. "Oh, that's not all. She wants to look pretty, and loves to be admired, and all." "It sounds very much like her," said James, looking at Alice. "Oh, but besides that," said the lady, "she has been preaching a discourse in justification of vanity and self-love." "And next time you shall take notes when I preach," said Alice, "for I don't think your memory is remarkably happy." "You see, James," said the lady, "that Alice makes it a point to say exactly the truth when she speaks at all, and I've been puzzling her with questions. I really wish you would ask her some, and see what she will say. But mercy, there is Uncle C. come to take me to ride. I must run." And off flew the little humming-bird, leaving James and Alice tete-a-tete. "There really is one question," said James, clearing his voice. Alice looked up. "There is one question, Alice, which I wish you would answer." Alice did not inquire what the question was, but began to look very solemn, and just then the door was shut, and so I never knew what the question was. Only I observed that James Martyrs seemed in some seventh heaven for a week afterwards, and you
Chapter 8, Part 1 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 8, The Sabbath, Sketches from a Notebook of an Elderly Gentleman. Part 1. The Puritan Sabbath, is there such a thing existing now, or has it gone with the things that were, to be looked at as a curiosity in the museum of the past? Can any one in memory take himself back to the unbroken stillness of that day and recall the sense of religious awe which seemed to brood in the very atmosphere, checking the merry laugh of childhood and chaining in unwonted stillness the tongue of volatile youth, and imparting even to the sunshine of heaven and the unconscious notes of animals a tone of its own gravity and repose? If you cannot remember these things, go back with me to the verge of early boyhood, and live with me one of the Sabbaths that I have spent beneath the roof of my uncle, Phineas Fletcher. Imagine the long sunny hours of a Saturday afternoon insensibly slipping away as we youngsters are exploring the length and breadth of a trout stream, or chasing gray squirrels, or building mud mill dams in the brook. The sun sinks lower and lower, but we still think it does not want half an hour to sundown. At last he so evidently is really going down that there is no room for skepticism or latitude of opinion on the subject, and with many a lingering regret we began to put away our fish hooks and hang our hoops over our arm, preparatory to trudging homeward. "Oh, Henry, don't you wish that Saturday afternoons lasted longer?" said little John to me. "I do," says Cousin Bill, who was never the boy to mince matters in giving his sentiments, "and I wouldn't care if Sunday didn't come but once a year." "Oh, Bill, that's wicked, I'm afraid," says little conscientious Susan, who with her doll in hand was coming home from a Saturday afternoon visit. "Can't help it," says Bill, catching Susan's bag and tossing it in the air. "I never did like to sit still, and that's why I hate Sundays." "Hate Sundays? Oh, Bill, why, Aunt Kezzy says heaven is an eternal Sabbath. Only think of that." "Well, I know I must be pretty different from what I am now before I could sit still forever," said Bill, in a lower and somewhat disconcerted tone, as if admitting the force of the consideration. The rest of us began to look very grave, and to think that we must get to liking Sunday some time or other, or it would be a very bad thing for us. As we drew near the dwelling, the compact and business-like form of Aunt Kezzy was seen emerging from the house to hasten our approach. "How often have I told you young ones not to stay out after sundown on Saturday night? Don't you know it's the same as Sunday, you wicked children, you?" Come right into the house, every one of you, and never let me hear of such a thing again." This was Aunt Kezzy's regular exordium every Saturday night, for we children, being blinded, as she supposed, by natural depravity, always made strange mistakes in reckoning time on Saturday afternoons. After being duly suppered and scrubbed, we were enjoined to go to bed, and remember that tomorrow was Sunday, and that we must not laugh and play in the morning. With many a sorrowful look did Susan deposit her doll in the chest, and give one lingering glance at the patchwork she was piecing for Dolly's bed, while William, John, and myself emptied our pockets of all superfluous fish-hooks, bits of twine, pop-guns, slices of potato, marbles, and all the various items of boy property, which, to keep us from temptation, were taken into Aunt Kezzy's safe keeping over Sunday. My Uncle Phineas was a man of great exactness, and Sunday was the centre of his whole worldly and religious system. Everything with regard to his worldly business was so arranged that by Saturday noon it seemed to come to a close of itself. All his accounts were looked over, his workmen paid, all borrowed things returned, and lent things sent after, and every tool and article belonging to the farm was returned to its own place at exactly such an hour every Saturday afternoon. And an hour before sundown, every item of preparation, even to the blacking of his Sunday shoes and the brushing of his Sunday coat, was entirely concluded, and at the going down of the sun, the stillness of the Sabbath seemed to settle down over the whole dwelling. And now it is Sunday morning, and though all without is fragrance and motion and beauty, the dewdrops are twinkling, butterflies fluttering, and merry birds carolling and racketing as if they never could sing loud or fast enough, yet within there is such a stillness that the tick of the tall mahogany clock is audible through the whole house, and the buzz of the blue flies as they whiz along up and down the window panes is a distinct item of hearing. Look into the best front room, and you may see the upright form of my Uncle Phineas in his immaculate Sunday clothes, with his Bible spread open on the little stand before him, and even a deeper than usual gravity settling down over his toil-worn features. Alongside, in well-brushed Sunday clothes, with clean faces and smooth hair, sat the whole of us younger people, each drawn up in a chair, with hat and handkerchief, ready for the first stroke of the bell, while Aunt Kezzy, all trimmed and primed, and made ready for meeting, sat reading her psalm-book, only looking up occasionally to give an additional jerk to some shirt-collar, or the 15th pull to Susan's frock, or to repress any straggling looks that might be wandering about, beholding vanity. A stranger, in glancing at Uncle Phineas as he sat intent on his Sunday reading, might have seen that the Sabbath was in his heart. There was no mistake about it. It was plain that he had put by all worldly thoughts when he shut up his account-book, and that his mind was as free from every earthly association as his Sunday coat was from dust. The slave of worldliness, who is driven by perplexing business or adventurous speculation through the hours of a half-kept Sabbath to the fatigues of another week, might envy the unbroken quiet, the sunny tranquillity which hallowed the weekly rest of my uncle. The Sabbath of the Puritan Christian was the golden day, and all its associations and all its thoughts, words, and deeds were so entirely distinct from the ordinary material of life that it was to him a sort of weekly translation, a quitting of this world to sojourn a day in a better. And year after year, as each Sabbath set its seal on the completed labors of a week, the pilgrim felt that that one more stage of his earthly journey was completed, and that he was 1 week nearer to his eternal rest. And as years with their changes came on, and the strong man grew old and missed one after another familiar forms that had risen around his earlier years, the face of the Sabbath became like that of an old and tried friend, carrying him back to the scenes of his youth, and connecting him with scenes long gone by, restoring to him the dew and freshness of brighter and more buoyant days. Viewed simply as an institution for a Christian and mature mind, nothing could be more perfect than the Puritan Sabbath. If it had any failing, it was in the want of adaptation to children and to those not interested in its peculiar duties. If you had been in the dwelling of my uncle of a Sabbath morning, you must have found the unbroken stillness delightful. The calm and quiet must have soothed and disposed you for contemplation, and the evident appearance of single-hearted devotion to the duties of the day in the elder part of the family must have been a striking addition to the picture. But then, if your eye had watched attentively the motions of us juveniles, you might have seen that what was so very invigorating to the disciplined Christian was a weariness to young flesh and bones. Then there was not, as now, the intellectual relaxation afforded by the Sunday school, with its various forms of religious exercise, its 1,000 modes of interesting and useful information. Our whole stock in this line was the Bible and Primer, and these were our main dependents for whiling away the tedious hours between our early breakfast and the signal for meeting. How often was our invention stretched to find wherewithal to keep up our stock of excitement in a line with the duties of the day. For the first half hour, perhaps, a story in the Bible answered our purpose very well, but having dispatched the history of Joseph or the story of the 10 plagues, we then took to the Primer, and then there was first the looking over the system of theological and ethical teaching, commencing in Adam's fall we sinned all, and extending through 3 or 4 pages of pictorial and poetic embellishment. Next was the death of John Rogers, who was burned at Smithfield, and for a while we could entertain ourselves with counting all his 9 children and 1 at the breast, as in the picture they stand in a regular row like a pair of stairs. These being done, came miscellaneous exercises of our own invention, such as counting all the psalms in the psalm book backward and forward, to and from the doxology, or numbering the books in the Bible, or some other such device as we deemed within the pale of religious employments. When all these failed, and it still wanted an hour of meeting time, we looked up at the ceiling and down at the floor and all around into every corner to see what we could do next. And happy was he who could spy a pin gleaming in some distant crack, and forthwith muster an occasion for getting down to pick it up. Then there was the infallible recollection that we wanted a drink of water as an excuse to get out to the well, or else we heard some strange noise among the chickens, and insisted that it was essential that we should see what was the matter, or else pussy would jump on to the table, when all of us would spring to drive her down, while there was a most assiduous watching of the clock to see when the first bell would ring. Happy was it for us in the interim if we did not begin to look at each other and make up faces, or slyly slip off and on our shoes, or some other incipient attempts at roguery which would gradually so undermine our gravity that there would be some sudden explosion of merriment, whereat Uncle Phineas would look up and say, "Tut, tut," and Aunt Kezzy would make a speech about wicked children breaking the Sabbath day. I remember once how my cousin Bill got into deep disgrace one Sunday by a roguish trick. He was just about to close his Bible with all sobriety when snap came a grasshopper through an open window and alighted in the middle of the page. Bill instantly kidnapped the intruder, for so important an auxiliary in the way of employment was not to be despised. Presently we children looked towards Bill, and there he sat, very demurely reading his Bible, with the grasshopper hanging by one leg from the corner of his mouth, kicking and sprawling without in the least disturbing Master William's gravity. We all burst into an uproarious laugh, but it came to be rather a serious affair for Bill, as his good father was in the practice of enforcing truth and duty by certain modes of moral suasion, much recommended by Solomon, though fallen into disrepute at the present day. This morning picture may give a good specimen of the whole livelong Sunday, which presented only an alternation of similar scenes until sunset, when a universal unchaining of tongues and a general scamper proclaimed that the sun was down. But it may be asked, what was the result of all this strictness? Did it not disgust you with the Sabbath and with religion? No, it did not. It did not, because it was the result of no unkindly feeling, but of consistent principle. And consistency of principle is what even children learn to appreciate and revere. The law of obedience and of reverence for the Sabbath was constraining so equally on the young and the old that its claims came to be regarded like those immutable laws of nature, which no one thinks of being out of patience with, though they sometimes bear hard on personal convenience. The effect of the system was to ingrain into our character a veneration for the Sabbath which no friction of after life would ever efface. I have lived to wander in many climates and foreign lands where the Sabbath is an unknown name, or where it is only recognized by noisy mirth. But never has the day returned without bringing with it a breathing of religious awe, and even a yearning for the unbroken stillness, the placid repose, and the simple devotion of the Puritan Sabbath. Another scene. "How late we are this morning," said Mrs. Roberts to her husband, glancing hurriedly at the clock as they were sitting down to breakfast on a Sabbath morning. "Really, it is a shame to us to be so late Sundays. I wonder John and Henry are not up yet. Hannah, did you speak to them?" "Yes, ma'am, but I could not make them mind. They said it was Sunday, and that we always have breakfast later Sundays." "Well, it is a shame to us, I must say," said Mrs. Roberts, sitting down to the table. "I never lie late myself, unless something in particular happens. Last night I was out very late, and Sabbath before last I had a bad headache." "Well, well, my dear," said Mr. Roberts, "it is not worth while to worry yourself about it. Sunday is a day of rest. Everybody indulges a little of a Sunday morning. It is so very natural, you know. One's work done up, one feels like taking a little rest." "Well, I must say it was not the way my mother brought me up," said Mrs. Roberts, "and I really can't feel it to be right." This last part of the discourse had been listened to by two sleepy-looking boys, who had meanwhile taken their seats at table with that listless air which is the result of late sleeping. "Oh, by the by, my dear, what did you give for those hams Saturday?" said Mr. Roberts. 11 cents a pound, I believe," replied Mrs. Roberts, "but Stevens and Phillips have some much nicer, canvas and all, for 10 cents. I think we had better get our things at Stevens and Phillips's in future, my dear." "Why, are they much cheaper?" "Oh, a great deal, but I forget it is Sunday. We ought to be thinking of other things. Boys, have you looked over your Sunday school lesson?" "No, ma'am." Now how strange! And here it wants only half an hour of the time, and you are not dressed either. Now see the bad effects of not being up in time." The boys looked sullen, and said they were up as soon as any one else in the house. "Well, your father and I had some excuse, because we were out late last night. You ought to have been up full 3 hours ago, and to have been all ready with your lessons learned. Now what do you suppose you shall do?" "Oh, mother, do let us stay at home this one morning. We don't know the lesson, and it won't do any good for us to go." "No, indeed, I shall not. You must go and get along as well as you can. It is all your own fault. Now go upstairs and hurry. We shall not find time for prayers this morning." The boys took themselves upstairs to hurry as directed, and soon one of them called from the top of the stairs, "Mother, mother, the buttons are off this vest, so I can't wear it." "And, mother, here is a long rip in my best coat," said another. "Why did you not tell me of it before?" said Mrs. Roberts, coming upstairs. "I forgot it," said the boy. "Well, well, stand still. I must catch it together somehow, if it is Sunday. There's the bell. Stand still a minute." And Mrs. Roberts plied needle and thread and scissors. "There, that will do for to-day. Dear me, how confused everything is to-day." "It is always just so Sundays," said John, flinging up his book and catching it again as he ran downstairs. "It is always just so Sundays." These words struck rather unpleasantly on Mrs. Roberts's conscience, for something told her that, whatever the reason might be, it was just so. On Sunday everything was later and more irregular than any other day in the week. "Hannah, you must boil that piece of beef for dinner to-day." "I thought you told me you did not have cooking done on Sunday." "No, I do not generally. I'm very sorry Mr. Roberts would get that piece of meat yesterday. We did not need it, but here it is on our hands. The weather is too hot to keep it. It won't do to let it spoil, so I must have it boiled, for aught I see." Hannah had lived 4 Sabbaths with Mrs. Roberts, and on 2 of them she had been required to cook, from similar reasoning. "For once" is apt in such cases to become a phrase of very extensive signification. "It really worries me to have things go on so as they do on Sundays," said Mrs. Roberts to her husband. "I never do feel as if we kept Sunday as we ought." "My dear, you have been saying so ever since we were married, and I do not see what you are going to do about it. For my part, I do not see why we do not do as well as people in general. We do not visit, nor receive company, nor read improper books. We go to church, and send the children to Sunday school, and so the greater part of the day is spent in a religious way. Then out of church we have the children's Sunday school books, and 1 or 2 religious newspapers. I think that is quite enough." "But somehow when I was a child, my mother—" said Mrs. Roberts, hesitating. "Oh, my dear, your mother must not be considered an exact pattern for these days. People were too strict in your mother's time. They carried the thing too far altogether. Everybody allows it now." Mrs. Roberts was silenced, but not satisfied. A strict religious education had left just conscience enough on this subject to make her uneasy. These worthy people had a sort of general idea that Sunday ought to be kept, and they intended to keep it, but they had never taken the trouble to investigate or inquire as to the most proper way. Nor was it so much an object of interest that their weekly arrangements were planned with any reference to it. Mr. Roberts would often engage in business at the close of the week, which he knew would so fatigue him that he would be weary and listless on Sunday, and Mrs. Roberts would allow her family cares to accumulate in the same way, so that she was either wearied with efforts to accomplish it before the Sabbath, or perplexed and worried by finding everything at loose ends on that day. They had the idea that Sunday was to be kept when it was perfectly convenient, and did not demand any sacrifice of time or money. But if stopping to keep the Sabbath in a journey would risk passage, money, or a seat in the stage or in housekeeping, if it would involve any considerable inconvenience or expense, it was deemed a providential intimation that it was a work of necessity and mercy to attend to secular matters. To their minds, the fourth command read thus: Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy when it comes convenient and costs neither time nor money. As to the effects of this on the children, there was neither enough of strictness to make them respect the Sabbath, nor of religious interest to make them love it. Of course, the little restraint there was proved just enough to lead them to dislike and despise it. Children soon perceived the course of their parents' feelings, and it was evident enough to the children of this family that their father and mother generally found themselves hurried into the Sabbath with hearts and minds full of this world, and their conversation and thoughts were so constantly turning to worldly things, and so awkwardly drawn back by a sense of religious obligation, that the Sabbath appeared more obviously a clog and a fetter than it did under the strictest Chapter 8, Part 2 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 8, Part 2, Sabbath Sketches, Sketch 2nd. The little quiet village of Camden stands under the brow of a rugged hill in one of the most picturesque parts of New England, and its regular, honest, and industrious villagers were not a little surprised and pleased that Mr. James, a rich man and pleasant-spoken withal, had concluded to take up his residence among them. He brought with him a pretty, genteel wife and a group of rosy, romping, but amiable children, and there was so much of good nature and kindness about the manners of every member of the family that the whole neighborhood were prepossessed in their favor. Mr. James was a man of somewhat visionary and theoretical turn of mind, and very much in the habit of following out his own ideas of right and wrong, without troubling himself particularly as to the appearance his course might make in the eyes of others. He was a supporter of the ordinances of religion, and always ready to give both time and money to promote any benevolent object, and though he had never made any public profession of religion, nor connected himself with any particular set of Christians, still he seemed to possess great reverence for God, and to worship him in spirit and in truth, and he professed to make the Bible the guide of his life. Mr. James had been brought up under a system of injudicious religious restraint. He had determined in educating his children to adopt an exactly opposite course, and to make religion and all its institutions sources of enjoyment. His aim, doubtless, was an appropriate one, but his method of carrying it out, to say the least, was one which was not a safe model for general imitation. In regard to the Sabbath, for example, he considered that, although the plan of going to church twice a day and keeping all the family quiet within doors the rest of the time was good, other methods would be much better. Accordingly, after the morning service, which he and his whole family regularly attended, he would spend the rest of the day with his children. In bad weather he would instruct them in natural history, show them pictures, and read them various accounts of the works of God, combining all with such religious instruction and influence as a devotional mind might furnish. When the weather permitted, he would range with them through the fields, collecting minerals and plants, or sail with them on the lake. meanwhile directing the thoughts of his young listeners upward to God by the many beautiful traces of his presence and agency, which superior knowledge and observation enabled him to discover and point out. These Sunday strolls were seasons of most delightful enjoyment to the children, though it was with some difficulty that their father could restrain them from loud and noisy demonstrations of delight, and he saw with some regret that the mere animal excitement of the stroll seemed to draw the attention too much from religious considerations, and in particular to make the exercises of the morning seem like a preparatory penance to the enjoyments of the afternoon. Nevertheless, when Mr. James looked back to his own boyhood and remembered the frigid restraint, the entire want of any kind of mental or bodily excitement, which had made the Sabbath so much a weariness to him, he could not but congratulate himself when he perceived his children looking forward to Sunday as a day of delight, and found himself on that day continually surrounded by a circle of smiling and cheerful faces. His talent of imparting religious instruction in a simple and interesting form was remarkably happy, and it is probable that there was among his children an uncommon degree of real thought and feeling on religious subjects as the result. The good people of Camden, however, knew not what to think of a course that appeared to them an entire violation of all the requirements of the Sabbath. The first impulse of human nature is to condemn at once all who vary from what has been commonly regarded as the right way, and accordingly Mr. James was unsparingly denounced by many good people as a Sabbath breaker, an infidel, and an opposer to religion. Such was the character heard of him by Mr. Richards, a young clergyman, who shortly after Mr. James fixed his residence in Camden, accepted the pastoral charge of the village. It happened that Mr. Richards had known Mr. James in college, and remembering him as a remarkably serious, amiable, and conscientious man, he resolved to ascertain from himself the views which had led him to the course of conduct so offensive to the good people of the neighbourhood. "This is all very well, my good friend," said he, after he had listened to Mr. James's eloquent account of his own system of religious instruction, and its effects upon his family. "I do not doubt that this system does very well for yourself and family, but there are other things to be taken into consideration besides personal and family improvement. Do you not know, Mr. James, that the most worthless and careless part of my congregation quote your example as a respectable precedent for allowing their families to violate the order of the Sabbath? You and your children sail about on the lake with minds and hearts, I doubt not, elevated and tranquilized by its quiet repose. But Ben Dakes and his idle, profane army of children consider themselves as doing very much the same thing when they lie lolling about, sunning themselves on its shore, or skipping stones over its surface the whole of a Sunday afternoon." "Let every one answer to his own conscience," replied Mr. James. "If I keep the Sabbath conscientiously, I am approved of God. If another transgresses his conscience, to his own master he standeth or falleth. I am not responsible for all the abuses that idle or evil-disposed persons may fall into in consequence of my doing what is right." "Let me quote an answer from the same chapter," said Mr. Richards. "Let no man put a stumbling block, or an occasion to fall, in his brother's way. Let not your good be evil spoken of. It is good neither to eat flesh, nor drink wine, nor anything whereby thy brother stumbleth, or is offended, or made weak." Now, my good friend, you happen to be endowed with a certain tone of mind which enables you to carry through your mode of keeping the Sabbath with little comparative evil, and much good, so far as your family is concerned. But how many persons in this neighbourhood do you suppose would succeed equally well if they were to attempt it? If it were the common custom for families to absent themselves from public worship in the afternoon, and to stroll about the fields, or ride, or sail, how many parents do you suppose would have the dexterity and talent to check all that was inconsistent with the duties of the day? Is it not your ready command of language, your uncommon tact in simplifying and illustrating, your knowledge of natural history and of biblical literature that enable you to accomplish the results that you do? And is there one parent in 100 that could do the same? Now just imagine our neighbor, Squire Hart, with his 10 boys and girls, turned out into the fields on a Sunday afternoon to profit withal. You know he can never finish a sentence without stopping to begin it again half a dozen times. What progress would he make in instructing them? And so of a dozen others I could name along this very street here. Now you men of cultivated minds must give your countenance to courses which would be best for society at large, or as the sentiment was expressed by St. Paul, we that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak, and not to please ourselves, for even Christ pleased not himself. Think, my dear sir, if our Saviour had gone only on the principle of avoiding what might be injurious to his own improvement, how unsafe his example might have proved to less elevated minds. Doubtless he might have made a Sabbath-day fishing excursion an occasion of much elevated and impressive instruction, but although he declared himself Lord of the Sabbath day, and at liberty to suspend its obligation at his own discretion, yet he never violated the received method of observing it, except in cases where superstitious tradition trenched directly on those interests which the Sabbath was given to promote. He asserted the right to relieve pressing bodily wants, and to administer to the necessities of others on the Sabbath, but beyond that he allowed himself in no deviation from established custom. Mr. James looked thoughtful. "I have not reflected on the subject in this view," he replied. "But, my dear sir, considering how little of the public services of the Sabbath is on a level with the capacity of younger children, it seems to me almost a pity to take them to church the whole of the day." "I have thought of that myself," replied Mr. Richards, "and have sometimes thought that, could persons be found to conduct such a thing, it would be desirable to institute a separate service for children, in which the exercises should be particularly adapted to them." "I should like to be minister to a congregation of children," said Mr. James warmly. "Well," replied Mr. Richards, "give our good people time to get acquainted with you, and do away the prejudices which your extraordinary mode of proceeding has induced, and I think I could easily assemble such a company for you every Sabbath." After this, much to the surprise of the village, Mr. James and his family were regular attendants at both the services of the Sabbath. Mr. Richards explained to the good people of his congregation the motives which had led their neighbor to the adoption of what to them seemed so unchristian a course, and upon reflection they came to the perception of the truth that a man may depart very widely from the received standard of right for other reasons than being an infidel or an opposer of religion. A ready return of cordial feeling was the result, and as Mr. James found himself treated with respect and confidence, he began to feel, notwithstanding his fastidiousness, that there were strong points of congeniality between all real and warm-hearted Christians, however different might be their intellectual culture, and in all simplicity united himself with the little church of Camden. A year from the time of his first residence there, every Sabbath afternoon saw him surrounded by a congregation of young children, for whose benefit he had at his own expense provided a room fitted up with maps, scriptural pictures, and every convenience for the illustration of biblical knowledge. And the parents or guardians who from time to time attended their children during these exercises often confessed themselves as much interested and benefited Chapter 8, Part 3 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 8, Part 3, Sabbath Sketches, Sketch Third. It was near the close of a pleasant Saturday afternoon that I drew up my weary horse in front of a neat little dwelling in the village of N. This, as near as I could gather from description, was the house of my cousin, William Fletcher, the identical rogue of a Bill Fletcher of whom we have aforetime spoken. Bill had always been a thriving, push-ahead sort of a character, and during the course of my rambling life I had improved every occasional opportunity of keeping up our early acquaintance. The last time that I returned to my native country after some years of absence, I heard of him as married and settled in the village of N, where he was conducting a very prosperous course of business, and shortly after received a pressing invitation to visit him at his own home. Now, as I had gathered from experience the fact that it is of very little use to rap one's knuckles off on the front door of a country house without any knocker, I therefore made the best of my way along a little path, bordered with marigolds and balsams, that led to the back part of the dwelling. The sound of a number of childish voices made me stop, and looking through the bushes, I saw the very image of my cousin Bill Fletcher, as he used to be 20 years ago, the same bold forehead, the same dark eyes, the same smart, saucy mouth, and the same "who cares for that" toss to his head. "There now," exclaimed the boy, setting down a pair of shoes that he had been blacking, and arranging them at the head of a long row of all sizes and sorts, from those which might have fitted a 2-year-old foot upward. "There, I've blacked every single one of them, and made them shine, too, and done it all in 20 minutes. If anybody thinks they can do it quicker than that, I'd just like to have them try, that's all." "I know they couldn't, though," said a fair-haired little girl who stood admiring the sight, evidently impressed with the utmost reverence for her brother's ability. "And, Bill, I've been putting up all the playthings in the big chest, and I want you to come and turn the lock. The key hurts my fingers." "Pooh! I can turn it easier than that," said the boy, snapping his fingers. "Have you got them all in?" "Yes, all, only I left out the soft bales and the string of red beads and the great rag baby for Fanny to play with. You know mother says babies must have their playthings Sunday." "Oh, to be sure," said the brother, very considerately. "Babies can't read, you know, as we can, nor hear Bible stories, nor look at pictures." At this moment I stepped forward, for the spell of former times was so powerfully on me that I was on the very point of springing forward with a "Hallo there, Bill," as I used to meet the father in old times, but the look of surprise that greeted my appearance brought me to myself. "Is your father at home?" said I. "Father and mother are both gone out, but I guess, sir, they will be home in a few moments. Won't you walk in?" I accepted the invitation, and the little girl showed me into a small and very prettily furnished parlour. There was a piano with music books on one side of the room, some fine pictures hung about the walls, and a little neat centre table was plentifully strewn with books. Besides this, the 2 recesses on each side of the fireplace contained each a bookcase with a glass-locked door. The little girl offered me a chair, and then lingered a moment, as if she felt some disposition to entertain me, if she could only think of something to say, and at last, looking up in my face, she said in a confidential tone, "Mother says she left Willie and me to keep house this afternoon while she was gone, and we are putting up all the things for Sunday, so as to get everything done before she comes home. Willie has gone to put away the playthings, and I'm going to put up the books." So saying, she opened the doors of one of the bookcases and began busily carrying the books from the centre table to deposit them on the shelves, in which employment she was soon assisted by Willie, who took the matter in hand in a very masterly manner, showing his sister what were and what were not Sunday books, with an air of a person entirely at home in the business. Robinson Crusoe and the many-volumed Peter Parley were put by without hesitation. There was, however, a short demurring over a North American Review, because Willie said he was sure his father read something one Sunday out of one of them, while Susan averred that he did not commonly read in it, and only read in it then because the piece was something about the Bible. But as nothing could be settled definitively on the point, the Review was laid on the table like knotty questions in Congress. Then followed a long discussion over an extract book, which, as usual, contained all sorts, both sacred, serious, comic, and profane, and at last Willie, with much gravity, decided to lock it up, on the principle that it was best to be on the safe side, in support of which he appealed to me. I was saved from deciding the question by the entrance of the father and mother. My old friend knew me at once, and presented his pretty wife to me with the same look of exultation with which he used to hold up a string of trout, or an uncommonly fine perch of his own catching, for my admiration, and then looking round on his fine family of children, 2 more of which he had brought home with him, seemed to say to me, "There, what do you think of that, now?" And in truth a very pretty sight it was, enough to make any one's old bachelor coat sit very uneasily on him. Indeed, there is nothing that gives one such a startling idea of the tricks that old Father Time has been playing on us, as to meet some boyish or girlish companions, with half a dozen or so of thriving children about them. My old friend, I found, was in essence just what the boy had been. There was the same upright bearing, the same confident, cheerful tone to his voice, and the same fire in his eye, only that the hand of manhood had slightly touched some of the lines of his face, giving them a staidness of expression becoming the man and the father. "Very well, my children," said Mrs. Fletcher, as, after tea, William and Susan finished recounting to her the various matters that they had set in order that afternoon. "I believe now we can say that our week's work is finished, and that we have nothing to do but rest and enjoy ourselves." "Oh, and papa will show us the pictures in those great books that he brought home for us last Monday, will he not?" said little Robert. "And, mother, you will tell us some more about Solomon's temple and his palaces, won't you?" said Susan. "And I should like to know if father has found out the answer to that hard question I gave him last Sunday," said Willie. "All will come in good time," said Mrs. Fletcher. "But tell me, my dear children, are you sure that you are quite ready for the Sabbath? You say you have put away the books and the playthings. Have you put away, too, all wrong and unkind feelings? Do you feel kindly and pleasantly towards everybody?" "Yes, mother," said Willie, who appeared to have taken a great part of this speech to himself. "I went over to Tom Walters this very morning to ask him about that chicken of mine, and he said that he did not mean to hit it, and did not know he had till I told him of it, and so we made all up again, and I am glad I went." "I am inclined to think, Willie," said his father, "that if everybody would make it a rule to settle up all their differences before Sunday, there would be very few long quarrels and lawsuits. In about half the cases, a quarrel is founded on some misunderstanding that would be got over in 5 minutes if one would go directly to the person for explanation." "I suppose I need not ask you," said Mrs. Fletcher, "whether you have fully learned your Sunday school lessons." "Oh, to be sure," said William. "You know, mother, that Susan and I were busy about them through Monday and Tuesday, and then this afternoon we looked them over again and wrote down some questions." And I heard Robert say his all through, and showed him all the places on the Bible Atlas, said Susan. Well, then, said my friend, if everything is done, let us begin Sunday with some music. Thanks to the recent improvements in the musical instruction of the young, every family can now form a domestic concert, with words and tunes adapted to the capacity and the voices of children. And while these little ones, full of animation, pressed round their mother as she sat at the piano, and accompanied her music with the words of some beautiful hymns, I thought that though I might have heard finer music, I had never listened to any that answered the purpose of music so well. It was a custom at my friend's to retire at an early hour on Saturday evening, in order that there might be abundant time for rest, and no excuse for late rising on the Sabbath. And accordingly, when the children had done singing, after a short season of family devotion, we all betook ourselves to our chambers, and I, for one, fell asleep with the impression of having finished the week most agreeably, and with anticipations of very great pleasure on the morrow. Early in the morning I was roused from my sleep by the sound of little voices singing with great animation in the room next to mine, and listening I caught the following words: Awake, awake, your bed forsake, to God your praises pay. The morning sun is clear and bright, with joy we hail his cheerful light, in songs of love, praise God above, it is the Sabbath day. The last words were repeated and prolonged most vehemently by a voice that I knew for Master William's. Now, Willie, I like the other one best, said the soft voice of little Susan, and immediately she began, How sweet is the day, when leaving our play, the Saviour we seek. The fair morning glows, when Jesus arose, the best in the week. Master William helped along with great spirit in the singing of this tune, though I heard him observing at the end of the first verse that he liked the other one better, because it seemed to step off so kind of lively, and his accommodating sister followed him as he began singing it again with redoubled animation. It was a beautiful summer morning, and the voices of the children within accorded well with the notes of birds and bleating flocks without, a cheerful yet Sabbath-like and quieting sound. Blessed be children's music, said I to myself. How much better this is than the solitary tick-tick of old Uncle Fletcher's tall mahogany clock. The family bell summoned us to the breakfast-room just as the children had finished their hymn. The little breakfast parlour had been swept and garnished expressly for the day, and a vase of beautiful flowers, which the children had the day before collected from their gardens, adorned the centre table. The door of one of the bookcases by the fireplace was thrown open, presenting to view a collection of prettily bound books, over the top of which appeared in gilt letters the inscription Sabbath Library. The windows were thrown open to let in the invigorating breath of the early morning, and the birds that flitted among the rose bushes without seemed scarcely lighter and more buoyant than did the children as they entered the room. It was legibly written on every face in the house that the happiest day in the week had arrived, and each one seemed to enter into its duties with a whole soul. It was still early when the breakfast and the season of family devotion were over, and the children eagerly gathered round the table to get a sight of the pictures in the new books which their father had purchased in New York the week before, and which had been reserved as a Sunday's treat. They were a beautiful edition of Calmet's dictionary in several large volumes, with very superior engravings. "It seems to me that this work must be very expensive," I remarked to my friend as we were turning the leaves. "Indeed, it is so," he replied, "but here is one place where I am less withheld by considerations of expense than in any other. In all that concerns making a show in the world, I am perfectly ready to economize. I can do very well without expensive clothing or fashionable furniture, and am willing that we should be looked on as very plain sort of people in all such matters. But in all that relates to the cultivation of the mind and the improvement of the hearts of my children, I am willing to go to the extent of my ability. whatever will give my children a better knowledge of or deeper interest in the Bible, or enable them to spend a Sabbath profitably and without weariness, stands first on my list among things to be purchased. I have spent in this way 1/3 as much as the furnishing of my house costs me. On looking over the shelves of the Sabbath library, I perceived that my friend had been at no small pains in the selection. It comprised all the popular standard works for the illustration of the Bible, together with the best of the modern religious publications adapted to the capacity of young children. 2 large drawers below were filled with maps and scriptural engravings, some of them of a very superior character. "We have been collecting these things gradually ever since we have been at housekeeping," said my friend. "The children take an interest in this library as something more particularly belonging to them, and some of the books are donations from their little earnings." "Yes," said Willie, "I bought Helen's Pilgrimage with my egg money, and Susan bought the Life of David, and little Robert is going to buy one, too, next New Year." "But," said I, "would not the Sunday school library answer all the purpose of this?" "The Sabbath school library is an admirable thing," said my friend, "but this does more fully and perfectly what that was intended to do. It makes a sort of central attraction at home on the Sabbath, and makes the acquisition of religious knowledge and the proper observance of the Sabbath a sort of family enterprise. You know," he added, smiling, "that people always feel interested for an object in which they have invested money." The sound of the first Sabbath school bell put an end to this conversation. The children promptly made themselves ready, and as their father was the superintendent of the school and their mother one of the teachers, it was quite a family party. One part of every Sabbath at my friend's was spent by one or both parents with the children in a sort of review of the week. The attention of the little ones was directed to their own characters. The various defects or improvements of the past week were pointed out, and they were stimulated to be on their guard in the time to come, and the whole was closed by earnest prayer for such heavenly aid as the temptations and faults of each particular one might need. After church in the evening, while the children were thus withdrawn to their mother's apartment, I could not forbear reminding my friend of old times, and of the rather anti-sabbatical turn of his mind in our boyish days. "Now, William," said I, "do you know that you were the last boy of whom such an enterprise in Sabbath-keeping as this was to have been expected? I suppose you remember Sunday at the old place?" "Nay, now, I think I was the very one," said he, smiling, "for I had sense enough to see, as I grew up, that the day must be kept thoroughly or not at all, and I had enough blood and motion in my composition to see that something must be done to enliven and make it interesting. So I set myself about it. It was one of the first of our housekeeping resolutions that the Sabbath should be made a pleasant day, and yet be as inviolably kept as in the strictest times of our good father, and we have brought things to run in that channel so long that it seems to be the natural order." "I have always supposed," said I, "that it required a peculiar talent and more than common information in a parent to accomplish this to any extent." "It requires nothing," replied my friend, "but common sense and a strong determination to do it. Parents who make a definite object of the religious instruction of their children, if they have common sense, can very soon see what is necessary in order to interest them, and if they find themselves wanting in the requisite information, they can, in these days, very readily acquire it. The sources of religious knowledge are so numerous and so popular in their form that all can avail themselves of them. The only difficulty, after all, is that the keeping of the Sabbath and the imparting of religious instruction are not made enough of a home object. Parents pass off the responsibility on to the Sunday school teacher, and suppose, of course, if they send their children to Sunday school, they do the best they can for them. Now I am satisfied from my experience as a Sunday school teacher that the best religious instruction imparted abroad still stands in need of the cooperation of a systematic plan of religious discipline and instruction at home. For, after all, God gives a power to the efforts of a parent that can never be transferred to other hands. But do you suppose, said I, that the common class of minds with ordinary advantages can do what you have done? I think in most cases they could if they begin right. But when both parents and children have formed habits, it is more difficult to change than to begin right at first. However, I think all might accomplish a great deal if they would give time, money, and effort towards it. It is because the object is regarded of so little value compared with other things of a worldly nature that so little is done. My friend was here interrupted by the entrance of Mrs. Fletcher with the children. Mrs. Fletcher sat down to the piano, and the Sabbath was closed with the happy songs of the little ones. Nor could I notice a single anxious eye turning to the window to see if the sun was not almost down. The tender and softened expression of each countenance bore witness to the subduing power of those instructions which had hallowed the last hour, and their sweet bird-like voices harmonized well with the beautiful words, "How sweet the light of Sabbath eve, how soft the sunbeam lingering there! Those holy hours this low earth leave." Chapter 9 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Let every man mind his own business. "And so you will not sign this paper?" said Alfred Melton to his cousin, a fine-looking young man, who was lounging by the centre table. "Not I, indeed. What in life have I to do with these decidedly vulgar temperance pledges? Pshaw! They have a relish of whiskey in their very essence." "Come, come, cousin Melton," said a brilliant, dark-eyed girl, who had been lolling on the sofa during the conference, "I beg of you to give over attempting to evangelize Edward. You see, as Falstaff has it, he is little better than one of the wicked. You must not waste such valuable temperance documents on him." "But seriously, Melton, my good fellow," resumed Edward, "this signing and sealing and pledging is altogether an unnecessary affair for me. My past and present habits, my situation in life, in short, everything that can be mentioned with regard to me, goes against the supposition of my ever becoming the slave of a vice so debasing, and this pledging myself to avoid it is something altogether needless, nay, by implication it is degrading. As to what you say of my influence, I am inclined to the opinion that if every man will look to himself, every man will be looked to. This modern notion of tacking the whole responsibility of society on to every individual is one I am not at all inclined to adopt, for first, I know it is a troublesome doctrine, and secondly, I doubt if it be a true one, for both which reasons I shall decline extending to it my patronage. "Well, positively," exclaimed the lady, "you gentlemen have the gift of continuance in an uncommon degree. You have discussed this matter backward and forward till I am ready to perish. I will take the matter in hand myself, and sign a temperance pledge for Edward, and see that he gets into none of those naughty courses upon which you have been so pathetic." "I dare say," said Melton, glancing on her brilliant face with evident admiration, that you will be the best temperance pledge he could have, but every man, cousin, may not be so fortunate. But, Melton, said Edward, seeing my steady habits are so well provided for, you must carry your logic and eloquence to some poor fellow less favoured. And thus the conference ended. What a good disinterested fellow Melton is, said Edward, after he had left. Yes, good, as the day is long, said Augusta, but rather prosy, after all. This tiresome temperance business. One never hears the end of it nowadays. Temperance papers, temperance tracts, temperance hotels, temperance this, that, and the other thing, even down to temperance pocket handkerchiefs for little boys. Really, the world is getting intemperately temperate. All well. With the security you have offered, Augusta, I shall dread no temptation. Though there was nothing peculiar in these words, yet there was a certain earnestness of tone that called the colour into the face of Augusta, and set her to sewing with uncommon assiduity. And thereupon Edward proceeded with some remark about guardian angels, together with many other things of the kind, which, though they contain no more that is new than a temperance lecture, always seem to have a peculiar freshness to people in certain circumstances. In fact, before the hour was at an end, Edward and Augusta had forgotten where they began, and had wandered far into that land of anticipations and bright dreams which surrounds the young and loving before they eat of the tree of experience and gain the fatal knowledge of good and evil. But here, stopping our sketching pencil, let us throw in a little background and perspective that will enable our readers to perceive more readily the entire picture. Edward Howard was a young man whose brilliant talents and captivating manners had placed him first in the society in which he moved. Though without property or weight of family connections, he had become a leader in the circles where these appendages are most considered, and there were none of their immunities and privileges that were not freely at his disposal. Augusta Elmore was conspicuous in all that lies within the sphere of feminine attainment. She was an orphan, and accustomed from a very early age to the free enjoyment and control of an independent property. This circumstance doubtless added to the magic of her personal graces in procuring for her that flattering deference which beauty and wealth secure. Her mental powers were naturally superior, although from want of motive they had received no development, except such as would secure success in society. Native good sense, with great strength of feeling and independence of mind, had saved her from becoming heartless and frivolous. She was better fitted to lead and to influence than to be influenced or led. And hence, though not swayed by any habitual sense of moral responsibility, the tone of her character seemed altogether more elevated than the average of fashionable society. General expectation had united the destiny of the two persons who seemed every way fitted for each other, and for once general expectation did not err. A few months after the interview mentioned were witnessed the festivities and congratulations of their brilliant and happy marriage. Never did two young persons commence life under happier auspices. What an exact match! What a beautiful couple, said all the gossips. They seem made for each other, said every one, and so thought the happy lovers themselves. Love, which with persons of strong character is always an earnest and sobering principle, had made them thoughtful and considerate, and as they looked forward to future life and talked of the days before them, their plans and ideas were as rational as any plans can be, when formed entirely with reference to this life, without any regard to another. For a while their absorbing attachment to each other tended to withdraw them from the temptations and allurements of company, and many a long winter evening passed delightfully in the elegant quietude of home, as they read and sang and talked of the past, and dreamed of the future in each other's society. But contradictory as it may appear to the theory of the sentimentalist, it is nevertheless a fact that two persons cannot always find sufficient excitement in talking to each other merely, and this is especially true of those to whom high excitement has been a necessary of life. After a while the young couple, though loving each other none the less, began to respond to the many calls which invited them again into society, and the pride they felt in each other added zest to the pleasures of their return. As the gaze of admiration followed the graceful motions of the beautiful wife, and the whispered tribute went round the circle whenever she entered, Edward felt a pride beyond all that flattery, addressed to himself, had ever excited; and Augusta, when told of the convivial talents and powers of entertainment which distinguished her husband, could not resist the temptation of urging him into society, even oftener than his own wishes would have led him. Alas, neither of them knew the perils of constant excitement, nor supposed that, in thus alienating themselves from the pure and simple pleasures of home, they were risking their whole capital of happiness. It is in indulging the first desire for extra stimulus that the first and deepest danger to domestic peace lies. Let that stimulus be either bodily or mental, its effects are alike to be dreaded. The man or the woman to whom habitual excitement of any kind has become essential has taken the first step towards ruin. In the case of a woman, it leads to discontent, fretfulness, and dissatisfaction with the quiet duties of domestic life. In the case of a man, it leads almost invariably to animal stimulus, ruinous alike to the powers of body and mind. Augusta, fondly trusting to the virtue of her husband, saw no danger in the constant round of engagements which were gradually drawing his attention from the graver cares of business, from the pursuit of self-improvement, and from the love of herself. Already there was in her horizon the cloud as big as a man's hand, the precursor of future darkness and tempest, but too confident and buoyant she saw it not. It was not until the cares and duties of a mother began to confine her at home that she first felt, with a startling sensation of fear, that there was an alteration in her husband, though even then the change was so shadowy and indefinite that it could not be defined by words. It was known by that quick prophetic sense which reveals to the heart of woman the first variation in the pulse of affection, though it be so slight that no other touch can detect it. Edward was still fond, affectionate, admiring, and when he tendered her all the little attentions demanded by her situation, or caressed and praised his beautiful son, she felt satisfied and happy. But when she saw that even without her the convivial circle had its attractions, and that he could leave her to join it, she sighed, she scarce knew why. Surely, she said, I am not so selfish as to wish to rob him of pleasure because I cannot enjoy it with him. But yet once he told me there was no pleasure where I was not. Alas, is it true, what I have so often heard, that such feelings cannot always last? Poor Augusta, she knew not how deep reason she had to fear. She saw not the temptations that surrounded her husband in the circles where, to all the stimulus of wit and intellect, was often added the zest of wine, used far too freely for safety. Already had Edward become familiar with a degree of physical excitement which touches the very verge of intoxication, yet strong in self-confidence and deluded by the customs of society, he dreamed not of danger. The traveller who has passed above the rapids of Niagara may have noticed the spot where the first white sparkling ripple announces the downward tendency of the waters. All here is brilliancy and beauty, and as the waters ripple and dance in the sunbeam, they seem only as if inspired by a spirit of new life, and not as hastening to a dreadful fall. So the first approach to intemperance, that ruins both body and soul, seems only like the buoyancy and exulting freshness of a new life, and the unconscious voyager feels his bark undulating with a thrill of delight, ignorant of the inexorable hurry, the tremendous sweep with which the laughing waters urge him on beyond the reach of hope or recovery. It was at this period in the life of Edward that one judicious and manly friend, who would have had the courage to point out to him the danger that every one else perceived, might have saved him, but among the circle of his acquaintances there was none such. Let every man mind his own business, was their universal maxim. True, heads were gravely shaken, and Mr. A. regretted to Mr. B. that so promising a young man seemed about to ruin himself, but one was no relation of Edward's, and the other felt a delicacy in speaking on such a subject, and therefore, according to a very ancient precedent, they passed by on the other side. Yet it was at Mr. A.'s sideboard, always sparkling with the choicest wine, that he had felt the first excitement of extra stimulus. It was at Mr. B.'s house that the convivial club began to hold their meetings, which, after a time, found a more appropriate place in a public hotel. It is thus that the sober, the regular, and the discreet, whose constitution saves them from liabilities to excess, will accompany the ardent and excitable to the very verge of danger, and then wonder at their want of self-control. It was a cold winter evening, and the wind whistled drearily around the closed shutters of the parlour in which Augusta was sitting. Everything around her bore the marks of elegance and comfort. Splendid books and engravings lay about in every direction. Vases of rare and costly flowers exhaled perfume, and magnificent mirrors multiplied every object. All spoke of luxury and repose, save the anxious and sad countenance of its mistress. It was late, and she had watched anxiously for her husband for many long hours. She drew out her gold and diamond repeater and looked at it. It was long past midnight. She sighed as she remembered the pleasant evenings they had passed together, as her eye fell on the books they had read together, and on her piano and harp, now silent, and thought of all he had said and looked in those days when each was all to the other. She was aroused from this melancholy reverie by a loud knocking at the street door. She hastened to open it, but started back at the sight it disclosed. Her husband, borne by 4 men. "Dead! Is he dead?" she screamed in agony. "No, ma'am," said one of the men, "but he might as well be dead as in such a fix as this." The whole truth in all its degradation flashed on the mind of Augusta. Without a question or comment, she motioned to the sofa in the parlour, and her husband was laid there. She locked the street door, and when the last retreating footstep had died away, she turned to the sofa and stood gazing in fixed and almost stupefied silence on the face of her senseless husband. At once she realized the whole of her fearful lot. She saw before her the blight of her own affections, the ruin of her helpless children, the disgrace and misery of her husband. She looked around her in helpless despair, for she well knew the power of the vice whose deadly seal was set upon her husband. As one who is struggling and sinking in the waters casts a last dizzy glance at the green sunny banks and distant trees which seem sliding from his view, so did all the scenes of her happy days pass in a moment before her, and she groaned aloud in bitterness of spirit. "Great God, help me, help me," she prayed. "Save him, oh, save my husband." Augusta was a woman of no common energy of spirit. and when the first wild burst of anguish was over, she resolved not to be wanting to her husband and children in a crisis so dreadful. "When he awakes," she mentally exclaimed, "I will warn and implore. I will pour out my whole soul to save him. My poor husband, you have been misled, betrayed, but you are too good, too generous, too noble to be sacrificed without a struggle." It was late the next morning before the stupor in which Edward was plunged began to pass off. He slowly opened his eyes, started up wildly, gazed hurriedly around the room, till his eye met the fixed and sorrowful gaze of his wife. The past instantly flashed upon him, and a deep flush passed over his countenance. There was a dead, a solemn silence, until Augusta, yielding to her agony, threw herself into his arms and wept. "Then you do not hate me, Augusta?" said he sorrowfully. "Hate you? Never. But, oh, Edward, Edward, what has beguiled you?" "My wife, you once promised to be my guardian in virtue. Such you are, and will be. Oh, Augusta, you have looked on what you shall never see again. Never, never, so help me God," said he, looking up with solemn earnestness. And Augusta, as she gazed on the noble face, the ardent expression of sincerity and remorse, could not doubt that her husband was saved. But Edward's plan of reformation had one grand defect. It was merely modification and retrenchment, and not entire abandonment. He could not feel it necessary to cut himself off entirely from the scenes and associations where temptation had met him. He considered not that, when the temperate flow of the blood and the even balance of the nerves have once been destroyed, there is ever after a double and fourfold liability, which often makes a man the sport of the first untoward chance. He still contrived to stimulate sufficiently to prevent the return of a calm and healthy state of the mind and body, and to make constant self-control and watchfulness necessary. It is a great mistake to call nothing intemperance but that degree of physical excitement which completely overthrows the mental powers. There is a state of nervous excitability resulting from what is often called moderate stimulation, which often long precedes this, and is in regard to it like the premonitory warnings of the fatal cholera, an unsuspected draught on the vital powers, from which at any moment they may sink into irremediable collapse. It is in this state often that the spirit of gambling or of wild speculation is induced by the morbid cravings of an overstimulated system. Unsatisfied with the healthy and regular routine of business and the laws of gradual and solid prosperity, the excited and unsteady imagination leads its subjects to daring risks, with the alternative of unbounded gain on the one side, or of utter ruin on the other. And when, as is too often the case, that ruin comes, unrestrained and desperate intemperance is the wretched resort to allay the ravings of disappointment and despair. Such was the case with Edward. He had lost his interest in his regular business, and he embarked the bulk of his property in a brilliant scheme then in vogue, and when he found a crisis coming, threatening ruin and beggary, he had recourse to the fatal stimulus, which, alas, he had never wholly abandoned. At this time he spent some months in a distant city, separated from his wife and family, while the insidious power of temptation daily increased, as he kept up by artificial stimulus the flagging vigor of his mind and nervous system. It came at last, the blow which shattered alike his brilliant dreams and his real prosperity. The large fortune brought by his wife vanished in a moment, so that scarcely a pittance remained in his hands. From the distant city where he had been to superintend his schemes, he thus wrote to his too confiding wife: "Augusta, all is over. Expect no more from your husband. Believe no more of his promises, for he is lost to you, and you to him. Augusta, our property is gone. Your property, which I have blindly risked, is all swallowed up. But is that the worst? No, no, Augusta, I am lost, lost body and soul, and as irretrievably as the perishing riches I have squandered. Once I had energy, health, nerve, resolution, but all are gone. Yes, yes, I have yielded. I do yield daily to what is at once my tormentor and my temporary refuge from intolerable misery. You remember the sad hour you first knew your husband was a drunkard. Your look on that morning of misery, shall I ever forget it? Yet, blind and confiding as you were, how soon did your ill-judged confidence in me return? Vain hopes! I was even then past recovery, even then sealed over to blackness of darkness forever. Alas, my wife, my peerless wife, why am I your husband? Why the father of such children as you have given me? Is there nothing in your unequaled loveliness, nothing in the innocence of our helpless babes that is powerful enough to recall me? No, there is not. Augusta, you know not the dreadful gnawing, the intolerable agony of this master passion. I walk the floor. I think of my own dear home, my high hopes, my proud expectations, my children, my wife, my own immortal soul. I feel that I am sacrificing all, feel it till I am withered with agony. But the hour comes, the burning hour, and all is in vain. I shall return to you no more, Augusta. All the little wreck I have saved I send. You have friends, relatives. Above all, you have an energy of mind, a capacity of resolute action beyond that of ordinary women, and you shall never be bound, the living to the dead. True, you will suffer thus to burst the bonds that unite us, but be resolute, for you will suffer more to watch from day to day the slow workings of death and ruin in your husband. Would you stay with me to see every vestige of what you once loved passing away, to endure the caprice, the moroseness, the delirious anger of one no longer master of himself? Would you make your children victims and fellow sufferers with you? No, dark and dreadful is my path. I will walk it alone. No one shall go with me. In some peaceful retirement you may concentrate your strong feelings upon your children and bring them up to fill a place in your heart which a worthless husband has abandoned. If I leave you now, you will remember me as I've been. You will love me and weep for me when dead. But if you stay with me, your love will be worn out. I shall become the object of disgust and loathing. Therefore, farewell, my wife, my first, best love, farewell. With you I part with hope, and with hope farewell fear, farewell remorse. All good to me is lost. Evil, be thou my good. This is a wild strain, but fit for me. Do not seek for me. Do not write. Nothing can save me. Thus abruptly began and ended the letter that conveyed to Augusta the death doom of her hopes. There are moments of agony when the most worldly heart is pressed upward to God, even as a weight will force upward the reluctant water. Augusta had been a generous, a high-minded, and affectionate woman, but she had lived entirely for this world. Her chief good had been her husband and her children. These had been her pride, her reliance, her dependence. Strong in her own resources, she had never felt the need of looking to a higher power for assistance and happiness. But when this letter fell from her trembling hand, her heart died within her at its wild and reckless bitterness. In her desperation, she looked up to God. What have I to live for now? Was the first feeling of her heart. But she repressed this inquiry of selfish agony and besought almighty assistance to nerve her weakness. And here first began that practical acquaintance with the truths and hopes of religion which changed her whole character. The possibility of blind, confiding idolatry of any earthly object was swept away by the fall of her husband, and with the full energy of a decided and desolate spirit she threw herself on the protection of an almighty helper. She followed her husband to the city whither he had gone, found him, and vainly attempted to save. There were the usual alternations of short-lived reformations, exciting hopes only to be destroyed. There was the gradual sinking of the body, the decay of moral feeling and principle, the slow but sure approach of disgusting animalism, which marks the progress of the drunkard. It was some years after that a small and partly ruinous tenement in the outskirts of A received a new family. The group consisted of 4 children, whose wan and wistful countenances and still unchildlike deportment testified an early acquaintance with want and sorrow. There was the mother, faded and careworn, whose dark and melancholy eyes, pale cheeks, and compressed lips told of years of anxiety and endurance. There was the father, with haggard face, unsteady step, and that callous, reckless air that betrayed long familiarity with degradation and crime. Who that had seen Edward Howard in the morning and freshness of his days could have recognized him in this miserable husband and father? Or who in this worn and woe-stricken woman would have known the beautiful, brilliant, and accomplished Augusta? Yet such changes are not fancy, as many a bitter and broken heart can testify. Augusta had followed her guilty husband through many a change and many a weary wandering. All hope of reformation had gradually faded away. Her own eyes had seen, her ears had heard all those disgusting details, too revolting to be portrayed. For in drunkenness there is no royal road, no salvo for greatness of mind, refinement of taste, or tenderness of feeling. All alike are merged in the corruption of a moral death. The traveller who met Edward reeling by the roadside was sometimes startled to hear the fragments of classical lore or wild bursts of half-remembered poetry mixing strangely with the imbecile merriment of intoxication. But when he stopped to gaze, there was no further mark on his face or in his eye by which he could be distinguished from the loathsome and lowest drunkard. Augusta had come with her husband to a city where they were wholly unknown, that she might at least escape the degradation of their lot in the presence of those who had known them in better days. The long and dreadful struggle that annihilated the hopes of this life had raised her feelings to rest upon the next, and the habit of communion with God, induced by sorrows which nothing else could console, had given a tender dignity to her character such as nothing else could bestow. It is true she deeply loved her children, but it was with a wholly chastened love, such as inspired the sentiment once breathed by him who was made perfect through sufferings. For their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also may be sanctified. Poverty, deep poverty, had followed their steps, but yet she had not fainted. Talents which in her happier days had been nourished merely as luxuries were now stretched to the utmost to furnish a support, while from the resources of her own reading she drew that which laid the foundation for early mental culture in her children. Augusta had been here but a few weeks before her footsteps were traced by her only brother, who had lately discovered her situation and urged her to forsake her unworthy husband and find refuge with him. "Augusta, my sister, I have found you!" he exclaimed as he suddenly entered one day while she was busied with the work of her family. "Henry, my dear brother!" There was a momentary illumination of countenance accompanying these words, which soon faded into a mournful quietness as she cast her eyes around on the scanty accommodations and mean apartment. "I see how it is, Augusta. Step by step you are sinking, dragged down by a vain sense of duty to one no longer worthy. I cannot bear it any longer. I have come to take you away." Augusta turned from him and looked abstractedly out the window. Her features settled in thought. Their expression gradually deepened from their usual tone of mild, resigned sorrow to one of keen anguish. "Henry," said she, turning towards him, never was mortal woman so blessed in another as I once was in him. How can I forget it? Who knew him in those days that did not admire and love him? They tempted and ensnared him, and even I urged him into the path of danger. He fell, and there was none to help. I urged reformation, and he again and again promised, resolved, and began. But again they tempted him, even his very best friends, yes, and that, too, when they knew his danger. They led him on as far as it was safe for them to go, and when the sweep of his more excitable temperament took him past the point of safety and decency, they stood by and coolly wondered and lamented. How often was he led on by such heartless friends to humiliating falls, and then driven to desperation by the cold look, averted faces, and cruel sneers of those whose medium temperament and cooler blood saved them from the snares which they saw were enslaving him. What if I had forsaken him then? What account should I have rendered to God? Every time a friend has been alienated by his comrades, it has seemed to seal him with another seal. I am his wife, and mine will be the last. Henry, when I leave him, I know his eternal ruin is sealed. I cannot do it now. A little longer, a little longer. The hour, I see, must come. I know my duty to my children forbids me to keep them here. Take them. They are my last earthly comforts, Henry, but you must take them away. It may be, O God, perhaps it must be that I shall soon follow, but not till I have tried once more. What is this present life to one who has suffered as I have? Nothing but eternity, O Henry, eternity. How can I abandon him to everlasting despair? Under the breaking of my heart I have borne up. I have borne up under all that can try a woman, but this thought— She stopped, and seemed struggling with herself. But at last, borne down by a tide of agony, she leaned her head on her hands. The tears streamed through her fingers, and her whole frame shook with convulsive sobs. Her brother wept with her, nor dared he again to touch the point so solemnly guarded. The next day Augusta parted from her children, hoping something from feelings that possibly might be stirred by their absence in the bosom of their father. It was about a week after this that Augusta one evening presented herself at the door of a rich Mr. L., whose princely mansion was one of the ornaments of the city of A. It was not till she reached the sumptuous drawing-room that she recognized in Mr. L. one whom she and her husband had frequently met in the gay circles of their early life. Altered as she was, Mr. L. did not recognize her, but compassionately handed her a chair, and requested her to wait the return of his lady, who was out, and then turning, he resumed his conversation with another gentleman. "Now, Dallas," said he, "you are altogether excessive and intemperate in this matter. Society is not to be reformed by every man directing his efforts towards his neighbor, but by every man taking care of himself. It is you and I, my dear sir, who must begin with ourselves, and every other man must do the same, and then society will be effectually reformed. Now, this modern way, by which every man considers it his duty to attend to the spiritual matters of his next-door neighbor, is taking the business at the wrong end altogether. It makes a vast deal of appearance, but it does very little good. But suppose your neighbor feels no disposition to attend to his own improvement, what then? Why, then it is his own concern, and not mine. What my Maker requires is, that I do my duty, and not fret about my neighbor's. But, my friend, that is the very question. What is the duty your Maker requires? Does it not include some regard to your neighbor, some care and thought for his interest and improvement? Well, I do that by setting a good example. I do not mean by example what you do, that is, that I am to stop drinking wine because it may lead him to drink brandy, any more than that I must stop eating because he may eat too much and become a dyspeptic, but that I am to use my wine and everything else temperately, and decently, and thus set him a good example. The conversation was here interrupted by the return of Mrs. L. It recalled in all its freshness to the mind of Augusta the days when both she and her husband had thus spoken and thought. Ah, how did these sentiments appear to her now, lonely, helpless, forlorn, the wife of a ruined husband, the mother of more than orphan children? How different from what they seemed when, secure in ease, in wealth, in gratified affections, she thoughtlessly echoed the common phraseology, "Why must people concern themselves so much in their neighbours' affairs? Let every man mind his own business." Augusta received in silence from Mrs. L. the fine sewing for which she came, and left the room. "Ellen," said Mr. L. to his wife, "that poor woman must be in trouble of some kind or other. You must go some time and see if anything can be done for her." "How singular," said Mrs. L. "She reminds me all the time of Augusta Howard. You remember her, my dear?" "Yes, poor thing, and her husband too. That was a shocking affair of Edward Howard's. I hear that he became an intemperate, worthless fellow. Who could have thought it?" "But you recollect, my dear," said Mrs. L., "I predicted it 6 months before it was talked of. You remember at the wine party which you gave after Mary's wedding, he was so excited that he was hardly decent. I mentioned then that he was getting into dangerous ways, but he was such an excitable creature that 2 or 3 glasses would put him quite beside himself. And there is George Eldon, who takes off his 10 or 12 glasses, and no one suspects it." "Well, it was a great pity," replied Mr. L. "Howard was worth a dozen George Eldons." "Do you suppose," said Dallas, who had listened thus far in silence, "that if he had moved in a circle where it was the universal custom to banish all stimulating drinks, he would thus have fallen?" "I cannot say," said Mr. L. "Perhaps not." Mr. Dallas was a gentleman of fortune and leisure, and of an ardent and enthusiastic temperament. Whatever engaged him absorbed his whole soul, and of late years his mind had become deeply engaged in schemes of philanthropy for the improvement of his fellow men. He had, in his benevolent ministrations, often passed the dwelling of Edward, and was deeply interested in the pale and patient wife and mother. He made acquaintance with her through the aid of her children, and in one way and another learned particulars of their history that awakened the deepest interest and concern. None but a mind as sanguine as his would have dreamed of attempting to remedy such hopeless misery by the reformation of him who was its cause. But such a plan had actually occurred to him. The remarks of Mr. and Mrs. L. recalled the idea, and he soon found that his intended protégé was the very Edward Howard whose early history was thus disclosed. He learned all the minutiae from these, his early associates, without disclosing his aim, and left them still more resolved upon his benevolent plan. He watched his opportunity when Edward was free from the influence of stimulus, and it was just after the loss of his children had called forth some remains of his better nature. Gradually and kindly he tried to touch the springs of his mind, and awaken some of its buried sensibilities. "It is in vain, Mr. Dallas, to talk thus to me," said Edward, when one day, with the strong eloquence of excited feeling, he painted the motives for attempting reformation. "You might as well attempt to reclaim the lost in hell. Do you think," he continued, in a wild, determined manner, "do you think I do not know all you can tell me? I have it all by heart, sir. No one can preach such discourses as I can on this subject. I know all, believe all, as the devils believe and tremble." "Ay, but," said Dallas, "to you there is hope. You are not to ruin yourself for ever." "And who the devil are you, to speak to me in this way?" said Edward, looking up from his sullen despair with a gleam of curiosity, if not of hope. "God's messenger to you," Edward Howard," said Dallas, fixing his keen eye upon him solemnly. "To you, Edward Howard, who have thrown away talents, hope, and health, who have blasted the heart of your wife and beggared your suffering children, to you, I am the messenger of your God. By me he offers health and hope and self-respect and the regard of your fellow men. You may heal the broken heart of your wife and give back a father to your helpless children. Think of it, Howard. What if it were possible? Only suppose it. What would it be again to feel yourself a man, beloved and respected as you once were, with a happy home, a cheerful wife, and smiling little ones? Think how you could repay your poor wife for all her tears. What hinders you from gaining all this?" "Just what hindered the rich man in hell? Between us there is a great gulf fixed. It lies between me and all that is good. My wife, my children, my hope of heaven are all on the other side. Ay, but this gulf can be passed. Howard, what would you give to be a temperate man?" "What would I give?" said Howard. He thought for a moment and burst into tears. "Ah, I see how it is," said Dallas. "You need a friend, and God has sent you one." "What can you do for me, Mr. Dallas?" said Edward, in a tone of wonder at the confidence of his assurances. "I will tell you what I can do. I can take you to my house and give you a room and watch over you until the strongest temptations are past. I can give you business again. I can do all for you that needs to be done, if you will give yourself to my care." "O God of mercy!" exclaimed the unhappy man, "is there hope for me? I cannot believe it possible, but take me where you choose. I will follow and obey." A few hours witnessed the transfer of the lost husband to one of the retired apartments in the elegant mansion of Dallas, where he found his anxious and grateful wife still stationed as his watchful guardian. Medical treatment, healthful exercise, useful employment, simple food, and pure water were connected with a personal supervision by Dallas, which, while gently and politely sustained, at first amounted to actual imprisonment. For a time the reaction from the sudden suspension of habitual stimulus was dreadful, and even with tears did the unhappy man entreat to be permitted to abandon the undertaking. But the resolute steadiness of Dallas and the tender entreaties of his wife prevailed. It is true that he might be said to be saved, so as by fire, for a fever and a long and fierce delirium wasted him almost to the borders of the grave. But at length the struggle between life and death was over, and though it left him stretched on the bed of sickness, emaciated and weak, yet he was restored to his right mind, and was conscious of returning health. Let any one who has laid a friend in the grave, and known what it is to have the heart fail with longing for them day by day, imagine the dreamy and unreal joy of Augusta when she began again to see in Edward the husband so long lost to her. It was as if the grave had given back the dead. "Augusta," said he faintly, as after a long and quiet sleep he awoke free from delirium. She bent over him. "Augusta, I am redeemed. I am saved. I feel in myself that I am made whole." The high heart of Augusta melted at these words. She trembled and wept. Her husband wept also, and after a pause he continued, "It is more than being restored to this life. I feel that it is the beginning of eternal life. It is the Savior who sought me out, and I know that he is able to keep me from falling. But we will draw a veil over a scene which words have little power to paint. Pray, Dallas," said Mr. L. one day, "who is that fine-looking young man whom I met in your office this morning? I thought his face seemed familiar." "It is a Mr. Howard, a young lawyer, whom I have lately taken into business with me." "Strange! Impossible!" said Mr. L. "Surely this cannot be the Howard that I once knew. "I believe he is," said Mr. Dallas. "Why, I thought he was gone, dead and done over long ago with intemperance." "He was so. Few have ever sunk lower, but he now promises even to outdo all that was hoped of him." "Strange! Why, Dallas, what did bring about this change?" "I feel a delicacy in mentioning how it came about to you, Mr. L., as there undoubtedly was a great deal of interference with other men's matters in the business. In short, the young man fell in the way of one of those meddlesome fellows who go prowling about distributing tracts, forming temperance societies, and all that sort of stuff." "Come, come, Dallas," said Mr. L., smiling, "I must hear the story for all that." "First, call with me at this house," said Dallas, stopping before the door of a neat little mansion. They were soon in the parlour. The first sight that met their eyes was Edward Howard, who, with a cheek glowing with exercise, was tossing aloft a blooming boy, while Augusta was watching his motions, her face radiant with smiles. "Mr. and Mrs. Howard, this is Mr. L., an old acquaintance, I believe." There was a moment of mutual embarrassment and surprise, soon dispelled, however, by the frank cordiality of Edward. Mr. L. sat down, but could scarce withdraw his eyes from the countenance of Augusta, in whose eloquent face he recognized a beauty of a higher caste than even in her earlier days. He glanced about the apartment. It was simply but tastefully furnished, and wore an air of retired domestic comfort. There were books, engravings, and musical instruments. Above all, there were 4 happy, healthy-looking children, pursuing studies or sports at the farther end of the room. After a short call, they regained the street. "Dallas, you are a happy man," said Mr. L. "That family will be a mine of jewels to you." He was right. Every soul saved from pollution and ruin is a jewel to him that reclaims it, whose lustre only eternity can disclose. And therefore it is written, "They that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that Chapter 10 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 10, Cousin William. In a stately red house in one of the villages of New England lived the heroine of our story. She had every advantage of rank and wealth, for her father was a deacon of the church, and owned sheep and oxen, and exceeding much substance. There was an appearance of respectability and opulence about all the demesnes. The house stood almost concealed amid a forest of apple trees, in spring blushing with blossoms, and in autumn golden with fruit, and near by might be seen the garden, surrounded by a red picket fence, enclosing all sorts of magnificence. There in autumn might be seen abundant squash vines, which seemed puzzled for room where to bestow themselves, and bright golden squashes, and full-orbed yellow pumpkins, looking as satisfied as the evening sun when he has just had his face washed in a shower and is sinking soberly to bed. There were superannuated seed cucumbers, enjoying the pleasures of a contemplative old age, and Indian corn, nicely done up in green silk, with a specimen tassel hanging at the end of each ear. The beams of the summer sun darted through rows of crimson currants abounding on bushes by the fence, while a sulky black currant bush sat scowling in one corner, a sort of garden curiosity. But time would fail us were we to enumerate all the wealth of Deacon Israel Taylor. He himself belonged to that necessary class of beings who, though remarkable for nothing at all, are very useful in filling up the links of society. Far otherwise was his sister-in-law, Mrs. Abigail Evetts, who, on the demise of the deacon's wife, had assumed the reins of government in the household. This lady was of the same opinion that has animated many illustrious philosophers, namely, that the affairs of this world need a great deal of seeing to in order to have them go on prosperously, and although she did not, like them, engage in the supervision of the universe, she made amends by unremitting diligence in the department under her care. In her mind there was an evident necessity that every one should be up and doing. Monday, because it was washing day; Tuesday, because it was ironing day; Wednesday, because it was baking day; Thursday, because tomorrow was Friday, and so on to the end of the week. Then she had the care of reminding all in the house of everything each was to do from week's end to week's end, and she was so faithful in this respect that scarcely an original act of volition took place in the family. The poor deacon was reminded when he went out and when he came in, when he sat down and when he rose up, so that an act of omission could only have been committed through sheer malice prepense. But the supervision of a whole family of children afforded to a lady of her active turn of mind more abundant matter of exertion. To see that their faces were washed, their clothes mended, and their catechism learned, to see that they did not pick the flowers, nor throw stones at the chickens, nor sophisticate the great house dog, was an accumulation of care that devolved almost entirely on Mrs. Abigail, so that by her own account she lived and throve by a perpetual miracle. The eldest of her charge, at the time this story begins, was a girl just arrived at young ladyhood, and her name was Mary. Now we know that people very seldom have stories written about them who have not sylph-like forms and glorious eyes, or at least a certain inexpressible charm diffused over their whole person. But stories have of late so much abounded that they actually seem to have used up all the eyes, hair, teeth, lips, and forms necessary for a heroine, so that no one can now pretend to find an original collection wherewith to set one forth. These things considered, I regard it as fortunate that my heroine was not a beauty. She looked neither like a sylph, nor an oread, nor a fairy. She had neither l'air distingué nor l'air magnifique, but bore a great resemblance to a real mortal girl, such as you might pass a dozen of without any particular comment. One of those appearances which, though common as water, may, like that, be colored any way by the associations you connect with it. Accordingly, a faultless taste in dress, a perfect ease and gaiety of manner, a constant flow of kindly feeling, seemed in her case to produce all the effect of beauty. Her manners had just dignity enough to repel impertinence, without destroying the careless freedom and sprightliness in which she commonly indulged. No person had a merrier run of stories, songs, and village traditions, and all those odds and ends of character which form the materials for animated conversation. She had read, too, everything she could find, Rollin's History and Scott's Family Bible, that stood in the glass bookcase in the best room, and an odd volume of Shakespeare, and now and then one of Scott's novels, borrowed from a somewhat literary family in the neighborhood. She also kept an album to write her thoughts in, and was in a constant habit of cutting out all the pretty poetry from the corners of the newspapers, besides drawing forget-me-nots and rosebuds in memory of different particular friends, with a number of other little sentimental practices, to which young ladies of 16 and thereabout are addicted. She was also endowed with great constructiveness, so that in these days of ladies' fairs there was nothing from bellows needle-books down to web-footed pincushions to which she could not turn her hand. Her sewing certainly was extraordinary. We think too little is made of this in the accomplishments of heroines. Her stitching was like rows of pearls, and her cross-stitching was fairy-like, and for sewing over and over, as the village schoolma'am hath it, she had not her equal. And what shall we say of her pies and puddings? They would have converted the most reprobate old bachelor in the world. And then her sweeping and dusting. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. And now what do you suppose is coming next? Why, a young gentleman, of course, for about this time comes to settle in the village and take charge of the academy a certain William Barton. Now, if you wish to know more particularly who he was, we only wish we could refer you to Mrs. Abigail, who was most accomplished in genealogies and old wife's fables, and she would have told you that her grand'ther, Ike Evetts, married a wife who was second cousin to Peter Scranton, who was great uncle to Polly Mosley, whose daughter Mary married William Barton's father, just about the time old Squire Peter's house was burned down. And then would follow an account of the domestic history of all branches of the family since they came over from England. Be that as it may, it is certain that Mrs. Abigail denominated him cousin, and that he came to the deacon's to board, and he had not been there more than a week, and made sundry observations on Miss Mary before he determined to call her cousin too, which he accomplished in the most natural way in the world. Mary was at first somewhat afraid of him, because she had heard that he had studied through all that was to be studied, in Greek and Latin and German too. And she saw a library of books in his room that made her sigh every time she looked at them, to think how much there was to be learned of which she was ignorant. But all this wore away, and presently they were the best friends in the world. He gave her books to read, and he gave her lessons in French, nothing puzzled by that troublesome verb which must be first conjugated, whether in French, Latin, or English. Then he gave her a deal of good advice about the cultivation of her mind and the formation of her character, all of which was very improving, and tended greatly to consolidate their friendship. But, unfortunately for Mary, William made quite as favourable an impression on the female community generally as he did on her, having distinguished himself on certain public occasions, such as delivering lectures on botany, and also at the earnest request of the 4th of July Committee, pronounced an oration which covered him with glory. He had been known also to write poetry, and had a retired and romantic air, greatly bewitching to those who read Bulwer's novels. In short, it was morally certain, according to all rules of evidence, that if he had chosen to pay any lady of the village a dozen visits a week, she would have considered it as her duty to entertain him. William did visit, for, like many studious people, he found a need for the excitement of society. But whether it was party or singing school, he walked home with Mary, of course, in as steady and domestic a manner as any man who has been married a 12-month. His air in conversing with her was inevitably more confidential than with any other one, and this was cause for envy in many a gentle breast, and an interesting diversity of reports with regard to her manner of treating the young gentleman went forth into the village. "I wonder Mary Taylor will laugh and joke so much with William Barton in company," said one. "Her manners are altogether too free," said another. "It is evident she has designs upon him," remarked a third. "And she cannot even conceal it," pursued a fourth. Some sayings of this kind at length reached the ears of Mrs. Abigail, who had the best heart in the world, and was so indignant that it might have done your heart good to see her. Still, she thought it showed that the girl needed advising, and she should talk to Mary about the matter. But she first concluded to advise with William on the subject, and therefore after dinner the same day, while he was looking over a treatise on trigonometry or conic sections, she commenced upon him. "Our Mary is growing up a fine girl." William was intent on solving a problem, and only understanding that something had been said, mechanically answered yes. "A little wild or so," said Mrs. Abigail. "I know it," said William, fixing his eyes earnestly on EFBC. "Perhaps you think her a little too talkative and free with you sometimes. You know girls do not always think what they do." "Certainly," said William, going on with his problem. "I think you had better speak to her about it," said Mrs. Abigail. "I think so too," said William, musing over his completed work, till at length he arose, put it in his pocket, and went to school. Oh, this unlucky concentrativeness! How many shocking things a man may endorse by the simple habit of saying yes and no, when he is not hearing what is said to him. The next morning, when William was gone to the academy, and Mary was washing the breakfast things, Aunt Abigail introduced the subject with great tact and delicacy by remarking, "Mary, I guess you had better be rather less free with William than you have been." "Free?" said Mary, starting, and nearly dropping the cup from her hand. "Why, aunt, what do you mean?" "Why, Mary, you must not always be around so free in talking with him, at home and in company and everywhere. It won't do." The colour started into Mary's cheek, and mounted even to her forehead, as she answered with a dignified air, "I have not been too free. I know what is right and proper. I have not been doing anything that was improper." Now, when one is going to give advice, it is very troublesome to have its necessity thus called in question, and Mrs. Abigail, who was fond of her own opinion, felt called upon to defend it. "Why, yes, you have, Mary. Everybody in the village notices it." "I don't care what everybody in the village says. I shall always do what I think proper," retorted the young lady. "I know Cousin William does not think so." "Well, I think he does, from some things I've heard him say." "Oh, aunt, what have you heard him say?" said Mary, nearly upsetting a chair in the eagerness with which she turned to her aunt. "Mercy on us! You need not knock the house down, Mary. I don't remember exactly about it, only that his way of speaking made me think so." "Oh, aunt, do tell me what it was, and all about it," said Mary, following her aunt, who went around dusting the furniture. Mrs. Abigail, like most obstinate people who feel that they have gone too far, and yet are ashamed to go back, took refuge in an obstinate generalization, and only asserted that she had heard him say things as if he did not quite like her ways. This is the most consoling of all methods in which to leave a matter of this kind for a person of active imagination. Of course, in 5 minutes, Mary had settled in her mind a list of remarks that would have been suited to any of her village companions as coming from her cousin. All the improbability of the thing vanished in the absorbing consideration of its possibility, and after a moment's reflection she pressed her lips together in a very firm way and remarked that Mr. Barton would have no occasion to say such things again. It was very evident from her heightened colour and dignified air that her state of mind was very heroical. As for poor Aunt Abigail, she felt sorry she had vexed her, and addressed herself most earnestly to her consolation, remarking, "Mary, I don't suppose William meant anything. He knows you don't mean anything wrong." "Don't mean anything wrong!" said Mary indignantly. "Why, child, he thinks you don't know much about folks and things, and if you have been a little—" "But I have not been. It was he that talked with me first. It was he that did everything first. He called me cousin, and he is my cousin. No, child, you are mistaken, for you remember his grandfather was— I don't care who his grandfather was. He has no right to think of me as he does. Now, Mary, don't go to quarreling with him. He can't help his thoughts, you know. I don't care what he thinks, said Mary, flinging out of the room with tears in her eyes. Now, when a young lady is in such a state of affliction, the first thing to be done is to sit down and cry for 2 hours or more, which Mary accomplished in the most thorough manner, in the meanwhile making many reflections on the instability of human friendships, and resolving never to trust any one again as long as she lived, and thinking that this was a cold and hollow-hearted world, together with many other things she had read in books, but never realized so forcibly as at present. But what was to be done? Of course she did not wish to speak a word to William again, and wished he did not board there. And finally she put on her bonnet and determined to go over to her other aunts in the neighborhood and spend the day, so that she might not see him at dinner. But it so happened that Mr. William, on coming home at noon, found himself unaccountably lonesome during school recess for dinner, and hearing where Mary was, determined to call after school at night at her aunt's and attend her home. Accordingly, in the afternoon, as Mary was sitting in the parlour with 2 or 3 cousins, Mr. William entered. Mary was so anxious to look just as if nothing was the matter that she turned away her head and began to look out of the window just as the young gentleman came up to speak to her. So after he had twice inquired after her health, she drew up very coolly and said, "Did you speak to me, sir?" William looked a little surprised at first, but seating himself by her, "To be sure," said he, "and I came to know why you ran away without leaving any message for me." "It did not occur to me," said Mary, in the dry tone which in a lady means, "I will excuse you from any further conversation, if you please." William felt as if there was something different from common in all this, but thought that perhaps he was mistaken, and so continued, "What a pity now that you should be so careless of me, when I was so thoughtful of you. I have come all this distance to see how you do." "I am sorry to have given you the trouble," said Mary. "Cousin, are you unwell to-day?" said William. "No, sir," said Mary, going on with her sewing. There was something so marked and decisive in all this that William could scarcely believe his ears. He turned away and commenced a conversation with a young lady, and Mary, to show that she could talk if she chose, commenced relating a story to her cousins, and presently they were all in a loud laugh. "Mary has been full of her knick-knacks to-day," said her old uncle, joining them. William looked at her. She never seemed brighter or in better spirits, and he began to think that even Cousin Mary might puzzle a man sometimes. He turned away and began a conversation with old Mr. Zachary Cohn on the raising of buckwheat, a subject which evidently required profound thought, for he never looked more grave, not to say melancholy. Mary glanced that way, and was struck with the sad and almost severe expression with which he was listening to the details of Mr. Zachary, and was convinced that he was no more thinking of buckwheat than she was. "I never thought of hurting his feelings so much," said she, relenting. "After all, he has been very kind to me, but he might have told me about it, and not somebody else." And hereupon she cast another glance towards him. William was not talking, but sat with his eyes fixed on the snuffer-tray, with an intense gravity of gaze that quite troubled her, and she could not help again blaming herself. To be sure, aunt was right. He could not help his thoughts. I will try to forget it, thought she. Now, you must not think Mary was sitting still and gazing during this soliloquy. No, she was talking and laughing, apparently the most unconcerned spectator in the room. So passed the evening till the little company broke up. "I am ready to attend you home," said William, in a tone of cold and almost haughty deference. "I am obliged to you," said the young lady in a similar tone, "but I shall stay all night." Then, suddenly changing her tone, she said, "No, I cannot keep it up any longer. I will go home with you, Cousin William." "Keep up what?" said William with surprise. Mary was gone for her bonnet. She came out, took his arm, and walked on a little way. "You have advised me always to be frank, cousin," said Mary, "and I must and will be. So I shall tell you all, though I dare say it is not according to rule." "All what?" said William. "Cousin," said she, not at all regarding what he said, "I was very much vexed this afternoon." "So I perceived, Mary." "Well, it is vexatious," she continued, "though, after all, we cannot expect people to think us perfect. But I did not think it quite fair in you not to tell me." "Tell you what, Mary?" Here they came to a place where the road turned through a small patch of woods. It was green and shady, and enlivened by a lively chatterbox of a brook. There was a mossy trunk of a tree that had fallen beside it, and made a pretty seat. The moonlight lay in little patches upon it as it streamed down through the branches of the trees. It was a fairy-looking place, and Mary stopped and sat down as if to collect her thoughts. After picking up a stick and playing a moment in the water, she began: "After all, cousin, it was very natural in you to say so, if you thought so, though I should not have supposed you would think so." "Well, I should be glad if I could know what it is," said William, in a tone of patient resignation. "Oh, I forgot that I had not told you," said she, pushing back her hat, and speaking like one determined to go through with the thing. "Why, cousin, I've been told that you spoke of my manners towards yourself as being freer, more obtrusive than they should be. And now," said she, her eyes flashing, "you see it was not a very easy thing to tell you, but I began with being frank, and I will be so, for the sake of satisfying myself." To this William simply replied, "Who told you this, Mary?" "My aunt." "Did she say I said it to her?" "Yes." "And I do not so much object to your saying it as to your thinking it, for you know I did not force myself on your notice. It was you who sought my acquaintance and won my confidence, and that you, above all others, should think of me in this way." "I never did think so, Mary," said William quietly. "Nor ever said so?" "Never. I should think you might have known it, Mary." "But," said Mary. "But," said William firmly, "Aunt Abigail is certainly mistaken." "Well, I am glad of it," said Mary, looking relieved and gazing in the brook, then looking up with warmth. "And, cousin, you never must think so. I am ardent, and I express myself freely, but I never meant, I am sure I never should mean, anything more than a sister might say." "And are you sure you never could, if all my happiness depended on it, Mary?" She turned and looked up in his face, and saw a look that brought conviction. She rose to go on, and her hand was taken and drawn into the arm of her cousin, and that was the end. Chapter 11 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 11. The Ministration of Our Departed Friends, a New Year's Reverie. It is a beautiful belief that ever round our head are hovering on viewless wings the spirits of the dead. While every year is taking one and another from the ranks of life and usefulness, or the charmed circle of friendship and love, it is soothing to remember that the spiritual world is gaining in riches through the poverty of this. In early life, with our friends all around us, hearing their voices, cheered by their smiles, death and the spiritual world are to us remote, misty, and half fabulous. But as we advance in our journey, and voice after voice is hushed, and form after form vanishes from our side, and our shadow falls almost solitary on the hillside of life, the soul, by a necessity of its being, tends to the unseen and spiritual, and pursues in another life those it seeks in vain in this. For with every friend that dies, dies also some especial form of social enjoyment, whose being depended on the peculiar character of that friend, till late in the afternoon of life the pilgrim seems to himself to have passed over to the unseen world in successive portions half his own spirit. And poor indeed is he who has not familiarized himself with that unknown, whither, despite himself, his soul is earnestly tending. One of the deepest and most imperative cravings of the human heart, as it follows its beloved ones beyond the veil, is for some assurance that they still love and care for us. Could we firmly believe this, bereavement would lose half its bitterness. As a German writer beautifully expresses it, our friend is not wholly gone from us. We see across the river of death in the blue distance the smoke of his cottage. Hence the heart, always creating what it desires, has ever made the guardianship and ministration of departed spirits a favourite theme of poetic fiction. But is it then fiction? Does revelation, which gives so many hopes which nature had not, give none here? Is there no sober certainty to correspond to the inborn and passionate craving of the soul? Do departed spirits in verity retain any knowledge of what transpires in this world and take any part in its scenes? All that revelation says of a spiritual state is more intimation than assertion. It has no distinct treatise, and teaches nothing apparently of set purpose, but gives vague, glorious images, while now and then some accidental ray of intelligence looks out, like eyes of cherubs shining, from out the veil that hid the ark. But out of all the different hints and assertions of the Bible, we think a better inferential argument might be constructed to prove the ministration of departed spirits than for many a doctrine which has passed in its day for the height of orthodoxy. First, then, the Bible distinctly says that there is a class of invisible spirits who minister to the children of men. Are they not all ministering spirits, sent forth to minister to those who shall be heirs of salvation? It is said of little children that their angels do always behold the face of our Father which is in heaven. This last passage from the words of our Saviour, taken in connection with the well-known tradition of his time, fully recognizes the idea of individual guardian spirits. For God's government over mind is, it seems, throughout one of intermediate agencies, and these not chosen at random, but with the nicest reference to their adaptation to the purpose intended. Not even the all-seeing, all-knowing one was deemed perfectly adapted to become a human Saviour without a human experience. Knowledge, intuitive, gained from above, of human wants and woes was not enough. To it must be added the home-born certainty of consciousness and memory. The head of all mediation must become human. Is it likely, then, that in selecting subordinate agencies, this so necessary a requisite of a human life and experience is overlooked? While around the throne of God stand spirits, now sainted and glorified, yet thrillingly conscious of a past experience of sin and sorrow, and trembling in sympathy with temptations and struggles like their own, is it likely that he would pass by these souls, thus burning for the work, and commit it to those bright abstract beings whose knowledge and experience are comparatively so distant and so cold? It is strongly in confirmation of this idea that in the transfiguration scene, which seems to have been intended purposely to give the disciples a glimpse of the glorified state of their Master, we find him attended by two spirits of earth, Moses and Elias, which appeared with him in glory and spake of his death, which he should accomplish at Jerusalem. It appears that these so long departed ones were still mingling in deep sympathy with the tide of human affairs, not only aware of the present, but also informed as to the future. In coincidence with this idea are all those passages which speak of the redeemed of earth as being closely and indissolubly identified with Christ, members of his body, of his flesh and his bones. It is not to be supposed that those united to Jesus above all others by so vivid a sympathy and community of interests are left out as instruments in that great work of human regeneration which so engrosses him. And when we hear Christians spoken of as kings and priests unto God, as those who shall judge angels, we see it more than intimated that they are to be the partners and actors in that great work of spiritual regeneration of which Jesus is the head. What then? May we look among the band of ministering spirits for our own departed ones? Whom would God be more likely to send us? Have we in heaven a friend who knew us to the heart's core, a friend to whom we have unfolded our soul in its most secret recesses, to whom we have confessed our weaknesses and deplored our griefs? If we are to have a ministering spirit, who better adapted? Have we not memories which correspond to such a belief? When our soul has been cast down, has never an invisible voice whispered, "There is lifting up"? Have not gales and breezes of sweet and healing thought been wafted over us, as if an angel had shaken from his wings the odours of paradise? Many a one, we are confident, can remember such things. And whence come they? Why do the children of the pious mother, whose grave has grown green and smooth with years, seem often to walk through perils and dangers fearful and imminent, as the crossing Mohammed's fiery gulf on the edge of a drawn sword, yet walk unhurt? Ah, could we see that attendant form, that face where the angel conceals not the mother, our question would be answered. It may be possible that a friend is sometimes taken because the Divine One sees that his ministry can act more powerfully from the unseen world than amid the infirmities of mortal intercourse. Here the soul, distracted and hemmed in by human events and by bodily infirmities, often scarce knows itself and makes no impression on others correspondent to its desires. The mother would fain electrify the heart of her child. She yearns and burns in vain to make her soul effective on its soul, and to inspire it with a spiritual and holy life. But all her own weaknesses, faults, and mortal cares cramp and confine her, till death breaks all fetters, and then, first truly alive, risen, purified, and at rest, she may do calmly, sweetly, and certainly what, amid the tempests and tossings of life, she laboured for painfully and fitfully. So also to generous souls, who burn for the good of man, who deplore the shortness of life and the little that is permitted to any individual agency on earth, does this belief open a heavenly field. Think not, father or brother, long labouring for man, till thy sun stands on the western mountains. Think not that thy day in this world is over. Perhaps, like Jesus, thou hast lived a human life and gained a human experience to become, under and like him, a Saviour of thousands. Thou hast been through the preparation, but thy real work of good, thy full power of doing, is yet to begin. But again, there are some spirits, and those of earth's choicest, to whom, so far as enjoyment to themselves or others is concerned, this life seems to have been a total failure. A hard hand from the first, and all the way through life, seems to have been laid upon them. They seem to live only to be chastened and crushed, and we lay them in the grave at last in mournful silence. To such, what a vision is opened by this belief! This hard discipline has been the school and task work by which their soul has been fitted for their invisible labors in a future life, and when they pass the gates of the grave, their course of benevolent acting first begins, and they find themselves delighted possessors of what through many years they have sighed for, the power of doing good. The year just past, like all other years, has taken from 1,000 circles the sainted, the just, and the beloved. There are spots in 1,000 graveyards which have become this year dearer than all the living world. But in the loneliness of sorrow, how cheering to think that our lost ones are not wholly gone from us. They still may move about in our homes, shedding around an atmosphere of purity and peace, promptings of good and reproofs of evil. We are compassed about by a cloud of witnesses, whose hearts throb in sympathy with every effort and struggle, and who thrill with joy at every success. How should this thought check and rebuke every worldly feeling and unworthy purpose, and enshrine us in the midst of a forgetful and unspiritual world with an atmosphere of heavenly peace? They have overcome, have risen, are crowned, glorified, but still they remain to us our assistants, our comforters, and in every hour of darkness their voice speaks to us. So we grieved, so we struggled, so we fainted, so we doubted, but we have overcome, we have obtained, we have seen, we have found. Chapter 12 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 12, Mrs. A. and Mrs. B., or What She Thinks About It. Mrs. A. and Mrs. B. were next-door neighbors and intimate friends, that is to say, they took tea with each other very often, and in confidential strains discoursed of stockings and pocket-handkerchiefs, of puddings and carpets, of cookery and domestic economy through all its branches. "I think on the whole," said Mrs. A., with an air of profound reflection, "that gingerbread is the cheapest and healthiest cake one can make. I make a good deal of it, and let my children have as much as they want of it." "I used to do so," said Mrs. B., "but I haven't had any made these 2 months." "Ah, why not?" said Mrs. A. "Why, it is some trouble, and then, though it is cheap, it is cheaper not to have any, and on the whole the children are quite as well contented without it, and so we are fallen into the way of not having any." "But one must keep some kind of cake in the house," said Mrs. A. "So I have always heard and thought and practised," said Mrs. B., "but really of late I have questioned the need of it." The conversation gradually digressed from this point into various intricate speculations on domestic economy, and at last each lady went home to put her children to bed. A fortnight after, the two ladies were again in conclave at Mrs. B.'s tea-table, which was graced by some unusually nice gingerbread. "I thought you had given up making gingerbread," said Mrs. A. "You told me so a fortnight ago at my house." "So I had," said Mrs. A., "but since that conversation I have been making it again." "Why so?" "Oh, I thought that since you thought it economical enough, certainly I might, and that if you thought it necessary to keep some sort of cake in the closet, perhaps it was best I should." Mrs. A. laughed. "Well, now," said she, "I have not made any gingerbread or cake of any kind since that same conversation." "Indeed!" "No, I said to myself, if Mrs. B. thinks it will do to go without cake in the house, I suppose I might, as she says it is some additional expense and trouble, and so I gave it up." Both ladies laughed, and you laughed too, my dear lady reader. But have you never done the same thing? Have you never altered your dress, or your arrangements, or your housekeeping, because somebody else was of a different way of thinking or managing? And may not that very somebody at the same time have been moved to make some change through a similar observation on you? A large party is to be given by the young lads of N. to the young lassies of the same place. They are to drive out together to a picnic in the woods, and to come home by moonlight. The weather is damp and uncertain, the ground chill, and young people, as in all ages before the flood and since, not famous for the grace of prudence. For all which reasons, almost every mamma hesitates about her daughter's going, thinks it a very great pity the thing has been started. "I really don't like this thing," says Mrs. G. "It's not a kind of thing that I approve of, and if Mrs. X was not going to let her daughters go, I should set myself against it. How Mrs. X, who is so very nice in her notions, can sanction such a thing, I cannot see. I am really surprised at Mrs. X." All this time poor unconscious Mrs. X is in a similar tribulation. "This is a very disagreeable affair to me," she says. "I really have almost a mind to say that my girls shall not go. But Mrs. G's daughters are going, and Mrs. C's, and Mrs. W's, and of course it would be idle for me to oppose it. I should not like to cast any reflections on a course sanctioned by ladies of such prudence and discretion." In the same manner, Mrs. A., B., and C., and the good matrons through the alphabet generally, with doleful lamentations, each one consents to the thing that she allows not, and the affair proceeds swimmingly, to the great satisfaction of the juveniles. Now and then, it is true, some individual sort of body, who might be designated by the angular and decided letters K or L, says to her son or daughter, "No, I don't approve of the thing," and is deaf to the oft urged, "Mrs. A., B., and C. do so." "I have nothing to do with Mrs. A., B., and C.'s arrangements," says this impracticable Mrs. K. or L. "I only know what is best for my children, and they shall not go." Again, Mrs. G. is going to give a party, and now shall she give wine or not? Mrs. G. has heard an abundance of temperance speeches and appeals, heard the duties of ladies in the matter of sanctioning temperance movements aptly set forth, but none of these things move her half so much as another consideration. She has heard that Mrs. D. introduced wine into her last soiree. Mrs. D.'s husband has been a leading orator of the Temperance Society, and Mrs. D. is no less a leading member in the circles of fashion. Now Mrs. G.'s soul is in great perplexity. If she only could be sure that the report about Mrs. D. is authentic, why then, of course, the thing is settled. Regret it as much as she may, she cannot get through her party without the wine, and so at last come the party and the wine. Mrs. D., who was incorrectly stated to have had the article at her last soiree, has it at her next one, and quotes discreet Mrs. G. as her precedent. Mrs. P. is greatly scandalized at this, because Mrs. G. is a member of the church, and Mr. D. a leading temperance orator, but since they will do it, it is not for her to be nice, and so she follows the fashion. Mrs. N. comes home from church on Sunday, rolling up her eyes with various appearances of horror and surprise. "Well, I'm going to give up trying to restrain my girls from dressing extravagantly. It's of no use trying, no use in the world." "Why, mother, what's the matter?" exclaimed the girls aforesaid, delighted to hear such encouraging declarations. "Why, didn't you see Mrs. K.'s daughters sitting in the pew before us with feathers in their bonnets? If Mrs. K. is coming out in this way, I shall give up. I shan't try any longer. I'm going to get just what I want and dress as much as I've a mind to. Girls, you may get those visites that you were looking at Mr. B.'s store last week." The next Sunday, Mrs. K.'s girls in turn begin, "There, mamma, you are always lecturing us about economy and all that, and wanting us to wear our old mantillas another winter, and there are Mrs. N.'s girls shining out in new visites." Mamma looks sensible and judicious, and tells the girls they ought not to see what people are wearing in church on Sundays. But it becomes evident before the week is through that she has not forgotten the observation. She is anxiously pricing visites and looking thoughtful as one on the eve of an important determination, and the next Sunday the girls appear in full splendor with new visites, to the increasing horror of Mrs. N. So goes the shuttlecock back and forward, kept up on both sides by most judicious hands. In like manner, at a modern party, a circle of matrons sit in edifying conclave, and lament the degeneracy of the age. These parties that begin at 9 o'clock and end at 2 or 3 in the morning are shameful things, says fat Mrs. Q., complacently fanning herself. N.B. Mrs. Q. is plotting to have one the very next week, and has come just to see the fashions. "Oh, dreadful, dreadful!" exclaim in one chorus meek Mrs. M. and tall Mrs. F. and stiff Mrs. J. "They are very unhealthy," says Mrs. F. "They disturb all family order," says Mrs. J. "They make one so sleepy the next day," says Mrs. M. "They are very laborious to get up, and entirely useless," says Mrs. Q., at the same time counting across the room the people that she shall invite next week. Mrs. M. and Mrs. F. diverge into a most edifying strain of moral reflections on the improvement of time, the necessity of sobriety and moderation, the evils of conformity to the world, till one is tempted to feel that the Tract Society ought to have their remarks for general circulation, were one not damped by the certain knowledge that before the winter is out each of these ladies will give exactly such another party. And now, are all these respectable ladies hypocritical or insincere? By no means. They believe every word they say, but a sort of necessity is laid upon them, a spell, and before the breath of the multitude their individual resolution melts away as the frosty tracery melts from the window panes of a crowded room. A great many do this habitually, resignedly, as a matter of course. Ask them what they think to be right and proper, and they will tell you sensibly, coherently, and quite to the point in one direction. Ask them what they are going to do. Ah, that is quite another matter. They are going to do what is generally done, what Mrs. A, B, and C do. They have long since made over their conscience to the keeping of the public, that is to say, of good society, and are thus rid of a troublesome burden of responsibility. Again, there are others who mean in general to have an opinion and will of their own, but imperceptibly, as one and another take a course opposed to their own sense of right and propriety, their resolution quietly melts and melts, till every individual outline of it is gone, and they do as others do. Yet is this influence of one human being over another in some sense God appointed, a necessary result of the human constitution? There is scarcely a human being that is not varied and swerved by it, as the trembling needle is swerved by the approaching magnet. Oppose conflict with it, as one may at a distance, yet when it breathes on us through the breath, and shines on us through the eye of an associate, it possesses an invisible magnetic power. He who is not at all conscious of such impressibility can scarce be amiable or human. Nevertheless, one of the most important habits for the acquisition of a generous and noble character is to learn to act individually, unswerved by the feelings and opinions of others. It may help us to do this, to reflect that the very person whose opinion we fear may be in equal dread of ours, and that the person to whom we are looking for a precedent may, at that very time, be looking to us. In short, Mrs. A., if you think that you could spend your money more like a Christian than in laying it out on a fashionable party, go forward and do it, and 20 others, whose supposed opinion you fear, will be glad of your example for a precedent. And Mrs. B., if you do think it would be better for your children to observe early hours and form simple habits than to dress and dance and give and go to juvenile balls, carry out your opinion in practice, and many an anxious mother who is of the same opinion will quote your example as her shield and defense. And for you, young ladies, let us pray you to reflect individuality of character maintained with womanly sweetness is an irresistible grace and adornment. Have some principles of taste for yourself, and do not adopt every fashion of dress that is in vogue, whether it suits you or not, whether it is becoming or not, but without a startling variation from general form. Let your dress show something of your own taste and opinions. Have some principles of right and wrong for yourself, and do not do everything that every one else does because every one else does it. Nothing is more tedious than a circle of young ladies who have got by rote a certain set of phrases and opinions, all admiring in the same terms the same things, and detesting in like terms certain others, with anxious solicitude, each dressing, thinking, and acting, one as much like another as is possible. A genuine original opinion, even though it were so heretical as to assert that Jenny Lind is a little lower than the angels, or that Shakespeare is rather dull reading, would be better than such a universal Dead Sea of acquiescence. These remarks have borne reference to the female sex principally, because they are the dependent, the acquiescent sex, from nature and habit and position most exposed to be swayed by opinion, and yet, too, in a certain very wide department, they are the lawgivers and custom-makers of society. If amid the multiplied schools, whose advertisements now throng our papers, purporting to teach girls everything, both ancient and modern, high and low, from playing on the harp and working pin-cushions up to civil engineering, surveying, and navigation, there were any which could teach them to be women, to have thoughts, opinions, and modes of action of their own, such a school would be worth having. If one half of the good purposes which are in the hearts of the ladies of our nation were only acted out without
Chapter 13 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Mayflower and Other Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 13. Christmas or the Good Fairy. Oh dear! Christmas is coming in a fortnight, and I have got to think up presents for everybody, said young Ellen Stewart, as she leaned languidly back in her chair. Dear me, it's so tedious. Everybody has got everything that can be thought of. Oh no, said her confidential adviser, Miss Lester, in a soothing tone. You have means of buying everything you can fancy, and when every shop and store is glittering with all manner of splendors, you cannot surely be at a loss. Well now, just listen. To begin with, there's Mamma. What can I get for her? I have thought of ever so many things. She has 3 card cases, 4 gold thimbles, 2 or 3 gold chains, 2 writing desks of different patterns, and then as to rings, brooches, boxes, and other things, I should think she might be sick of the sight of them." "I am sure I am," said she languidly, gazing on her white and jewelled fingers. The view of the case seemed rather puzzling to the adviser, and there was silence for a few moments, when Ellen, yawning, resumed. "And then there's cousins Jane and Mary. I suppose they will be coming down on me with a whole load of presents. And Mrs. B. will send me something she did last year. And then there's cousins William and Tom. I must get them something, and I would like to do it well enough, if I only knew what to get." "Well," said Eleanor's aunt, who had been sitting quietly rattling her knitting needles during this speech, "it's a pity that you had not such a subject to practise on as I was when I was a girl. Presents did not fly about in those days as they do now. I remember when I was 10 years old, my father gave me a most marvellously ugly sugar dog for a Christmas gift, and I was perfectly delighted with it. The very idea of a present was so new to us. Dear aunt, how delighted I should be if I had any such fresh, unsophisticated body to get presents for. But to get and get for people that have more than they know what to do with now, to add pictures, books, and gilding, when the centre tables are loaded with them now, and rings and jewels, when they are a perfect drug. I wish myself that I were not sick and sated and tired with having everything in the world given to me." "Well, Eleanor," said her aunt, "if you really do want unsophisticated subjects to practise on, I can put you in the way of it. I can show you more than one family to whom you might seem to be a very good fairy, and where such gifts as you could give with all ease would seem like a magic dream." "Why, that would really be worth while, aunt. Look over in that back alley," said her aunt. "You see those buildings? That miserable row of shanties?" "Yes." "Well, I have several acquaintances there who have never been tired of Christmas gifts, or gifts of any other kind. I assure you, you could make quite a sensation over there." "Well, who is there? Let us know." "Do you remember Owen that used to make your shoes?" "Yes, I remember something about him. Well, he has fallen into a consumption, and cannot work any more, and he and his wife and 3 little children live in one of the rooms." "How do they get along?" "His wife takes in sewing sometimes, and sometimes goes out washing. Poor Owen! I was over there yesterday. He looks thin and wasted, and his wife was saying that he was parched with constant fever, and had very little appetite. She had, with great self-denial, and by restricting herself almost of necessary food, got him 2 or 3 oranges, and the poor fellow seemed so eager after them." "Poor fellow!" said Eleanor involuntarily. "Now," said her aunt, "suppose Owen's wife should get up on Christmas morning and find at the door a couple of dozen of oranges, and some of those nice white grapes, such as you had at your party last week. Don't you think it would make a sensation?" "Why, yes, I think very likely it might. But who else, aunt? You spoke of a great many." "Well, on the lower floor there is a neat little room that is always kept perfectly trim and tidy. It belongs to a young couple who have nothing beyond the husband's day wages to live on. They are, nevertheless, as cheerful and chipper as a couple of wrens, and she is up and down half a dozen times a day, to help poor Mrs. Owen. She has a baby of her own, about 5 months old, and of course does all the cooking, washing, and ironing for herself and husband. And yet, when Mrs. Owen goes out to wash, she takes her baby, and keeps it whole days for her. I'm sure she deserves that the good fairies should smile on her," said Eleanor. "One baby exhausts my stock of virtues very rapidly." "But you ought to see her baby," said Aunt E., "so plump, so rosy, and good-natured, and always clean as a lily. This baby is a sort of household shrine. Nothing is too sacred or too good for it. And I believe the little thrifty woman feels only one temptation to be extravagant, and that is to get some ornaments to adorn this little divinity." "Why, did she ever tell you so?" "No, but one day, when I was coming downstairs, the door of their room was partly open, and I saw a peddler there with open box. John, the husband, was standing with a little purple cap on his hand, which he was regarding with mystified, admiring air, as if he didn't quite comprehend it, and trim little Mary gazing at it with longing eyes. "I think we might get it," said John. "Oh, no," said she regretfully, "yet I wish we could. It's so pretty." "Say no more, aunt. I see the good fairy must pop a cap into the window on Christmas morning. Indeed, it shall be done. How they will wonder where it came from, and talk about it for months to come." "Well, then," continued her aunt, "in the next street to ours there is a miserable building that looks as if it were just going to topple over, and away up in the third story, in a little room just under the eaves, live two poor, lonely old women. They are both nearly on to 90. I was in there day before yesterday. One of them is constantly confined to her bed with rheumatism. The other, weak and feeble, with failing sight and trembling hands, totters about, her only helper, and they are entirely dependent on charity." "Can't they do anything? Can't they knit?" said Eleanor. "You are young and strong, Eleanor, and have quick eyes and nimble fingers. How long will it take you to knit a pair of stockings?" "I?" said Eleanor. "What an idea! I never tried, but I think I could get a pair done in a week, perhaps. And if somebody gave you 25 cents for them, and out of this you had to get food, and pay room rent, and buy coal for your fire, and oil for your lamp—" "Stop, aunt, for pity's sake!" "Well, I will stop, but they can't. They must pay so much every month for that miserable shell they live in, or be turned into the street. The meal and flour that some kind person sends goes off for them, just as it does for others, and they must get more or starve. And coal is now scarce and high-priced. Oh, aunt, I'm quite convinced, I'm sure. Don't run me down, and annihilate me with all these terrible realities. What shall I do to play good fairy to these poor old women? If you will give me full power, Eleanor, I will put up a basket to be sent to them that will give them something to remember all winter." "Oh, certainly I will. Let me see if I can't think of something myself." "Well, Eleanor, suppose then, some 50 or 60 years hence, if you were old, and your father and mother and aunts and uncles, now so thick around you, lay cold and silent in so many graves. You have somehow got away off to a strange city where you were never known. You live in a miserable garret where snow blows at night through the cracks, and the fire is very apt to go out in the old cracked stove. You sit crouching over the dying embers the evening before Christmas. Nobody to speak to you, nobody to care for you, except another poor old soul who lies moaning in the bed. Now what would you like to have sent to you?" "Oh, aunt, what a dismal picture! And yet, Ella, all poor forsaken old women are made of young girls, who expected in their youth as little as you do, perhaps. Say no more, aunt. I'll buy, let me see, a comfortable warm shawl for each of these poor women, and I'll send them. Let me see, some tea. Nothing goes down with old women like tea. And I'll make John wheel some coal over to them. And, aunt, it would not be a very bad thought to send them a new stove. I remember the other day when mamma was pricing stoves, I saw some nice ones for $2 or $3. For a new hand, Ella, you work up the idea very well," said her aunt. "But how much ought I to give, for any one case, to these women, say? How much did you give last year for any single Christmas present?" "Why, $6 or $7 for some. Those elegant souvenirs were $7. That ring I gave Mrs. B was 20. And do you suppose Mrs. B was any happier for it? No, really, I don't think she cared much about it. But I had to give her something, because she had sent me something the year before, and I did not want to send a paltry present to one in her circumstances. Then, Ella, give the same to any poor, distressed, suffering creature who really needs it, and see in how many forms of good such a sum will appear. That one hard, cold, glittering ring, that now cheers nobody and means nothing, that you might give because you must, and she takes because she must, might, if broken up into smaller sums, send real warm and heartfelt gladness through many a cold and cheerless dwelling, through many an aching heart. You are getting to be an orator, aunt. But don't you approve of Christmas presents among friends and equals?" "Yes, indeed," said her aunt, fondly stroking her head. I have had some Christmas presents that did me a world of good. A little bookmark, for instance, that a certain niece of mine worked for me, with wonderful secrecy, 3 years ago, when she was not a young lady with a purse full of money. That bookmark was a true Christmas present. And my young couple across the way are plotting a profound surprise to each other on Christmas morning. John has contrived, by an hour of extra work every night, to lay by enough to get Mary a new calico dress, and she, poor soul, has bargained away the only thing in the jewelry line she ever possessed, to be laid out on a new hat for him. I know, too, a washerwoman who has a poor lame boy, a patient, gentle little fellow, who has lain quietly for weeks and months in his little crib, and his mother is going to give him a splendid Christmas present. What is it, pray? A whole orange. Don't laugh. She will pay 10 whole cents for it shall be none of your common oranges, but a picked one of the very best going. She has put by the money, a cent at a time, for a whole month, and nobody knows which will be happiest in it, Willie or his mother. These are such Christmas presents as I like to think of, gifts coming from love, and tending to produce love. These are the appropriate gifts of the day. But don't you think that it's right for those who have money to give expensive presents, supposing always, as you say, they are given from real affection? Sometimes, undoubtedly. The Saviour did not condemn her who broke an alabaster box of ointment, very precious, simply as a proof of love, even although the suggestion was made. This might have been sold for 300 pence and given to the poor. I have thought he would regard with sympathy the fond efforts which human love sometimes makes to express itself by gifts, the rarest and most costly. How I rejoiced with all my heart when Charles Elton gave his poor mother that splendid Chinese shawl and gold watch, because I knew they came from the very fullness of his heart to a mother that he could not do too much for, a mother that has done and suffered everything for him. In some cases, when resources are ample, a costly gift seems to have a graceful appropriateness, but I cannot approve of it if it exhausts all the means of doing for the poor. It is better, then, to give a simple offering, and to do something for those who really need it. Eleanor looked thoughtful. Her aunt laid down her knitting, and said in a tone of gentle seriousness, "Whose birth does Christmas commemorate, Ella?" "Our Saviour's, certainly, aunt." "Yes," said her aunt. "And when and how was he born?" "In a stable, laid in a manger, thus born, that in all ages he might be known as the brother and friend of the poor. And surely it seems but appropriate to commemorate his birthday by an especial remembrance of the lowly, the poor, the outcast and distressed. And if Christ should come back to our city on a Christmas day, where should we think it most appropriate to his character to find him? Would he be carrying splendid gifts to splendid dwellings, or would he be gliding about in the cheerless haunts of the desolate, the poor, the forsaken, and the sorrowful?" And here the conversation ended. "What sort of Christmas presents is Ella buying?" said Cousin Tom, as the waiter handed in a portentous-looking package, which had been just rung in at the door. "Let's open it," said saucy Will. "Upon my word, 2 great grey blanket shawls. These must be for you and me, Tom. And what's this? A great bolt of cotton flannel and grey yarn stockings." The doorbell rang again, and the waiter brought in another bulky parcel, and deposited it on the marble-topped table. "What's here?" said Will, cutting the cord. "Whew! A perfect nest of packages. Oolong tea, oranges, grapes, white sugar. Bless me, Ella must be going to housekeeping." "Or going crazy," said Tom. "And on my word," said he, looking out of the window, "there's a drayman ringing at our door with a stove, with a tea-kettle set in the top of it." "Ella's cook-stove, of course," said Will. And just at this moment the young lady entered, with her purse hanging gracefully over her hand. "Now, boys, you are too bad!" she exclaimed, as each of the mischievous youngsters were gravely marching up and down attired in a grey shawl. "Didn't you get them for us? We thought you did," said both. "Ella, I want some of that cotton flannel to make me a pair of pantaloons," said Tom. "I say, Ella," said Will, "when are you going to housekeeping? Your cooking stove is standing down in the street, 'pon my word. John is loading some coal on the dray with it." "Ella, isn't that going to be sent to my office?" said Tom. "Do you know I do so languish for a new stove with a tea kettle in the top to heat a fellow's shaving water." Just then another rang at the door, and the grinning waiter handed in a small brown paper parcel for Miss Ella. Tom made a dive at it, and staving off the brown paper, developed a jaunty little purple velvet cap with silver tassels. "My smoking cap, as I live," said he, "only I shall have to wear it on my thumb instead of on my head. Too small entirely," said he, shaking his head gravely. "Come, you saucy boys," said Aunt E., entering briskly. "What are you teasing Ella for?" "Why, do you see this lot of things, Aunt? What in the world is Ella going to do with them?" "Oh, I know." "You know? Then I can guess, Aunt. It is some of your charitable works. You are going to make a juvenile Lady Bountiful of L, eh?" Ella, who had colored to the roots of her hair at the exposé of her very unfashionable Christmas preparations, now took heart, and bestowed a very gentle and salutary little cuff on the saucy head that still wore the purple cap, and then hastened to gather up her various purchases. "Laugh away," said she gaily, "and a good many others will laugh too over these things. I got them to make people laugh, people that are not in the habit of laughing." "Well, well, I see into it," said Will, "and I tell you that I think well of the idea too. There are worlds of money wasted at this time of the year in getting things that nobody wants and nobody cares for after they are got, and I'm glad, for my part, that you are going to get up a variety in this line. In fact, I should like to give you one of these stray leaves to help on," said he, dropping a $10 note into her paper. "I like to encourage girls to think of something besides breastpins and sugar candy, but our story spins on too long. If anybody wants to see the results of Ella's first attempts at good fairyism, they can call at the doors of 2 or 3 old
Chapter 14 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Charlotte. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 14. Earthly Care, a Heavenly Discipline. Why should these cares my heart divide, if thou indeed hast set me free? Why am I thus, if thou hast died to ransom me? Nothing is more frequently felt and spoken of as a hindrance to the inward life of devotion than the cares of life. And even upon the showing of our Lord himself, the cares of the world are the thorns that choke the word, and it becometh unfruitful. And yet, if this is a necessary and inevitable result of worldly care, why does the providence of God so order things that it forms so large and unavoidable a part of every human experience? Why is the physical system of man arranged with such daily, oft-recurring wants? Why does his nature, in its full development, tend to that state of society in which wants multiply, and the business of supply becomes more complicated, and requiring constantly more thought and attention, and bringing the outward and seen into a state of constant friction and pressure on the inner and spiritual? Has God arranged an outward system to be a constant diversion from the inward, a weight on its wheels, a burden on its wings, and then commanded a strict and rigid inwardness and spirituality? Why placed us where the things that are seen and temporal must unavoidably have so much of our thoughts, and time and care, yet said to us, "Set your affections on things above, and not on things on the earth. Love not the world, neither the things of the world." And why does one of our brightest examples of Christian experience, as it should be, say, "Well, we look not on the things which are seen, but on the things which are not seen"? For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things that are not seen are eternal. The Bible tells us that our whole existence here is a disciplinary one, and that this whole physical system, by which our spirit is enclosed with all the joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and wants which form a part of it, are designed as an education to fit the soul for its immortality. And as worldly care forms the greater part of the staple of every human life, there must be some mode of viewing and meeting it, which converts it from an enemy of spirituality into a means of grace and spiritual advancement. Why, then, do we so often hear the lamentation, "It seems to me as if I could advance to the higher stages of Christian life, if it were not for the pressure of my business and the multitude of my worldly cares"? Is it not God, O Christian, who, in ordering thy lot, has laid these cares upon thee, and who still holds them about thee, and permits no escape from them? And as his great undivided object is thy spiritual improvement, is there not some misapprehension or wrong use of these cares if they do not tend to advance it? Is it not even as if a scholar should say, "I could advance in science were it not for all the time and care which lessons and books and lectures require"? How, then, shall earthly care become heavenly discipline? How shall the disposition of the weight be altered so as to press the spirit upward towards God, instead of downward and away? How shall the pillar of cloud which rises between us and him become one of fire, to reflect upon us constantly the light of his countenance, and to guide us over the sands of life's desert? It appears to us that the great radical difficulty is an intellectual one, and lies in a wrong belief. There is not a genuine and real belief of the presence and agency of God in the minor events and details of life, which is necessary to change them from secular cares into spiritual blessings. It is true there is much loose talk about an overruling providence, and yet, if fairly stated, the belief of a great many Christians might be thus expressed. God has organized and set in operation certain general laws of matter and mind, which work out the particular results of life, and over these laws he exercises a general supervision and care, so that all the great affairs of the world are carried on after the counsel of his own will. And in a certain general sense, all things are working together for good to those that love God. But when some simple-minded, childlike Christian really proceeds to refer all the smaller events of life to God's immediate care and agency, there is a smile of incredulity, and it is thought that the good brother displays more Christian feeling than sound philosophy. But as life for every individual is made up of fractions and minute atoms, as those things which go to affect habits and character are small and hourly recurring, it comes to pass that a belief in providence so very wide and general is altogether inefficient for consecrating and rendering sacred the great body of what comes in contact with the mind in the experience of life. Only once in years does the Christian with this kind of belief hear the voice of the Lord God speaking to him. When the hand of death is laid on his child, or the bolt strikes down the brother by his side, then, indeed, he feels that God is drawing near. He listens humbly for the inward voice that shall explain the meaning and need of this discipline. When by some unforeseen occurrence the whole of his earthly property is swept away, he becomes a poor man. This event, in his eyes, assumes sufficient magnitude to have come from God and to have a design and meaning. But when smaller comforts are removed, smaller losses are encountered, and the petty, everyday vexations and annoyances of life press about him, he recognizes no God, and hears no voice, and sees no design. Hence John Newton says, "Many Christians who bear the loss of a child, or the destruction of all their property, with the most heroic Christian fortitude, are entirely vanquished and overcome by the breaking of a dish or the blunders of a servant, and show so unchristian a spirit that we cannot but wonder at them. So when the breath of slander or the pressure of human injustice comes so heavily on a man as really to threaten loss of character and destruction of his temporal interests, he seems forced to recognize the hand and voice of God, through the veil of human agencies, and in time-honoured words to say, 'When men of spite against me join, they are the sword, the hand is thine.' But the smaller injustice and fault-finding which meet everyone more or less in the daily intercourse of life, the overheard remark, the implied censure, too petty, perhaps, to be even spoken of, these daily recurring sources of disquietude and unhappiness are not referred to God's providence, nor considered as a part of his probation and discipline. Those thousand vexations which come upon us through the unreasonableness, the carelessness, the various constitutional failings or ill-adaptedness of others to our peculiarities of character, from a very large item of the disquietudes of life. And yet how very few look beyond the human agent, and feel these are trials coming from God. Yet it is true, in many cases, that these so-called minor vexations form the greater part, and in many cases the only discipline of life. And to those that do not view them as ordered individually by God, and coming upon them by specified design, their affliction really cometh of the dust, and their trouble springs out of the ground. It is sanctified and relieved by no divine presence and aid, but born alone and in a mere human spirit, and by mere human reliances. It acts on the mind as a constant diversion and hindrance, instead of a moral discipline. Hence, too, come a coldness and generality and wandering of mind in prayer. The things that are on the heart, that are distracting the mind, that have filled the soul so full that there is no room for anything else, are all considered too small and undignified to come within the pale of a prayer, and so, with a wandering mind and a distracted heart, the Christian offers up his prayer for things which he thinks he ought to want, and makes no mention of those which he does. He prays that God would pour out his Spirit on the heathen, and convert the world, and build up his kingdom everywhere, when perhaps a whole set of little anxieties, and wants, and vexations are so distracting his thoughts that he hardly knows what he has been saying. A faithless servant is wasting his property. A careless or blundering workman has spoiled a lot of goods. A child is vexatious or unruly. A friend has made promises and failed to keep them. An acquaintance has made unjust or satirical remarks. Some new furniture has been damaged or ruined by carelessness in the household. But all this trouble forms no subject matter for prayer, though there it is, all the while lying like lead on the heart, and keeping it down, so that it has no power to expand and take in anything else. But were God known and regarded as the soul's familiar friend, were every trouble of the heart as it rises breathed into his bosom, were it felt that there is not one of the smallest of life's troubles that has not been permitted by him, and permitted for specific good purpose to the soul, how much more would these be in prayer? How constant, how daily might it become? How it might settle and clear the atmosphere of the soul? How it might so dispose and lay away many anxieties which now take up their place there, that there might be room for the higher themes and considerations of religion. Many sensitive and fastidious natures are worn away by the constant friction of what are called little troubles. Without any great affliction, they feel that all the flower and sweetness of their life have faded. Their eye grows dim, their cheek careworn, and their spirit loses hope and elasticity, and becomes bowed with premature age. And in the midst of tangible and physical comfort, they are restless and unhappy. The constant undercurrent of little cares and vexations, which is slowly wearing on the finer springs of life, is seen by no one. Scarce ever do they speak of these things to their nearest friends. Yet were there a friend of a spirit so discerning as to feel and sympathize in all these things, how much all this repressed electric restlessness would pass off through such a sympathizing mind. Yet among human friends this is all but impossible, for minds are so diverse that what is a trial and a care to one is a matter of sport and amusement to another, and all the inner world breathed into a human ear only excites a surprised or contemptuous pity. Whom, then, shall the soul turn to? Who will feel that to be affliction which each spirit feels to be so? If the soul shut itself within itself, it becomes morbid. The fine chords of the mind and nerves by constant wear become jarring and discordant. Hence fretfulness, discontent, and habitual irritability steal over the sincere Christian. But to the Christian that really believes in the agency of God in the smallest events of life, that confides in his love and makes his sympathy his refuge, the 1,000 minute cares and perplexities of life become each one a fine affiliating bond between the soul and its God. God is known not by abstract definition and by high-raised conceptions of the soul's aspiring hours, but known as a man knoweth his friend. He is known by the hourly wants he supplies, known by every care with which he momentarily sympathizes, every apprehension which he relieves, every temptation which he enables us to surmount. We learn to know God as the infant child learns to know its mother and its father, by all the helplessness and all the dependence which are incident to this commencement of our moral existence. And as we go on thus year by year, and find in every changing situation, in every reverse, in every trouble, from the lightest sorrow to those which wring our soul from its depths, that he is equally present, and that his gracious aid is equally adequate, our faith seems gradually almost to change to sight, and God's existence, his love and care, seem to us more real than any other source of reliance. and multiplied cares and trials are only new avenues of acquaintance between us and heaven. Suppose, in some bright vision unfolding to our view, in tranquil evening or solemn midnight, the glorified form of some departed friend should appear to us with the announcement, "This year is to be to you one of especial probation and discipline, with reference to perfecting you for a heavenly state. Weigh well and consider every incident of your daily life, for not one shall fall out by accident, but each one is to be a finished and indispensable link in a bright chain that is to draw you upwards to the skies." With what new eyes should we now look on our daily lot? And if we found in it not a single change, the same old cares, the same perplexities, the same uninteresting drudgery still, with what new meaning would every incident be invested? And with what other and sublimer spirit could we meet them? Yet, if announced by one rising from the dead with the visible glory of a spiritual world, this truth could be asserted no more clearly and distinctly than Jesus Christ has stated it already. Not a sparrow falleth to the ground without our Father. Not one of them is forgotten by him. And we are of more value than many sparrows. Yea, even the hairs of our head are all numbered. Not till belief in these declarations, in their most literal sense, becomes the calm and settled habit of the soul, is life ever redeemed from drudgery and dreary emptiness, and made full of interest, meaning, and divine significance. Not till then do its grovelling wants, its wearing cares, its stinging vexations, become to us ministering spirits, each one by a silent but certain agency, fitting us for a higher and perfect sphere.
Chapter 15 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 15. Conversation on Conversation. For every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. A very solemn sermon, said Miss B., shaking her head impressively as she sat down to table on Sunday noon. Then giving a deep sigh, she added, "I am afraid that if an account is to be rendered for all our idle words, some people will have a great deal to answer for." "Why, Cousin Anna," replied a sprightly young lady opposite, "what do you mean by idle words?" "All words that have not a strictly useful tendency, Helen," replied Miss B. "I don't know what is to become of me, then," answered Helen, "for I never can think of anything useful to say. I sit and try sometimes, but it always stops my talking. I don't think anything in the world is so doleful as a set of persons sitting around, all trying to say something useful, like a parcel of old clocks ticking at each other. I think one might as well take the vow of entire silence, like the monks of La Trappe." "It is probable," said Miss B., "that a greater part of our ordinary conversation had better be dispensed with. In the multitude of words there wanteth not sin. For my own part, my conscience often reproaches me with the sins of my tongue." "I'm sure you don't sin much that way, I must say," said Helen. "But, cousin, I really think it is a freezing business, sitting still and reflecting all the time when friends are together. And after all, I can't bring myself to feel as if it were wrong to talk and chatter away a good part of the time, just for the sake of talking. For instance, if a friend comes in of a morning to make a call, I talk about the weather, my roses, my canary birds, or anything that comes uppermost. And about lace and bonnet patterns and the latest fashions," added Miss B. sarcastically. "Well, supposing we do, where's the harm?" "Where's the good?" said Miss B. "The good? Why, it passes time agreeably, and makes us feel kindly towards each other." "I think, Helen," said Miss B., "if you had a higher view of Christian responsibility, you would not be satisfied with merely passing time agreeably, or exciting agreeable feelings in others. Does not the very text we are speaking of show that we have an account to give in the day of judgment for all this trifling, useless conversation?" "I don't know what that text does mean," replied Helen, looking seriously. "But if it means as you say, I think it is a very hard, straight rule." "Well," replied Miss B., "is not duty always hard and straight? Straight is the gate and narrow is the way, you know." Helen sighed. "What do you think of this, Uncle C?" she said, after some pause. The uncle of the two young ladies had been listening thus far in silence. "I think," he replied, "that before people begin to discuss, they should be quite sure as to what they are talking about, and I am not exactly clear in this case. You say, Anna," said he, turning to Miss B., "that all conversation is idle which has not a directly useful tendency. Now, what do you mean by that? Are we never to say anything that has not for its direct and specific object to benefit others or ourselves?" "Yes," replied Miss B., "I suppose not." "Well, then, when I say, 'Good morning, sir, 'tis a pleasant day,' I have no such object. Are these then idle words?" "Why, no, not exactly," replied Miss B. "In some cases it is necessary to say something so as not to appear rude." "Very well," replied her uncle. "You admit, then, that some things, which are not instructive in themselves considered, are to be said to keep up the intercourse of society?" "Certainly, some things," said Miss B. "Well, now, in the case mentioned by Helen, when 2 or 3 people with whom you are in different degrees of intimacy call upon you, I think she is perfectly right, as she said, in talking of roses and canary birds, and even of bonnet patterns and lace or any thing of the kind, for the sake of making conversation. It amounts to the same thing as good morning and good evening, and the other courtesies of society. This sort of small talk has nothing instructive in it, and yet it may be useful in its place. It makes people comfortable and easy, promotes kind and social feelings, and making people comfortable by any innocent means is certainly not a thing to be despised." "But is there not great danger of becoming light and trifling if one allows this?" said Miss B. doubtfully. "To be sure, there is always danger of running every innocent thing to excess. One might eat to excess, or drink to excess, yet eating and drinking are both useful in their way. Now our lively young friend Helen here might perhaps be in some temptation of this sort, but as for you, Anna, I think you in more danger of another extreme." "And what is that?" "Of overstraining your mind by endeavouring to keep up a constant fixed state of seriousness and solemnity, and not allowing yourself the relaxation necessary to preserve its healthy tone. In order to be healthy, every mind must have variety and amusement, and if you would sit down at least 1 hour a day, and join your friends in some amusing conversation, and indulge in a good laugh, I think, my dear, that you would not only be a happier person, but a better Christian." "My dear uncle," said Miss B., "this is the very thing that I have been most on my guard against. I can never tell stories or laugh and joke without feeling condemned for it afterwards." "But, my dear, you must do the thing in the testimony of a good conscience before you can do it to any purpose. You must make up your mind that cheerful and entertaining conversation whose first object is to amuse, is useful conversation in its place, and then your conscience will not be injured by joining in it." "But what good does it do, uncle?" "Do you not often complain of coldness and deadness in your religious feelings, of lifelessness and want of interest?" "Yes, uncle." "Well, this coldness and lifelessness is a result of forcing your mind to one set of thoughts and feelings. You become worn out, your feelings exhausted, deadness and depression ensues. Now turn your mind off from these subjects, divert it by a cheerful and animated conversation, and you will find after a while that it will return to them with new life and energy." "But are not foolish talking and jesting expressly forbidden?" "That text, if you will look at the connections, does not forbid jesting in the abstract, but jesting on immodest subjects, which are often designated in the New Testament by the phraseology there employed. I should give the sense of it, neither filthiness, nor foolish talking, nor indelicate jests. The kind of sprightly and amusing conversation to which I referred, I should not denominate foolish by any means, at proper times and places." "Yet people often speak of gaiety as inconsistent in Christians, even worldly people," said Miss B. "Yes, because in the first place they often have wrong ideas as to what Christianity requires in this respect, and suppose Christians to be violating their own principles and indulging in it. In the second place, there are some, especially among young people, who never talk in any other way, with whom this kind of conversation is not an amusement, but a habit, giving the impression that they never think seriously at all. But I think that if persons are really possessed by the tender, affectionate, benevolent spirit of Christianity, if they regulate their temper and their tongue by it, and in all their actions show an evident effort to conform to its precepts, they will not do harm by occasionally indulging in sprightly and amusing conversation. They will not make the impression that they are not sincerely Christians." "Besides," said Helen, "are not people sometimes repelled from religion by a want of cheerfulness in its professors?" "Certainly," replied her uncle, "and the difference is just this. If a person is habitually trifling and thoughtless, it is thought that they have no religion. If they are ascetic and gloomy, it is attributed to their religion. And you know what Miss E. Smith says, that to be good and disagreeable is high treason against virtue. The more sincerely and earnestly religious a person is, the more important it is that they should be agreeable." "But, uncle," said Helen, "what does that text mean that we began with? What are idle words?" "My dear, if you will turn to the place where the passage is, Matthew 12, and read the whole page, you will see the meaning of it. Christ was not reproving anybody for trifling conversation at the time, but for a very serious slander. The Pharisees, in their bitterness, accused him of being in league with evil spirits. It seems, by what follows, that this was a charge which involved an unpardonable sin. They were not indeed conscious of its full guilt. They said it merely from the impulse of excited and envious feeling. But he warns them that in the day of judgment God will hold them accountable for the full consequences of all such language, however little they may have thought of it at the time of uttering it. The sense of the passage I take to be, God will hold you responsible in the day of judgment for the consequences of all you have said in your most idle and thoughtless moments. For example, said Helen, if one makes unguarded and unfounded assertions about the Bible, which excite doubt and prejudice. There are many instances, said her uncle, that are quite in point. Suppose in conversation, either under the influence of envy or ill will, or merely from love of talking, you make remarks and statements about another person which may be true or may not. You do not stop to inquire. Your unguarded words set reports in motion, and unhappiness and hard feeling and loss of character are the result. You spoke idly, it is true, but nevertheless you are held responsible by God for all the consequences of your words. So professors of religion often make unguarded remarks about each other, which lead observers to doubt the truth of all religion, and they are responsible for every such doubt they excite. Parents and guardians often allow themselves to speak of the faults and weaknesses of their ministers in the presence of children and younger people. They do it thoughtlessly, but in so doing they destroy an influence which might otherwise have saved the souls of their children. They are responsible for it. People of cultivated minds and fastidious taste often allow themselves to come home from church and criticize a sermon, and unfold all its weak points in the presence of others on whom it may have made a very serious impression. While the critic is holding up the bad arrangement and setting in a ludicrous point of view the lame figures, perhaps the servant behind his chair, who was almost persuaded to be a Christian by that very discourse, gives up his purposes in losing his respect for the sermon. This was thoughtless, but the evil is done, and the man who did it is responsible for it. I think, said Helen, that a great deal of evil is done to children in this way, by our not thinking of what we are saying. It seems to me, said Miss B., that this view of the subject will reduce us to silence almost as much as the other. How is one ever to estimate the consequences of their words? People are affected in so many different ways by the same thing. I suppose, said her uncle, we are only responsible for such results as by carefulness and reflection we might have foreseen. It is not for ill-judged words, but for idle words that we are to be judged. Words uttered without any consideration at all, and producing bad results. If a person really anxious to do right misjudges as to the probable effect of what he is about to say on others, it is quite another thing. But, uncle, will not such carefulness destroy all freedom in conversation? Said Helen. If you are talking with a beloved friend, Helen, do you not use an instinctive care to avoid all that might pain that friend? Certainly. And do you find this effort a restraint on your enjoyment? Certainly not. And you, from your own feelings, avoid what is indelicate and impure in conversation, and yet feel it no restraint? Certainly. Well, I suppose the object of Christian effort should be so to realize the character of our Saviour, and conform our tastes and sympathies to his, that we shall instinctively avoid all in our conversation that would be displeasing to him. A person habitually indulging jealous, angry, or revengeful feeling, a person habitually worldly in his spirit, a person allowing himself in sceptical and unsettled habits of thought, cannot talk without doing harm. This is our Saviour's account of the matter in the verses immediately before the passage we were speaking of. How can ye, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart bringeth forth evil things. The highest flow of animal spirits would never hurry a pure-minded person to say anything indelicate or gross, and in the same manner, if a person is habitually Christian in all his habits of thought and feeling, he will be able, without irksome watchfulness, to avoid what may be injurious.
Chapter 16 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 16. How do we know? It was a splendid room. Rich curtains swept down to the floor in graceful folds, half excluding the light, and shedding it in soft hues over the fine old paintings on the walls, and over the broad mirrors that reflect all that taste can accomplish by the hand of wealth. Books, the rarest and most costly, were around, in every form of gorgeous binding and gilding, and among them, glittering in ornament, lay a magnificent Bible, a Bible too beautiful in its appointments, too showy, too ornamental, ever to have been meant to be read, a Bible which every visitor should take up and exclaim, "What a beautiful edition! What superb bindings!" and then lay it down again. And the master of the house was lounging on a sofa, looking over a late review, for he was a man of leisure, taste, and reading. But, then, as to reading the Bible, that forms, we suppose, no part of the pretensions of a man of letters. The Bible, certainly he considered it a very respectable book, a fine specimen of ancient literature, an admirable book of moral precepts, but, then, to its divine origin, he had not exactly made up his mind. Some parts appeared strange and inconsistent to his reason, others were revolting to his taste. True, he had never studied it very attentively, yet such was his general impression about it. But, on the whole, he thought it well enough to keep an elegant copy of it on his drawing-room table. So much for one picture, now for another. Come with us into this little dark alley, and up a flight of ruinous stairs. It is a bitter night, and the wind and snow might drive through the crevices of the poor room, were it not that careful hands have stopped them with paper or cloth. But for all this carefulness, the room is bitter cold, cold even with those few decaying brands on the hearth, which that sorrowful woman is trying to kindle with her breath. Do you see that pale, little, thin girl with large, bright eyes who is crouching so near her mother? Hark, how she coughs! Now listen. "Mary, my dear child," says the mother, "do keep that shawl close about you. You are cold, I know." And the woman shivers as she speaks. "No, mother, not very," replies the child, again relapsing into that hollow, ominous cough. "I wish you wouldn't make me always wear your shawl when it is cold, mother. Dear child, you need it most." "How you cough to-night," replies the mother. "It really don't seem right for me to send you up that long, cold street. Now your shoes have grown so poor, too. I must go myself after this. Oh, mother, you must stay with the baby. What if he should have one of those dreadful fits while you are gone?" "No, I can go very well.
I have got used to the cold now." "But, mother, I'm cold," says a little voice from the scanty bed in the corner. "Mayn't I get up and come to the fire?" "Dear child, it would not warm you. It is very cold here, and I can't make any more fire to-night." "Why can't you, mother? There are 4 whole sticks of wood in the box. Do put one on, and let's get warm once." "No, my dear little Henry," says the mother soothingly. "That is all the wood mother has, and I haven't any money to get more." And now wakens the sick baby in the cradle, and mother and daughter are both for some time busy in attempting to supply its little wants, and lulling it again to sleep. And now look you well at that mother. 6 months ago she had a husband, whose earnings procured for her both the necessaries and comforts of life. Her children were clothed, fed, and schooled, without thoughts of hers. But husbandless, friendless, and alone in the heart of a great, busy city, with feeble health, and only the precarious resource of her needle, she has gone down from comfort to extreme poverty. Look at her now, as she is to-night. She knows full well that the pale, bright-eyed girl, whose hollow cough constantly rings in her ears, is far from well. She knows that cold, and hunger, and exposure of every kind are daily and surely wearing away her life. And yet what can she do? Poor soul! How many times has she calculated all her little resources, to see if she could pay a doctor and get medicine for Mary, yet all in vain. She knows that timely medicine, ease, fresh air, and warmth might save her, but she knows that all these things are out of the question for her. She feels, too, as a mother would feel when she sees her once rosy, happy little boy becoming pale, and anxious and fretful. And even when he teases her most, she only stops her work a moment, and strokes his little thin cheeks, and thinks what a laughing, happy little fellow he once was, till she has not a heart to reprove him. And all this day she has toiled with a sick and fretful baby in her lap, and her little shivering, hungry boy at her side, whom Mary's patient artifices cannot always keep quiet. She has toiled over the last piece of work which she can procure from the shop, for the man has told her that after this he can furnish no more, and the little money that is to come from this is already portioned out in her own mind. And after that she has no human prospect of support. But yet that woman's face is patient, quiet, firm. Nay, you may even see in her suffering eye something like peace. And whence comes it? I will tell you. There is a Bible in that room, as well as in the rich man's apartment, not splendidly bound, to be sure, but faithfully read, a plain, homely, much-worn book. Hearken now while she says to her children, "Listen to me, dear children, and I will read you something out of this book. Let not your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions." So you see, my children, we shall not always live in this little, cold, dark room. Jesus Christ has promised to take us to a better home. "Shall we be warm there all day?" says the little boy earnestly. "And shall we have enough to eat?" "Yes, dear child," says the mother. "Listen to what the Bible says. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, for the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes." "I am glad of that," said little Mary, "for, mother, I never can bear to see you cry." "But, mother," says little Henry, "won't God send us something to eat to-morrow?" "See," says the mother, "what the Bible says, 'Seek ye not what ye shall eat, nor what ye shall drink, neither be of anxious mind, for your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things.'" "But, mother," says little Mary, "if God is our Father, and loves us, what does he let us be so poor for?" "Nay," says the mother, "our dear Lord Jesus Christ was as poor as we are, and God certainly loved him." "Was he, mother?" "Yes, children. You remember how he said, 'The Son of Man hath not where to lay his head.' And it tells us more than once that Jesus was hungry when there was none to give him food." "Oh, mother, what should we do without the Bible?" says Mary. Now, if the rich man, who had not yet made up his mind what to think of the Bible, should visit this poor woman, and ask her on what she grounded her belief of its truth, what could she answer? Could she give the arguments from miracles and prophecy? Could she account for all the changes which might have taken place in it through translators and copyists, and prove that we have a genuine and uncorrupted version? Not she. But how, then, does she know that it is true? How, say you? How does she know that she has warm life blood in her heart? How does she know that there is such a thing as air and sunshine? She does not believe these things. She knows them. And in like manner, with a deep heart consciousness, she is certain that the words of her Bible are truth and life. Is it by reasoning that the frightened child, bewildered in the dark, knows its mother's voice? No, nor is it only by reasoning that the forlorn
Chapter 17 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings, Chapter 17, Which is the Liberal Man? It was a beaming and beautiful summer morning, and the little town of V was alive with all the hurry and motion of a college commencement. Rows of carriages lined the rural streets, and groups of well-dressed auditors were thronging to the hall of exhibition. All was gaiety and animation. And among them all, what heart beat higher with hope and gratified ambition than that of James Stanton? Young, buoyant, prepossessing in person and manners, he was this day in the presence of all the world to carry off the highest palm of scholarship in his institution, and to receive, on the threshold of the great world, the utmost that youthful ambition can ask before it enters the arena of actual life. Did not his pulse flutter and his heart beat thick when he heard himself announced in the crowded house as the valedictorian of the day? When he saw aged men and fair youthful faces, ruddy childhood and sober calculating manhood alike, bending in hushed and eager curiosity to listen to his words? Nay, did not his heart rise in his throat as he caught the gleam of his father's eye, while, bending forward on his staff, with white reverend locks falling about his face, he listened to the voice of his pride, his firstborn? And did he not see the glistening tears in his mother's eye, as with rapt ear she hung upon his every word? Ah, the young man's first triumph! When, full of confidence and hope, he enters the field of life, all his white, glistening as yet unsoiled by the dust of the combat, the unproved world turning towards him with flatteries and promises in both hands, what other triumph does life give so fresh, so full, so replete with hope and joy? So felt James Stanton this day, when he heard his father congratulated on having a son of such promise, when old men, revered for talents and worth, shook hands with him and bade him warmly Godspeed in the course of life, when bright eyes cast glances of favor, and from among the fairest were overheard whispers of admiration. "Your son is designed for the bar, I trust," said the venerable Judge L. to the father of James at the commencement dinner. "I have seldom seen a turn of mind better fitted for success in the legal profession." And then his voice, his manner. "Let him go to the bar, sir, and I prophesy that he will yet outdo us all." And this was said in James's hearing, and by one whose commendation was not often so warmly called forth. It was not in any young heart not to beat quicker at such prospects. Honor, station, wealth, political ambition, all seemed to offer themselves to his grasp. But long ere this, in the solitude of retirement, in the stillness of prayer and self-examination, The young graduate had vowed himself to a different destiny, and if we may listen to a conversation a few evenings after commencement with a classmate, we shall learn more of the secret workings of his mind. "And so, Stanton," said George Lennox to him, as they sat by their evening fireside, "you have not decided whether to accept Judge L's offer or not?" "I have decided that matter long ago," said James. "So then you chose the ministry?" "Yes." "Well, for my part," replied George Lennox, "I choose the law. There must be Christians, you know, in every vocation, and the law seems to suit my turn of mind. I trust it will be my effort to live as becomes a Christian, whatever be my calling." "I trust so," replied James. "But really, Stanton," added the other after some thought, "it seems a pity to cast away such prospects as open before you. You know your tuition is offered gratis, and then the patronage of Judge L., and such influences as he can command to secure your success. Pray, do not these things seem to you like a providential indication that the law is to be your profession? Besides, here in these New England states the ministry is overflowed already. Ministers enough, and too many, if one may judge by the number of applicants for every unoccupied place." "Nay," replied James, "my place is not here. I know, if all accounts are true, that my profession is not overflowed in our western states, and there I mean to go." "And is it possible that you can contemplate such an entire sacrifice of your talents, your manners, your literary and scientific tastes, your capabilities for refined society, as to bury yourself in a log cabin in one of our new states? You will never be appreciated there. Your privations and sacrifices will be entirely disregarded, and you placed on a level with the coarsest and most uneducated sectaries. I really do not think you are called to this." "Who then is called?" replied James. "Why, men with much less of all these good things, men with real coarse, substantial, backwoods furniture in their minds, who will not appreciate, and of course not feel, the want of all the refinements and comforts which you must sacrifice." "And are there enough such men ready to meet the emergencies in our Western world, so that no others need be called upon?" replied James. "Men of the class you speak of may do better than I, but if after all their efforts I still am needed, and can work well, ought I not to go?" "Must those only be drafted for religious enterprises to whom they involve no sacrifice?" "Well, for my part," replied the other, "I trust I am willing to do anything that is my duty, yet I never could feel it to be my duty to bury myself in a new state among stumps and log cabins. My mind would rust itself out, and, missing the stimulus of such society as I have been accustomed to, I should run down completely, and be useless in mind and in body." "If you feel so, it would be so," replied James, "if the work there to be done would not be stimulus and excitement enough to compensate for the absence of all other stimulus. If the business of the ministry, the saving of human souls, is not the one all-absorbing purpose and desire and impulse of the whole being, then woe to the man who goes to preach the gospel where there is nothing but human souls to be gained by it." "Well, Stanton," replied the other, after a pause of some seriousness, "I cannot say that I have attained to this yet. I don't know but I might be brought to it, but at present I must confess it is not so. We ought not to rush into a state and employment which we have not the moral fortitude to sustain well. In short, for myself, I may make a respectable, and, I trust, not useless man in the law, when I could do nothing in the circumstances which you choose. However, I respect your feelings, and heartily wish that I could share them myself." A few days after this conversation, the young friends parted for their several destinations, the one to a law school, the other to a theological seminary. It was many years after this that a middle-aged man of somewhat threadbare appearance and restricted travelling conveniences was seen carefully tying his horse at the outer enclosure of an elegant mansion in the town of in one of our western states, which being done, he eyed the house rather inquisitively, as people sometimes do when they are doubtful as to the question of entering or not entering. The house belonged to George Lennox, Esquire, a lawyer reputed to be doing a more extensive business than any other in the state, and the threadbare gentleman who plies the knocker at the front door is a Reverend Mr. Stanton, a name widely spread in the ecclesiastical circles of the land. The door opens, and the old college acquaintances meet with a cordial grasp of the hand, and Mr. Stanton soon finds himself pressed to the most comfortable accommodations in the warm parlor of his friend, and even the slight uneasiness which the wisest are not always exempt from when conscious of a little shabbiness in exterior was entirely dissipated by the evident cordiality of his reception. Since the conversation we have alluded to, the two friends pursued their separate courses with but few opportunities of personal intercourse. In the true zeal of the missionary, James Stanton had thrown himself into the field where it seemed hardest and darkest, and where labor seemed most needed. In neighborhoods without churches, without schoolhouses, without settled roads, among a population of disorganized and heterogeneous material, he had exhorted from house to house, labored individually with one after another, till he had, in place after place, brought together the elements of a Christian church. Far from all ordinances, means of grace, or Christian brotherhood, or cooperation, he had seemed to himself to be merely the lonely, solitary voice of one crying in the wilderness, as unassisted, and to human view as powerless. With poverty and cold and physical fatigue he had daily been familiar, and where no vehicle could penetrate the murky depths of the forest, where it was impracticable even to guide a horse, he had walked miles and miles through mud and rain to preach. With a wife in delicate health and a young and growing family, he had more than once seen the year when $50 was the whole amount of money that had passed through his hands, and the whole of the rest of his support had come in disconnected contributions from one and another of his people. He had lived without books, without newspapers, except as he found them by chance snatches here and there, and felt, as one so circumstanced only can feel, the difficulty of maintaining intellectual vigor and energy in default of all those stimulants to which cultivated minds in more favorable circumstances are so much indebted. At the time that he is now introduced to the reader, he has been recently made pastor in one of the most important settlements in the state, and among those who, so far as worldly circumstances were concerned, were able to afford him a competent support. But among communities like those at the West, settled for expressly money-making purposes, and by those who have for years been taught the lesson to save, and have scarcely begun to feel the duty to give, a minister, however laborious, however eloquent and successful, may often feel the most serious embarrassments of poverty. Too often is his salary regarded as a charity which may be given or retrenched to suit every emergency of the times, and his family expenditures watched with a jealous and censorious eye. On the other hand, George Lennox, the lawyer, had by his talents and efficiency placed himself at the head of his profession, and was realizing an income which brought all the comforts and elegances of life within his reach. He was a member of the Christian church in the place where he lived, irreproachable in life and conduct. From natural generosity of disposition, seconded by principle, he was a liberal contributor to all religious and benevolent enterprises, and was often quoted and referred to as an example in good works. Surrounded by an affectionate and growing family, with ample means for providing in the best manner both for their physical and mental development, he justly regarded himself as a happy man, and was well satisfied with the world he lived in. Now, there is nothing more trying to the Christianity or the philosophy which teaches the vanity of riches than a few hours' domestication in a family where wealth is employed not for purposes of ostentation, but for the perfecting of home comfort and the gratification of refined intellectual tastes. And as Mr. Stanton leaned back, slippered and gowned, in one of the easiest of chairs, and began to look over periodicals and valuable new books from which he had long been excluded, he might be forgiven for giving a half-sigh to the reflection that he could never be a rich man. "Have you read this review?" said his companion, handing him one of the leading periodicals of the day across the table. "I seldom see reviews," said Mr. Stanton, taking it. "You lose a great deal," replied the other, "if you have not seen those by this author, altogether the ablest series of literary efforts in our time. You clerical gentlemen ought not to sacrifice your literary tastes entirely to your professional cares. A moderate attention to current literature liberalizes the mind, and gives influence that you could not otherwise acquire." "Literary taste is an expensive thing to a minister," said Mr. Stanton, smiling. "For the mind as well as the body we must forego all luxuries, and confine ourselves simply to necessaries." "I would always indulge myself with books and periodicals, even if I had to scrimp elsewhere," said Mr. Lennox, and he spoke of scrimping with all the serious good faith with which people of 2,000 or 3,000 a year usually speak of these matters. Mr. Stanton smiled and waived the subject, wondering mentally where his friend would find an elsewhere to scrimp, if he had the management of his concerns. The conversation gradually flowed back to college days and scenes, and the friends amused themselves with tracing the history of their various classmates. "And so Alsop is in the Senate," said Mr. Stanton. "Strange, we did not at all expect it of him. But do you know anything of George Bush?" "Oh, yes," replied the other. "He went into mercantile life, and the last I heard he had turned to speculation worth 30,000. A shrewd fellow. I always knew he would make his way in this world." "But what has become of Langdon?" "Oh, he's doing well. He is professor of languages in College, and I hear he has lately issued a Latin grammar that promises to have quite a run." "And Smithson?" "Smithson has an office at Washington, and was there living in great style the last time I saw him." It may be questioned whether the minister sank to sleep that night, amid the many comfortable provisions of his friend's guest chamber, without rebuking in his heart a certain rising of regret that he had turned his back on all the honors and distinctions and the comforts which lay around the path of others who had not, in the opening of the race, half the advantages of himself. "See," said an insidious voice, "what have you gained? See your early friends surrounded by riches and comfort, while you are pinched and harassed by poverty. Have they not, many of them, as good a hope of heaven as you have, and all this besides? Could you not have lived easier and been a good man after all?" The reflection was only silenced by remembering that the only being who ever had the perfect power of choosing his worldly condition chose of his own accord a poverty deeper than that of any of his servants. Had Christ consented to be rich, what check could there have been to the desire of it among his followers? But he chose to stoop so low that none could be lower, and that in extremest want none could ever say, "I am poorer than was my Saviour and God." The friends at parting the next morning shook hands warmly, and promised a frequent renewal of their resumed intercourse. Nor was the bill for $20, which the minister found in his hand, at all an unacceptable addition to the pleasures of his visit, and though the November wind whistled keenly through the dull, comfortless sky, he turned his horse's head homeward with a lightened heart. "Mother's sick, and I'm a-keeping house," said the little flaxen-headed girl, in all the importance of 7 years, as her father entered the dwelling. "Your mother's sick? What's the matter?" inquired Mr. Stanton. "She caught cold washing yesterday while you were gone." And when the minister stood by the bedside of his sick wife, saw her flushed face, and felt her feverish pulse, he felt seriously alarmed. She had scarcely recovered from a dangerous fever when he left home, and with reason he dreaded a relapse. "My dear, why have you done so?" was the first expostulation. "Why did you not send for old Agnes to do your washing, as I told you?" "I felt so well, I thought I was quite able," was the reply, "and you know it will take all the money we have now in hand to get the children's shoes before cold weather comes, and nobody knows when we shall have any more." "Well, Mary, comfort your heart as to that. I have had a present today of $20. That will last us some time. God always provides when need is greatest." And so, after administering a little to the comfort of his wife, the minister addressed himself to the business of cooking something for dinner for himself and his hungry little flock. "There is no bread in the house," he exclaimed, after a survey of the ways and means at his disposal. "I must try and sit up long enough to make some," said his wife faintly. "You must try to be quiet," replied the husband. "We can do very well on potatoes. But yet," he added, "I think if I bring the things to your bedside, and you show me how to mix them, I could make some bread." A burst of laughter from the young fry chorused his proposal. Nevertheless, as Mr. Stanton was a man of decided genius, by help of much showing, and of strong arms and good will, the feat was at length accomplished in no unworkmanlike manner, and while the bread was put down to the fire to rise, and the potatoes were baking in the oven, Mr. Stanton, having enjoined silence on his noisy troop, sat down, pencil in hand, by his wife's bed, to prepare a sermon. We would that those ministers who feel that they cannot compose without a study, and that the airiest and pleasantest room in the house, where the floor is guarded by the thick carpet, the light carefully relieved by curtains, where papers are filed and arranged neatly, and conveniences purposely adjusted, with books of reference standing invitingly around, could once figure to themselves the process of composing a sermon in circumstances such as we have painted. Mr. Stanton had written his text and jotted down something of an introduction, when a circumstance occurred which is almost inevitable in situations where a person has anything else to attend to. The baby woke. The little interloper was to be tied into a chair, while the flaxen-headed young housekeeper was now installed into the office of waiter-in-ordinary to Her Majesty, and by shaking a newspaper before her face, plying a rattle, or other arts known only to the initiate, to prevent her from indulging in any unpleasant demonstrations, while Mr. Stanton proceeded with his train of thought. "Papa, Papa, the tea-kettle! Only look!" cried all the younger ones, just as he was again beginning to abstract his mind. Mr. Stanton rose and adapted part of his sermon paper to the handle of the tea-kettle, poured the boiling water on some herb drink for his wife, and then recommenced. "I shan't have much of a sermon," he soliloquized, as his youngest but one, with the ingenuity common to children of her standing, had contrived to tip herself over in her chair and cut her underlip, which for the time being threw the whole settlement into commotion, and this conviction was strengthened by finding that it was now time to give the children their dinner. "I fear Mrs. Stanton is imprudent in exerting herself," said the medical man to her husband, as he examined her symptoms. "I know she is," replied her husband, "but I cannot keep her from it." "It is absolutely indispensable that she should rest and keep her mind easy," said the doctor. Rest and keep easy, how easily the words are said, yet how they fall on the ear of a mother who knows that her whole flock have not yet a garment prepared for winter, that hiring assistance is out of the question, and that the work must all be done by herself, who sees that while she is sick her husband is perplexed and kept from his appropriate duties, and her children, despite his well-meaning efforts, suffering for the want of those attentions that only a mother can give. Will not any mother, so tried, rise from her sick bed before she feels able, and be again prostrated by over-exertion, until the vigor of the constitution year by year declines, and she sinks into an early grave? Yet this is the true history of many a wife and mother who, in consenting to share the privations of a Western minister, has as truly sacrificed her life as did ever martyr on heathen shores. The graves of Harriet Newell and Mrs. Judson are hallowed as the shrines of saints, and their memory made as a watchword among Christians. Yet the Western Valley is full of green and nameless graves, where patient, long-enduring wives and mothers have lain down, worn out by the privations of as severe a missionary field, and no man knoweth the place of their sepulchre. The crisp air of a November evening was enlivened by the fire that blazed merrily in the bar-room of the tavern in L, while a more than usual number crowded about the hearth, owing to the session of the county court in that place. "Mr. Lennox is a pretty smart lawyer," began an old gentleman who sat in one of the corners, in the half-interrogative tone which indicated a wish to start conversation. "Yes, sir, no mistake about it," was the reply. "Does the largest business in the state. Very smart man, sir, and honest. A church member, too, and one of the tallest kinds of Christians, they say. Gives more money for building meeting-houses and all sorts of religious concerns than any man around." "Well, he can afford it," said a man with a thin, care-taking visage, and a nervous, anxious twitch of the hand, as if it were his constant effort to hold on to something. "He can afford it, for he makes money hand over hand. It is not everybody can afford to do as he does." A sly look of intelligence pervaded the company, for the speaker, one of the most substantial householders in the settlement, was always taken with distressing symptoms of poverty and destitution when any allusion to public or religious charity was made. "Mr. C. is thinking about parish matters," said a wicked wag of the company. "You see, sir, our minister urged pretty hard last Sunday to have his salary paid up. He has had sickness in his family, and nothing on hand for winter expenses." "I don't think Mr. Stanton is judicious in making such public statements," said the former speaker nervously. "He ought to consult his friends privately, and not bring temporalities into the pulpit." "That is to say, starve decently and make no fuss," replied the other. "Nonsense. Who talks of starving when provision is as plenty as blackberries? I tell you I understand this matter, and know how little a man can get along with. I've tried it myself. When I first set out in life, my wife and I had not a pair of endirons or a shovel and tongs for 2 or 3 years, and we never thought of complaining. The times are hard. We are all losing, and must get along as we can, and Mr. Stanton must bear some rubs as well as the rest of us." "It appears to me, Mr. C.," said the waggish gentleman aforesaid, "that if you'd put Mr. Stanton into your good brick house and give him your furniture and income, he would be well satisfied to rub along as you do." "Mr. Stanton isn't so careful in his expenses as he might be," said Mr. C. petulantly, disregarding the idea started by his neighbor. "He buys things I should not think of buying. Now, I was in his house the other day, and he had just given $3 for a single book." "Perhaps it was a book he needed in his studies," suggested the old gentleman who began the conversation. "What's the use of book learning to a minister if he's got the real spirit in him?" chimed in a rough-looking man in the farthest corner. "Only wish you could have heard Elder North give it off. There was a real genuine preacher for you. Couldn't even read his text in the Bible, yet, sir, he would get up and reel it off as smooth and fast as the best of 'em that comes out of colleges. My notion is, it's the spirit that's the thing, after all." Several of the auditors seemed inclined to express their approbation of this doctrine, though some remarked that Mr. Stanton was a smarter preacher than Elder North, for all his book learning. Some of the more intelligent of the circle here exchanged smiles, but declined entering the lists in favor of learning. "Oh, for my part," resumed Mr. C., "I'm for having a minister study and have books and all that, if he can afford it, but in hard times like these, books are neither meat, drink, nor fire, and I know I can't afford 'em. Now, I'm as willing to contribute my part to the minister's salary and every other charity as anybody, when I can get money to do it, but in these times I can't get it." The elderly gentleman here interrupted the conversation by saying abruptly, "I am a townsman of Mr. Stanton's, and it is my opinion that he has impoverished himself by giving in religious charity." "Giving in charity!" exclaimed several voices. "Where did he ever get anything to give?" "Yet I think I speak within bounds," said the old gentleman, "when I say that he has given more than the amount of $2,000 yearly to the support of the gospel in this state, and I think I can show it to be so." The eyes of the auditors were now enlarged to their utmost limits, while the old gentleman, after the fashion of shrewd old gentlemen generally, screwed up his mouth in a very dry twist, and looked in the fire without saying a word. "Come now, pray tell us how this is," said several of the company. "Well, sir," said the old man, addressing himself to Mr. C., "you are a man of business, and will perhaps understand the case as I view it. You were speaking this evening of Lawyer Lennox. He and your minister were both from my native place, and both there and in college your minister was always reckoned the smartest of the two, and went ahead in everything they undertook. Now you see Mr. Lennox, out of his talents and education, makes, say, $3,000 a year. Mr. Stanton had more talent and more education, and might have made even more. But by devoting himself to the work of the ministry in your state, he gains, we will say, about $400. Does he not, therefore, in fact, give all the difference between 400 and 3,000 to the cause of religion in this state? If during the business season of the year you, Mr. C., should devote your whole time to some benevolent enterprise, would you not feel that you had virtually given to that enterprise all the money you would otherwise have made? Instead, therefore, of calling it a charity for you to subscribe to your minister's support, you ought to consider it a very expensive charity for him to devote his existence in preaching to you. To bring the gospel to your state, he has given up a reasonable prospect of an income of 2,000 or 3,000, and contents himself with the least sum which will keep soul and body together, without the possibility of laying up a cent for his family in case of his sickness and death. This, sir, is what I call
Chapter 18 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. The Elders' Feast, a tradition of Laodicea. At a certain time in the earlier ages there lived in the city of Laodicea a Christian elder of some repute named Onesiphorus. The world had smiled on him, and though a Christian he was rich and full of honors. All men, even the heathen, spoke well of him, for he was a man courteous of speech and mild of manner. His wife, a fair Ionian lady, but half reclaimed from idolatry, though baptized and accredited as a member of the Christian Church, still lingered lovingly on the confines of old heathenism, and, if she did not believe, still cherished with pleasure the poetic legends of Apollo and Venus, of Jove and Diana. A large and fair family of sons and daughters had risen around these parents, but their education had been much after the rudiments of this world, and not after Christ. Though, according to the customs of the Church, they were brought to the font of baptism and sealed in the name of the Father, and the Son, and Holy Ghost, and although daily, instead of libations to the Penates, or flower offerings to Diana and Juno, the name of Jesus was invoked, yet the Spirit of Jesus was wanting. The chosen associates of all these children, as they grew older, were among the heathen, and daily they urged their parents by their entreaties to conform, in one thing after another, to heathen usage. "Why should we be singular, mother?" said the dark-eyed Myrrha, as she bound her hair and arranged her dress after the fashion of the girls in the temple of Venus. "Why may we not wear the golden ornaments and images which have been consecrated to heathen goddesses?" said the sprightly Thalia. "Surely none others are to be bought, and are we to do altogether without?" "And why may we not be at feasts where libations are made to Apollo or Jupiter?" said the sons. "So long as we do not consent to it, or believe in it, will our faith be shaken thereby? How are we ever to reclaim the heathen if we do not mingle among them?" said another son. "Did not our Master eat with publicans and sinners?" It was, however, to be remarked that no conversions of the heathen to Christianity ever took place through the means of these complying sons and daughters, or any of the number who followed their example. Instead of withdrawing any from the confines of heathenism, they themselves were drawn so nearly over that in certain situations and circumstances they would undoubtedly have been ranked among them by any but a most scrutinizing observer. If any in the city of Laodicea were ever led to unite themselves with Jesus, it was by means of a few who observed the full simplicity of the ancient faith, and who, though honest, tender, and courteous in all their dealings with the heathen, still went not a step with them in conformity to any of their customs. In time, though the family we speak of never broke off from the Christian Church, yet if you had been in it, you might have heard much warm and earnest conversation about things that took place at the baths, or in feasts to various divinities. But if any one spoke of Jesus, there was immediately a cold silence, a decorous, chilling, respectful pause, after which the conversation with a bound flew back into the old channel again. It was now night, and the house of Onesiphorus the elder was blazing with torches, alive with music, and all the hurry and stir of a sumptuous banquet. All the wealth and fashion of Laodicea were there, Christian and heathen, and all that the classic voluptuousness of Oriental Greece could give to shed enchantment over the scene was there. In ancient times the festivals of Christians in Laodicea had been regulated in the spirit of the command of Jesus, as recorded by Luke, whose classical Greek had made his the established version in Asia Minor. "And thou, when thou makest a feast, call not thy friends and thy kinsmen, nor thy rich neighbours, lest they also bid thee, and a recompense be made thee. But when thou makest a feast, call the poor, and the maimed, and the lame, and the blind, and thou shalt be blessed, for they cannot recompense thee, but thou shalt be recompensed at the resurrection of the just." That very day before the entertainment had this passage been quoted in the ears of the family by Cleon, the youngest son, who, different from all his family, had cherished in his bosom the simplicity of the old belief. How ridiculous, how absurd had been the reply of the more thoughtless members of the family when Cleon cited the above passage as in point to the evening's entertainment. The dark-eyed mother looked reproof on the levity of the younger children, and decorously applauded the passage, which she said had no application to the matter in hand. "But, mother, even if the passage be not literally taken, it must mean something. What did the Lord Jesus intend by it? If we Christians may make entertainments with all the parade and expense of our heathen neighbors, and thus spend the money that might be devoted to charity, what does this passage mean? Your father gives in charity as handsomely as any Christian in Laodicea, said his mother warmly. Nay, mother, that may be, but I bethink me now of 2 or 3 times when means have been wanting for the relieving of the poor, and the ransoming of captives, and the support of apostles, when we have said that we could give no more. My son, said his mother, you do not understand the ways of the world. Nay, how should he, said Thalia, shut up day and night with that old papyrus of St. Luke and Paul's epistles? One may have too much of a good thing. But does not the holy Paul say, be not conformed to this world? Certainly, said the elder. That means that we should be baptized, and not worship in the heathen temples. My dear son, said his mother, you intend well, doubtless, but you have not sufficient knowledge of life to estimate our relations to society. Entertainments of this sort are absolutely necessary to sustain our position in the world. If we accept, we must return them. But not to dwell on this conversation, let us suppose ourselves in the rooms now glittering with lights and gay with every costly luxury of wealth and taste. Here were statues to Diana and Apollo, and to the household Juno, not meant for worship, of course not, but simply to conform to the general usages of good society. And so far had this complaisance been carried, that the shrine of a peerless Venus was adorned with garlands and votive offerings, and an exquisitely wrought silver censer diffused its perfume on the marble altar in front. This complaisance on the part of some of the younger members of the family drew from the elder a gentle remonstrance, as having an unseemly appearance for those bearing the Christian name. But they readily answered, has not Paul said, we know that an idol is nothing? Where is the harm of an elegant statue, considered merely as a consummate work of art? As for the flowers, are they not simply the most appropriate ornament? And where's the harm of burning exquisite perfume? And is it worse to burn it in one place than another? Upon my sword, said one of the heathen guests, as he wandered through the gay scene, how liberal and accommodating these Christians are becoming. Except in a few small matters in the temple, they seem to be with us entirely. Ah, said another, it was not so years back. Nothing was heard among them then but prayers and alms and visits to the poor and sick, and when they met together in their feasts, there was so much of their talk of Christ, and such singing of hymns and prayer, that one of us found himself quite out of place. Yes, said an old man present, in those days I quite bethought me of being some day a Christian, but look you, they are grown so near like us now, it is scarce worth one's while to change. A little matter of ceremony in the temple, and offering incense to Jesus instead of Jupiter, when all else is the same, can make small odds in a man. But now the ancient legend goes on to say that in the midst of that gay and brilliant evening, a stranger of remarkable appearance and manners was noticed among the throng. None knew him or whence he came. He mingled not in the mirth, and seemed to recognize no one present, though he regarded all that was passing with a peculiar air of still and earnest attention. And wherever he moved, his calm, penetrating gaze seemed to diffuse a singular uneasiness about him. Now his eye was fixed with a quiet scrutiny on the idolatrous statues with their votive adornments. Now it followed earnestly the young forms that were wreathing in the graceful waves of the dance. And then he turned towards the tables, loaded with every luxury and sparkling with wines, where the devotion to Bacchus became more than poetic fiction. And as he gazed, a high indignant sorrow seemed to overshadow the calmness of his majestic face. When in thoughtless merriment some of the gay company sought to address him, they found themselves shrinking involuntarily from the soft, piercing eye, and trembling at the low, sweet tones in which he replied. What he spoke was brief, but there was a gravity and tender wisdom in it that strangely contrasted with the frivolous scene, and awakened unwonted ideas of heavenly purity even in thoughtless and dissipated minds. The only one of the company who seemed to seek his society was the youngest, the fair little child Isa. She seemed as strangely attracted towards him as others were repelled, and when unsolicited, in the frank confidence of childhood, she pressed to his side and placed her little hand in his, the look of radiant compassion and tenderness which beamed down from those eyes was indeed glorious to behold. Yet here and there, as he glided among the crowd, he spoke in the ear of some Christian words which, though soft and low, seemed to have a mysterious and startling power. For one after another, pensive, abashed, and confounded, they drew aside from the gay scene, and seemed lost in thought. That stranger, who was he? Who? The inquiry passed from mouth to mouth, and one after another, who had listened to his low, earnest tones, looked on each other with a troubled air. Ere long he had glided hither and thither in the crowd. He had spoken in the ear of every Christian, and suddenly again he was gone, and they saw him no more. Each had felt the heart thrill within, each spirit had vibrated as if the finger of its Creator had touched it, and shrunk conscious as if an omniscient eye were upon it. Each heart was stirred from its depths. Vain sophistries, worldly maxims, making the false look true, all appeared to rise and clear away like a mist. And at once each one seemed to see, as God sees, the true state of the inner world, the true motive and reason of action, and in the instinctive pause that passed through the company, the banquet was broken up and deserted. "And what if their God were present?" said one of the heathen members of the company next day. "Why did they all look so blank? A most favourable omen, we should call it, to have one's patron divinity at a feast." "Besides," said another, "these Christians hold that their God is always everywhere present, so at most they have but had their eyes opened to see him who is always there." What is practically the meaning of the precept, "Be not conformed to the world"? In its everyday results, it presents many problems difficult of solution. There are so many shades and blendings of situation and circumstances, so many things innocent and graceful in themselves, which, like flowers and incense on a heathen altar, become unchristian only through position and circumstances, that the most honest and well-intentioned are often perplexed. That we must conform in some things is conceded, yet the whole tenor of the New Testament shows that this conformity must have its limits, that Christians are to be transformed so as to exhibit to the world a higher and more complete style of life, and thus prove what is the good and acceptable and perfect will of God. But in many particulars as to style of living and modes of social intercourse, there can be no definite rules laid down, and no Christian can venture to judge another by his standard. One Christian condemns dress adornment, and the whole application of taste to the usages of life, as a sinful waste of time and money. Another, perceiving in every work of God a love and appreciation of the beautiful, believes that there is a sphere in which he is pleased to see the same trait in his children, if the indulgence do not become excessive, and thus interfere with higher duties. One condemns all time and expense laid out in social visiting as so much waste. Another remembers that Jesus, when just entering on the most vast and absorbing work, turned aside to attend a wedding feast, and wrought his first miracle to enhance its social enjoyment. Again, there are others who, because some indulgence of taste and some exercise for the social powers are admissible, go all lengths in extravagance, and in company, dress, and the externals of life. In the same manner, with regard to style of life and social entertainment, most of the items which go to constitute what is called style of living, or the style of particular parties, may be in themselves innocent, and yet they may be so interwoven and combined with evils that the whole effect shall be felt to be decidedly unchristian, both by Christians and the world. How then shall the well-disposed person know where to stop, and how to strike the just medium? We know of but one safe rule. Read the life of Jesus with attention. Study it. Inquire earnestly with yourself, what sort of a person, in thought, in feeling, in action, was my Saviour? Live in constant sympathy and communion with him, and there will be within a kind of instinctive rule by which to try all things. A young man who was to be exposed to the temptations of one of the most dissipated European capitals carried with him his father's picture, and hung it in his apartment. Before going out to any of the numerous resorts of the city, he was accustomed to contemplate this picture, and say to himself, "Would my father wish to see me in the place to which I am going?" And thus was he saved from many a temptation. In like manner, the Christian, who has always by his side the beautiful ideal of his Saviour, finds it a holy charm, by which he is gently restrained from all that is unsuitable to his profession. He has but to inquire of any scene or employment, "Should I be well pleased to meet my Saviour there? Would the trains of thought I should there fall into, the state of mind that would there be induced, be such as would harmonize with an interview with him?" Thus protected and defended, social enjoyment might be like that of Mary and John and the disciples, when under the mild Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 19, Little Fred, the Canal Boy, Part 1. In the outskirts of the little town of Toledo in Ohio might be seen a small one-story cottage, whose external architecture no way distinguished it from dozens of other residences of the poor, by which it was surrounded. But over this dwelling a presiding air of sanctity and neatness, of quiet and repose, marked it out as different from every other. The little patch before the door, instead of being a loafing ground for swine and a receptacle of litter and filth, was trimly set with flowers, weeded, watered, and fenced with dainty care. The scarlet bignonia clambered over the mouldering logs of the sides, shrouding their roughness in its gorgeous mantle of green and crimson, and the good old-fashioned morning glory, laced across the window, unfolded every day tints whose beauty, though cheap and common, the finest French milliner might in vain seek to rival. When, in travelling the western country, you meet such a dwelling, do you not instinctively know what you shall see inside of it? Do you not seem to see the trimly sanded floor, the well-kept furniture, the snowy muslin curtain? Are you not sure that on a neat stand you shall see, as on an altar, the dear old family Bible, brought, like the ancient Ark of the Covenant, into the far wilderness, and ever overshadowed as a bright cloud with remembered prayers and counsels of father and mother in a far-off New England home? And in this cottage there was such a Bible brought from the wild hills of New Hampshire, and its middle page recorded the marriage of James Sandford to Mary Irving, and alas, after it another record traced in a trembling hand, the death of James Sandford at Toledo. And this fair, thin woman in the black dress, with soft brown hair parted over a pale forehead, with calm, patient blue eyes and fading cheek, is the once energetic, buoyant, light-hearted New Hampshire girl, who has brought with her the strongest religious faith, the active practical knowledge, the skilful, well-trained hand and clear head with which cold New England portions her daughters. She had left all and come to the western wilds with no other capital than her husband's manly heart and active brain. He, young, strong, full of hope, prompt, energetic, and skilled to acquire. She, careful, prudent, steady, no less skilled to save, and between the two no better firm for acquisition and prospective success could be desired. Everybody prophesied that James Sandford would succeed, and Mary heard these praises with a quiet exultation. But, alas! That whole capital of hers, that one strong young heart, that ready, helpful hand, 2 weeks of the country's fever sufficed to lay them cold and low forever. And Mary yet lived, with her babe in her arms and one bright little boy by her side, and this boy is our little brown-eyed Fred, the hero of our story. But few years had rolled over his curly head when he first looked, weeping and wondering, on the face of death. Ah, one look on that awful face adds years at once to the age of the heart, and little Fred felt manly thoughts aroused in him by the cold stillness of his father and the deep, calm anguish of his mother. "Oh, mamma, don't cry so, don't," said the little fellow. "I am alive, and I can take care of you. Dear mamma, I pray for you every day." And Mary was comforted even in her tears and thought, as she looked into those clear, loving brown eyes, that her little intercessor would not plead in vain. For, saith Jesus, their angels do always behold the face of my Father which is in heaven. In a few days she learned to look her sorrows calmly in the face, like a brave, true woman as she was. She was a widow, and out of the sudden wreck of her husband's plans but a pittance remained to her, and she cast about with busy hand and head for some means to eke it out. She took in sewing, she took in washing and ironing, and happy did the young exquisite deem himself whose shirts came with such faultless plaits, such snowy freshness from the slender hands of Mary. With that matchless gift which old Yankee housewives call faculty, Mary kept together all the ends of her ravelled skein of life, and began to make them wind smoothly. Her baby was the neatest of all babies, as it was assuredly the prettiest, and her little Fred the handiest and most universal genius of all boys. It was Fred that could wring out all the stockings and hang out all the small clothes, that tended the baby by night and by day, that made her a wagon out of an old soap-box in which he drew her in triumph, and at their meals he stood reverently in his father's place, and with folded hands repeated, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his mercies." And his mother's heart responded, "Amen," to the simple prayer. Then he learned, with manifold puffing and much haggling, to saw wood quite decently, and to swing an axe, almost as big as himself, in wood-splitting. And he ran of errands and did business with an air of bustling importance that was edifying to see. He knew the prices of lard, butter, and dried apples as well as any man about, and, as the storekeeper approvingly told him, was a smart chap at a bargain. Fred grew 3 inches higher the moment he heard it. In the evenings, after the baby was asleep, Fred sat by his mother with slate and book, deep in the mysteries of reading, writing, and ciphering, and then the mother and son talked over their little plans, and hallowed their nightly rest by prayer, and when, before retiring, his mother knelt with him by his little bed and prayed, the child often sobbed with a strange emotion for which he could give no reason. Something there is in the voice of real prayer that thrills a child's heart, even before he understands it. The holy tones are a kind of heavenly music, and far off in distant years the callous and worldly man often thrills to his heart's core when some turn of life recalls to him his mother's prayer. So passed the first years of the life of Fred. Meanwhile his little sister had come to toddle about the cottage floor, full of insatiable and immeasurable schemes of mischief. It was she that upset the clothes basket and pulled over the molasses pitcher on to her own astonished head, and with incredible labor upset every pail of water that by momentary thoughtlessness was put within reach. It was she that was found stuffing poor solemn old pussy head first into the water jar, that wiped up the floor with her mother's freshly ironed clothes, and jabbered meanwhile in most unexampled Babylonish dialect her own vindications and explanations of these misdemeanors. Every day her mother declared that she must begin to get that child into some kind of order, but still the merry little curly pate contemned law and order, and laughed at all ideas of retributive justice, and Fred and his mother laughed and deplored in the same invariable succession the various direful results of her activity and enterprise. But still, as Mary toiled on, heavy cares weighed down her heart. Her boy grew larger and larger, and her own health grew feebler in proportion as it needed to be stronger. Sometimes a whole week at a time found her scarce able to crawl from her bed, shaking with ague or burning with fever, and when there is little or nothing with which to replace them, how fast food seems to be consumed and clothing to be worn out. And so at length it came to pass that, notwithstanding the labors of the most tireless of needles and the cutting, clipping, and contriving of the most ingenious of hands, the poor mother was forced to own to herself that her darlings looked really shabby. And kind neighbors one by one hinted and said that she must do something with her boy, that he was old enough to earn his own living, and the same idea occurred to the spirited little fellow himself. He had often been along by the side of the canal, and admired the horses, for between a horse and Fred there was a perfect magnetic sympathy, and no lot in life looked to him so bright and desirable as to be able to sit on a horse and drive all day long. And when Captain W., pleased with the boy's bright face and prompt motions, sought to enlist him as one of his drivers, he found a delighted listener. If he could only persuade mother, there was nothing like it. For many nights after the matter was proposed, Mary only cried, and all Fred's eloquence and his brave promises of never doing anything wrong and being the best of all supposable boys were insufficient to console her. Every time she looked at the neat, pure little bed beside her own, that bed hallowed by so many prayers, and saw her boy, with his glowing cheeks and long and dark lashes, sleeping so innocently and trustfully, her heart died within her, as she thought of a dirty berth on the Canal Boat, and rough boatmen swearing, chewing tobacco, and drinking, and should she take her darling from her bosom and throw him out among these? Ah, happy mother, look at your little son of 10 years, and ask yourself, if you were obliged to do this, should you not tremble? Give God thanks, therefore, you can hold your child to your heart till he is old enough to breast the dark wave of life. The poor must throw them in, to sink or swim, as happens. Not for ease, not for freedom from care, not for commodious house and fine furniture, and all that competence gives, should you thank God so much as for this, that you are able to shelter, guide, restrain, and educate the helpless years of your children. Mary yielded at last to that Master who can subdue all wills, necessity. Sorrowfully, yet with hope in God, she made up the little package for her boy, and communicated to him with renewed minuteness her parting counsels and instructions. Fred was bright and full of hope. He was sure of the great point about which his mother's anxiety clustered. He should be a good boy. He knew he should. He never should swear. He never should touch a drop of spirits, no matter who asked him. That he was sure of. Then he liked horses so much. He should ride all day and never get tired, and he would come back and bring her some money. And so the boy and his mother parted. Physical want or hardship is not the great thing which a mother need dread for her child in our country. There is scarce any situation in America where a child would not receive, as a matter of course, good food and shelter, nor is he often overworked. In these respects, a general spirit of good nature is perceptible among employers, so that our Fred meets none of the harrowing adventures of an Oliver Twist in his new situation. To be sure, he soon found it was not as good fun to ride a horse hour after hour and day after day as it was to prance and caper about for the first few minutes. At first his back ached and his little hands grew stiff, and he wished his turn were out hours before the time. But time mended all this. He grew healthy and strong, and though occasionally kicked and tumbled about rather unceremoniously by the rough men among whom he had been cast, yet, as they said, he was a chap that always came down on his feet, throw him which way you would. And for this reason he was rather a favorite among them. The fat black cook, who piqued himself particularly on making corn cake and singing Methodist hymns in a style of unsurpassed excellence, took Fred into particular favor, and being equally at home in kitchen and camp-meeting lore, not only put by for him various dainty scraps and fragments, but also undertook to further his moral education by occasional luminous exhortations and expositions of Scripture, which somewhat puzzled poor Fred and greatly amused the deck-hands. Often, after driving all day, Fred sat on deck beside his fat friend, while the boat glided on through miles and miles of solemn, unbroken old woods, and heard him sing about the New Jerusalem, about good old Moses and Paul and Silas, with a kind of dreamy, wild pleasure. To be sure, it was not like his mother's singing, but then it had a sort of good sound, although he never could very precisely make out the meaning. As to being a good boy, Fred, to do him justice, certainly tried to very considerable purpose. He did not swear as yet, although he heard so much of it daily that it seemed the most natural thing in the world. And although one and another of the hands often offered him tempting portions of their potations, as they said, to make a man of him, yet Fred faithfully kept his little temperance pledge to his mother. Many a weary hour, as he rode and rode and rode through hundreds of miles of unvarying forest, he strengthened his good resolutions by thoughts of home and its scenes. There sat his mother, there stood his own little bed, there his baby sister toddling about in her nightgown, and he repeated the prayers and sung the hymns his mother taught him, and thus the good seed still grew within him. In fact, with no very distinguished adventures, Fred achieved the journey to Cincinnati and back, and proud of his laurels, and with his wages in his pocket, found himself again at the familiar door. Poor Fred! A sad surprise awaited him. The elfin shadow that was once ever flitting about the dwelling was gone. The little pattering footsteps, the tireless, busy fingers, all gone, and his mother, paler, sicker, sadder than before, clasped him to her bosom and called him her only comfort. Fred had brought a pocket full of sugar plums and the brightest of yellow oranges to his little pet. Alas, how mournfully he regarded them now! How little do we realize when we hear that such and such a poor woman has lost her baby, how much is implied to her in the loss. She is poor, she must work hard, the child was a great addition to her cares, and even pitying neighbors say it was better for her, poor thing, and for the child too. But perhaps this very child was the only flower of a life else wholly barren and desolate. There is often, even in the humblest and most uncultured nature, an undefined longing and pining for the beautiful. It expresses itself sometimes in the love of birds and of flowers, and one sees the rosebush or the canary bird in a dwelling from which is banished every trace of luxury. But the little child, with its sweet spiritual eyes, its thousand bird-like tones, its prattling, endearing ways, its guileless, loving heart, is a full and perfect answer to the most ardent craving of the soul. It is a whole little Eden of itself, and the poor woman whose whole life else is one dreary waste of toil clasps her babe to her bosom and feels proud and rich and happy. Truly, said the Son of God, of such are the kingdom of heaven. Poor Mary, how glad she was to see her boy again, most of all that they could talk together of their lost one, how they discoursed for hours about her, how they cried together over the little faded bonnet that once could scarce be kept for a moment on the busy curly head, how they treasured as relics the small finger marks on the doors, and consecrated with sacred care even the traces of her merry mischief about the cottage, and never tired of telling over to each other with smiles and tears the record of the past gleesome pranks. But the fact was that Mary herself was fast wearing away. She had borne up bravely against life, but she had but a gentle nature, and gradually she sank from day to day. Fred was her patient, unwearied nurse, and neighbors, never wanting in such kindnesses as they can understand, supplied her few wants. The child never wanted for food, and the mantel-shelf was filled with infallible specifics, each one of which was able, according to the showing, to ensure perfect recovery in every case whatever, and yet, strange to tell, she still declined. At last, one still autumn morning, Fred awoke and started at the icy coldness of the hand clasped in his own. He looked in his mother's face. It was sweet and calm as that of a sleeping infant, but he knew in his heart that she was dead. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 19, Little Fred, the Canal Boy, Part 2. Months afterwards, a cold December day found Fred turned loose in the streets of Cincinnati. Since his mother's death he had driven on the Canal Boat, but now the boat was to lie by for winter, and the hands, of course, turned loose to find employment till spring. Fred was told that he must look up a place. Everybody was busy about their own affairs, and he must shift for himself. And so, with half his wages in his pocket and promises for the rest, he started to seek his fortune. It was a cold, cheerless, gray-eyed day, with an air that pinched fingers and toes, and seemed to penetrate one's clothes like snow-water, such a day as it needs the brightest fire and the happiest heart to get along at all with, and unluckily Fred had neither. Christmas was approaching, and all the shops had put on their holiday dresses. The confectioners' windows were glittering with sparkling pyramids of candy, with frosted cake and unfading fruits and flowers of the very best of sugar. There, too, was Santa Claus, large as life, with queer, wrinkled visage, and back bowed with the weight of all desirable knickknacks, going down chimney in sight of all the children of Cincinnati, who gathered around the shop with constantly renewed acclamations. On all sides might be seen the little people thronging, gazing, chattering, while anxious papas and mammas in the shops were gravely discussing tin trumpets, dolls, spades, wheelbarrows, and toy wagons. Fred never had heard of the man who said, "How sad a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes," but he felt something very like it as he moved through the gay and bustling streets, where everybody seemed to be finding what they wanted but himself. He had determined to keep up a stout heart, but in spite of himself all this bustling show and merriment made him feel sadder and sadder, and lonelier. He knocked and rang at door after door, but nobody wanted a boy. Nobody ever does want a boy when a boy is wanting a place. He got tired of ringing door-bells and tried some of the shops. No, they didn't want him. One said if he was bigger he might do. Another wanted to know if he could keep accounts. One thought that the man around the corner wanted a boy, and when Fred got there, he had just engaged one. Weary, disappointed, and discouraged, he sat down by the iron railing that fenced a showy house and thought what he should do. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. Cold, dismal, leaden gray was the sky, the darkness already coming on. Fred sat listlessly watching the great snow feathers as they slowly sailed down from the sky. Now he heard gay laughs as groups of merry children passed, and then he started as he saw some woman in a black bonnet and thought she looked like his mother. But all passed, and nobody looked at him, nobody wanted him, nobody noticed him. Just then a patter of little feet was heard behind him on the flagstones, and a soft baby voice said, "How do you do?" Fred turned in amazement, and there stood a plump, rosy little creature of about 2 years, with dimpled cheek, ruby lips, and long fair hair curling about her sweet face. She was dressed in a blue pelisse trimmed with swan's down, and her complexion was so exquisitely fair, her eyes so clear and sweet, that Fred felt almost as if it were an angel. The little thing toddled up to him, and holding up before him a new wax doll, all splendid in silk and lace, seemed quite disposed to make his acquaintance. Fred thought of his lost sister, and his eyes filled up with tears. The little one put up one dimpled hand to wipe them away, while with the other holding up before him the wax doll, she said coaxingly, "No, no, Kai." Just then the house door opened, and a lady, richly dressed, darted out, exclaiming, "Why, Mary, you little rogue, how came you out here?" Then, stopping short and looking narrowly on Fred, she said somewhat sharply, "Whose boy are you, and how came you here?" "I'm nobody's boy," said Fred, getting up with a bitter choking in his throat. "My mother's dead. I only sat down here to rest me for a while." "Well, run away from here," said the lady. But the little girl pressed before her mother, and jabbering very earnestly in unimaginable English, seemed determined to give Fred her wax doll, in which she evidently thought resided every possible consolation. The lady felt in her pocket and found a quarter, which she threw towards Fred. "There, my boy, that will get you lodging and supper, and to-morrow you can find some place to work, I dare say." And she hurried in with the little girl and shut the door. It was not money that Fred wanted just then, and he picked up the quarter with a heavy heart. The sky looked darker and the street drearier, and the cold wind froze the tear on his cheeks as he walked listlessly down the street in the dismal twilight. "I can go back to the Canal Boat and find the cook," he thought to himself. "He told me I might sleep with him to-night if I couldn't find a place." And he quickened his steps with this determination. Just as he was passing a brightly lighted coffee-house, familiar voices hailed him, and Fred stopped. He would be glad even to see a dog he had ever met before, and of course he was glad when 2 boys, old Canal Boat acquaintances, hailed him and invited him into the coffee-house. The blazing fire was a brave light on that dismal night, and the faces of the 2 boys were full of glee, and they began rallying Fred on his doleful appearance, and insisting on it that he should take something warm with them. Fred hesitated a moment, but he was tired and desperate, and the steaming, well-sweetened beverage was too tempting. "Who cares for me?" thought he, "and why should I care?" And down went the first spirituous liquor the boy had ever tasted, and in a few moments he felt a wonderful change. He was no longer a timid, cold, disheartened, heart-sick boy, but felt somehow so brave, so full of hope and courage, that he began to swagger, to laugh very loud, and to boast in such high terms of the money in his pocket and of his future intentions and prospects that the two boys winked significantly at each other. They proposed, after sitting a while, to walk out and see the shop windows. All three of the boys had taken enough to put them to extra merriment, but Fred, who was entirely unused to the stimulant, was quite beside himself. If they sung, he shouted; if they laughed, he screamed; and he thought within himself, he never had heard and thought so many witty things as on that very evening. At last they fell in with quite a press of boys who were crowding round a confectionery window, and, as usual in such cases, there began an elbowing and scuffling contest for places, in which Fred was quite conspicuous. At last a big boy presumed on his superior size to edge in front of our hero and cut off his prospect, and Fred, without more ado, sent him smashing through the shop window. There was a general scrabble. Every one ran for himself, and Fred, never having been used to the business, was not very skilful in escaping, and of course was caught and committed to an officer, who with small ceremony carried him off and locked him up in the watch-house, from which he was the next morning taken before the mayor, and after examination sent to jail. This sobered Fred. He came to himself as out of a dream, and he was overwhelmed with an agony of shame and self-reproach. He had broken his promise to his dead mother. He had been drinking, and his heart failed him when he thought of the horrors that his mother had always associated with that word. And then he was in jail, that place that his mother had always represented as an almost impossible horror, the climax of shame and disgrace. The next night the poor boy stretched himself on his hard, lonely bed, and laid under his head his little bundle containing his few clothes and his mother's Bible, and then sobbed himself to sleep. Cold and gray dawned the following morning on little Fred, as he slowly and heavily awoke, and with a bitter chill of despair recalled the events of the last 2 nights, and looked up at the iron-grated window and round on the cheerless walls, and as if in bitter contrast arose before him an image of his lost home, the neat, quiet room, the white curtains and snowy floor, his mother's bed with his own little cot beside it, and his mother's mild blue eyes as they looked upon him only 6 months ago. Mechanically he untied the check handkerchief which contained his few clothes and worldly possessions and relics of home. There was the small, clean, printed Bible his mother had given him with so many tears on their first parting. There was a lock of her soft brown hair. There, too, were a pair of little worn shoes and stockings, a baby's rattle, and a curl of golden hair, which he had laid up in memory of his lost little pet. Fred laid his head down over all these, his forlorn treasures, and sobbed as if his heart would break. After a while the jailer came in and really seemed affected by the distress of the child, and said what he could to console him, and in the course of the day, as the boy seemed to be so lonesome-like, he introduced another boy into the room as company for him. This was a cruel mercy, for while the child was alone with himself and the memories of the past, he was, if sad, at least safe, and in a few hours after this new introduction he was neither. His new companion was a tall boy of 14, with small, cunning gray eyes, to which a slight cast gave an additional expression of shrewdness and drollery. He was a young gentleman of great natural talent in a certain line, with very precocious attainments and all that kind of information which a boy gains by running at large for several years in a city's streets without anything particular to do, or anybody in particular to obey, any conscience, any principle, any fear either of God or man. We should not say that he had never seen the inside of a church, for he had been for various purposes into every one of the city and to every camp meeting for miles around, and so much had he profited by these exercises that he could mimic to perfection every minister who had any perceptible peculiarity, could caricature every species of psalm-singing, and give ludicrous imitations of every form of worship. Then he was au fait in all coffee-house lore, and knew the names and qualities of every kind of beverage therein compounded. And as to smoking and chewing, the first elements of which he mastered when he was about 6 years old, he was now a connoisseur in the higher branches. He had been in jail dozens of times, rather liked the fun, had served one term on the chain gang, not so bad either, shouldn't mind another, learned a good many prime things there. At first Fred seemed inclined to shrink from his new associate. An instinctive feeling like the warning of an invisible angel seemed to whisper, "Beware." But he was alone with a heart full of bitter thoughts, and the sight of a fellow face was some comfort. Then his companion was so dashing, so funny, so free and easy, and seemed to make such a comfortable matter of being in jail that Fred's heart, naturally buoyant, began to come up again in his breast. Dick Jones soon drew out of him his simple history as to how he came there, and finding that he was a raw hand, seemed to feel bound to patronize and take him under his wing. He laughed quite heartily at Fred's story, and soon succeeded in getting him to laugh at it too. How strange! The very scenes that in the morning he looked at only with bitter anguish and remorse, this noon he was laughing at as good jokes. So much for the influence of good society. An instinctive feeling, soon after Dick Jones came in, led Fred to push his little bundle into the farthest corner under the bed, far out of sight or inquiry, and the same reason led him to suppress all mention of his mother and all the sacred part of his former life. He did this more studiously because, having once accidentally remarked how his mother used to forbid him certain things, the well-educated Dick broke out, "Well, for my part, I could whip my mother when I want higher than that," with a significant gesture. "Whip your mother!" exclaimed Fred with a face full of horror. "To be sure, Greeny, why not? Precious fun it was in those times. I used to slip in and steal the old woman's whiskey and sugar when she was just too far over to walk a crack. She'd throw the tongs at me, and I'd throw the shovel at her, and so it went square and square. Goethe says somewhere, 'Miserable is that man whose mother has not made all other mothers venerable.'" Our new acquaintance bade fair to come under this category. Fred's education under this talented instructor made progress. He sat hours and hours laughing at his stories, sometimes obscene, sometimes profane, but always so full of life, drollery, and mimicry that a more steady head than Fred's was needed to withstand the contagion. Dick had been to the theatre, knew it all like a book, and would take Fred there as soon as they got out. Then he had a first-rate pack of cards, and he could teach Fred to play, and the gay tempters were soon spread out on their bed, and Fred and his instructor sat hour after hour absorbed in what to him was a new world of interest. He soon learned, could play for small stakes, and felt in himself the first glimmering of that fire which, when fully kindled, many waters cannot quench, nor floods drown. Dick was, as we said, precocious. He had the cool eye and steady hand of an experienced gamester, and in a few days he won, of course, all Fred's little earnings. But then he was quite liberal and free with his money. He added to their prison fare such various improvements as his abundance of money enabled him to buy. He had brought with him the foundation of good cheer in a capacious bottle, which emerged the first night from his pocket, for he said he never went to jail without his provision. Then hot water and sugar and lemons and peppermint drops were all forthcoming for money, and Fred learned once and again the fatal secret of hushing conscience and memory and bitter despair and delirious happiness, and, as Dick said, was getting to be a right jolly un that would make something yet. And was it all gone, all washed away by this sudden wave of evil? every trace of prayer and hope and sacred memory in this poor child's heart? No, not all. For many a night when his tempter slept by his side, the child lived over the past. Again he kneeled in prayer and felt his mother's guardian hand on his head, and he wept tears of bitter remorse and wondered at the dread change that had come over him. Then he dreamed, and he saw his mother and sister walking in white, fair as angels, and would go to them, but between him and them was a great gulf fixed, which widened and grew darker and darker, till he could see them no more, and he awoke in utter misery and despair. Again and again he resolved, in the darkness of the night, that tomorrow he would not drink, and he would not speak a wicked word, and he would not play cards nor laugh at Dick's bad stories. Ah, how many such midnight resolves have evil angels sneered at, and good ones sighed over, for with daylight back comes the old temptation, and with it the old mind, and with daylight came back the inexorable prison walls which held Fred and his successful tempter together. At last he gave himself up. No, he could not be good with Dick. There was no use in trying, and he made no more midnight resolves and drank more freely of the dreadful remedy for unquiet thoughts. And now is Fred growing in truth a wicked boy. In a little while more, and he shall be such a one as you will on no account take under your roof, lest he corrupt your own children. And yet, father, mother, look at your son of 12 years, your bright, darling boy, and think of him shut up for a month with such a companion in such a cell, and ask yourselves if he would be any better. And was there no eye, heavenly or earthly, to look after this lost one? Was there no eye which could see through all the traces of sin, the yet lingering drops of that baptism and early prayer and watchfulness which consecrated it? Yes, he whose mercy extends to the 3rd and 4th generations of those who love him, sent a friend to our poor boy in his last distress. It is one of the most refined and characteristic modifications of Christianity that those who are themselves sheltered, guarded, fenced by good education, knowledge, and competence, appoint and sustain a pastor and guardian in our large cities to be the shepherd of the wandering and lost, and of them who, in the Scripture phrase, have none to help. Justly is he called the city missionary, for what is more truly missionary ground? In the hospital, among the old, the sick, the friendless, the forlorn; in the prison, among the hardened, the blaspheming; among the discouraged and despairing, still holding with unsteady hand on to some forlorn fragment of virtue and self-respect, goes this missionary, to stir the dying embers of good, to warn, entreat, implore, to adjure by sacred recollections of father, mother, and home the fallen wanderers to return. He finds friends and places and employment for some, and by timely aid and encouragement saves many a one from destruction. In this friendly shape appeared a man of prayer to visit the cell in which Fred was confined. Dick listened to his instructions with cool complacency, rolling his tobacco from side to side in his mouth, and meditating on him as a subject for some future histrionic exercise of his talent. But his voice was as welcome to poor Fred as daylight in a dungeon. All the smothered remorse and despair of his heart burst forth in bitter confessions as, with many tears, he poured forth his story to the friendly man. It needs not to prolong our story, for now the day has dawned and the hour of release is come. It is not needful to carry our readers through all the steps by which Fred was transferred, first to the fireside of the friendly missionary, and afterwards to the guardian care of a good old couple who resided on a thriving farm not far from Cincinnati. Set free from evil influences, the first carefully planted and watered seeds of good began to grow again, and he became as a son to the kind family who had adopted him. Chapter 20. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 20. The Canal Boat. Of all the ways of traveling which obtain among our locomotive nation, this said vehicle, the canal boat, is the most absolutely prosaic and inglorious. There is something picturesque, nay, almost sublime, in the lordly march of your well-built, high-bred steamboat. Go take your stand on some overhanging bluff where the blue Ohio winds its thread of silver, or the sturdy Mississippi tears its path through unbroken forests, and it will do your heart good to see the gallant boat walking the waters with unbroken and powerful tread, and like some fabled monster of the wave, breathing fire and making the shores resound with its deep respirations. Then there is something mysterious, even awful, in the power of steam. See it curling up against a blue sky some rosy morning, graceful, floating, intangible, and to all appearance the softest and gentlest of all spiritual things. And then think that it is this fairy spirit that keeps all the world alive and hot with motion. Think how excellent a servant it is, doing all sorts of gigantic works, like the genii of old, and yet if you let slip the talisman only for a moment, what terrible advantage it will take of you. And you will confess that steam has some claims both to the beautiful and the terrible. For our own part, when we are down among the machinery of a steamboat in full play, we conduct ourselves very reverently, for we consider it as a very serious neighborhood, and every time the steam whizzes with such red-hot determination from the escape valve, we start as if some of the spirits were after us. But in a canal boat there is no power, no mystery, no danger. One cannot blow up, one cannot be drowned, unless by some special effort. One sees clearly all there is in the case, a horse, a rope, and a muddy strip of water, and that is all. Did you ever try it, reader? If not, take an imaginary trip with us, just for experiment. There's the boat, exclaims a passenger in the omnibus as we are rolling down from the Pittsburgh mansion house to the canal. Where? Exclaim a dozen of voices, and forthwith a dozen heads go out of the window. Why, down there under that bridge. Don't you see those lights? What, that little thing? Exclaims an inexperienced traveler. Dear me, we can't half of us get into it. We indeed, says some old hand in the business. I think you'll find it will hold us and a dozen more loads like us. Impossible, say some. You'll see, say the initiated, and as soon as you get out, you do see, and hear too, what seems like a general breaking loose from the Tower of Babel, amid a perfect hailstorm of trunks, boxes, valises, carpet-bags, and every describable and indescribable form of what a Westerner calls plunder. "That's my trunk," barks out a big round man. "That's my bandbox," screams a heart-stricken old lady in terror for her immaculate Sunday caps. "Where's my little red box? I had 2 carpet-bags and my trunk had a scarl. Halloo, where are you going with that portmanteau? Husband, husband, do you see after the large basket and the little hair trunk? Oh, and the baby's little chair. Go below, for mercy's sake, my dear. I'll see to the baggage." At last the feminine part of creation, perceiving that in this particular instance they gain nothing by public speaking, are content to be led quietly under hatches, and amusing is the look of dismay which each newcomer gives to the confined quarters that present themselves. Those who were so ignorant of the power of compression as to suppose the boat scarce large enough to contain them and theirs, find with dismay a respectable colony of old ladies, babies, mothers, big baskets, and carpet-bags already established. "Mercy on us," says one, after surveying the little room, about 10 feet long and 6 high, "where are we all to sleep to-night?" "Oh, me, what a sight of children!" says a young lady in a despairing tone. "Poh!" says an initiated traveler. "Children! Scarce any here. Let's see, 1, the woman in the corner, 2, that child with the bread and butter, 3, and then there's that other woman with 2. Really, it's quite moderate for a canal boat. However, we can't tell till they have all come." "All? For mercy's sake, you don't say there are any more coming!" exclaimed 2 or 3 in a breath. "They can't come. There is not room." Notwithstanding the impressive utterance of this sentence, the contrary is immediately demonstrated by the appearance of a very corpulent elderly lady, with 3 well-grown daughters, who come down looking about them most complacently, entirely regardless of the unchristian looks of the company. What a mercy it is that fat people are always good-natured! After this follows an indiscriminate raining down of all shapes, sizes, sexes, and ages, men, women, children, babies, and nurses. The state of feeling becomes perfectly desperate. Darkness gathers on all faces. "We shall be smothered. We shall be crowded to death. We can't stay here," are heard faintly from one and another. And yet, though the boat grows no wider, the walls no higher, they do live and do stay there, in spite of repeated protestations to the contrary. Truly, as Sam Slick says, there's a sight of wear in human nature. But meanwhile the children grow sleepy, and divers interesting little duets and trios arise from one part or another of the cabin. "Hush, Johnny, be a good boy," says a pale nursing mamma to a great bristling white-headed phenomenon who is kicking very much at large in her lap. "I won't be a good boy neither," responds Johnny with interesting explicitness. "I want to go to bed, and so—" and Johnny makes up a mouth as big as a teacup and roars with good courage, and his mamma asks him if he ever saw Pa do so, and tells him that he is mamma's dear, good little boy, and must not make a noise, with various observations of the kind which are so strikingly efficacious in such cases. Meanwhile the domestic concert in other quarters proceeds with vigor. "Mamma, I'm tired," bawls the child. "Where's the baby's nightgown?" calls a nurse. "Do take Peter up in your lap and keep him still. Pray get out some biscuits to stop their mouths." Meanwhile sundry babies strike in conspirito, as the music books have it, and execute various flourishes. The disconsolate mothers sigh, and look as if all was over with them, and the young ladies appear extremely disgusted, and wonder what business women have to be travelling round with babies. To these troubles succeeds the turning out scene, when the whole caravan is ejected into the gentlemen's cabin, that the beds may be made. The red curtains are put down, and in solemn silence the last mysterious preparations begin. At length it is announced that all is ready. Forthwith the whole company rush back, and find the walls embellished by a series of little shelves about a foot wide, each furnished with a mattress and bedding, and hooked to the ceiling by a very suspiciously slender cord. Direful are the ruminations and exclamations of inexperienced travellers, particularly young ones, as they eye these very equivocal accommodations. "What, sleep up there? I won't sleep on one of those top shelves, I know. The cords will certainly break." The chambermaid here takes up the conversation, and solemnly assures them that such an accident is not to be thought of at all, that it is a natural impossibility, a thing that could not happen without an actual miracle, and since it becomes increasingly evident that 30 ladies cannot all sleep on the lowest shelf, there is some effort made to exercise faith in this doctrine. Nevertheless, all look on their neighbours with fear and trembling, and when the stout lady talks of taking a shelf, she is most urgently pressed to change places with her alarmed neighbour below. Points of location being after a while adjusted, comes the last struggle. Everybody wants to take off a bonnet, or look for a shawl, to find a cloak, or get a carpet bag, and all set about it with such zeal that nothing can be done. "Ma'am, you're on my foot," says one. "Will you please to move, ma'am?" says somebody, who is gasping and struggling behind you. "Move," you echo. "Indeed, I should be very glad to, but I don't see much prospect of it." "Chambermaid," calls a lady, who is struggling among a heap of carpet-bags and children at one end of the cabin. "Ma'am," echoes the poor chambermaid, who is wedged fast in a similar situation at the other. "Where's my cloak, chambermaid?" "I'd find it, ma'am, if I could move." "Chambermaid, my basket." "Chambermaid, my parasol." "Chambermaid, my carpet-bag." "Mamma, they push me so." "Hush, child, crawl under there, and lie still till I can undress you." At last, however, the various distresses are over, the babies sink to sleep, and even that much-enduring being, the chambermaid, seeks out some corner for repose. Tired and drowsy, you are just sinking into a doze when bang goes the boat against the sides of a lock. Ropes scrape, men run and shout, and up fly the heads of all the top shelfites, who are generally the more juvenile and airy part of the company. "What's that? What's that?" flies from mouth to mouth, and forthwith they proceed to awaken their respective relations. "Mother, Aunt Hannah, do wake up. What is this awful noise?" "Oh, only a lock." "Pray be still," groan out the sleepy members from below. "A lock!" exclaim the vivacious creatures, ever on the alert for information. "And what is a lock, pray?" "Don't you know what a lock is, you silly creatures? Do lie down and go to sleep." "But say, there ain't any danger in a lock, is there?" respond the querists. "Danger!" exclaims a deaf old lady, poking up her head. "What's the matter? There hain't nothin' burst, has there?" "No, no, no!" exclaim the provoked and despairing opposition party, who find that there is no such thing as going to sleep till they have made the old lady below and the young ladies above understand exactly the philosophy of a lock. After a while the conversation again subsides. Again all is still. You hear only the trampling of horses and the rippling of the rope in the water, and sleep again is stealing over you. You doze, you dream, and all of a sudden you are started by a cry. "Chambermaid, wake up the lady that wants to be set ashore." Up jumps chambermaid, and up jump the lady and two children, and forthwith form a committee of inquiry as to ways and means. "Where's my bonnet?" says the lady, half awake, and fumbling among the various articles of that name. "I thought I hung it up behind the door." "Can't you find it?" says poor chambermaid, yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Oh, yes, here it is," says the lady. And then the cloak, the shawl, the gloves, the shoes receive each a separate discussion. At last all seems ready, and they begin to move off, when, lo, Peter's cap is missing. "Now, where can it be?" soliloquizes the lady. "I put it right here by the table leg. Maybe it got into some of the berths." At this suggestion the chambermaid takes the candle and goes round deliberately to every berth, poking the light directly in the face of every sleeper. "Here it is," she exclaims, pulling at something black under one pillow. "No, indeed, those are my shoes," says the vexed sleeper. "Maybe it's here," she resumes, darting upon something dark in another berth. "No, that's my bag," responds the occupant. The chambermaid then proceeds to turn over all the children on the floor to see if it is not under them, in the course of which process they are most agreeably waked up and enlivened, and when everybody is broad awake and most uncharitably wishing the cap and Peter too at the bottom of the canal, the good lady exclaims, "Well, if this isn't lucky, here I had it safe in my basket all the time," and she departs amid the, what shall I say, execrations of the whole company, ladies though they be. Well, after this follows a hushing up and wiping up among the juvenile population, and a series of remarks commences from the various shelves of a very edifying and instructive tendency. One says that the woman did not seem to know where anything was. Another says that she has waked them all up. A third adds that she has waked up all the children too, and the elderly ladies make moral reflections on the importance of putting your things where you can find them, being always ready, which observations, being delivered in an exceedingly doleful and drowsy tone, form a sort of sub-bass to the lively chattering of the upper shelfites, who declare that they feel quite wide awake, that they don't think they shall go to sleep again tonight, and discourse over everything in creation until you heartily wish you were enough related to them to give them a scolding. At last, however, voice after voice drops off. You fall into a most refreshing slumber. It seems to you that you sleep about a quarter of an hour when the chambermaid pulls you by the sleeve. "Will you please to get up, ma'am? We want to make the beds." You start and stare. Sure enough, the night is gone. So much for sleeping on board canal boats. Let us not enumerate the manifold perplexities of the morning toilet in a place where every lady realizes most forcibly the condition of the old woman who lived under a broom. All she wanted was elbow-room. Let us not tell how one glass is made to answer for 30 fair faces, one ewer and vase for 30 lavations, and tell it not in Gath, one towel for a company. Let us not intimate how ladies' shoes have in a night clandestinely slid into the gentleman's cabin, and gentlemen's boots elbowed or rather towed their way among ladies' gear, nor recite the exclamations after runaway property that are heard. "I can't find nothin' of Johnny's shoe. Here's a shoe in the water pitcher. Is this it?" "My side combs are gone," exclaims a nymph with dishevelled curls. "Massy, do look at my bonnet," exclaims an old lady, elevating an article crushed into as many angles as there are pieces in a minced pie. "I never did sleep so much together in my life," echoes a poor little French lady whom despair has driven into talking English. But our shortening paper warns us not to prolong our catalogue of distresses beyond reasonable bounds, and therefore we will close with advising all our friends who intend to try this way of travelling for pleasure to take a good stock both of patience and clean towels with them, for we think that they will
Chapter 21 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Chapter 21 Feeling. There is one way of studying human nature, which surveys mankind only as a set of instruments for the accomplishment of personal plans. There is another, which regards them simply as a gallery of pictures, to be admired or laughed at, as the caricature or the beau ideal predominates. The third way regards them as human beings, having hearts that can suffer and enjoy, that can be improved or be ruined, as those who are linked to us by mysterious reciprocal influences, by the common dangers of a present existence, and the uncertainties of a future one, as presenting, wherever we meet them, claims on our sympathy and assistance. Those who adopt the last method are interested in human beings, not so much by present attractions, as by their capabilities as intelligent, immortal beings, by a high belief of what every mind may attain in an immortal existence, by anxieties for its temptations and dangers, and often by the perception of errors and faults which threaten its ruin. The first two modes are adopted by the great mass of society. The last is the office of those few scattered stars in the sky of life, who look down on its dark selfishness to remind us that there is a world of light and love. To this class did he belong, whose rising and settling on earth were for the healing of the nations. And to this class has belonged many a pure and devoted spirit, like him shining to cheer, like him fading away into the heavens. To this class many a one wishes to belong, who has an eye to distinguish the divinity of virtue, without the resolution to attain it, who, while they sweep along the selfish current of society, still regret that society is not different, that they themselves are not different. If this train of thought has no very particular application to what follows, it was nevertheless suggested by it, and of its relevancy others must judge. Look into this schoolroom. It is a warm, sleepy afternoon in July. There is scarcely air enough to stir the leaves of the tall buttonwood trees before the door, or to lift the loose leaves of the copy-book in the window. The sun has been diligently shining in those curtainless west windows ever since 3 o'clock, upon those blotted and mangled desks, and those decrepit and tottering benches, and that great armchair, the high place of authority. You can faintly hear, about the door, the craw-craw of some neighbouring chickens, which have stepped around to consider the dinner baskets and pick up the crumbs of the noon's repast. For I marvel the busy school is still, because in truth it is too warm to stir. You will find nothing to disturb your meditation on character, for you cannot hear the beat of those little hearts, nor the bustle of all those busy thoughts. Now look around. Who of these is the most interesting? Is it that tall, slender, hazel-eyed boy, with a glance like a falcon, whose elbows rest on his book as he gazes out on the great buttonwood tree, and is calculating how he shall fix his squirrel trap when school is out? Or is it that curly-headed little rogue, who is shaking with repressed laughter at seeing a chicken roll over in a dinner basket? Or is it that arch boy with black eyelashes and a deep, mischievous dimple in his cheeks, who is slyly fixing a fish-hook to the skirts of the master's coat, yet looking as abstracted as Archimedes whenever the good man turns his head that way? No, these are intelligent, bright, beautiful, but it is not these. Perhaps, then, it is that sleepy little girl with golden curls and a mouth like a half-blown rosebud. See, the small brass thimble has fallen to the floor. Her patchwork drops from her lap, her blue eyes close like 2 sleepy violets. Her little head is nodding, and she sinks on her sister's shoulder. Surely it is she. No, it is not. But look in that corner. Do you see that boy with such a gloomy countenance, so vacant yet so ill-natured? He is doing nothing, and he very seldom does anything. He is surly and gloomy in his looks and actions. He never showed any more aptitude for saying or doing a pretty thing than his straight white hair does for curling. He is regularly blamed and punished every day, and the more he is blamed and punished, the worse he grows. None of the boys and girls in school will play with him, or if they do, they will be sorry for it. And every day the master assures him that he does not know what to do with him, and that he makes him more trouble than any boy in school, with similar judicious information that has a striking tendency to promote improvement. That is the boy to whom I apply the title of the most interesting one. He is interesting because he is not pleasing, because he has bad habits, because he does wrong, because under present influences he is always likely to do wrong. He is interesting because he has become what he is now by means of the very temperament which often makes the noblest virtue. It is feeling, acuteness of feeling, which has given that countenance its expression, that character its moroseness. He has no father, and that long-suffering friend, his mother, is gone too. Yet he has relations, and kind ones too, and in the compassionate language of worldly charity it may be said of him, he would have nothing of which to complain, if he would only behave himself. His little sister is always bright, always pleasant and cheerful, and his friends say, why should not he be so too? He is in exactly the same circumstances. No, he is not. In one circumstance they differ. He has a mind to feel and remember everything that can pain. She can feel and remember but little. If you blame him, he is exasperated, gloomy, and cannot forget. If you blame her, she can say she has done wrong in a moment, and all is forgotten. Her mind can no more be wounded than the little brook where she loves to play. The bright waters close again, and smile and prattle as merry as before. Which is the most desirable temperament? It would be hard to say. The power of feeling is necessary for all that is noble in man, and yet it involves the greatest risks. They who catch at happiness on the bright surface of things secure a portion, such as it is, with more certainty. Those who dive for it in the waters of deeper feeling, if they succeed, will bring up pearls and diamonds, but if they sink, they are lost forever. But now comes Saturday, and school is just out. Can any one of my readers remember the rapturous prospect of a long, bright Saturday afternoon? Where are you going? Will you come and see me? We are going a-fishing. Let us go a-strawberrying," may be heard rising from the happy group. But no one comes near the ill-humored James, and the little party going to visit his sister wish James was out of the way. He sees every motion, hears every whisper, knows, suspects, feels it all, and turns to go home more sullen and ill-tempered than common. The world looks dark. Nobody loves him, and he is told that it is all his own fault, and that makes the matter still worse. When the little party arrive, he is suspicious and irritable, and, of course, soon excommunicated. Then as he stands in disconsolate anger, looking over the garden fence at the gay group making dandelion chains and playing baby house under the trees, he wonders why he is not like the other children. He wishes he were different, and yet he does not know what to do. He looks around, and everything is blooming and bright. His little bed of flowers is even brighter and sweeter than ever before, and a new rose is just opening on his rose-bush. There goes Pussy, too, racing and scampering, with little Ellen after her, in among the alleys and flowers. And the birds are singing in the trees, and the soft winds brush the blossoms of the sweet pea against his cheek. And yet, though all nature looks on him so kindly, he is wretched. Let us now change the scene. Why is that crowded assembly so attentive, so silent? Who is speaking? It is our old friend, the little disconsolate schoolboy. But his eyes are flashing with intellect, his face fervent with emotions, his voice breathes like music, and every mind is enchained. Again, it is a splendid sunset, and yonder enthusiast meets it face to face, as a friend. He is silent, rapt, happy. He feels the poetry which God has written. He is touched by it, as God meant that feeling spirits should be touched. Again, he is watching by the bed of sickness, and it is blessed to have such a watcher, anticipating every want, relieving, not in a cold, uninterested way, but with the quick perceptions, the tenderness, the gentleness of an angel. Follow him into the circle of friendship, and why is he so loved and trusted? Why can you so easily tell to him what you can say to no one else besides? Why is it that all around him feel that he can understand, appreciate, be touched by all that touches them? And when heaven uncloses its doors of light, when all its knowledge, its purity, its bliss, rises on the eye and passes into the soul, who then will be looked on as the one who might
Chapter 22 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 22 The Seamstress. Few save the poor feel for the poor. The rich know not how hard it is to be of needful food and needful rest debarred. Their paths are paths of plenteousness, they sleep on silken down. They never think how wearily the weary head lies down. They never by the window sit and see the gay pass by, yet take their weary work again, and with a mournful eye. L.E.L. However fine and elevated, in a sentimental point of view, may have been the poetry of this gifted writer, we think we have never seen anything from this source that ought to give a better opinion of her than the little ballad from which the above verses are taken. They show that the accomplished authoress possessed not merely a knowledge of the dreamy ideal wants of human beings, but the more pressing and homely ones, which the fastidious and poetical are often the last to appreciate. The sufferings of poverty are not confined to those of the common, squalid, every day inured to hardships, and ready with open hand to receive charity, let it come to them as it will. There is another class on whom it presses with still heavier power, the generous, the decent, the self-respecting, who have struggled with their lot in silence, bearing all things, hoping all things, and willing to endure all things, rather than breathe a word of complaint, or to acknowledge, even to themselves, that their own efforts will not be sufficient for their own necessities. Pause with me a while at the door of yonder room, whose small window overlooks a little court below. It is inhabited by a widow and her daughter, dependent entirely on the labours of the needle, and those other slight and precarious resources which are all that remain to woman when left to struggle her way through the world alone. It contains all their small earthly store, and there is scarce an article of its little stock of furniture that has not been thought of and toiled for, and its price calculated over and over again before everything could be made right for its purchase. Every article is arranged with the utmost neatness and care, nor is the most costly furniture of a fashionable parlour more sedulously guarded from a scratch or a rub than is that brightly varnished bureau and that neat cherry tea-table and bedstead. The floor, too, boasted once a carpet, but old Time has been busy with it, picking a hole here and making a thin place there, and though the old fellow has been followed up by the most indefatigable zeal in darning, the marks of his mischievous fingers are too plain to be mistaken. It is true, a kindly neighbour has given a bit of faded baize, which has been neatly clipped and bound and spread down over an entirely unmanageable hole in front of the fireplace, and other places have been repaired with pieces of different colours, and yet, after all, it is evident that the poor carpet is not long for this world. But the best face is put upon everything. The little cupboard in the corner that contains a few china cups and one or two antiquated silver spoons, relics of better days, is arranged with jealous neatness, and the white muslin window curtain, albeit the muslin be old, has been carefully whitened and starched and smoothly ironed and put up with exact precision, and on the bureau, covered by a snowy cloth, are arranged a few books and other memorials of former times, and a faded miniature, which, though it have little about it to interest a stranger, is more precious to the poor widow than everything besides. Mrs. Ames is seated in a rocking-chair, supported by a pillow, and busy cutting out work, while her daughter, a slender, sickly-looking girl, is sitting by the window, intent on some fine stitching. Mrs. Ames in former days was the wife of a respectable merchant and the mother of an affectionate family, but evil fortune had followed her with a steadiness that seemed like the stern decree of some adverse fate rather than the ordinary dealings of a merciful Providence. First came a heavy run of losses in business, then long and expensive sickness in the family, and the death of children. Then there was the selling of the large house and elegant furniture, to retire to a humbler style of living, and finally the sale of all the property, with the view of quitting the shores of a native land and commencing life again in a new one. But scarcely had the exiled family found themselves in the port of a foreign land, when the father was suddenly smitten down by the hand of death, and his lonely grave made in a land of strangers. The widow, broken-hearted and discouraged, had still a wearisome journey before her ere she could reach any whom she could consider as her friends. With her 2 daughters entirely unattended, and with her finances impoverished by detention and sickness, she performed the tedious journey. Arrived at the place of her destination, she found herself not only without immediate resources, but considerably in debt to one who had advanced money for her travelling expenses. With silent endurance she met the necessities of her situation. Her daughters, delicately reared, and hitherto carefully educated, were placed out to service, and Mrs. Ames sought for employment as a nurse. The younger child fell sick, and the hard earnings of the mother were all exhausted in the care of her, and though she recovered in part, she was declared by her physician to be the victim of a disease which would never leave her till it terminated her life. As soon, however, as her daughter was so far restored as not to need her immediate care, Mrs. Ames resumed her laborious employment. Scarcely had she been able in this way to discharge the debts for her journey and to furnish the small room we have described, when the hand of disease was laid heavily on herself. Too resolute and persevering to give way to the first attacks of pain and weakness, she still continued her fatiguing employment till her system was entirely prostrated. Thus all possibility of pursuing her business was cut off, and nothing remained but what could be accomplished by her own and her daughter's dexterity at the needle. It is at this time we ask you to look in upon the mother and daughter. Mrs. Ames is sitting up, the first time for a week, and even to-day she is scarcely fit to do so. But she remembers that the month is coming round, and her rent will soon be due, and in her feebleness she will stretch every nerve to meet her engagements with punctilious exactness. Wearied at length with cutting out and measuring and drawing threads, she leans back in her chair, and her eye rests on the pale face of her daughter, who has been sitting for 2 hours intent on her stitching. "Ellen, my child, your head aches. Don't work so steadily." "Oh, no, it don't ache much," she said, too conscious of looking very much tired. Poor girl! Had she remained in the situation in which she was born, she would now have been skipping about and enjoying life as other young girls of 15 do. But now there is no choice of employments for her, no youthful companions, no visiting, no pleasant walks in the fresh air. Evening and morning, it is all the same. Headache or side-ache, it is all one. She must hold on the same unvarying task, a wearisome thing for a girl of 15. But see, the door opens, and Mrs. Ames's face brightens as her other daughter enters. Mary has become a domestic in a neighbouring family, where her faithfulness and kindness of heart have caused her to be regarded more as a daughter and a sister than as a servant. "Here, mother, is your rent money," she exclaimed, "so do put up your work and rest a while. I can get enough to pay it next time before the month comes around again." "Dear child, I do wish you would ever think to get anything for yourself," said Mrs. Ames. "I cannot consent to use up all your earnings, as I have done lately, and all Ellen's too. You must have a new dress this spring, and that bonnet of yours is not decent any longer." "Oh, no, mother. I have made over my blue calico, and you would be surprised to see how well it looks, and my best frock, when it is washed and darned, will answer some time longer. And then Mrs. Grant has given me a ribbon, and when my bonnet is whitened and trimmed, it will look very well. And so," she added, "I brought you some wine this afternoon. You know the doctor says you need wine." "Dear child, I want to see you take some comfort of your money yourself." "Well, I do take comfort of it, mother. It is more comfort to be able to help you than to wear all the finest dresses in the world." 2 months from this dialogue found our little family still more straitened and perplexed. Mrs. Ames had been confined all the time with sickness, and the greater part of Ellen's time and strength was occupied with attending to her. Very little sewing could the poor girl now do, in the broken intervals that remained to her, and the wages of Mary were not only used as fast as earned, but she anticipated 2 months in advance. Mrs. Ames had been better for a day or two, and had been sitting up, exerting all her strength to finish a set of shirts which had been sent in to make. "The money for them will just pay our rent," sighed she, "and if we can do a little more this week—" "Dear mother, you are so tired," said Ellen. "Do lie down and not worry any more till I come back." Ellen went out and passed on till she came to the door of an elegant house whose damask and muslin window curtains indicated a fashionable residence. Mrs. Elmore was sitting in her splendidly furnished parlour, and around her lay various fancy articles which 2 young girls were busily unrolling. "What a lovely pink scarf!" said one, throwing it over her shoulders and skipping before a mirror, while the other exclaimed, "Do look at these pocket-handkerchiefs, mother! What elegant lace!" "Well, girls," said Mrs. Elmore, "these handkerchiefs are a shameful piece of extravagance. I wonder you will insist on having such things." "La, mamma, everybody has such now. Laura Seymour has half a dozen that cost more than these, and her father is no richer than ours." "Well," said Mrs. Elmore, "rich or not rich, it seems to make very little odds. We do not seem to have half as much money to spare as we did when we lived in the little house in Spring Street. What with new furnishing the house, and getting everything you boys and girls say you must have, we are poorer, if anything, than we were then." "Ma'am, here is Mrs. Ames's girl come with some sewing," said the servant. "Show her in," said Mrs. Elmore. Ellen entered timidly and handed her bundle of work to Mrs. Elmore, who forthwith proceeded a minute scrutiny of the articles, for she prided herself on being very particular as to her sewing. But though the work had been executed by feeble hands and aching eyes, even Mrs. Elmore could detect no fault in it. "Well, it is very prettily done," said she. "What does your mother charge?" Ellen handed a neatly folded bill which she had drawn for her mother. "I must say, I think your mother's prices are very high," said Mrs. Elmore, examining her nearly empty purse. "Everything is getting so dear that one hardly knows how to live." Ellen looked at the fancy articles and glanced around the room with an air of innocent astonishment. "Ah," said Mrs. Elmore, "I dare say it seems to you as if persons in our situation had no need of economy. But, for my part, I feel the need of it more and more every day. As she spoke she handed Ellen the $3, which, though it was not a quarter the price of one of the handkerchiefs, was all that she and her sick mother could claim in the world. "There," said she, "tell your mother I like her work very much, but I do not think I can afford to employ her if I can find any one to work cheaper." Now, Mrs. Elmore was not a hard-hearted woman, and if Ellen had come as a beggar to solicit help for her sick mother, Mrs. Elmore would have fitted out a basket of provisions, and sent a bottle of wine, and a bundle of old clothes, and all the etc. of such occasions. But the sight of a bill always aroused all the instinctive sharpness of her business-like education. She never had the dawning of an idea that it was her duty to pay anybody any more than she could possibly help. Nay, she had an indistinct notion that it was her duty, as an economist, to make everybody take as little as possible. When she and her daughters lived in Spring Street, to which she had alluded, they used to spend the greater part of their time at home, and the family sewing was commonly done among themselves. But since they had moved into a large house, and set up a carriage, and addressed themselves to being genteel, the girls found that they had altogether too much to do to attend to their own sewing, much less to perform any for their father and brothers. And their mother found her hands abundantly full in overlooking her large house, in taking care of expensive furniture, and in superintending her increased train of servants. The sewing, therefore, was put out, and Mrs. Elmore felt it a duty to get it done the cheapest way she could. Nevertheless, Mrs. Elmore was too notable a lady, and her sons and daughters were altogether too fastidious as to the make and quality of their clothing, to admit the idea of its being done in any but the most complete and perfect manner. Mrs. Elmore never accused herself of want of charity for the poor, but she had never considered that the best class of the poor are those who never ask charity. She did not consider that, by paying liberally those who were honestly and independently struggling for themselves, she was really doing a greater charity than by giving indiscriminately to a dozen applicants. "Don't you think, mother, she says we charge too high for this work?" said Ellen, when she returned. "I am sure she did not know how much work we put in those shirts. She says she cannot give us any more work. She must look out for somebody that will do it cheaper. I do not see how it is that people who live in such houses and have so many beautiful things can feel that they cannot afford to pay for what costs us so much." "Well, child, they are more apt to feel so than people who live plainer." "Well, I am sure," said Ellen, "we cannot afford to spend so much time as we have over these shirts for less money." "Never mind, my dear," said the mother soothingly. "Here is a bundle of work that another lady has sent in, and if we get it done we shall have enough for our rent, and something over to buy bread with." It is needless to carry our readers over all the process of cutting and fitting and gathering and stitching necessary in making up 6 fine shirts. Suffice it to say that on Saturday evening all but one were finished, and Ellen proceeded to carry them home, promising to bring the remaining one on Tuesday morning. The lady examined the work, and gave Ellen the money, but on Tuesday, when the child came with the remaining work, she found her in great ill humour. Upon re-examining the shirts, she had discovered that in some important respects they differed from directions she meant to have given and supposed she had given, and accordingly she vented her displeasure on Ellen. "Why didn't you make these shirts as I told you?" said she, sharply. "We did," said Ellen, mildly. "Mother measured by the pattern every part, and cut them herself." "Your mother must be a fool, then, to make such a piece of work. I wish you would just take them back and alter them over." And the lady proceeded with the directions, of which neither Ellen nor her mother till then had had any intimation. Unused to such language, the frightened Ellen took up her work and slowly walked homeward. "Oh dear, how my head does ache," thought she to herself. "And poor mother, she said this morning she was afraid another of her sick turns was coming on. And we have all this work to pull out and do over. See here, mother," said she, with a disconsolate air as she entered the room, "Mrs. Rudd says take out all the bosoms and rip off all the collars and fix them quite another way. She says they are not like the pattern she sent, but she must have forgotten, for here it is. Look, mother, it is exactly as we made them." "Well, my child, carry back the pattern and show her that it is so." "Indeed, mother, she spoke so cross to me and looked at me so that I do not feel as if I could go back." "I will go for you then," said the kind Maria Stevens, who had been sitting with Mrs. Ames while Ellen was out. "I will take the pattern and shirts and tell her the exact truth about it. I'm not afraid of her." Maria Stevens was a tailoress who rented a room on the same floor with Mrs. Ames, a cheerful, resolute, go-forward little body, and ready always to give a helping hand to a neighbour in trouble. So she took the pattern and shirts and set out on her mission. But poor Mrs. Ames, though she professed to take a right view of the matter, and was very earnest in showing Ellen why she ought not to distress herself about it, still felt a shivering sense of the hardness and unkindness of the world coming over her. The bitter tears would spring to her eyes, in spite of every effort to suppress them, as she sat mournfully gazing on the little faded miniature before mentioned. When he was alive, I never knew what poverty or trouble was the thought that often passed through her mind, and how many a poor forlorn one has thought the same. Poor Mrs. Ames was confined to her bed for most of that week. The doctor gave absolute directions that she should do nothing and keep entirely quiet, a direction very sensible indeed in the chamber of ease and competence, but hard to be observed in poverty and want. What pains the kind and dutiful Ellen took that week to make her mother feel easy! How often she replied to her anxious questions that she was quite well, or that her head did not ache much, and by various other evasive expedients the child tried to persuade herself that she was speaking the truth, and during the times her mother slept, in the day or evening, she accomplished 1 or 2 pieces of plain work, with the price of which she expected to surprise her mother. It was towards evening when Ellen took her finished work to the elegant dwelling of Mrs. Page. "I shall get $1 for this," said she, "enough to pay for mother's wine and medicine." "This work is done very neatly," said Mrs. Page, "and here is some more I should like to have finished in the same way." Ellen looked up wistfully, hoping Mrs. Page was going to pay her for the last work. But Mrs. Page was only searching a drawer for a pattern, which she put into Ellen's hands, and after explaining how she wanted her work done, dismissed her without saying a word about the expected $1. Poor Ellen tried 2 or 3 times, as she was going out, to turn round and ask for it, but before she could decide what to say, she found herself in the street. Mrs. Page was an amiable, kind-hearted woman, but one who was so used to large sums of money that she did not realize how great an affair a single $1 might seem to other persons. For this reason, when Ellen had worked incessantly at the new work put into her hands, that she might get the money for all together, she again disappointed her in the payment. "I'll send the money round to-morrow," said she, when Ellen at last found courage to ask for it. But to-morrow came, and Ellen was forgotten, and it was not till after 1 or 2 applications more that the small sum was paid. But these sketches are already long enough, and let us hasten to close them. Mrs. Ames found liberal friends who could appreciate and honour her integrity of principle and loveliness of character, and by their assistance she was raised to see more prosperous days, and she and the delicate Ellen and warm-hearted Mary were enabled to have a home and fireside of their own, and to enjoy something like the return of their former prosperity. We have given these sketches, drawn from real life, because we think there is in general too little consideration on the part of those who give employment to those in situations like the widow here described. The giving of employment is a very important branch of charity, inasmuch as it assists that class of the poor who are the most deserving. It should be looked on in this light, and the arrangements of a family be so made that a suitable compensation can be given, and prompt and cheerful payment be made, without the dread of transgressing the rules of economy. It is better to teach our daughters to do without expensive ornaments or fashionable elegances, better even to deny ourselves the pleasure of large donations or direct subscriptions to public charities, rather than to curtail the small stipend of her whose candle goeth not out by night, and who labours with her needle for herself, Chapter 23 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 23. Old Father Morris, a Sketch from Nature. Of all the marvels that astonished my childhood, there is none I remember to this day with so much interest as the old man whose name forms my caption. When I knew him, he was an aged clergyman, settled over an obscure village in New England. He had enjoyed the advantages of a liberal education, had a strong original power of thought, an omnipotent imagination, and much general information, but so early and so deeply had the habits and associations of the plough, the farm, and country life wrought themselves into his mind, that his after acquirements could only mingle with them, forming an unexampled amalgam like unto nothing but itself. He was an ingrain New Englander, and whatever might have been the source of his information, it came out in Yankee form, with the strong provinciality of Yankee dialect. It is in vain to attempt to give a full picture of such a genuine unique, but some slight and imperfect dashes may help the imagination to a faint idea of what none can fully conceive but those who have seen and heard old Father Morris. Suppose yourself one of half a dozen children, and you hear the cry, "Father Morris is coming." You run to the window or door, and you see a tall, bulky old man, with a pair of saddlebags on one arm, hitching his old horse with a fumbling carefulness, and then deliberately stumping towards the house. You notice his tranquil, florid, full-moon face, enlightened by a pair of great round blue eyes that roll with dreamy inattentiveness on all the objects around, and as he takes off his hat, you see the white curling wig that sets off his round head. He comes towards you, and as you stand staring, with all the children around, he deliberately puts his great hand on your head, and with deep, rumbling voice inquires, "How d'ye do, my daughter? Is your daddy at home?" My daughter usually makes off as fast as possible in an unconquerable giggle. Father Morris goes into the house, and we watch him at every turn as, with the most liberal simplicity, he makes himself at home, takes off his wig, wipes down his great face with a checked pocket handkerchief, helps himself hither and thither to whatever he wants, and asks for such things as he cannot lay his hands on, with all the comfortable easiness of childhood. I remember to this day how we used to peep through the crack of the door, or hold it half ajar and peer in, to watch his motions, and how mightily diverted we were with his deep, slow manner of speaking, his heavy, cumbrous walk, but above all with the wonderful faculty of hemming which he possessed. His deep, thundering, protracted "ahem" was like nothing else that ever I heard, and when once, as he was in the midst of one of these performances, the parlour door suddenly happened to swing open, I heard one of my roguish brothers calling, in a suppressed tone, "Charles, Charles, Father Morris has hemmed the door open," and then followed the signs of a long and desperate titter, in which I sincerely sympathized. But the morrow is Sunday. The old man rises in the pulpit. He is not now in his own humble little parish, preaching simply to the hoers of corn and planters of potatoes, but there sits Governor D., and there is Judge R., and Councillor P., and Judge G. In short, he is before a refined and literary audience. But Father Morris rises. He thinks nothing of this. He cares nothing. He knows nothing, as he himself would say, but Jesus Christ and him crucified. He takes a passage of Scripture to explain, perhaps it is the walk to Emmaus, and the conversation of Jesus with his disciples. Immediately the whole start out before you, living and picturesque. The road to Emmaus is a New England turnpike. You can see its milestones, its mullein stalks, its toll gates. Next, the disciples rise, and you have before you all their anguish and hesitation and dismay talked out to you in the language of your own fireside. You smile, you are amused, yet you are touched, and the illusion grows every moment. You see the approaching stranger, and the mysterious conversation grows more and more interesting. Emmaus rises in the distance, in the likeness of a New England village, with a white meeting-house and spire. You follow the travellers, you enter the house with them, nor do you wake from your trance until, with streaming eyes, the preacher tells you that they saw it was the Lord Jesus, and what a pity it was they could not have known it before. It was after a sermon on this very chapter of Scripture history that Governor Griswold, in passing out of the house, laid hold on the sleeve of his first acquaintance. "Pray tell me," said he, "who is this minister?" "Why, it is old Father Morris." "Well, he is an oddity, and a genius too, I declare," he continued. "I have been wondering all the morning how I could have read the Bible to so little purpose as not to see all these particulars he has presented." I once heard him narrate in this picturesque way the story of Lazarus. The great bustling city of Jerusalem first rises to view, and you are told with great simplicity how the Lord Jesus used to get tired of the noise, and how he was tired of preaching again and again to people who would not mind a word he said, and how, when it came evening, he used to go out and see his friends in Bethany. Then he told about the house of Martha and Mary, "a little white house among the trees," he said. "You could just see it from Jerusalem. And there the Lord Jesus and his disciples used to go and sit in the evenings with Martha and Mary and Lazarus." Then the narrator went on to tell how Lazarus died, describing with tears and a choking voice the distress they were in, and how they sent a message to the Lord Jesus, and he did not come, and how they wondered and wondered, and thus on he went, winding up the interest by the graphic minutiae of an eye-witness, till he woke you from the dream by his triumphant joy at the resurrection scene. On another occasion, as he was sitting at a tea-table, unusually supplied with cakes and sweetmeats, he found an opportunity to make a practical allusion to the same family story. He said that Mary was quiet and humble, sitting at her Saviour's feet to hear his words, but Martha thought more of what was to be got for tea. Martha could not find time to listen to Christ. No, she was cumbered with much serving around the house, frying fritters and making gingerbread. Among his own simple people, his style of Scripture painting was listened to with breathless interest, but it was particularly in those rustic circles called conference meetings that his whole warm soul unfolded, and the Bible in his hands became a gallery of New England paintings. He particularly loved the evangelists, following the footsteps of Jesus Christ, dwelling upon his words, repeating over and over again the stories of what he did, with all the fond veneration of an old and favoured servant. Sometimes, too, he would give the narration an exceedingly practical turn, as one example will illustrate. He had noticed a falling off in his little circle that met for social prayer, and took occasion, the first time he collected a tolerable audience, to tell concerning the conference meeting that the disciples attended after the resurrection. But Thomas was not with them. "Thomas not with them," said the old man in a sorrowful voice. "Why, what could keep Thomas away?" "Perhaps," said he, glancing at some of his backward auditors. Thomas had got cold-hearted, and was afraid they would ask him to make the first prayer. Or perhaps, said he, looking at some of the farmers, Thomas was afraid the roads were bad. Or perhaps, he added after a pause, Thomas had got proud and thought he could not come in his old clothes. Thus he went on, significantly summing up the common excuses of his people, and then, with great simplicity and emotion, he added, "But only think what Thomas lost, for in the middle of the meeting the Lord Jesus came and stood among them. How sorry Thomas must have been!" This representation served to fill the vacant seats for some time to come. At another time Father Morris gave the details of the anointing of David to be king. He told them how Samuel went to Bethlehem, to Jesse's house, and went in with a "How d'ye do, Jesse?" and how, when Jesse asked him to take a chair, he said he could not stay a minute, that the Lord had sent him to anoint one of his sons for a king, and how, when Jesse called in the tallest and handsomest, Samuel said he would not do, and how all the rest passed the same test, and at last how Samuel says, "Why have not you any more sons, Jesse?" And Jesse says, "Why, yes, there is little David down in the lot." And how, as soon as ever Samuel saw David, he slashed the oil right onto him, and how Jesse said, "He never was so beat in all his life." Father Morris sometimes used his illustrative talent to very good purpose in the way of rebuke. He had on his farm a fine orchard of peaches, from which some of the 10- and 12-year-old gentlemen helped themselves more liberally than even the old man's kindness thought expedient. Accordingly, he took occasion to introduce into his sermon one Sunday, in his little parish, an account of a journey he took, and how he was very warm and very dry, and how he saw a fine orchard of peaches that made his mouth water to look at them. "So," says he, "I came up to the fence and looked all around, for I would not have touched one of them without leave for all the world. At last I spied a man, and says I, 'Mister, won't you give me some of your peaches?' So the man came and gave me nigh about a hatful, and while I stood there eating, I said, 'Mister, how do you manage to keep your peaches?' 'Keep them,' said he, and he stared at me. 'What do you mean?' 'Yes, sir,' said I. 'Don't the boys steal them?' 'Boys steal them?' said he. 'No, indeed.' 'Why, sir,' said I have a whole lot full of peaches, and I cannot get half of them.' Here the old man's voice grew tremulous, 'because the boys in my parish steal them so.' 'Why, sir,' said he, 'don't their parents teach them not to steal?' And I grew all over in a cold sweat, and I told him I was afeard they didn't. 'Why, how you talk,' says the man. 'Do tell me where you live.' Then, said Father Morris, the tears running over, I was obliged to tell him I lived in the town of G. After this, Father Morris kept his peaches. Our old friend was not less original in the logical than in the illustrative portions of his discourses. His logic was of that familiar, colloquial kind which shakes hands with common sense, like an old friend. Sometimes, too, his great mind and great heart would be poured out on the vast themes of religion in language which, though homely, produced all the effects of the sublime. He once preached a discourse on the text, "The high and holy one that inhabiteth eternity," and from the beginning to the end it was a train of lofty and solemn thought. With his usual simple earnestness and his great rolling voice, he told about the great God, the great Jehovah, and how the people in this world were flustering and worrying and afraid they should not get time to do this and that and t'other. But, he added with full-hearted satisfaction, the Lord is never in a hurry. He has it all to do, but he has time enough, for he inhabiteth eternity. And the grand idea of infinite leisure and almighty resources was carried through the sermon with equal strength and simplicity. Although the old man never seemed to be sensible of anything tending to the ludicrous in his own mode of expressing himself, yet he had considerable relish for humour, and some shrewdness of repartee. One time, as he was walking through a neighbouring parish, famous for its profanity, he was stopped by a whole flock of the youthful reprobates of the place. Father Morris, the devil's dead." "Is he?" said the old man, benignly laying his hand on the head of the nearest urchin. "You poor fatherless children!" But the sayings and doings of this good old man, as reported in the legends of the neighbourhood, are more than can be gathered or reported. He lived far beyond the common age of man, and continued, when age had impaired his powers, to tell over and over again the same Bible stories that he had told so often before. I recollect hearing of the joy that almost broke the old man's heart, when, after many years' diligent watching and nurture of the good seed in his parish, it began to spring into vegetation, sudden and beautiful as that which answers the patient watching of the husbandman. Many a hard, worldly-hearted man, many a sleepy, inattentive hearer, many a listless, idle young person began to give ear to words that had long fallen unheeded. A neighbouring minister, who had been sent for to see and rejoice in these results, describes the scene when, on entering the little church, he found an anxious, crowded auditory assembled around their venerable teacher, waiting for direction and instruction. The old man was sitting in his pulpit, almost choking with fullness of emotion as he gazed around. "Father," said the youthful minister, "I suppose you are ready to say with old Simeon, 'Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for my eyes have seen thy salvation.'" "Sartin, sartin," said the old man, while the tears streamed down his cheeks and his whole frame shook with emotion. It was not many years after that this simple and loving servant of Christ was gathered in peace unto him whom he loved. His name is fast passing from remembrance, and in a few years his memory, like his humble grave, will be entirely grown over and forgotten among men, though it will be had in everlasting remembrance by him who forgetteth not his servants, and in
Chapter 24 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings, Chapter 24. The Two Altars, or Two Pictures in One. 1. The Altar of Liberty, or 1776. The well sweep of the old house on the hill was relieved, dark and clear, against the reddening sky, as the early winter sun was going down in the west. It was a brisk, clear, metallic evening. The long drifts of snow blushed crimson-red on their tops, and lay in shades of purple and lilac in the hollows. And the old wintry wind brushed shrewdly along the plain, tingling people's noses, blowing open their cloaks, puffing in the back of their necks, and showing other unmistakable indications that he was getting up steam for a real roistering night. "Hurrah, how it blows!" said little Dick Ward from the top of the mossy woodpile. Now Dick had been sent to said woodpile, in company with his little sister Grace, to pick up chips, which, everybody knows, was in the olden time considered a wholesome and gracious employment, and a peculiar duty of the rising generation. But said Dick, being a boy, had mounted the woodpile, and erected there a flagstaff, on which he was busily tying a little red pocket-handkerchief, occasionally exhorting Grace to be sure and pick up fast. "Oh, yes, I will," said Grace, "but you see the chips have got ice on 'em, and makes my hands so cold." "Oh, don't stop to suck your thumbs. Who cares for ice? Pick away, I say, while I set up the flag of liberty." So Grace picked away as fast as she could, nothing doubting but that her cold thumbs were in some mysterious sense an offering on the shrine of liberty, while soon the red handkerchief, duly secured, fluttered and snapped in the brisk evening wind. "Now you must hurrah, Gracie, and throw up your bonnet," said Dick as he descended from the pile. "But won't it lodge down in some place in the woodpile?" suggested Grace thoughtfully. "Oh, never fear, give it to me, and just holler now, Gracie, hurrah for liberty, and we'll throw up your bonnet and my cap, and we'll play, you know, that we are a whole army, and I'm General Washington." So Grace gave up her little red hood, and Dick swung his cap, and up they both went into the air, and the children shouted, and the flag snapped and fluttered, and altogether they had a merry time of it. But then the wind, good-for-nothing, roguish fellow, made an ungenerous plunge at poor Grace's little hood, and snipped it up in a twinkling, and whisked it off, fluttering and bobbing up and down quite across a wide, waste, snowy field, and finally lodged it on the top of a tall, strutting rail that was leaning very independently, quite another way from all the other rails of the fence. "Now see, do you?" said Grace. "There goes my bonnet. What will Aunt Hitty say?" And Grace began to cry. "Don't you cry, Gracie. You offered it up to liberty, you know. It's glorious to give up everything for liberty." "Oh, but Aunt Hitty won't think so." "Well, don't cry, Gracie, you foolish girl. Do you think I can't get it? Now only play that great rail is a fort, and your bonnet is a prisoner in it, and see how quick I'll take the fort and get it." And Dick shouldered a stick and started off. "What upon earth keeps those children so long? I should think they were making chips," said Aunt Mehetabel. "The fire's just a-going out under the tea-kettle." By this time Grace had lugged her heavy basket to the door, and was stamping the snow off her little feet, which were so numb that she needed to stamp to be quite sure they were yet there. Aunt Mehetabel's shrewd face was the first that greeted her as the door opened. Gracie, what on earth? Wipe your nose, child. Your hands are frozen. Where alive is Dick? And what's kept you out all this time? And where's your bonnet? Poor Grace, stunned by this cataract of questions, neither wiped her nose nor gave any answer, but sidled up into the warm corner where Grandmamma was knitting, and began quietly rubbing and blowing her fingers, while the tears silently rolled down her cheeks as the fire made the former ache intolerably. "Poor little dear," said Grandmamma, taking her hands in hers. "Hitty shan't scold you. Grandma knows you've been a good girl. The wind blew poor Gracie's bonnet away." And Grandmamma wiped both eyes and nose, and gave her, moreover, a stalk of dried fennel out of her pocket, whereat Grace took heart once more. "Mother always makes fools of Roxy's children," said Mehetabel, puffing jealously under the tea-kettle. "There's a little maple sugar in that saucer up there, Mother, if you will keep giving it to her," she said, still vigorously puffing. "And now, Gracie," said she, when after a while the fire seemed in tolerable order, "will you answer my question? Where is Dick?" "Gone over in the lot to get my bonnet." "How came your bonnet off?" said Aunt Mehetabel. "I tied it on firm enough." "Dick wanted me to take it off for him to throw up for liberty," said Grace. "Throw up for a fiddlestick! Just one of Dick's cut-ups, and you was silly enough to mind him?" "Why, he put up a flagstaff on the woodpile, and a flag to liberty, you know, that Papa's fighting for," said Grace more confidently, as she saw her quiet, blue-eyed mother, who had silently walked into the room during the conversation. Grace's mother smiled and said encouragingly, "And what then?" "Why, he wanted me to throw up my bonnet and heave his cap and shout for liberty, and then the wind took it and carried it off, and he said I ought not to be sorry if I did lose it. It was an offering to liberty." "And so I did," said Dick, who was standing as straight as a poplar behind the group. "And I heard it in one of Father's letters to Mother that we ought to offer up everything on the altar of liberty, and so I made an altar of the woodpile." "Good boy," said his mother. "Always remember everything your father writes. He has offered up everything on the altar of liberty, true enough, and I hope you, son, will live to do the same." "Only if I have hoods and caps to make," said Aunt Hitty, "I hope he won't offer them up every week, that's all." "Oh, well, Aunt Hitty, I've got the hood. Let me alone for that. It blew clear over into the Daddy Ward pasture lot, and there stuck on the top of the great rail, and I played that the rail was a fort, and besieged it, and took it." "Oh, yes, you're always up to taking forts, and anything else that nobody wants done. I'll warrant, now, if you left Gracie to pick up every blessed one of them chips." "Picking up chips is girls' work," said Dick, "and taking forts and defending the country is men's work." "And pray, Mr. Pomp, how long have you been a man?" said Aunt Hitty. "If I ain't a man, I soon shall be. My head is most up to my mother's shoulder, and I can fire off a gun, too. I tried the other day, when I was up to the store. Mother, I wish you'd let me clean and load the old gun, so that if the British should come—" "Well, if you're so big and grand, just lift me out that table, sir," said Aunt Hitty, "for it's past supper time." Dick sprang and had the table out in a trice, with an abundant clatter, and put up the leaves with quite an air. His mother, with the silent and gliding motion characteristic of her, quietly took out the tablecloth and spread it, and began to set the cups and saucers in order, and to put on the plates and knives, while Aunt Hitty bustled about the tea. "I'll be glad when this war's over, for one reason," said she. "I'm pretty much tired of drinking sage tea, for one, I know." "Well, Aunt Hitty, how you scolded that peddler last week that brought along the real tea." "To be sure I did. Suppose I'd be taking any of his old tea, bought of the British. Fling every teacup in his face first." "Well, Mother," said Dick, I never exactly understood what it was about the tea, and why the Boston folks threw it overboard. Because there was an unlawful tax laid upon it that the government had no right to lay. It wasn't much in itself, but it was a part of a whole system of oppressive meanness, designed to take away our rights and make us slaves of a foreign power. "Slaves," said Dick, straightening himself proudly. "Father, a slave?" But they would not be slaves. They saw clearly where it would all end, and they would not begin to submit to it in ever so little, said the mother. "I wouldn't if I was they," said Dick. "Besides," said his mother, drawing him towards her, "it wasn't for themselves alone they did it. This is a great country, and it will be greater and greater, and it's very important that it should be free and have equal laws, because it will by and by be so great. This country, if it is a free one, will be a light of the world, a city set on a hill that cannot be hid, and all the oppressed and distressed from other countries shall come here to enjoy equal rights and freedom. This, dear boy, is why your father and uncles have gone to fight, and why they do stay and fight, though God knows what they suffer." And the large blue eyes of the mother were full of tears, yet a strong, bright beam of pride and exultation shone through those tears. "Well, well, Roxy, you can always talk, everybody knows," said Aunt Hitty, who had been not the least attentive listener of this little patriotic harangue. "But, you see, the tea is getting cold, and yonder I see the sleigh is at the door, and John's come, so let's set up our chairs for supper." The chairs were soon set up, when John, the eldest son, a lad of about 15, entered with a letter. There was one general exclamation, and stretching out of hands towards it. John threw it into his mother's lap, the tea-table was forgotten, and the tea-kettle sang unnoticed by the fire, as all hands crowded about mother's chair to hear the news. It was from Captain Ward, then in the American Army at Valley Forge. Mrs. Ward ran it over hastily, and then read it aloud. A few words we may extract. "There is still," it said, "much suffering. I have given away every pair of socks you sent me, reserving to myself only one, for I will not be one whit better off than the poorest soldier that fights for his country. Poor fellows! It makes my heart ache sometimes to go round among them, and see them with their worn clothes and torn shoes, and often bleeding feet, yet cheerful and hopeful, and every one willing to do his very best. Often the spirit of discouragement comes over them, particularly at night, when, weary, cold, and hungry, they turn into their comfortless huts on the snowy ground. Then sometimes there is a thought of home and warm fires, and some speak of giving up. But next morning out comes Washington's general orders, little short note, but it's wonderful the good it does, and then they all resolve to hold on, come what may. There are commissioners going all through the country to pick up supplies. If they come to you, I need not tell you what to do. I know all that will be in your hearts." "There, children, see what your father suffers," said the mother, "and what it costs these poor soldiers to gain our liberty." "Ephraim Scranton told me that the commissioners had come as far as the 3 Mile Tavern, and that he rather 'spected they'd be along here to-night," said John, as he was helping round the baked beans to the silent company at the tea-table. "To-night? Do tell now," said Aunt Hitty. "Then it's time we were awake and stirring. Let's see what can be got." "I'll send my new overcoat for one," said John. "That old one isn't cut up yet, is it, Aunt Hitty?" "No," said Aunt Hitty. "I was laying out to cut it over next Wednesday, when Desiree Smith could be here to do the tailoring." "There's the south room," said Aunt Hitty, musing. "That bed has 2 old Aunt Ward blankets on it, and the great blue quilt, and 2 comforters. Then mother's and my room, 2 pair, 4 comforters, 2 quilts, the best chamber has got." "Oh, Aunt Hitty, send all that's in the best chamber. If any company comes, we can make it up off from our beds," said John. "I can send a blanket or two off from my bed, I know. Can't but just turn over in it, so many clothes on now." "Aunt Hitty, take a blanket off from our bed," said Grace and Dick at once. "Well, well, we'll see," said Aunt Hitty, bustling up. Up rose Grandmamma with great earnestness now, and going into the next room, and opening a large cedar wood-chest, returned, bearing in her arms 2 large snow-white blankets, which she deposited flat on the table, just as Aunt Hitty was whisking off the tablecloth. "Myrtle, mother, what are you going to do?" said Aunt Hitty. "There," she said, "I spun those, every thread of 'em, when my name was Mary Evans. Those were my wedding blankets, made of real nice wool, and worked with roses in all the corners. I've got them to give." And Grandmamma stroked and smoothed the blankets, and patted them down with great pride and tenderness. It was evident she was giving something that lay very near her heart, but she never faltered. "La, mother, there's no need of that," said Aunt Hitty. "Use them on your own bed, and send the blankets off from that. They are just as good for the soldiers." "No, I shan't," said the old lady, waxing warm. "'Tisn't a bit too good for 'em. I'll send the very best I've got, before they shall suffer. Send 'em the best." And the old lady gestured oratorically. They were interrupted by a rap at the door, and 2 men entered and announced themselves as commissioned by Congress to search out supplies for the army. Now the plot thickens. Aunt Hitty flew in every direction, through entry passage, meal room, milk room, down cellar, up chamber, her cap border on end with patriotic zeal, and followed by John, Dick, and Grace, who eagerly bore to the kitchen the supplies that she turned out, while Mrs. Ward busied herself in quietly sorting and arranging, in the best possible traveling order, the various contributions that were precipitately launched on the kitchen floor. Aunt Hitty soon appeared in the kitchen with an armful of stockings, which, kneeling on the floor, she began counting and laying out. "There," she said, laying down a large bundle on some blankets. "That leaves just 2 pair apiece, all round." "La," said John, "what's the use of saving 2 pair for me? I can do with 1 pair as well as father." "Sure enough," said his mother. "Besides, I can knit you another pair in a day." "And I can do with 1 pair," said Dick. "Yours will be too small, young master, I guess," said one of the commissioners. "No," said Dick, "I've got a pretty good foot of my own, and Aunt Hitty will always knit my stockings an inch too long, 'cause she says I grow so. See here, these will do," and the boy shook his triumphantly. "And mine too," said Grace, nothing doubting, having been busy all this time in pulling off her little stockings. "Here," she said to the man who was packing the things into a wide-mouthed sack, "here's mine," and her large blue eyes looked earnestly through her tears. Aunt Hitty flew to her. "Good land, the child's crazy. Don't think the men could wear your stockings. Take 'em away." Grace looked around with an air of utter desolation and began to cry. "I wanted to give them something," said she. "I'd rather go barefoot on the snow all day than not send them anything." "Give me the stockings, my child," said the old soldier tenderly. "There, I'll take 'em and show 'em to the soldiers, and tell them what the little girl said that sent them, and it will do them as much good as if they could wear them. They've got little girls at home, too." Grace fell on her mother's bosom, completely happy, and Aunt Hitty only muttered, "Everybody does spile that child, and no wonder neither." Soon the old sleigh drove off from the Brown house, tightly packed and heavily loaded, and Grace and Dick were creeping up to their little beds. "There's been something put on the altar of liberty tonight, hasn't there, Dick?" "Yes, indeed," said Dick, and looking up to his mother, he said, "But, mother, what did you give?" "I," said the mother musingly. Yes, you, mother. What have you given to your country? All that I have, dears, she said, laying her hands gently on their heads, my husband and my children. 2. The Altar of Blank, or 1850. The setting sun of chill December lighted up the solitary front window of a small tenement on Blank Street in Boston, which we now have occasion to visit. As we push gently aside the open door, we gain sight of a small room, clean as busy hands can make it, where a neat, cheerful young mulatto woman is busy at an ironing table. A basket full of glossy-bosomed shirts and faultless collars and wristbands is beside her, into which she is placing the last few items with evident pride and satisfaction. A bright, black-eyed boy, just come in from school, with his satchel of books over his shoulder, stands, cap in hand, relating to his mother how he has been at the head of his class, and showing his school tickets, which his mother, with untiring admiration, deposits in the little real china teapot, which, as being their most reliable article of gentility, is made the deposit of all the money and most especial values of the family. "Now, Henry," says the mother, "look out and see if father is coming along the street." And she begins filling the little black tea kettle, which is soon set singing on the stove. From the inner room now daughter Mary, a well-grown girl of 13, brings the baby, just roused from a nap, and very impatient to renew his acquaintance with his mamma. "Bless his bright eyes, mother will take him," ejaculates the busy little woman, whose hands are by this time in a very floury condition, in the incipient stages of wetting up biscuit. "In a minute," and she quickly frees herself from the flour and paste, and, deputing Mary to roll out her biscuit, proceeds to the consolation and succor of young master. "Now, Henry," says the mother, "you'll have time, before supper, to take that basket of clothes up to Mr. Sheldon's, put in that nice bill that you made out last night. I shall give you a cent for every bill you write out for me. What a comfort it is now for one's children to be getting learning so." Henry shouldered the basket and passed out the door, just as a neatly dressed colored man walked up with his pail and whitewash brushes. "Oh, you've come, father, have you? Mary, are the biscuits in? You may as well set the table now. Well, George, what's the news?" "Nothing, only a pretty smart day's work. I've brought home $5, and shall have as much as I can do these 2 weeks." And the man, having washed his hands, proceeded to count out his change on the ironing table. "Well, it takes you to bring in the money," said the delighted wife. "Nobody but you could turn off that much in a day." "Well, they do say, those that's had me once, that they never want any other hand to take hold in their rooms. I suppose it's a kinder practice I've got, and kinder natural." "Tell you what," said the little woman, taking down the family strong-box, to wit, the china teapot aforenamed, and pouring the contents on the table. "We're getting mighty rich now. We can afford to get Henry his new Sunday cap, and Mary her mousseline delaine dress. Take care, baby, you rogue," she hastily interposed, as young master made a dive at a dollar bill for his share in the proceeds. "He wants something too, I suppose," said the father. "Let him get his hand in while he's young." The baby gazed with round, astonished eyes, while mother, with some difficulty, rescued the bill from his grasp. But before any one could at all anticipate his purpose, he dashed in among the small change with such zeal as to send it flying all over the table. "Hurrah! Bob's a smasher," said the father, delighted. "He'll make it fly, he thinks." And taking the baby on his knee, he laughed merrily, as Mary and her mother pursued the rolling coin all over the room. "He knows now, as well as can be, that he's been doing mischief," said the delighted mother, as the baby kicked and crowed uproariously. "He's such a forward child now, to be only 6 months old. Oh, you've no idea, father, how mischievous he grows. and therewith the little woman began to roll and tumble the little mischief-maker about, uttering divers frightful threats, which appeared to contribute in no small degree to the general hilarity. "Come, come, Mary," said the mother at last, with a sudden burst of recollection, "you mustn't be always on your knees fooling with this child. Look in the oven at them biscuits." "They're done exactly, mother, just the brown," and with the word the mother dumped baby onto his father's knees, where he sat contentedly munching a very ancient crust of bread, occasionally improving the flavor thereof by rubbing it on his father's coat-sleeve. "What have you got in that blue dish there?" said George, when the whole little circle were seated around the table. "Well, now, what do you suppose?" said the little woman, delighted. "A quart of nice oysters, just for a treat, you know. I wouldn't tell you till this minute," she said, raising the cover. "Well," said George, "we both work hard for our money, and we don't owe anybody a cent, and why shouldn't we have our treats now and then, as well as rich folks?" And gaily passed the supper hour. The tea kettle sung, the baby crowed, and all chattered and laughed abundantly. "I'll tell you, wife," said George, wiping his mouth, "these times are quite another thing from what it used to be down in Georgia. I remember then old master used to hire me out by the year, and one time, I remember, I came and paid him in $200, every cent I'd taken. He just looked it over, counted it, and put it in his pocket-book, and said, 'You are a good boy, George,' and he gave me $half. "I want to know, now," said his wife. "Yes, he did, and that was every cent I ever got of it, and I tell you, I was mighty bad off for clothes them times." "Well, well, the Lord be praised, they're over, and you are in a free country now," said the wife, as she rose thoughtfully from the table and brought her husband the great Bible. The little circle were ranged around the stove for evening prayers. "Henry, my boy, you must read. You are a better reader than your father. Thank God that let you learn early." The boy, with a cheerful readiness, read "The Lord is my shepherd," and the mother gently stilled the noisy baby to listen to the holy words. Then all kneeled, while the father, with simple earnestness, poured out his soul to God. They had but just risen, the words of Christian hope and trust scarce died on their lips, when, lo, the door was burst open, and 2 men entered, and one of them, advancing, laid his hand on the father's shoulder. "This is the fellow," said he. "You are arrested in the name of the United States," said the other. "Gentlemen, what is this?" said the poor man, trembling. "Are you not the property of Mr. B. of Georgia?" said the officer. "Gentlemen, I've been a free, hard-working man these 10 years. "Yes, but you are arrested on suit of Mr. B. as his slave." Shall we describe the leave-taking, the sorrowing wife, the dismayed children, the tears, the anguish, that simple, honest, kindly home, in a moment so desolated? Ah, ye who defend this because it is law, think for 1 hour, what if this that happens to your poor brother should happen to you? It was a crowded courtroom, and the man stood there to be tried. For life? No, but for the life of life, for liberty. Lawyers hurried to and fro, buzzing, consulting, bringing authorities, all anxious, zealous, engaged. For what? To save a fellow man from bondage? No, anxious and zealous lest he might escape. Full of zeal to deliver him over to slavery. The poor man's anxious eyes follow vainly the busy course of affairs, from which he dimly learns that he is to be sacrificed on the altar of the Union, that his heartbreak and anguish and the tears of his wife and the desolation of his children are, in the eyes of these well-informed men, only the bleat of a sacrifice, bound to the horns of the glorious American altar. Again it is a bright day. The business walks brisk in this market. Senators and statesmen, the learned and patriotic, are out this day to give their countenance to an edifying and impressive and truly American spectacle, the sale of a man. All the preliminaries of the scene are there. Dusky-browed mothers looking with sad eyes, while speculators are turning round their children, looking at their teeth and feeling of their arms, a poor old trembling woman, helpless, half-blind, whose last child is to be sold, holds on to her bright boy with trembling hands. Husbands and wives, sisters and friends, all soon to be scattered like the chaff of the threshing-floor, look sadly on each other with poor nature's last tears, and among them walk briskly, glib, oily politicians and thriving men of law, letters, and religion, exceedingly sprightly and in good spirits. For why? It isn't they that are going to be sold. It's only somebody else. And so they are very comfortable, and look on the whole thing as quite a matter-of-course affair, and as it is to be conducted today, a decidedly valuable and judicious exhibition. And now, after so many hearts and souls have been knocked and thumped this way and that way by the auctioneer's hammer, comes the instructive part of the whole. And the husband and father, whom we saw in his simple home, reading and praying with his children, and rejoicing in the joy of his poor ignorant heart that he lived in a free country, is now set up to be admonished of his mistake. Now there is great excitement and pressing to see, and exultation and approbation, for it is important and interesting to see a man put down that he has tried to be a free man. "That's he, is it? Couldn't come it, could he?" says one. "No, and he never will come it, that's more," says another triumphantly. "I don't generally take much interest in scenes of this nature," says a grave representative, "but I came here today for the sake of the principle." "Gentlemen," says the auctioneer, "we've got a specimen here that some of your northern abolitionists would give any price for, but they shan't have him. No, we've looked out for that. The man that buys him must give bonds never to sell him to go north again." "Go it!" shout the crowd. "Good, good, hurrah! An impressive idea," says the senator, "a noble maintaining of principle." And the man is bid off, and the hammer falls with a last crash on his heart, his hopes, his manhood, and he lies a bleeding wreck on the altar of liberty. Such was the altar in 1776.